And we're back. And we're back. Welcome to Monday, the first Monday of daylight saving time for the United States. Hope everybody is adjusting well. Gaining an extra hour of sleep sounds good in theory, doesn't work out in practice. Your body gets into this rhythm, gets used to waking up at a certain time. Kind of nice. You don't need to be woken up with an alarm. And then they screw it up, and then they change the clock so you on your toes. There might actually be some long-term negative health effects associated with this. I wouldn't be surprised. And does it maintain elevated stress levels? You get extra cortisol ripping through your veins, leading to high blood pressure problems, adrenaline. I got caught up on the latest conversation. NDO and Josh Ingersoll, Cyclone and Josh.
Did you see his license plate?
Did I see his what?
Did you see the license plate on his car?
Wait, but that was his car.
Yeah.
I thought it was something out in the wild. I'm like, this is hilarious.
Yeah, no, that's his.
That was his. He posted that?
Yes.
What on earth? I was about to say, before you mentioned that, I was about to say, I really think he's struggling with this. The only insight I could gather from the last couple of days of conversation is that, this is more than just a curiosity for him. He's got some serious cognitive dissonance. If that's his car, that's his license plate.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody and I were doing some other private digging. We were, I should say, privately doing some digging last night and come up with a few interesting observations. Yeah. So I've kind of gone back and forth a little bit. Yeah, I've kind of gone back and forth a little bit, but I think he's either in the closet or he's close to getting in the closet.
Yeah.
And when I posted last night, I made a comment in there. I said, my money's on him being in the closet, closet FE. He posted like 4 of the big eyes, but he didn't say anything else. Obviously, that's not exactly an admission, but it's interesting nonetheless.
He's probably also caught between a rock and a hard place in a sense that there are probably things that he wants to level with us on regarding some of his own insights and observations, and he can't. And some of that friction, I think, is being picked up by folks on our side and perhaps misinterpreted a little bit.
Maybe not misinterpreted a little bit, maybe misinterpreted a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know I kind of asked you this, but I think you and I were speaking about this privately, but I'm trying to figure out how the hell are there bugs like spiders and other kinds of bugs and fish that have been hit at cruising altitudes by airplanes, like 35,000 feet.
Yeah.
So what in the world is going on up there?
Yeah, I mean, like it rains frogs in places.
Yeah,
what is going on? Just have to think that there's something electrical up there, some kind of transport activity. Spiders is easy to kind of explain that with their ballooning behavior. They're known for being great pilots.
Yeah.
Fish and aquatic animals, I just have to think there's probably some evaporation, maybe some kind of energy vortex, like water spouts that carry them up, and then they just get caught in turbulent currents up there and carried dumped. But there might be something more.
I've long said that this concept that commercial ships bring these invasive species around, I've never bought into that explanation. That I've always thought that there's some sort of more natural explanation. And then within the last week, I've come across, I had no idea that there were spiders and such found up that high, and fish and everything else. So there's definitely something. I mean, how the hell they get up there? And so, like you say, maybe there's some sort of water spout or some sort of other thing. I can understand how spiders be able to catch a wind draft, so to speak, and end up where they never wanted to be. But with my point being, who the hell knows what's going on up there in that regard, yet alone in mystical, mechanical, or electrical birds?
Right.
And did you see my totally realistic photograph of Elon on the moon?
No.
Yeah, I put that in the side chat. So when you get a moment, you might
take a
find some enjoyment.
Yeah, a little bit. Did you hear about the documentary that's later this month? The documentary.
On what topic?
I might hit a dead zone. Hold on. All right. The topic is UFO disclosure. There's a documentary coming out November 21st. For Thanksgiving. The documentary is being produced by Steven Spielberg's producer, Dan Farrow, and will have 70 people, 70 apostles from the deep state complain about UFO, UAP, and non-human intelligence. On the speakers list include a of CIA officers, as well as none other than General James, the guy who essentially died in front of Congress, according to all these new reports regarding the U.S. activities and domestic surveillance. Marco Rubio, Dan Crenshaw, basically pursuing the uniparty of neoconservatives and neoliberals, all the war hawk. I don't know if this is going to be a nothing burger in the end. If they're going to leave it open ended, I don't know if it's being hyped up enough. If it's something that's going to not be open ended, so I'm kind of leaning towards the fact that it's going to be more of this. We'll put out information and let the public decide what they think the truth is. Either way, which seems to be what they do a lot of.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, and if you're making a documentary, you don't want to chase off your people who dismiss the topic. You want them to see, and then you don't want to chase off your people who fully accept the topic. So you kind of have to do a little bit of waffling if you want the largest audience in a documentary.
Yeah, that's right. You don't want to be too definitive either way. Sides need to come off feeling like they got some validation.
You know, it's a lot like a political debate. Political debates are designed so both sides win and both sides lose. And both sides get to walk away and raise a bunch of money.
With General Clapp, former NSA director, being one of the stars, I guess, the keynotes, he's one of 3 or 4 names that brought out in their descriptions, their marketing trailer. I wonder if he's trying to clean up his image. I'm wondering if he sees this as a win for him, if he can regain America's trust by disclosing a little something about aliens. I just, along with the whole 3-Eye Atlas that's going out there, there was for somebody, I think she might have been a scientist who was studying the 3-Eye Atlas phenomenon, basically told the audience in an interview the same thing I mentioned earlier. My job is to put the information so that the general public can decide for themselves whether or not Atlas is a naturally occurring phenomenon, some kind of intelligent entity, intelligently guided object. My job is to provide the information so the public can decide for themselves what the truth is.
Yeah, the alien deception has been spoken of for quite some time now. I don't know if you ever looked into that, but yeah.
Picking up speed.
What is the unifying thing that would get everybody in the world together to fight against a threat, an alien threat? Not what President Donald Reagan said.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, for this to work, I think there has to be a really long runway. We're not going to go. I don't foresee it going from a pumped up excitement over the arrival of funny lights in the sky to full on prepare for war with the alien creature over a matter of years. I mean, I'm thinking something like this, they could keep going for generations, bringing people on back and forth, just amping it up slowly. There's a gold mine in here for the industrial war complex, for the media. There's a gold mine. So we got a lot of waffling, I think. think we'll have moments where things will look very conclusive one way or another, and then we'll be jerked back in the other direction, nothing else. And it's just going to build up and carry on. And I think they'll use it as a tool to challenge religion, challenge Christianity, Islam, Judaism. I really do. You know, the rest of us who've been following this for a long time, following this, I mean, going on for so long, it preceded most of our existence. But those of us are going to be eager for like Project Bluebeam to just, let's get it on. Let's finally get the big holographic light show in the sky. Do it. Let's have those aliens and get this over with. I don't know if they're going to give us that satisfaction ever. Really? You know, like any conspiracy that's ever come out, at least the significant ones, there have always been leads and many false leads put out there. And there's always been the promise of closure that's just around the corner. Pick any topic you want, going back decades. Closure has always just on the corner amid a whole sea of lies. And nothing ever gets solved. So together with the commercialization of space, the looming worry of extraterrestrial human intelligence, it's just going to amplify people's interest. It's going to further cement the heliocentric globe cosmology into the minds of people as a foregone conclusion. It's going to give people in Hollywood extra content to use, make movies, gaming community to make games. It's going to give the big defense contractors great material to use for submitting proposals to the government for big ticket contracts, you know, interplanetary defense technology, all kinds of crazy shit. And we're going to be paying for it out the ass. We're going to be taxed to the hilt, as if we're not already. You know, and our kids and future generations raising families will get inundated with more space drama, more junk, more garbage pseudo. How could anybody be a flat earther when not only do we have the space program in the wake of Apollo and the ISS and the Mars missions, but we also have a looming from outer space? Why would they lie? They're spending trillions of dollars on planetary defense technology. Why would they lie? It almost seems with the whole flat Earth awakening that started about 10 years ago that we could almost see the machination of the powers that be, the gears grinding and working out a what should we do with this? What should we do with this? Should we try to come up with a new cosmology, a new noble lie, whole world? Can't hide flat Earth. You know, do we need to come out with a way to reconcile the space program and flat Earth? Come up with a Hegelian synthesis of these two dichotomies? Or do we just put the pedal to the metal on outer space, baby, and let's just keep going the same direction we were in before, but let's triple down, quadruple down the outer space myth. And I think this is how they've spoken. This is the direction they've decided to choose for now. Because the public lacks discernment, they're able to go in this direction. They've assessed that the public has probably by and large not taken to the flat earth phenomenon as much as they feared, as much as we wanted. Like, yeah, we can do anything. Look at all these stupid fake moon missions that we've done from India to Artemis and the terrible, obvious CGI, right? And we've gotten away with such terrible CGI. There's no reason for us to walk the dog back on outer space. We can press that gas pedal all the way down. We can drive this Lamborghini we have. We could drive it off a cliff. Let's accelerate this outer space business. Get it going, folks.
I have a question for the flat earthers.
Yeah.
So if Earth is flat, we have edges. That's correct.
What do you mean by edge, actually?
No, if Earth is flat, yeah? You guys believe in that Earth is flat. That's correct.
Yeah, but why would it necessitate an edge?
So you need to have like an edge of the world.
Why?
Yeah?
Yeah, why?
What do you mean why?
I don't think you do. I want to hear your rationale.
No, if it's flat, so you need to have like an edges, you know?
But why is that necessary?
No, because
Can you come up with a geometric explanation? Okay, we'll call it a topologically flat manifold. Why does it have to have a boundary?
So you told me that Earth is according to you, have no boundaries and it's endless.
No one's making a claim to that, dude. That's a problem.
I'm not. I'm asking you why we need an edge, and I'm asking you what that edge is like in your mind's eye. What are you envisioning as an edge to flat Earth? Is it like a cliff that you can fall off of?
Yeah,
like,
I'm just asking. Yeah, I'm just asking. Yeah, do we have edges?
Yeah, well, I don't think you do. I don't think you need an edge.
So on flat Earth, there is no edges. You have like endless.
No, wait. You made a conclusion from what he said. He didn't say that it didn't have one. He says he doesn't think it needs one. That's a very big difference from him making a definitive claim for him saying it doesn't have one.
Precisely.
You understand? So you're not listening to what he's saying, and you're just making the assumption and then concluding what he's saying is that it doesn't have one.
Yeah, I get the impression you're trying to manipulate the conversation.
No, I'm just asking.
I make a claim that I didn't make, and I don't appreciate that.
So, Earth have edges or not?
It's not definitive, dude. One. It's not definitive. You can't make a definitive claim. Neither can we.
So you guys don't know. Okay.
Yeah, nobody knows, dude. Let's put it this way: nobody knows, and if somebody does, nobody's disclosed the information.
Yeah, does the edge of the universe exist? The edge, is there an edge to the Big Bang? Do you need an edge to the Big Bang?
Is there even a Big Bang?
I'm asking our Globey friend over here.
He's asking the guy.
It's taking the same formal logic and applying it to his point of view, to his perspective. To highlight the absurdity of the very question.
So you can't. So you just believe that there is no edges.
No, I don't have a belief about it. Listen, it's a philosophical question that's unresolved in any worldview, in any cosmology. It's the edge of existence.
Why do you keep going?
Reality.
Hold on. Why do you keep going? Oh, like you made some kind of point. You didn't make a point, dude. There's nobody that knows about an edge. Like that whole question is not definitive either way. So I don't know what the is about. I don't know what that's about, dude. But it sounds condescending, which I don't like.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can't prove that there is no edge because you have no any source of the knowledge.
So it's not necessary or dependent on the claim that the Earth is flat. How about that? It's not necessary.
Yeah.
We don't
Let
need
me
to talk
ask
about an
you.
edge to tell you that the Earth is a flat plane.
What purpose would an edge serve, my friend?
No, because our Earth is like have like a limit. Yeah, we have like not endless space.
How do you know that?
I guess
What?
if you can look on
You're
the map.
not answering my question, dude. You're
You can
just
look on the
describing
map,
what you
and
believe.
we have
I want
like
to know what purpose
edges on the map.
would an edge serve for a flat Earth?
Because you are assuming that the Earth is like unlimited space.
No, I'm
floating
not assuming
in this-
anything. I'm just asking you a question because you brought it up, or you brought up edges. I'm asking
Yeah.
you, what do you think an edge would serve for what purpose on a flat Earth?
No, because any space we don't know any unlimited flat or a round sphere, or I don't know how you call it, planet that have like unlimited size.
Okay, so
So
maybe
I'm
there's
asking-
not. Maybe it's not limit. Maybe it's not unlimited. Okay.
So it's limited, yes.
It is
Maybe
limited.
it is, dude.
So if it's limited, so it must be edges. Because
Yeah, we have. I have a theory. We're like in a dome. Basically, the Earth, the continents, and the ocean is surrounded by basically a bubble. A
No,
dome.
we're not saying that. This is not 24/7
Not saying
saying
that
this.
either.
This is a rogue
Oh.
flat earther who thinks he's a flat earther, sounds like.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous.
But
As a
look,
flat earther, I
like
think
any,
that claim is ridiculous.
like okay. I mean, 1 + 1. Everyone knows. Everyone is taught 1 + 1 is 2. If someone says 3, you have to just give them the opportunity to explain why 1 + 1 is 3, and if it does make sense, then it's accepted. I mean, that's how science works. So if someone says it's flat, then he has to come up with a very good scientific or proven method how he arrived to that, and if it makes sense, then we accept it. So like everybody,
I think you're reversing the burden of proof, don't you?
I don't know what proof. Right now I don't know what to believe. So like,
What?
and for
Okay,
me,
so
I'm
what evidence
open-minded.
should I accept that the Earth is a globe, even though it looks flat and is measured flat? Why should I accept something to the contrary of what I experience? I experience a flat Earth. You experience a flat Earth. Why is the burden of proof on me to demonstrate something that we both experience?
I mean, many people
you agree?
have their own ideas. I mean, the burden of proof. I mean, for everybody, basically, they just have to explain why they think that's what the idea, the conclusion they came up with, and that's it. It's up to you to decide. So I don't really say that it's up
We don't
to
have to
you.
explain if there's a limit or not to explain the ground is flat or curved.
It's a possibility.
I'm just describing what we observe, dude, and what we measure.
Yeah,
It's
so
awesome.
if you can measure it, it will be like a Beijing in the end, yeah? Because you can measure it.
It'll be like what?
It will be Beijing and the end, because you can measure it, yeah? From one point to another.
Beginning and the end.
No, you don't
You
have
know
to have
why?
a beginning or an end to know that it's flat in the middle.
No, you need to.
No, you don't. You can measure where you are and know that it's
Yeah.
flat where you are. Yeah.
Well, okay.
You know why? Look. I think this
What's
argument
funny?
also, if in the past, if we go back to the past, where guys like what do you call him? There are these famous explorers which we read through history. Let's say an example.
Hey, dude. Hey, dude, can you do me a
Columbus.
favor? Yeah, do me a favor. Let the other guy speak. You're like a fake flat earther right now. We're talking to the guy who thinks the Earth is a globe. Like, take a seat for a moment. We don't need to speak to you who thinks the Earth is flat. We want to talk to the guy who thinks it's a globe. So just sit here. You can ask your question later, but let us talk to the other guy first. All right? I'm asking politely.
No, you just said you made your point. So whether it's not polite or not, whatever, it's okay. So
All right, so let us
fine.
talk to the other guy. You're not the most important guy here. The other one is.
It doesn't matter.
So MG, whatever your name is. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Or MQ Foss. I don't think his name was.
But he's mutated.
Oh no.
By-
You.
by this-
No, I meant
me.
I'm sorry. I meant you. Sorry. ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, you go ahead.
So yeah. So if Earth is like a flat, you can measure it. Yeah, like we have like many countries on the Earth, like many societies. In these societies, like people are living. So if Earth is like limited space, we can measure it. Yeah, there's like many billions of people on the Earth, and they can come to the edge because there's like many millions of the people. Nobody is controlling them. They can go to the edge and they say, "Oh yeah, edge of the Earth is starting over here," and we can go to the another edge and say, "Yep, Earth is ending on that place," and you can easily measure it
How would you
one
prove
place
that?
to another. Normally, like everything on the Earth.
So you think everybody has been around an entire globe?
Yeah,
That's true.
because people are
How
living
did you
over
first
there.
How did you first
I
come
mean,
to the knowledge of the globe?
Yeah, because people are living over there. That's why. And we
It
can
doesn't
ask
mean
them.
that Earth is a globe. How did you first come to the knowledge of a globe?
Like
Did
in
you figure
school,
it out on your own?
people are figure it out by their own. Yeah, that's kind of true. Yes.
How did you figure it out? Did you figure it out on your own?
Like, do you figure out the math? No, you don't. You just learn it in the school.
Listen, why aren't you
And
able to
you're
answer
using-
a question? Did you figure out that Earth is a globe or not on your own? It's simple. Like, yeah, I did. Here's how I did
But
it.
you
Or no,
figure
I
out
didn't.
that 2 + 2 is 4? No, you learn it in the school.
Yeah, good job. That's an abstraction. Numbers don't mean anything
No,
alone.
this is not abstraction.
Asking
It's
you
a
how
real
you came
thing.
to knowledge of a globe.
Math is not abstraction. It's a real word, brother.
Math is absolutely on its own an abstraction.
No, it's not.
It's a
Everything around us is
conceptual.
built
It's a language.
because of the math.
So why don't
Yeah.
we go back to my question? I want to find out how you first knowledge of a globe. Did you figure it out?
No, of course not. They figure it out.
Okay.
You don't.
Someone did
Okay,
it for
so
you.
you didn't
in
figure it
school.
out. Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Somebody else
like a
told
math,
you.
like a physics, like a biology, like everything. That's a common
Right.
knowledge of the humankind.
How would you figure it out on your own?
What?
How would you
How would
figure it out
figure
on
it
your
out
own?
on your own?
Like me? Like I
No, the
don't.
other guy I'm talking to, you, dude.
Yeah, we're talking to you. Yes, you.
Yeah, I didn't figure it out. I go to school, I get a like proper education, and that's how I know it.
Right. So you didn't come to the knowledge on your own.
Yes, like yes,
Right. You
Like
you
every
didn't do
single
what flat
person on the
earthers do.
earth.
You know what flat earthers do? Flat earthers go out and measure it. Flat earthers figure this out on her own.
Yeah. Okay. So if they measure it, yeah, they measure it from
And if you
one point
measured
to
it too,
another.
you would come
Yeah.
to knowledge of a flat earth.
Okay. So flat Earth community measure the Earth. Yes, that's correct.
That is absolutely correct. We measured Earth to be flat. It does not conform to a globe.
Okay. So if it's flat, it must be a beginning of the Earth, yeah, and the ending of the Earth, and
We have not
from the
measured
north.
the edge of the earth. No one
No,
can.
nobody's making that claim.
So nobody on the flat Earth community measured the Earth actually.
No, and that's a philosophical and also a paradox that you can't
No, that's
resolve.
not a physical. No. We
you
know that
cannot get to the end. You can't even answer if reality is bounded.
we can.
Reality itself.
Yeah, we are measuring reality every single time, every single second.
Yeah, and you're trying to determine if there's an edge or boundary to reality. When you ask a flat earther what the edge of flat earth is like, it's the same thing as asking yourself, what is the edge of reality like? How do you describe end of bounded existence itself? How do you even begin to describe what that could be? Globe or flat? Whatever the case is, it's impossible.
So you're telling me that's impossible to measure the Earth, the size of the Earth is impossible.
No, are you not listening to what I'm
possible.
saying? It's not possible to describe end of reality. The
Actually, you
bounded
can.
existence of everything. You cannot describe that. You can't
Yeah,
even
you
approach
can,
it.
and we're doing that every single day. Like, how big is USA? You know how big is USA? You know how big
What does that
Brazil
have to
is?
do with the edge of existence?
But we're talking about existing on the planet, of the Earth,
no.
Earth is not a planet, is it? What makes you
Listen,
think
dude.
Earth is
He's
a planet?
or a flat Earth, or whatever you believe.
Yeah, hold on, sir. He's talking about the limitation of the boundary of reality. So the limitation of the realm that we're in right now, that's what he's saying. The limitation,
Yes,
where the limits are.
yes.
Let me blow your mind, okay? Earth is not a flat planet in outer space.
Oh, wow, wow. So what it is? Like, that's a wow. That's something
I'll tell
new.
you what it is. You get what you see. You get what you can experience and measure.
Yeah, but there's like how many 8 billion people on the Earth, and they are communicating with each other. Yeah,
So
and
what?
what do you mean? So what?
How do they know? How do they know that Earth is a globe? Did they do the same thing as you and not
Yeah, they
experience or measure it?
communicate with each other, and they have the same conclusions, and that's
Same
why.
education.
Yeah. So groupthink.
All right, that was a great. So once again,
Yeah.
so what we are not flat in the universe.
Well,
So
Can I just
Because
speak to your
flat
last
Earth
point,
is-
sir? Can I just speak to your last point? You said we have that
Yeah.
8 billion people on the earth. How many? How do you? I don't know the number. Anyway, you said that's how many people we have on the earth right now. But how come you, having all this knowledge, cannot produce the evidence for yourself that the earth is a globe? You don't find that astonishing? That the number you
Look,
just gave right
there
now
is
would have
like
made it even more. You would have made it even more possible for you to find out that the earth is a globe. And the fact is, you can't even describe in 2025 that the earth is a globe with any information that you can verify yourself. You don't find that astonishing in any way? Like I would.
Your claim is false, and I can, and everybody on the earth can. Like 99.9 people can. Maybe
Sounds like a
flat Earth.
religion to me.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
haven't-
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So
Everybody's-
how have you? Like back to the
it's
question,
not-
sir.
it's
Have you?
not- it's
How
not
have you?
like a belief?
Sir,
You know, that's
sir,
why.
sir. Okay, it's not a belief. You proved it to yourself, and that's the question we're asking for. How did you prove it to yourself? You haven't given us the answer, or at least I haven't heard it. So I want to hear it.
I've been
if you have
asking.
it.
The audience
Like-
wants an answer.
Like how I prove it, I have like a proper education in a school, and all people in my country have the same education, and every
Okay.
people in another country close to me have the same education. So you're telling me there's like a cabal or like a religion? Like-
No. I'm just asking you to prove it right now. A demonstration that we can all do to check for ourselves. What can we do to check for ourselves that the earth is a globe? What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? There, I said it many times so you can understand.
Oh, you
And
can
if you
just,
don't know, just say I don't know, and we can move on.
Actually, you can do it. You can buy like a balloon. Like they are very cheap. Put it like a GoPro over there and start recording. It's very cheap to buy like a balloon, like meteorological balloon. Put it like GoPro over there with a how we call it, with a GPS tracker, and you can try to record it. And after that balloon will go down, you will see how Earth is looking. So yeah, you can do it like actually right now, and probably below 100 euro or 100 how you call it dollars is kind of very cheap to demonstrate, and you can do it right now.
Exactly. You're right.
But it's much easier than that. You can just observe the stars. Right? In the northern hemisphere, you can see the North Star. If you go somewhere else, you see that the North Star gets lower and
We're
lower.
not talking to you. Just wait. We're not talking to you. We're talking to the other guy.
Well,
Alright, so-
you asked how to check
Yeah,
it
but we're not
yourself.
talking
He
to you.
told you
Put yourself
something
on
and you
mute.
didn't have an answer.
Wow. Okay, that's funny.
No,
Okay,
we
so
can
let's
get
go
to
back.
you later. Okay,
Yeah.
it's not a problem to answer this. Continue
Yoda, go
on,
ahead.
AV.
No, you go ahead, man. I got busy, so I couldn't
I have
answer.
to step into the office.
Me too. I got busy. Oh shit. All right. Is there anybody else that can take point on this? Because I'm real busy right now. But right now he's trying to say that all we can do is send a camera up to the sky on a balloon. I guess there's a lot of problems with that. So I would answer
It's
you,
very
but
cheap to do. It's very cheap to do.
yeah, I
Below
would answer you.
100.
Yeah, I'll answer you. Just give me a moment, okay? Give me like 5 minutes, or if somebody else can take point, that'd be great.
And now everybody's going to the office randomly. Okay, so I will go it too. I will go it. Good luck, guys. Good luck.
Hello and everyone. Hello everyone. Is there anyone? Please speak with. Is there anyone speaking, please? Then what are you doing nowadays? What are you doing? I'm going for my. Hello, brother and sister. I'm going for my dinner, so I have to leave the VC. So sorry for that. 7 p.m. Oh, that's it. I'm not going to. Verify. What kind of verification they're trying to keep me, bro? La la. Excuse me. La la. Sorry for that. I'm not able to verify my the section for that shit.
That was funny. We got really busy when that guy came in and asked that question. We'll respond to that in a minute. Don't worry about it.
I don't know if you heard him, but he said, well, if everybody else is going to the office now, I guess I'll go into the office now too.
Oh, yeah? Oh. Well, yeah, we'll respond to it in just a moment. But basically, it's sending a camera up there to as high as you can go with the balloon.
I think he's gone now.
Yeah, we'll wait till he comes back. Sorry about the cliffhanger, guys.
So here's my question for you. What nobody talks about, though, if you were to actually send a balloon up, how much is the permitting and the insurance? I could imagine that both of those are much more expensive than the technology you set up.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. What are you doing?
Waiting on the world to change.
Okay, so you are
So, I don't know. DJ, are you there?
sorry.
Nah, not really.
Not really. We're all busy, huh? All right. If you want to make your questions about the room topic, you can, Dodo.
Yeah, I'm asking what you are doing here. Do you have English conversation or just playing games or what you are actually doing?
Hello, somebody have a question? I probably don't know the answer, but I can at least talk to you. Did they already leave? Hello? Guess so.
Oh, I can talk again. Hi, yes, I'm here. No one else wants to talk.
Did
And
you have
no
a
one wants me to
question about-
talk, apparently.
Nobody wants you to talk. Why not?
I don't know, because I'm debating them. Well, actually, someone was asking, what can we do to prove or see and experience ourselves that the Earth is round? They were talking to someone else at the point. Someone else was saying, okay, you can use a balloon and go high up or something like that. And no one answered to that. And then after a few seconds, I was giving a much easier answer to that, and then I got muted.
So if you use a balloon and go high up, what is it going to prove to you?
What? With the balloon? I don't know. I didn't say that. I didn't really listen.
What are you saying? What are you claiming? Do you think you live on a ball?
Yes, Earth is round, I would say.
Okay, what's your number one proof that you live on a spinning ball? Go ahead.
Well, the easiest is you just observe the stars, right? And if you move along the Earth, it rotates exactly as you would predict if the Earth had this 8-degree tilt. If the Earth was as big as we say it is.
Let me interrupt you just for a second. You started out your number one proof that you live on a ball by looking at something in the sky. That doesn't bother you at all?
Take the North Star, right? You're in the Northern Hemisphere. I am in the Northern Hemisphere.
You're missing my point, sir.
I'm answering you.
You went to the sky to try to prove what the ground is. That doesn't bother you at all?
If you understand what I mean, right? I'm trying to prove
the whole sky story. Go ahead. I'll shut up.
Yeah, if you want to listen to me. You want to prove if what you're standing on is either flat or if it's curved, right? You can look at something outside what you're standing on and see how it would behave if you move along the ground. If you go on a straight line, you would expect that everything is just shifting. Everything is just shifting instead of rotating around you, right? If the ground you're standing on is round, is a marble, then everything should twist around you, right? And if you end up at the point where you are, it looks the same again, and it rotated 360 degrees. If it's flat, this is impossible. Is that correct to assume?
The last few sentences you stated made no sense to me. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, why does it not make sense that if you move around something round, that everything around you turns at 360 degrees around you?
You're being too vague. Move around something. What are you talking about? Why can't we just
I'm talking about Earth as we imagine it, right? You have a round Earth.
Why can't we just measure the surface of the Earth and prove whether it's round or
Say again? Sorry, I didn't understand the first part.
Why can we not just measure the surface of the Earth to prove what it is?
Why are you asking me that? You asked me if I have a proof, right? And we're now talking about the proof that I presented, and now you say, why can't we do something else?
Well, your proof made no sense. Does anybody else want to talk to this guy?
Okay, I'm trying to explain that to you. I can try to make it a little bit easier. Did you understand what I mean?
No, you were too vague.
You don't want to talk to me anymore. Then just mute yourself, and I'm talking to someone else. You have to decide.
You're making assumptions about the things you're looking at in the sky. Okay.
Exactly.
Now, we would say that the stars are moving, right?
Okay. How are they moving?
I don't know. Okay. I don't know what the stars are, and I don't think you can validate what the stars are. Nobody can because we can't go and check.
Exactly.
We can hold on.
Yeah.
Right. You want. Okay. I listened to everything you said nice and patiently.
Okay, I thought you'd done. That's why I spoke. But I stopped, right? As soon as I noticed you wanted to say something. What did you want to say?
Okay, so I would say that the stars, right, are moving in the sky because that's what we observe. We observe the stars, the planets, the sun, and the moon all making particular paths in the sky. Now, you would say the opposite, right? You would say that they appear to be moving because the Earth is actually spinning. Okay, and I would say that you don't have any evidence for that. What we observe is the motion of the stars, the sun and the moon and the planets, all moving in the sky in particular cycles. Okay, I would say also that we can go and measure the surface of the Earth and prove that it's not a globe, and that's been done. That's the best method, right? It's called empirical evidence.
Right, but now you're
empirical
moving on to
testing.
another topic.
No, it's all completely related, right? But you know what a prerequisite is? A prerequisite.
No, I was asked how to prove it yourself, right? You
It
can
doesn't
also
prove
go
it.
out
I'm
and measure.
explaining to you. Okay, so if I measured the surface,
Why are
of
you
the Earth,
interrupting me?
because I wasn't finished, and you don't seem to understand the rebuttal. Okay,
You're
so,
going to. I presented my proof, and you don't want to talk
it's
about
not
my
a proof. I'm explaining why it's not a proof.
My attempt at a proof. I'm
It's not a
presenting
proof.
my attempt at a proof. It is
Well, you
an
failed.
attempt.
You
It is-
failed.
I did not
You've
fail.
already
You
failed.
moved on to another topic. You said, I
No,
don't believe
what's
that.
the topic that
and
I
you
changed
moved on.
to? What's the topic that I changed
To
to?
measuring
I'm
the
still-
ground instead of staying at my attempt
Yeah.
at a proof.
Yeah. So would that debunk your proof? If the ground measured
Moving
flat?
on to measuring the ground?
Would that debunk your proof?
No, it would not. But it's
Really?
not
Listen to what
something
you
that
just
I
said.
can do
Hold on a second.
myself
Shut up
easily.
for a second.
Why are you so offended?
Because you don't understand, right? Yeah, 1 second.
You're getting really agitated. I'm presenting my attempt at a proof, and you're trying
No.
to do something totally else.
Okay, so
other,
this is
instead
how
of talking
ridiculous.
why my
This
proof
is how
doesn't work.
This is how ridiculous your proof is. I just asked you if we measured the actual surface of the Earth and it wasn't curving, then that wouldn't debunk your claim.
I
right?
did not
That's
say
so-
that.
That's exactly what you just said.
I did not. You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay. So if we went and measured and observed
Yeah.
the surface of the Earth and it was consistently not curving,
Yeah.
it can't be a globe, and that would debunk your claim. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, there you go. That's been done, right? So it puts an end to your silly claim.
We're not talking about what has been done by someone else. We're talking
Yes,
about
we
what
are.
can. No, we're not. Let me state that again. What
would you just
this
agreed?
is based on? Let me
you
please,
just
please let me talk.
You just agreed, right? That if we went and tested the surface of the Earth and it wasn't curving, then that would debunk your claim. That's been done. Okay?
Why don't you let me talk?
Because you're an idiot. You're an idiot. that's
Thanks.
why.
Why are you insulting? Why are you getting so emotional?
Everything you're saying is redundant. That's why.
Yeah, it's retarded.
It's
I'll use
not.
that word. It is completely
Okay.
retarded. This
Whenever
is why
you
it's
want.
retarded. Okay. I said, right, if we go and test the surface of the Earth and it's not curving, that would debunk your claim. I said that's been done, right? And you just want to keep repeating the claim that I already said that we've debunked. That's retarded. That's ridiculous. It's kind of pointless having a conversation with someone that's unable to follow along with basic logic. Okay? If it's a ball, it must have curvature. That's a pre-requirement for your claim about the stars. And you just agreed that if we went and did that, it would debunk your claim. Now you just want to repeat the claim over and over again. And you're not able to have a normal conversation. That's why I have to mute you like a child. That's why you were muted when I came in here, and now I can see why, right? Because you're unable to have a normal conversation. I'll give you a chance to have a normal conversation, but if it doesn't work out, I'm just going to put you back on mute because I'm not here to waste my time with idiots that can't have a normal conversation. Very simple.
He's still there, DJ? Did you unmute him?
Yeah, he's still there.
Oh, are you done saying what you want to say? I'm not going to repeat what I said before.
Can you just please
You
follow
need to
the
acknowledge
logic
what
that
you need
DJ
to
just laid
acknowledge.
out for you there?
Yeah.
Sorry, DJ,
Yeah, I
go
can.
ahead.
First of all, to make sure that I understood what you said, right? I will repeat the core of it.
Yeah.
Right. For one, you don't want me to repeat my claim, even though I was asked how I would prove that the Earth is round. Then you asked me if we measured, hypothetically, you said, if we measured the Earth and we found out it is flat, would that then disprove that the Earth is round? And you cannot answer that with no. Yes, if
I
you
didn't
measured
say
something.
hypothetically. I didn't say hypothetically. I said we have
I know.
done
Yes,
that.
you didn't. You didn't. But you said if we measured the Earth and it was flat, would that then? And yes, that's correct. If we measure something and we measure, oh, it's flat, then it is flat.
Okay, it's been done.
Right? Yes, and the Earth has also been measured, right? And we found out, oh,
By
okay,
us.
it's by people, right? It's I think it's the
It's not curving.
6th century. We found
Oh,
out,
really?
oh, it has
Really?
to be
How
round.
did you do that? No, you didn't.
2 sticks in the
You
ground.
didn't. Oh my God, Eratosthenes did not measure
Exactly.
the Earth. He didn't measure the Earth.
Yes, he did. Why did he not?
No, he didn't. He measured a shadow length, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to. He wasn't trying to work out if the Earth was a globe or flat.
Well, I don't know, but he did.
Well, what are you even talking about it if you haven't studied it? Right?
I
I
have.
have studied it. Well,
Yeah, me
you
too.
don't even know what he was trying to do. You just said that.
Well, I know what he did. And he found out that the
he
Earth.
didn't measure. He wasn't trying
Yeah.
to determine whether the Earth was a globe or not. He
did
already
he try?
assumed. He already assumed that the Earth was a globe,
Okay.
right? And he was trying to calculate, based on the assumption that the Earth is a globe, how big the globe he already pre-assumed is. Okay, so he didn't actually measure the Earth or prove that the Earth was a globe or anything like that, right? He just
Why
made
not?
an assumption because he already believed it was a globe. Okay, and then he measured the length of a shadow, right? And then he did some mathematics based off his pre-assumptions.
Right.
He didn't
But
actually,
how do you explain what he did and what he saw?
because he pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe, and he did his calculation purely based off the length of a shadow at a particular location. Okay, so based on the pre-assumption that the Earth is already a globe, he tried to calculate how big the globe was that he thought that he lived
I mean,
on. He wasn't.
I know you
So
said
that's
it
not
for
what
the
we're
third
talking
time.
about. So okay, so I'm talking about actually going out and measuring the surface of the Earth to try to find the curvature of the Earth that would have to be there. He didn't do that, right? He just pre-assumed that he was already standing on a globe and did calculations based off the length of a shadow.
Okay,
so
can I ask you
measuring the
something?
length of it, or just measuring the length of a shadow doesn't determine whether the Earth's a globe or not.
Okay, so if you go out, right, and you do exactly what he did, you have 2 sticks, and at the same time, in one place of the Earth, the shadow is the way he saw it, right? There was no shadow, and the other one had a long shadow, right? How would you be able to explain both those lengths on a flat Earth? Exactly.
Okay, so you could do the exact same thing right now in a room in your house with the light on the ceiling, and you can put one stick under the light and you'll have no shadow. And then you can put another stick on the other side of the room and you're going to have a shadow.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Obviously,
you're saying
your
the
floor
Earth is much smaller than we claim
No,
the Earth to be?
I didn't say that. I said it's based on the assumption. So you could calculate the circumference of your flat floor if you made the same assumptions that Eratosthenes made. But really, your floor is flat, right? You know that the
Right,
floor
but
you're
we did it
standing
on the Earth, right? Not in a room, right? So something has to be different. So either it is the way we
nothing's
say the Earth is
It's
round,
the-
and
it's not the same. No, okay. So if you assume that the Earth is flat and that the sun is closer and the sun rays come out divergent
okay.
instead of so if you have a local light source, you have divergent sun rays, and if you have he assumed that the sun was an infinite distance away for his test, and he had pre-assumed that the sun rays come in perfectly parallel.
Yeah.
And he pre-assumed that he was standing on a globe, right? So
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, so it's hold on.
how
Let
far
me
is
just
the sun away?
let me just. I don't make claims about the sun because I can't go and test the distance to the sun. It's
Yes, you can.
impossible to do. No, you cannot do
With 2
that.
sticks.
No, he wasn't trying to determine the distance to the sun.
No, but you can.
No, you cannot.
No, I mean
sun-
you can if you go
Okay,
out.
tell me
and
the
use
method.
two
Tell me the
sticks
method.
and-
Tell me the
Yes,
method
okay,
to calculate the distance to the sun with 2 sticks.
Okay, you assume that the Earth is flat. You go out with 2 sticks, right? And you
No,
see
just the
that
distance to the sun. Don't worry about whether the Earth is flat or not. Just tell me the distance to the sun with 2 sticks.
Yes, well, you have to say that. Well, you have to say what the Earth is, right? And you say the
How?
Earth is flat.
Okay, how did you determine that?
You said it, right? So that's how science works.
Why are we?
You say-
No, this isn't
Can I-
science.
please, don't
Okay,
interrupt
hold on.
me.
This is ridiculous
Please.
because you're trying to change the topic.
It's really hard to
determining
have
the
a
distance.
conversation with you.
It's hard to have a conversation with you. I'm one of the easiest people to have a conversation.
You're not listening to me. You're always interrupting
No,
me.
because what you're saying is absolutely ridiculous. Because you haven't.
That's not how a conversation works. If you want to talk to me,
this topic,
talk
and what
to
you're
me.
saying right now is factually moronic and incorrect. Right?
You're
And
not
it's kind
even
of
listening to
boring
me.
to
You
have
don't
a
know what I want to tell you.
No, I do. You're trying to say
You're
that you can
constantly
calculate
interrupting.
Dude, you're trying because we're not talking about calculating the distance to the sun. We're talking
Yes,
about
we are right
trying
now.
No, we're trying to determine who measured that the Earth is a globe.
What
And
the
it wasn't
fuck?
No,
No,
it wasn't.
no,
Yes,
no.
yes,
Right
yes.
now, you even ask me, how do I do that? How do I measure the distance to the sun? I know you're like,
Yeah, because
we're
you
not
changed
talking
the
about
topic.
how.
I'm trying to get it back on topic.
Okay, let's go to the
Okay, go
very
ahead.
initial
Okay,
topic.
let's do this retarded thing with the sticks and the sun distance.
We're not
Go ahead.
talking
Tell me-
about that.
Tell me
Let's
how
go
you do
back
it.
to the
Tell me
initial
how you do
topic.
it.
You wanted to do that.
Okay, let's do it then.
Okay, the initial topic was the question: how do
Mm-hmm.
I figure out if the Earth is flat or round myself right now?
Yep.
Right? How would you do that?
Okay, I would go out, find a large body of water, which I have done. Okay, and then I would calculate how much curvature there would have to be over that distance, and then I would test for the curvature. Okay,
Yeah, how do you do that?
I would look for. How would I know
How
that?
did you?
Okay,
How did you
do that? Okay, so I lived on a very large lake called Lake Macquarie in Australia, and we had a 20-kilometer stretch of water across the lake, right? Shoreline to shoreline, 20 kilometers. Okay, so I had a boat, and I bought a Nikon P900 super zoom camera. Then I was able to go out on my boat, go to one shoreline of the lake, set up the camera at a specific height, and then zoom across the lake to the other shoreline. I did it about 20 different times. Okay, so you can do it from different heights. So
Yeah, what
do you
heights
wanna
do you use?
Okay, let's go with 1 foot.
What else?
Okay, what height? 1 foot. Okay, so let's calculate the distance to the horizon on
What
the globe.
are the heights that you used?
I used all different heights. 1
Yes,
foot,
what are the
3
heights?
foot, 5 foot, 6 foot. Which one? Which one do you want to go with?
Oh, I want to know all 20.
What?
You said you had 20 different heights that you used.
Yeah, it's all different
Exactly.
heights.
What are
different
all
days.
the 20 heights that you set up your camera and then went onto the other side of the?
Well,
of
there
the
wasn't 20 different heights. It was the same height quite often in different conditions.
Okay, then you're contradicting
What
yourself.
does-
You said you
No, I
set the
didn't.
camera up at 20 different heights.
20 kilometers. That was the only time 20 was mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay, then I misunderstood that. So you only set it up at one height, and then you just added. Okay,
Let's
you
go
calculate
over
at any height.
let's go over an actual real world long distance observation right now that's been done.
No, what you did. I just want to know what you
Okay,
did. Don't change the
okay,
topic. Let's stay there, right? You set it
Okay,
up
so
at
I
only
set
one
the camera
height,
up at
1
various
foot. And then what?
Okay, and then I calculated how far away the horizon would have to be on a globe, the geometric horizon. Okay, the distance is
So you-
1.225
You
miles.
assume that the Earth is round.
Yeah, I'm testing for the curvature, right? So they tell us the radius, so we can calculate how far away the horizon would be.
But isn't that a
That's
mistake?
how would that be a mistake, right? We're
I don't
testing
know.
for the curvature that would have
I
to
don't
be
quite
there.
understand that, but that's what I've been told here many times, or what I heard here, right?
Oh my god.
That's wrong what he said,
You're an
because he
idiot,
assumed that the Earth is round. So that doesn't work. So it's all
assuming
diddly
the
We're not
widdly.
talking about
Right.
Eratosthenes anymore, idiot.
No,
We're not
I know,
talking
I know,
about
I know.
Eratosthenes.
I know, but that's the explanation on, for example, what I brought up with the stars,
No,
right? Someone told
somebody
me.
else has made a fucking
One second, please,
positive
please,
claim
just let me
regarding
finish
nature
my
here.
sentence.
No, you need to listen. You need to
Okay,
listen.
I'm listening. Fine.
He's testing a
I'm gonna be the
positive
grown up
claim
and listen
that's
to
been
you.
brought to him. You're not going to listen?
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, so
He is
you asked
testing a
me,
positive claim.
you asked me how would I test to know whether it's a globe or not. Okay, now
Yeah.
I'm walking you through the method.
Yeah.
And you're trying to drag it back to the stars again. It's got nothing to do with my method.
To anything, right? Anytime someone is coming here and saying, okay, I did this and that, they say, okay, you assumed the Earth is round, so everything following that is
No, we're
diddly widdly.
we're testing for
That's
the
exactly what
curvature,
one of the mods
you
here
idiot.
said.
We're testing for the curvature. So over that distance, there has to be a certain amount of curvature if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so we can calculate how much curvature there would have
But
to
wait,
be.
wait, you just
Oh
skipped
my
what I
God.
said. You're
I'm
not
the one.
addressing
You
that
asked-
at all.
You asked me how I would verify if the Earth is flat or a globe. I'm trying to walk you through the method, right? But you're too much of a hyperactive retard to follow along with the conversation correctly. Okay, this is extremely difficult talking to you. You're manic and annoying. Okay, so you want to follow along or not? Or I can just kick your ass out of here.
Did you understand what I was asking? What
You
my
don't
issue
understand
was?
what I'm asking. What's the issue? What's the issue?
Okay.
Tell me.
Okay. The issue was, just to explain it, one of the mods here, that was not you, right? Granted, it was not you. It's someone else responded to my proof or disproof of a round Earth by saying, okay, you assumed that the Earth is round, so anything after that is diddly. It's just diddly, right? So he just dismissed that. So I just want to hear from you, is that true, or does it not matter if
What
you
does that
assume
have
that
to
the
do
Earth
with
is
the
round or flat?
observation that I'm trying to present right now?
Nothing.
Hold on, sir. I think what he's saying though is that you're using the Earth. You're using the Earth as a globe. That's his problem right now, because you're saying that if we're assuming the Earth is a globe, we can't use an assumption. That's what his point is. He's trying to tell you, why are you using the Earth as a globe if we're just assuming that it's a globe? Isn't that what you're saying, sir?
Wasn't it you saying that everything after assuming the Earth is round was diddly?
I'm trying to get clarification here.
Yeah. But
Isn't
it
that
was
what you're
you,
saying?
right?
No.
No, there was some. Oh, it was obvious. It'd be.
Okay, can you
maybe.
answer the question though? Isn't that what you're asking?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah. So basically, you're saying that if he's saying that he's using the Earth as a globe, then he's assuming the Earth is a globe, and he can't use that. That's what you're trying to tell him, right?
No, not quite. A good thing that you're trying to clarify. I think to measure if something is a globe or flat, you have to first say, okay, it's flat, right? So now I'm measuring.
No, wait. No,
Wait a
that's what
second.
I'm going to tell you why I'm going to clarify the where you're talking past him and he's trying to get you to realize. Okay, so what you're doing right now is saying you have to use the Earth as flat. No, he's saying there's a claim on the table right now.
No, I'm not.
The claim. Hold on,
You're
I know
misunderstanding me.
listen, brother. I'm telling you what he's telling you right now. He's basically saying there's a claim on the table. The claim is that the Earth is a globe. You didn't make it. You didn't. Okay, listen to this. You didn't make the claim. It's already being like academia is saying that the Earth is a globe. Essentially,
Okay.
so we're testing that claim that the Earth being a globe would have to be geometric by way of measurement on the surface. So he's going through a method to show you that the claim of the Earth being a globe, not that you made it, but that it's
And I think
been
that's
made.
valid. I think that's valid, and that's how you should prove or disprove something. But I don't
so
think you understood why I brought that up. Do you?
But you didn't need to, because he doesn't need to use what you think is like his. Oh, let me start with a flat Earth.
No,
and then test it
you're
that way. He's not
misunderstanding
doing
me. You think that I want him to assume that the Earth is flat, right?
Sounds like it to me. I don't know about
exactly. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I said earlier I was talking to someone else, and he said, "Okay, you're assuming that the Earth is round, and
You're
you
not
cannot
talking
do that.
to him
You have
now.
to." No, I
You're
know.
not
I just
talking
had
to him. So
one
why
second.
did you interrupt me?
I just wanted
to go back to
I
a
just had
previous
one question
conversation?
for you. I just had one question for you. What's your
wasn't
your
even
thought about
talking
that?
to you when I said that. I was talking to Corazon.
You were talking to me. I was muted in chat. I was sending him the message to send, right? So it doesn't matter if you were talking to me or him.
It doesn't matter. Why are you
Exactly.
referencing
I
an
just
old
have one.
conversation with someone
Yeah,
else when
I
you're
can
speaking
explain
to
it.
someone different?
I can answer that, right? You asked me why I'm referencing that. I'm not asking you, right? I'm asking him, who I was talking to, the anti-globalist, what his thought is about what he's doing himself, because you said what he is doing, right? Assuming that the Earth is round, makes any tests invalid. I just wanted to hear from him if he thinks, yes, you can't do that, and I'm still doing that for whatever reason, or no, that's stupid. You have to assume that it's round or flat to test if it's round or flat.
We're testing
Nobody's
the
assuming.
claim.
You were
We're
talking about Aristotle.
Yeah, if you would
Sorry,
just
continue.
listen, right, you wouldn't even be interrupting me. It would make perfect sense, okay?
I had
the
a
claim
question.
The claim
Can you
on the
answer that
table-
question?
Yeah, it's completely different, right? Eratosthenes has nothing to do with an
It's not.
empirical
Yeah, it's not about
observation.
him. It's about what I said before, right?
Why
and
did you
obvious
interrupt?
indeed.
You asked me a
told
question, and then
Yeah.
while I was answering your question, You interrupted
Because you're
me
not
and brought
answering
up
my
a
question. You misunderstood my
you-
question.
You brought up something from a previous conversation that has absolutely no relation to what
We
I'm
could
trying
have
to present
answered
to
it
you.
in less than a minute. Why do you not want to answer that?
What's your question? Just quickly
Okay.
spit your question out so we can move forward.
Okay, do you think that it's a valid procedure to assume that the Earth is round to test if it's round, and to assume that it's flat to test that it's flat, without everything coming after that being diddly?
You can't assume things if you're trying to
Okay.
make a claim about the nature of reality.
Then why are you doing that?
I'm not doing that.
Yes, you're trying to find out if the Earth is round, and you say, okay, the Earth is round. So
No.
Hold on, I'm gonna stop him, dude. I that's exactly what I was saying he was doing, and he said that's not what he's doing. Isn't that what I just said?
It's
I said that's
exactly
what
you said. Yeah.
That's exactly what you're doing, dude.
well, he said it,
What?
right? I'm going
I
over the
told you.
lake.
Dude.
Okay,
oh, no,
go
I'm
back
gonna
to the
stop you.
lake. Go back to the lake, and keep going. Let's ignore the question.
Mm,
This guy is as confused as all get up, dude. I'm the one that told him that's what he's doing. And he did exactly what I said he was telling. He thinks that because you're assuming the Earth is a globe. I'm like, dude, the claim on the table is you're testing the claim that the Earth is a globe. You're not making the assumption. You're testing the claim that it's already presumed to be one. So you're not making the assumption. It's already there. So you're just testing that claim. He is like, this guy
is so bricked.
Yeah, he-
I'm putting it forward. This guy might genuinely be mentally challenged.
I
Keep it in
I
mind.
think so. Yeah.
I'm gonna mute him, but I don't know what else he's gonna come up with.
It seems like he's just wasting time on purpose to me, but I could be wrong.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so this is what's going to happen, Cosmos.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to
Okay.
control the conversation.
All right.
Okay, so if the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3959, that's what the globe Earthers claim.
Mhm.
Okay, that's the claim. So I'm going out, right, and testing that claim to see if it's true or false.
Okay.
When we put that claim against reality. Okay, so if we go out to a large body of water, we
Yeah.
can calculate how much curvature there should be over X distance
Yeah.
based off the claim that the globe Earthers make, right,
Yeah.
of the 3959 mile radius.
Mhm.
Okay, and then when we go and test that, there's zero curvature and it doesn't match up with the mathematics
Mhm.
that is claimed to be attached to the globe Earth, right, that
Yeah.
people believe in.
Yeah.
Okay,
What should
so
you see
let's-
when you go that far out?
Okay, so let's go over it. Okay, so I'm going to
Yeah.
actually present an observation that was done. And
By you.
Can, no, this is done by a guy named Dr. John D, who's a PhD
Okay.
in optics.
Let's not do that. We were at your observation,
Yeah,
right?
but I don't have. I didn't do it, right? I didn't film mine.
Ah, okay.
I just.
Okay.
yeah,
no,
so
then
I
the
don't have-
conversation is over. Fine. You didn't do it.
You're right. So I have ones that other people have done because I didn't do it, right, to present it to people. I did it to double check it for myself. Okay, because I saw a bunch of observations that didn't match up with the globe. So I wanted to go and validate for myself that this is correct, right? And that was validated.
Right. It's about
Okay,
what we
so-
can do right now. What I can see with my own eyes. Right.
Yeah, so I'm showing you a real observation that you can see with
By
your
someone
own
else.
eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so have you ever personally gone out and measured the Earth?
Yes.
Okay.
As I said
do you
before,
have
I'm
anything
a
to present
pilot. I
right
do
now?
that.
Do you have
I
anything
do that
to
on a
present
regular
right now?
basis.
Okay, so what did you do? Present it right now.
I was navigating while flying.
No, you have to show it to me. You have to show it to me.
I don't have to show it to you.
Yes, you do. But I have to show my observation to you.
You wanted
Oh, wait.
to. You told me. That's what
No,
I
I didn't.
did.
No,
Yes, you did.
Exactly. No, I didn't say that I was showing you a video of it.
I didn't say video. You came up with a video just now.
Okay, well, how can I show you? That you can, how can you see it with your eyes?
Well, you brought it up, right? I was
Oh
talking
my
about
God.
something
You-
totally
you
different,
meant-
and you started talking
if
about.
you're flying planes, then that's crazy.
I'm not.
I hope not. Lowly, put
Planes
yourself
aren't the
on
only
mute,
thing that
please.
fly, but okay, that's off topic. Sorry.
Well,
Yeah.
what do you fly?
So I can present the observation to you verbally, if you
From
want.
someone else, okay?
No. I can present my observation to you verbally, if you like.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, then go ahead.
Okay. So I set the camera up on one side of the lake. Okay, at 1 foot off the surface of the
Sorry,
water.
how 20 miles, 20 kilometers?
20 kilometers is the distance from point A to point B. Yeah.
Yeah.
20 kilometers. Okay, and I set the camera up at 1 foot observation height.
Yeah, of the water, above the water.
Above the water, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so based off the globe radius, the horizon should be 1.225 miles away. Okay, the horizon being where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
If observed from 1 foot height or from the ground?
From 1 foot height.
Yeah, are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so the horizon should be 1.225 miles away. And hold on, who we got?
Can we get rid of that noise?
Anu, what are you doing? Shut up.
That sounded kind of racist of you.
Really? How do you know I'm not Indian?
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't. So shut up. All right. Let's go over the
Australian
observation.
accent.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of Indian people in Australia too. Who cares, dude?
I just said
you can do my
sounded-
accent if you want.
I didn't say that
if
you
I did an
just
American accent,
sounded.
would that be like shut the hell up, dude?
It would also be a racist, I would say.
Really?
1.225 kilometers away the horizon. Yeah, let's get back on topic.
Yeah. Okay. So that's where the horizon should be. Okay, the distant shoreline on the other side of the lake should be obstructed by a certain amount.
By how much?
Check exactly. 83 feet. Okay, so it should be hidden behind the horizon, obscured by 83 feet.
83 feet. It's very confusing to use kilometers and feet.
Okay, well, let's just use, what do you want to use? Meters?
Yeah, let's stick with a metrical system.
Okay, 25.5 meters.
Okay, and how high did you set up your camera?
1 foot, which is 30 centimeters.
Approximately. So okay, yeah. In the original, the calculations you did with feet.
Does it really matter? Yeah, I like to use
because 30 centimeters is not 1 foot.
I like to use feet and miles, but I can do both. So 30 centimeters is 1 foot.
It's just all over the place. Yeah, okay. It's just confusing me, but if you can work with that, that's fine.
Okay. Well,
25.5 meters.
Just pick
is what you
one.
said, right? Yeah, metric system, please.
Okay, 30 centimeters. I just said that. 30 centimeters is the height. Okay. Distance to the horizon, 1.97 kilometers. Okay, and then the shoreline on the other side should have been obstructed by 25.5 feet. But I was able to zoom in and see no horizon at all over the entire lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake without any obstruction.
Okay, just to clarify, the horizon should be 1.225 kilometers away or 1.97 kilometers?
1.25 miles, which is 1.97 kilometers. We're doing
1.25, not 225.
1.22. Just say 1.22. It's close enough.
Okay, so not 1.25, but 1.22. And what was it, 1.97 kilometers?
Yeah, so we're doing it in metric now, so just don't worry about any of the other numbers I was giving you, okay? So I'll go over it quickly. Distance to the object.
Just the 1.97 kilometers that you named last. What was that?
Yeah, that's kilometers, distance to the horizon.
And what was it, 1.225?
Miles.
Oh, that was miles. Okay, I thought it was kilometers. Sorry. So that's 1.97. All right, thanks. Thanks for the patience with me.
Okay, so I could consistently zoom in, see no horizon over the entire 20 kilometers, and then I would see no obstruction. I could see the white sand beach on the other side of the lake consistently.
Okay.
Okay, so the horizon must be at 1.97 kilometers if the Earth's a globe, right? Because of the geometry of the globe, it's a byproduct of the curvature based off the height of the observer. It must be there. And the obstruction of the shoreline on the other side, 25 meters, right, should have been, it should be hidden behind the horizon and obstructed by 25 meters.
25 meters at 20 kilometers.
Yeah.
So I can use a lake at 5 kilometers, put something up that's what, a little bit taller than a human, and I shouldn't be able to see the human.
I would have to redo the calculation for a 5 kilometer distance.
Approximately, what would be the smallest I should put there to definitely not see it? I'm just trying to figure out if I can find a body of water close to me.
A 5 kilometer distance. Let me check.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what I have close to me, just to do the same thing that you did.
You need a decent sized body of water, otherwise there's not going to be a lot of curvature, right? Because it's 8 inches per mile squared, so it exponentially drops off as you go further away, right? So over 10 miles you would have 66 foot of drop, but over 20 miles you would have 260 foot approximately of drop, right? It's exponential.
20 meters. What was the last number?
20 miles, 66 foot. 10 miles, 66 foot.
Yeah.
20 miles, 260 foot approximately.
At 5 kilometers. So
5 kilometers, you would only have
3 miles. Oh, it's 3 miles.
You would only have like 196 centimeters of drop over 5 kilometers.
Okay, that's perfect. That's more than a human.
That's based. Right, but that's just how much curvature there would be over that distance. Now, if you're going to set up a camera at 30 centimeters height, there would only be 72 centimeters obstructed. Right, so the distance to the horizon would be at 1.95. So what you want to test for is that horizon line.
Okay.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example in the side chat, right? Because this is the easiest thing to test for is the horizon. Okay, so the horizon, you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond the horizon.
Right, yeah, exactly. From 1 foot high.
Yeah.
From this point, I should be able to see all that. That should be plenty. Distance to here. Oh, I have 75 kilometers. That's easy. Oh, I can't get there. That's gonna be an issue. I can get here. That's perfect. Measure distance from here to. I have access to this shit here. 26 kilometers. Okay, perfect. I'm just above that. I can do the same. And have a look at that. So you were able to see the ground. There was no drop at all. There was
no
nothing
obstruction.
obscured. So
yeah.
Okay.
I've got observations up to about 35 kilometers just here.
Yeah.
That have been very well documented. Where we see zero obstruction.
And you yourself didn't take any pictures?
No. Well, I did, but I'm actually in Europe at the moment, and
me too.
I did that back in 2018, right?
Where are you?
I'm in Poland at the moment.
Poland. Okay. Nice. I'm in Germany.
Mm-hmm. So that's why I was trying to show you one that's been very, very well recorded, rather than something that I can't show you visuals for. So
yeah, how did they record that to make sure there's no one that can doubt that? Why do you say it's well recorded?
It's well recorded because it's been done in high definition, and it's showing the entire process of him setting up the camera, measuring the height of the camera, the weather conditions, the location, everything has been well accounted for in the video.
Okay. Do you think that's proof for someone who wasn't there. I see the video, whatever, right? Everything that they did. Do you think that's proof that the Earth's flat, or would there be something where I can say, okay, no, that they faked it, or they maybe
it's not. It's well, you could say that they faked it if you want, right? But
was it a reason?
This is the thing. This is the thing. Anyone can go and reproduce these tests themselves, and there's been thousands that have been done that have been recorded in high definition. Okay, anyone can call them. You can call the video fake if somehow someone was able to fake doing this, which is not possible if you actually looked at the video. Okay, it's not possible to fake it because you can go on Google Maps or Google Earth, and you can go and stand exactly where he was standing. Right, he shows you his coordinates, and it's a known
CGI
location
or something, right?
Well, it would have to be amazing, undetectable CGI that has been repeated on different days at a known location, right? So you think this guy's going out doing the best CGI? Sure, just go do it yourself.
Maybe,
if you want to
It could be a huge government, but it's hard to fake that. It's impossible.
Okay, so let's have a look at it, and you can just judge using your common sense if you think this is CGI. Well, let's have a look at the observation.
It's fine. We don't have to. I believe that. You know the last experiment, right? Sorry?
The what experiment? Well, just look in the side chat. Does this look like CGI to you?
Oh, I don't have the side chat anymore. I've been banned from that.
You can still see it, can't you?
No, it's gone. But what I said was the last experiment. You heard about that, right?
What experiment? The final experiment.
There you go. The final experiment, right? The 24-hour sun in South Pole.
Yeah.
Right. What do you think about that? You think that was faked?
No, it wasn't faked. It was it was a crazy church pastor.
It was.
Right.
It was crazy shot.
That's the sky, not the ground, by the way.
Yeah. So there were some flat earthers making some silly claims. Okay, and they were saying that a particular map and model, right, with a flat Earth map and model. Okay, so this super church preacher went to debunk these flat earthers that were making silly claims, right? And that's what happened. Okay, so it didn't debunk flat Earth in any way. It debunked some really dumb flat earthers making terrible arguments.
So you agree that on the South Pole there's a 24-hour sun?
Yes.
Okay, and on the North Pole there's not at the same time?
Not at the same time, no.
Okay, how does that work on the flat Earth?
I don't make claims about. I don't know exactly what the sun is, what medium the sun is, or exactly how the sky works, right? But whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a provably flat surface, a topographical plane Earth.
Yeah. Is your claim that it is possible on a flat Earth?
Well, it has to be because the surface, when tested, shows no curvature whatsoever.
Well, if tested, it also shows a curvature. It has been done multiple times.
Well, okay, I disagree. So go ahead and present your evidence for Earth curvature.
I can do it. I don't have anything at hand right now. It would take too long.
There isn't anything. I used to think there was. Well, there actually isn't.
Okay. What did you think there was?
What did I okay, well, I just assumed, right, that obviously people would have gone out and measured the surface of the Earth to prove it's a globe, right? But
no one ever claimed that they did.
Well, once you look into it, you'll find that people haven't actually done that.
Well, I will look into it, and I will find something where people measured it.
Mm-hmm.
And
please bring it here because we're looking for that stuff. That's what we.
Yeah, exactly. I will. That would be great. My thought right now is without having those experiments. If you, on one hand, have this experiment that with the sticks, right, where you say, okay, the sun would have to be this far away if the Earth was flat, then at the same time, you cannot have the 24-hour sun or the no sun at all.
Why?
On the flat, if you assume on both times the Earth is flat.
Why would you not be able to have that?
Well, because the sun is at a certain point, right? So if you are at the South Pole, you would see the sun there.
Why? How do you know why would you see the sun there?
Well, you see it because you see it. If you're at the South Pole, you see the sun there, right? That's just a fact. You are there, 24-hour sun. You see that the sun is going around you. Someone else is testing that, right? He's putting a stake in the ground. It's up there, so you can nail down where the sun is and how far it is away. And then you go to the North Pole.
Yeah, but you're still going to get daytime if you're standing in the United States while the sun is still doing what it's doing in the south.
Right, exactly. In the south, you see it. You have daytime in the US. Then you go to the North Pole, and all of a sudden, there's no sun.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right. That doesn't work. If we look at the sun, right? You see flames and all that, and there's no shade or something that would block the sun from going somewhere else.
Yeah. There is something that would block the sun.
What? You would have to see it.
No, you wouldn't have to see it. Okay, think about this. If you just go, just say it's summer and it's the middle of the day and you're at the ocean and you just go 200 meters deep into the ocean, to just 200 meters.
Yeah.
That you can't see the sun anymore and all of the light from the sun is gone, right? It's completely black.
Yes.
Okay, so
what transition is there?
Okay, so there's a medium, right, between you and the sun, which is absorbing the light from the sun.
Yes, exactly. But there's a transition, right? What kind of transition do you have if you go further and further down?
It gets darker and darker because the light is
getting more dim,
medium.
right? But if you go,
because of why?
Because it's being absorbed.
Okay, so that's a particular type of fluid medium. Okay, and the air is also a fluid medium as well. It also isn't completely transparent. So we have something called attenuation of light, and we also have the inverse square law of light. Okay, so as the sun pushes... hold on, let me finish. I'm nearly finished, and then you can respond.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so as the sun pushes through a medium that isn't transparent, it's going to become absorbed, right? The light's going to be scattered, and it's going to become absorbed basically by the medium. Okay, so the sun also does that through the medium of air. You can't see forever through the medium of air. The light can't push forever through the medium of air because it exponentially diminishes as it moves further away from the source. And we have the density of the air, right? Fog, dust, pollution, gases, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's correct. But if you go to the... Are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, if you go to the North Pole, right, by the south, it's in the southern hemisphere, the sun isn't just getting further away, right, and getting dimmer and dimmer. It's going towards the horizon, and then you can actually see that half of the sun is disappearing and it's going down.
Yeah, so now you're getting back into the claim of a geometric horizon again, which we've just falsified with the previous observation.
But that's what we actually see. So which observation is now correct?
Yeah, so we can show the same thing happening over a flat surface, and you're just pre-assuming that the reason that the sun would appear to do what it's doing as it sets is due to the Earth curvature. When we go out and test for the Earth curvature, it's not present. Okay, so
if we go out and test it is present. So there are tests for both.
It isn't,
right? That say, okay,
present
there is and there isn't.
I'm able to present tests that prove what I'm saying, right? And you're unable to present anything.
What you said is that the sun would get dimmer, right? But it's above me, and I see that it's going down to the horizon when I go to the North Pole.
It gets dimmer as
else.
The sun moves away from you, right? Things obviously go down in the distance due to perspective, right? As anything moves away or outside of your range of perspective, it's going to...
Yeah, but it never touches the horizon, even on a flat... On a flat plane, it would never... No, it would not touch.
No, it's not touching the horizon. It's not touching.
But you can see it if you zoom into it. You can see.
It's called linear perspective, right?
No, you can see that half.
Shush.
Look at it.
Hold on. It's appearing to converge with the horizon as it moves away. Okay, everything that moves away from you appears to converge with the horizon, right? It's called a point of convergence due to the way our eyes work and the way perspective works. The horizon itself is a product of perspective, right? It's a straight line between vanishing points. Now we have a thick atmosphere between us and the light source that we're looking at. So we have glare, we have atmospheric scattering, right? We have all sorts of different things that can happen when a light source moves away from us.
And none of that explains why you only see half the sun and half of it apparently below the horizon.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. The sun would have still be just getting dimmer.
No, it wouldn't just be getting dimmer. It does get dimmer, right? Because you're looking
It does get dimmer. It does shift in its wavelengths. It's getting redder.
Mhm.
That's all explainable with science, right? But it's clear that you have a half circle above
Well, it's not
the
getting
sky.
dimmer. It's just harder to see.
No, it's getting
Because-
dimmer. Well, the source
because
is
you're
getting
looking,
dimmer, yes.
you're looking through the denser part of the atmosphere, right? That's why it appears to be getting dimmer. It's not
Exactly,
actually
that's what I'm
getting
saying, right? It appears to be getting dimmer, not the sun is actually turning off its light.
dimmer.
But that's very good semantics. I should be more careful with that. But what you can
Yeah.
actually observe is that the sun is half visible and
Right,
half
but
not
things
visible.
can appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface. There's many examples of that happening, right? That's not something that's out of the question.
Exactly, and that proves around Earth, right? If something is
No, on a
disappearing
flat
over a
surface.
horizon and you only see
No, on
the
a
top
flat
of the boat,
surface.
not the bottom.
Okay, so that can happen on a flat surface, right? So if you knew a bit more about known miraging effects and things like that, right? We have sinking, where something would look like it's disappearing bottom up, even though it's not physically obstructed.
Right, but you always have this small line between the horizon and the object if you have a mirage.
No, you absolutely
Right, not it's
don't
touching
always. No, you don't.
It's always.
You don't. No,
Show
you
me
don't
one
always have
mirage
that.
where that's not the case.
Sinking.
Sinking. Yeah, okay, well
Yeah.
if something is sinking, it's sinking.
The line that you're talking about is called total internal reflection. And it's not present when you have sinking. It's present when you have an inferior mirage or a superior mirage.
How does sinking happen
It's when you have
compared to the mirage?
Sinking is just it's like a low key version of an inferior mirage. It's like a lesser inferior mirage.
So you still have the reflection and still have the line, just
No,
less.
you don't have total internal reflection present when you have sinking, according to the mainstream.
Well, if it's a kind of mirage, yes, you do.
No, you
Why
don't.
would you not have that?
Because you don't have much of a change in the refractive index gradient to create
not?
the
You
total
still have the
internal
same angle.
reflection. No, you don't have the angle, right? You don't have enough of a deviation of the light to create that angle where the light bounces over the top of your head and create that total internal reflection. You don't have that.
At what
He's
angle
trying to-
does that happen?
Hold on. One second, DJ. If you want any more questions, there's a lot of information supported online talking about inferior and superior mirage effects, and they also categorize them in the way they do, so that you can see for yourself that DJ is not just telling you this, but you can actually find out for yourself, because you're asking him a lot of questions and you're denying the fact that it's happening. But this is something that, as you pointed out, that people in science have already discovered. So you don't have to ask him so much what it means for yourself. You
did.
understand? Yeah. So it would categorize the superior miraging effects in different categories, like sinking, looming, towering, stooping.
You said I
lowering.
did.
So if you were to look for yourself, you'd find out that there's categories that qualify what it is for these miraging effects to occur. So that's what you need to do. You're grilling him on something that's already well established, is what I'm saying.
Well, you said I did. I don't understand what you meant with that.
Yeah, so Cosmos, just have a. I've unmuted you in the side chat, right? Because I want you to have a look at what I've just posted. Okay, so this is a flat floor. Okay, so this is an example of what I'm talking about with sinking.
Either it's not loading for me. Oh,
It should be
there,
there in a
Sky Free.
second.
Sky Free.
Okay, so have a look at this. So all he's done is set up some blocks across his flat floor, and he's put a light on the other side of the floor. Now, the only thing he's going to be manipulating is the temperature. Now, what you can see when he starts to manipulate the temperature is that it looks like some of the blocks start to disappear from the bottom up behind the flat floor horizon, right? And the red light completely disappears.
Yeah.
Now, they're not actually disappearing, right? It's just due to the way that the light is deviating, right?
Oh,
through
he's
the
he's
medium.
blowing hot air over the ground, or what is he doing?
Well, there would be cooler air above the warmer air, right? So the ground level air would be a bit warmer than the air above it. So the light, as it bounces off the objects, would deviate slightly upward, which would make the object in the distance look like it's sinking. That's why it's called sinking. It's when you have a warmer layer of air below.
But it's changing, right? The way I see it, it's changing. First you can see it, then you cannot see it.
Yeah, it's changing because of the effect of sinking. Okay, so what's happening?
Yeah, but why is there no sinking and then there's sinking?
Because he let some cool air into the room.
Cool air. Okay.
Yeah. So sinking will happen. Sinking will happen when you have cool air above warm air.
How much?
Right.
How much? Okay.
Well, he's got. If you look
I
at
guess that's not a question I should ask you.
You can ask any question you like. Someone hot micing.
Well, that didn't sound like it. AV was saying I should ask those questions somewhere else and not quote unquote grill you on it.
Yeah, so I mean, I can provide citations for all of these things, but all I'm saying is you don't see any mirroring effect here, right? If the floor was really, really hot, like the pavement on a hot day or the road on a hot day, then you would get a full-blown inferior mirage.
Yeah,
okay? And you would get that total internal reflection effect. But because we don't have a very big change in the refractive index gradient, which is controlled by temperature primarily, right?
Yeah.
Then we just have a little bit of deviation, not enough to cause the total internal reflection. I can show you a different example where we have a very hot surface, right? So it's very hot and then it cools down very quickly, and then you get a full-blown inferior mirage. Okay, so sinking is just a lesser version of an inferior mirage.
And the sinking will move the whole object down. Is that correct?
It will just make it appear lower, yeah.
But in that video that you posted, or the GIF that you posted, it also distorts it. Not only not moving the whole object down, but also moving it left and right. Do you know what I mean? So that the object itself has a different shape.
Well, it doesn't really have a different shape. It just appears to bend downward.
Yeah, exactly. So what's lower bends down more, right? The whatever object he has in the back, on the top it doesn't move, right? And it's only the bottom that moves down. The further to the horizon it is, the more it's bent down.
Yeah, all that's happening is as the light is bouncing off the object and going back towards the optic, it's deviating towards the denser medium,
right?
Which
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you give me permission to post something in the side chat?
You should have permission. I think.
I don't. I can see it now, but I don't have. You don't have permission to send.
I don't have permission to give. Like, I can't give people image permissions. You have to spend a certain amount of time in the actual server, and then you.
Oh no! I am able to post stuff. I was prevented from doing that.
Yeah,
I was posting that before.
See, have a look at what Yoda just posted. Quite often when we actually zoom right in on a sunset, what appears to be a sun that's actually setting from bottom up isn't quite doing what it appeared to do, right? We have green flashes.
I have an image of a sun that's going down where you can quite clearly say that you see only half of it. So I wanted to post that and see what you think about that.
Okay. So
you would have to allow me to post that.
Sometimes, right, quite often in the ocean, we can have other things that can cause bottom-up obstruction of the sun or boats or anything like that, right? Most commonly, just ocean swells, right? So when you're looking out over a huge distance, the ocean swells become uniform, and it looks pretty much like a flat surface. But due to the way perspective works, the ocean swells can very easily block the bottom portion of something that's further away from the ocean swells, kind of like how you can put your hand out in front of you and block a giant truck or a mountain, right? Because
who would be able to allow me to, or take away my rights to post stuff in the side chat?
Only the server administrators can give the permission to post.
No, it's someone, a mod in this channel. It's only with this channel. I can post in other channels still. So it's only about the Flat Earth channel.
Did you come into this channel a long time ago?
Today, or do you mean the first time?
Previously, the first time.
No, I don't think so. I was here like that was the third time, twice before in the last couple of weeks.
Right. So I was just wondering because we changed bots at some stage. I was just wondering if the old bot might still have some.
Oh no, I was texting with some. Oh, now I can. Okay, beautiful. Thanks. What do I have there? Oh, okay. It's a hole. You can see how it's moving down, and there's nothing moving. So this can't be the sinking effect, correct?
Well, yeah, we can see topography in the foreground. Okay, so we could have elevation changes, and we could absolutely.
What do you mean with elevation changes?
We can see that there's actual topography, right? There's like land between you and the sun. So there could be, so as the sun moves away, there can easily be higher land, right, between you and the sun, blocking the bottom portion of the sun
land
as it
doesn't
moves
change.
away. Well, how do you know that? What's the elevation of the land between point A and point B? What's the height of the
for one, on the bottom left, you see that there's a plant, right? It doesn't change, so the height of the observer doesn't change. And right in front of the sun, you see this little hump, so the sun is moving slightly to the right.
Okay, so the land underneath the hump, right, is probably kind of
growing.
Like the same as. No, it doesn't need to be growing, right? You understand the way perspective works, right? You can put your hand out in front of you. Like if that little plant. Right, if that little plant was in front of the sun and a bit bigger, it could block the entire sun.
Say again. What do you think the
things in the foreground?
The ground back there is
due to perspective. Things in the foreground, even smaller objects in the foreground, can block much larger objects in the foreground.
Yeah.
Okay,
but
so
nothing is moving here, right?
It doesn't need to be moving, right? You can have mountain ranges, right? Or just higher land, right? The elevation could be higher and it can be blocking the bottom portion of the sun as it moves away. Also, right?
Well,
we're not using a solar filter, so we can have a lot of glare present with the sun, which can make the sun look much bigger. If you looked at that same
with the elevation, is that actually something that you think could happen in this row of pictures, that the ground
like if you're standing, like just say you're standing in a yard, right, and there's a fence, okay, and then there's a semi-trailer just over the fence, and you can see the whole top of the semi-trailer. As the semi-trailer drives away from you, right, it's going to appear to disappear bottom up, even though the fence is only say 6 foot tall, right? It's going to block the entire truck.
Oh, okay. So you're saying you're looking up in this picture, and the sun is moving horizontally away from you, and it appears to be going down. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like if you just put your hand in front of your face, hold a coin above your hand, and then move the coin away, right? You eventually you're not going to be able to see the coin anymore.
Well, if everything is moving in a straight line away from you.
No, the only thing that's moving, that's moving is the sun.
Exactly, and you can see that it's moving to the bottom right. Right, it's also not getting smaller. The circumference of the sun is not getting smaller, so it's not going further away from you.
Smaller. It's not local enough to get smaller as it moves.
Oh, so it's too far away to change in size?
Well, obviously.
Even though it's right at the horizon?
Yeah, the horizon isn't that far away, right? You don't have a huge
right, exactly, but the sun is very far away.
We don't know exactly what the sun is, do we? Or how far away
but we can assume what it is from those pictures, right? If we see that the sun isn't changing at all from the size, what do we know of that?
Okay, so if that was the moon, right? Just say that would happen to be the moon right there.
Yeah.
Okay, it would look exactly the same size, angularly. So you wouldn't be able to say if it's 93 million miles away or 250,000 miles away. Just based on looking at it.
We know that it's not close by, right? Because if it's close by, it would change in size if it moved away. So if we assume, okay, the sun is not going down, but it's actually moving away from us, mostly.
Define what you mean by close by.
Well, so close that you can't say the size isn't changing.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because that was your argument. Why?
Well, not really. I mean, you're also looking through a ton of thick air. So you're going to have scattering. You're going to have glare. You're going to have a little bit of magnification just due to the lensing effects of the atmosphere as well. So you've got all of these things you need to take
Right, but
into
that doesn't
consideration.
change what we see there, right? We see that the sun doesn't appear to get dimmer. The shape of the sun isn't changing.
No, it does get dimmer. Like you can look at the sun without sunglasses on when it's sunset, but you can't look at the sun when it's
I'm talking
above.
about the pictures that I sent last. Right?
Yeah,
you
so-
see that.
Yeah, but if you were standing there looking at that sun, right, it's obviously it's dimmer than when it's up in the sky higher.
Right, but I'm just talking about the pictures that I sent, not about what would have happened hours before.
Well, what about it?
Right, at that point where the sun is already that dim, you say it's moving away from us so much that it's getting so small and kind of gets
No, I
into the
didn't say it's
ground,
getting
and then
smaller.
as soon as it's under the ground, you don't see it anymore just because it's moving away.
It's
That's
not
what you're
going
saying.
under the ground. Look, here's an example of a sunset right here.
In this instant, it's going on the ground. You're saying that the ground might be so high that the sound is
when
moving
you
away from it.
actually okay, so because you have physical obstructions closer to the observer that's blocking the bottom of the sun, you can't see the true horizon. What you can see in that image is called the local horizon. The local horizon is different to what the true horizon is, or what the geometric horizon would be.
Yes.
The true horizon is obstructed due to something blocking your view of the actual horizon. So I can give you a very, very comprehensive definition, right, from the American Meteorological Society of different types of horizons.
Oh wait.
So
Actually, no, that's wrong. That is the horizon.
No, it's not. It's called
Yes,
the local horizon.
there's water. Those are islands in the water.
Where? What do you mean?
In the pictures that I posted, it's still about the pictures that I posted,
there's
where
no
you see
water there.
clearly that
Oh, okay.
the size of the
Well,
sun
what's the
doesn't change.
location?
The shape
What's the
doesn't
location?
change.
How's that? Where's the location? How do you know it's
You
water?
can see
I
the
don't any
waves
water.
in the water.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so what's the location?
Oh, I can look that up for you, but that is
Okay,
the
look it up.
horizon. You can see how
No, it's
flat
not.
it is. It's not
No, you
even that
can't.
flat in Nebraska.
No, it's not that it's that flat.
Of course, besides the islands, it's like there's water. There's no other place where this could be.
You don't
the
even know
case.
where it is. It looks like a desert. Could be a desert for all you know.
It could be a desert, right?
Right. Looks more like a desert to me than it looks like water. Being that there's mountains everywhere.
But it's still the horizon.
No, it's called
Right,
the local horizon. It's called
But
the
my
local
point is-
horizon. No, hold on a second. Okay.
Yeah.
A local horizon is different. You can only ever see one horizon, but a local horizon
Right.
if you have something blocking your view.
Yeah.
Right? So if you hold your hand in front of your eyes,
Yeah.
okay, the local horizon will be the surface of the top of your hand, right, meeting with the sky.
Well,
right?
not really, but I understand what
if
you
you're
mean,
looking
yeah.
if you're looking at the Chicago skyline, okay, the local horizon would be where the skyline meets the
ground.
Chicago skyline meets the sky, right, where the sky meets the top the top of the buildings or the top of a
I
mountain
guess,
range.
yeah.
It's
But
called a
it
local
doesn't
horizon.
change that the sun isn't changing, and actually,
but
it's
if
clearly
something
going down,
goes-
and you don't have a sinking or mirage effect around it, right? The sun, if you had this merging of the sun and the ground, you would definitely see that the sun is being squished, or pulled down, and then it's squishing into the ground, and
you
that's
can't
not
see
the
that.
case.
Yeah, but you can't see, right? There's probably if you were to remove those mountains, right, or if there's elevation changes in the land, then you could see more land beyond it, right? That's why it's called a local horizon.
I know
So
that's called
why it's better
local
to
horizon,
do it over water.
but it doesn't change what I'm saying.
Yes, it does, because a local horizon can block the bottom of something quite easily because it's something that's higher than the actual true horizon, something blocking your view of the true horizon. That's why we do this over
California.
water. So if
It
you
is.
have a
It
look,
is. Is it a desert? That's a
Okay.
California.
I think it's a desert. Yeah,
desert.
just like I said. So we don't know what the elevation changes are between point A and point B. That's why
Yeah, we
we like
do.
to use water for these.
I can.
Well, you
I
don't
can-
know.
Give me.
You don't know where
Give me a second.
you don't know where the guy's standing taking the picture.
Why do you think I don't?
Okay, well, okay. If you do, then go ahead and present that.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Mhm.
Right, but there's no explanation that could tell you that the sun is you don't even want to really say clearly what you think the sun is, how far it is away, right? You say, okay, it's like in water and it's getting dimmer. You can clearly see that it's not getting dimmer.
The sun gets
right?
dimmer as it moves closer to the horizon because you're looking through more atmosphere. So obviously the sunlight, as it travels back to your eyes, isn't going to be as intense.
It's not proportional
to do with
being
a flat
gone,
Earth or a
right?
globe.
At some point, the sun is gone and it's dark.
Yeah, at some point that happens.
Exactly. As the sun is right above your head until it's at the horizon, it should have gotten much dimmer, and not as much dimmer as it's getting dimmer, right? But it's disproportional to the sun going this last few minutes, right? It's within minutes that's under the horizon, and then it's dark.
It doesn't just instantly get dark when you don't see the sun.
No, I didn't say instantly. You're twisting my words. I said disproportionately.
Oh, on
right?
the
It should
globe,
be at the same.
on the globe, that sun's not even there, right? That's just a fake sun.
It should
you
be
can
the
see.
same
No,
rate.
on a globe,
and it's getting darker.
they say that sun has already set 10 minutes earlier, and that's just a miraged sun that you can see when you see the sun like that on the horizon. That's what they say.
It has nothing to do with what I said. What I'm presenting you is, if the sun is above you, you have 100% brightness, right? If you wait 6 hours and it's approaching the horizon, right, it should be halfway between 100% and 0%. And then 6 hours later, when the sun is already more than 17 degrees below the horizon, it's basically 1% bright.
Yeah, so as the sun's moving away from you, it's just appearing to go down due to the way your perspective works.
I'm not talking about where it's going.
Down.
I'm talking about how bright it is, right? During the day, it's basically 90 to 100% bright. And then during dusk, it goes from 90% to 10% within minutes.
Okay.
It's 2 hours, right?
Well, it doesn't go from 90% to 10% within minutes. That doesn't happen.
Within 2 hours, right?
No, it slowly gets dimmer as it's getting lower in the sky. It's slowly getting dimmer.
You have the golden hour, right? And within that time, it's getting darker really fast. Yep. If what you said is true, right? The sun is behaving the way it does when you're underwater and you go further away, it's proportionately. So if in 1 hour it goes 10% darker, it should go 10% darker every hour. And that's not what we see.
No, what's your justification?
No. It's correct.
No,
we don't
I said,
see
what's
that.
Okay, so provide me a citation that or something, some reasoning why that would have to happen the way that you just said.
Because that's what you said. You said if you're underwater and the sun is, and you go further down, right, and you have more medium between you, the sun is getting dimmer.
No,
and what we can see is that it's proportionately getting dimmer.
Hold on a second.
Not all of a sudden the sun is gone.
The reason I brought up the water was because you said that when you can have a 24-hour sun in the south, you can't see the sun if you were standing in the north. Okay? And I said that's because there's a medium between you and the sun.
Exactly.
And the sun gets absorbed in a medium. So I gave you an example of the water, that if you were 200 meters deep in the water, you can't see the sun because the light is absorbed by the medium. And my only point in saying that was saying that the air is also a medium.
It isn't proportional. This is something I think about a lot of time is from a trigonometric perspective, if the claim is that the altitude is constant, right? So if you're looking at a right triangle, where the vertical leg is held constant as the angle between the horizontal leg and the hypotenuse approaches zero, the length of the horizontal leg and the length of the hypotenuse approach infinity asymptotically if you're holding the vertical leg's length constant. So I understand, under this assumption, right? The length of the hypotenuse would increase exponentially, which means that the amount of medium that the light would be passing through would also increase exponentially. So assuming inverse square law and there's attenuation with the atmosphere, the light would appear to get darker faster and faster the closer the sun got to the horizon from a energy perspective.
Should it be the other way around, that the further the sun is moving away from you horizontally, the closer that horizontal line is getting to the straight line that you have to the sun.
Yeah. No, that is
Yeah.
that is correct. But the rate of change of the length of the hypotenuse and the horizontal leg, assuming that you're holding the vertical leg at a constant value while decreasing the angle between the horizontal leg and the hypotenuse.
You mean the vertical leg constant?
Holding the vertical leg constant, correct?
Yeah.
The rate of change of the length of the horizontal leg and the hypotenuse increases exponentially.
Well, I don't understand that. Shouldn't you have the biggest change at about 45 degrees?
I mean, we can go look at the math, but I guess from that perspective, that makes sense to me that it would get darker pretty quick right near the end. But from like from a just a geometric perspective, that doesn't make sense. Like if your angle gets closer and closer to zero, like I just don't think that the distances make sense just from a geometric perspective, because we know at that that time where you're seeing the sun like 2 degrees above the horizon, there's somebody else on Earth that is at solar noon, right? Like solar noon is apparent at all times of the day at a certain a certain azimuth or longitude, whatever you want to claim. So if the distance has to approach infinity asymptotically, it just breaks the geometry.
Right. Okay.
From my
I see
point of
what you're
view.
saying. Yeah. True.
Yeah. I don't understand that.
So what I feel like is that every single issue one has with either the globe Earth, or especially with the flat Earth, well, actually just with the flat Earth, there's an answer for every single issue, or for a lot of issues that are being brought up.
But you haven't. Yeah. Sorry, it's not an answer.
You're bringing up the answer to my issue, right? I'm saying, okay, this year proves that, and then you say, okay, but it could be this medium. Right, and then you just prove that I said, okay, the Earth
there is a medium. No, nobody can deny that there's a medium of air, and it's
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, right?
Yeah.
But you're saying, okay, it's moving in that medium so far, right? And that's why it's getting dimmer, and that's correct.
Obviously,
but it doesn't hold up against all evidence, right? There's one answer to one issue, but this one answer, right? That in itself, isolated, makes sense, but then, as he just presented, it doesn't make sense if you think if you take into account that someone else also has noon at the same time, right? So the sun has to be above his head at that point, at the same height.
Because the sun isn't actually going down; it's just appearing to go down.
That's what I'm saying.
On, let me finish talking. Okay, so
you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Okay, so in summer,
it's funny,
right? Wherever you're standing at midday in summer, the sun's going to be directly above your head. Basically, right, roughly above your head.
But I understand.
As it moves away from you, right, it's still going to be above someone else's.
Bro,
does this sound like yelling to you?
You're getting really agitated.
No, I'm not.
And you're not understanding what I'm saying. You're always talking a lot, but you're not trying to understand.
When you're talking over the top of me, I'm going to get annoyed with you. Simple as that. But yeah, we have a prerequisite, right, to all of the additional claims, right? Anything that requires the Earth to be a globe requires the curvature. You're going to have that. If you want to have gravity, if you want to have the globe, you have to have drop over distance over large bodies of water. It has to be there. You have to have the geometric horizon. It's a physical property of a globe. Okay? If there's no evidence that such a thing exists throughout all of history, right, that's a problem. And that's what we're getting at here. When we go and test it, it's not matching up at all. It's the prerequisite to all of the additional claims.
Yeah, DJ, the guy you was talking to, I don't really think he wanted it. He doesn't want to listen to you at all.
Of course not.
I don't know what's wrong with some people. Like they just can't slow down and just let you speak and let you explain. How are you meant to learn if you keep interrupting people, keep over talking people? I don't get it.
He was much worse when the conversation first started. He did sort of calm down a little bit, but yeah, it's that guy was kind of all over the place.
And then he started saying to you, you're doing this, you're doing that. You're not doing any of that. You're having a decent conversation with him. You're explaining to him very well. I don't get these people. Like they must come in here with a certain ideology, and no matter what you tell them, yeah, they have to tell you their ideology. Their ideology hasn't been proven, but they still insist. Like everything you're saying is wrong. It's crazy.
You know who that was, DJ? I was listening to it the way it was at Masto, Pickle Rick, or otherwise known as that guy with a voice changer. Yeah, I had a voice changer.
Yeah.
That's who it was. I was gonna tell you earlier, but I was listening to the conversation. I want to see how far he could actually spiral. But his demeanor is exactly what like to the T. I could describe it, Masto, that would be that character exactly. But you could just tell that his voice was a bit more high pitched, so it wasn't like a normal. I mean, granted, there's some people that have that, and some people in here might think, well, that's just a conspiracy theory. No, that's people that are banned from these conversations want to have these conversations with us, but they don't know how to come back here using their normal voice because they know we'll spot them immediately. So they'll use these voices. It's happened in the past, okay? So it's not just like I'm calling out this crazy theory that some guy is coming in here again. He's a known character to come in here and like try to make his points. He tries to hold a position where he's not like held accountable to being a glober per se. So
yeah, those GF6 guys passed around a voice changer account. Were trying it out with us. Like Rich Evans tried it twice. There's a guy in here earlier today with one.
Yeah, so they try. I was going to tell you earlier, DJ, but I was like, I just want to see how far this conversation is going to get anyway. But he never has a point. So did he leave on his own? I wasn't here to hear him actually leave.
Yeah, he left. Well, I muted him and then he left.
Yeah, he gets. That's why when you were asking like how he got taken away his text permissions, and he was like, I haven't been here before. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Yeah, he was when I arrived, he was already muted. I and then I tried talking to him and he was just like out of control.
That's Ed Masto. He spurgs out a little bit at the beginning and then he'll try to keep his composure throughout the conversation, but he wants to interrupt you every moment he possibly can.
Yep.
And then he tries to control the conversation, but I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this guy, like as if he's the one dictating what's happening. He does that too. It's crazy, dude. Oh my gosh. It's a good convo though, man. I was listening to it.
Yeah, I was looking into different horizon definitions, and the American Meteorological Society have it's like a glossary, which is meant to be like the bee's knees glossary for all meteorological terms, and it's like been updated slowly over the last 60 something years. And anytime there's any update, it gets peer reviewed, between a group of what they consider experts. So I was like, I wonder what their definition of horizon is, and it was pretty interesting. I'll just take a screenshot of it now, put it in the side chat, because it talks about the difference between the regular horizon, like a geometric horizon, if the Earth were a globe, and then a local horizon. And I think that quite often when we're looking out over the ocean, right, most places have ocean swells. It's pretty rare to have a completely calm ocean. And when we're looking out and we have elevation change, which would actually be blocking you from being able to see that where the geometric horizon is, that would be considered a local horizon, and that would absolutely cause bottom-up obstruction. I'm not saying that's the only reason for why the sun appears to do that, what it does, but it's definitely a factor, especially with boats over the horizon or anything like that.
Right. So I'm telling somebody.
Josh, we got a lot of background chatter.
Oops, sorry. Just grab my coffee before going to my desk.
Yeah, on your way over there, man, tell everybody that's going to the coffee machine. Earth's flat, bros. Chill out.
No, I actually like the people that were over in that part of the office.
Well, then tell the ones that are getting on their way out, Earth is flat. You see them carrying a box of their stuff, then those are the guys.
No. Our whole team was exempt. I was going to say our whole team was exempt, and it's you got an extra level of security.
I'm talking about the lobby when they're.
Oh.
Josh, have you done any research into the long distance observations yet, by any chance? Josh? Oh, he's gone. Oh no, he's there.
Yeah, I'm here. I got some stuff to do. I'll hop on in a bit.
You're right.
He'll hop on in a bit, but he'll tell you the same thing he's said before. Not really interested in that. I'm just here for the conversation. Watch. Says it all the time. Easy dubs for those who want to just remain in the blissful ignorance that the Earth is a globe.
May I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
So when I debate people about the flat Earth, I believe the flat Earth, but whenever I get debunked and I don't know what to say, if they show that the Earth is round, what should I tell them if I don't know any evidence to debunk?
Oh, give me one example of them actually debunking flat Earth. Like, show me how they've ever done that.
The 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Okay, so when you talk about that subject, you're going to have to ask them, because I'm pretty sure you're going to be discussing it with them. What does the sun have to do with the shape of the Earth? Can you ask them that question? Because I think they're trying to debunk the Earth being a horizontal plane, and then they're looking at the sun moving around in the sky. It doesn't follow that when they talk about the sun doing a 24-hour circle in the sky, going to debunk the Earth's horizontality.
But
it might. I mean, it might though, right? Just because if the sun's directly above us,
no.
Why can't we?
No, because it's not. Here's the logical flaw in that process thought process you just had. If I want to talk about the ground and the shape or consequent of it being a globe or a horizontal plane, I'm going to have to describe the ground in a way that it has that consequent of it being a geometric shape, which is either a globe or it's not. So it's going to be a horizontal plane. So I'm talking about the ground, not the sky and the things in it. So you guys who think that it's a debunk don't realize the hat trick. The hat trick is they're getting you to realize that they're looking up instead of down. Yeah, and you fall for it every time. So it's your fault, actually, that you go along with it. Otherwise, you would be pointing it out to them. Hey, we're not talking about the sun, moon, or stars. We're talking about the ground having curve, like a globe, like a sphere. But if we're not talking about that, then you're not debunking flat Earth. Simple.
But my friend is going to just say, ask me to explain the sky then.
Ask him to explain to what?
The sky, the sun, and the stars.
Yeah. But there isn't anybody that's known living in history or now that can tell you what those things are up there, as in they verified it being what they're saying it is. They can guess about it, what those things are, because people have been doing that ever since the beginning of time, right? Those things up there are angelic beings. Those things up there are gods. Those things up there are whatever they imagine them being, dude. Planets, whoever, it doesn't matter. But they can't verify that they're the exact thing that they're saying. They're using their guess, and they're using pseudoscience to then portray a knowledge-based claim about the things in the sky. And then you guys, thinking it's science, thinking that they're correct, will agree or disagree with that. So you have to go at it to where they can say, okay, how do you know it's the thing that you say it is? That's what you have to ask them. Like, honestly, if you have interactions with these guys on the internet, like, I don't know what social media platform you're on, but you need to ask them specifics. How do they know that the things that they're being told that those things are what they are? Follow?
Yeah, but he's just going to tell me that it's better to have an estimate than nothing.
Yeah, and so you're going to tell them that falsification is independent of replacement. I can tell you that those things are not what you're saying, and you can't prove what I'm saying is true or untrue because you can't test and verify. So there's no way that person can say, hey, it's better for me to think that Jupiter is a gas giant than for me to not think that, because then you can say, hey, well, then I think that it's a angelic being up there, because I'm telling you it's something that it's, I'm guessing at. You're guessing too. We're playing a guessing game. Nobody knows what that thing is up there unless you can verify it is what they're saying it is. See, everybody can play that game, Stingray. So you need to, look, what we're doing here is we're talking about logic, right? How it works. If you're able to do something within the framework of logic and they can prove it to you in a way they can substantiate a claim, then they're going to demonstrate in how they're proposing it to you, right? The premise. What are they saying? They're talking about, things in the sky being whatever they say that they are. Well, then how did they prove it? Or how did someone prove it? Not just them, but somebody. You're always going to find out that when you peel back the onion layer of their claim, you're going to find out the very bottom is, I don't know, just a guess.
He was also asking.
Question: How do we predict things like position of stars over the course of hundreds of years or solar eclipses?
That's simple answer.
That's stuff that people know, right? That's
simple. It's a simple answer. They're using kinematic models, like Kepler's example, or any Tycho Brahe, like anybody that's ever used a model to describe the movements of the heavens. They're using models, dude, and they're not something that's specifically like what they're saying they are. They're just checking the movements. So they're doing these predictions of already known movements of the heavenly cycles, right? So you got the sun moving at an annular cycle, the moon at a monthly cycle, the stars at a seasonal cycle. So everything that's in the heavens moving in cycles, they're patterns that repeat. So the repeating patterns can be documented and cataloged, and then move forward in time. Like if you say, well, there's a sun that moves in this particular part of the sky every year, and my prediction is that this same time in a whole year, it'll be back in the same position. And when you catalog the movements of the sun, and then you find out that next year it landed right in the same position, all you've done is verified a position based on a model that you put in, how the movements of the heavens are. There's nothing real fancy about it. It's just making observations about the movements in the sky of the heavenly bodies.
That's what the Antikythera mechanism does as well. It makes predictions about things in the sky, and if it was still, a working thing today, it would still make those predictions. Antikythera mechanism's over 2,000 years old.
Yeah, I mean, you got the celestial sphere, right? That's been known ever since the ancient Babylonians or the Chaldeans. So this information about people looking up at the sky, making these predictions about how the heavens move, have been known by sky gazers ever since people have been looking up. There's no real big mystery of how they just seen things happen in patterns and then cataloged them and then just said, okay, well, next year or next 10 years or whatever, we'll see a lunar eclipse. Or these things are just following a model pattern. That's it. There's no real, you don't need to think of the Earth as a globe or in a solar system, but you have to put it in a certain model that will put everything in a place that you can predict movements of them. But there are none that are precise. Let's say none of them are precise. I mean, dude, for goodness sakes, you got the Saros cycle, right? And that's the prediction of the lunar eclipses. So, and you could look it up too, they're following certain cycles and patterns, right? So, depending on what lunar eclipse you want to observe, and that's how they know in the future when they're going to happen, and how much of it's gonna be, like the totality, let's say. So that's why people want to be in certain geographic locations whenever there's going to be a totality. You thought NASA came up with that? No, they're borrowing the information from already pre-existing knowledge about the movements of lunar eclipses. So this is something very ancient. It's not something that came around when people started talking about the Earth being a globe. That's not true. Hopefully that answers your question.
So by this logic, you could use the flat Earth model and use math and
geometry. Sorry,
whatever you just said.
Sorry, there's no geometry
make
involved.
The same predictions, or no?
It's no Earth geometry required with making observations of the sky. The Antikythera mechanism doesn't reference the Earth. It's just what we observe from the Earth, and that's what we're making predictions from, right? From the Earth, what we see in the sky. So you don't need a globe Earth or flat Earth model. These models that we've already spoken about, these predicted things, don't take place with any geometry of the Earth. It's just observations of the sky.
And so observations that you guys could make based on what you're telling me.
Anyone can make, brother. Anyone can make, not just you guys. Anyone.
Yep.
Right. And what would be the foundation, right? What would be, because in the globe model, right, we say, oh, well, the Earth is a sphere, and the moon is a sphere, and it revolves this many times, and the position of the sun, right? So you start with this base set of sort of empirical facts. And you
wait, hold on, wait. You got to start with the premise. What empirical fact are we starting with first?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sort of asking you, right? Because you're saying you can predict. You're saying you can predict, and it's just sort of like a easy thing to do based on your understanding of how the shape of the Earth is, and
no.
Wait, what? No. I didn't say that.
Because it pains to say it as well.
I asked, could you predict where certain stars will be and when there will be eclipses? Question mark.
But you didn't.
Everybody can.
Hold on a second. Hold on. He didn't add because the Earth is flat. You didn't add that. So you're just saying that after the fact. If we were to say, yeah, you can predict that, you'd be like, wait a minute. So now you need a flat Earth. You're adding the flat Earth to it. What we're saying is sky predictions have nothing to do with the ground. Do you comprehend what I'm saying, sir?
Sure, but then how do you predict them? I'm asking you. What's the base
brother?
level?
Go ahead, Jedi. If you want to get him on.
He's told you several times you make observations of the sky, and because it does a certain amount of things over a period of time, you can predict that it's going to do the next thing in the next period of time. This is the Saros cycle, right? So you observe the sky and you make predictions about what it's going to do in the future because of what it's already done in the past.
Sure. So walk me through what I'm asking is walk me through, right? So I'm a curious observer. I'm day one, right? I want to start making set observations. I want to start predicting these things. What's the first thing that I do?
Look up.
And
document and catalog everything that you see. The movements of the heavenly bodies through the sky.
And
sun, moon, and stars.
So how do you guys do that?
Measure its motion across the sky throughout one night, a season, and a year. A year will be defined when the sun comes back to where you first started measuring it from.
Check out the moon and the star. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, sorry, dude. I do apologise, mate. But we know the sun, moon, and stars rise and set on different places on the horizon every single morning and evening. Right? We understand that we see different constellations at different times of year. If you're talking about how do we do this, well, Alpha pointed out, you look up at the thing and measure over time and see if there's a pattern to its movement. As in, will it reappear the same place next year?
Mm-hmm.
We're walking you through it. Are you comprehending what we're saying, or is it a little bit difficult for you? Okay.
No, I mean, look, hey, I hear what you're saying, right? But we're sort of just we're giving very vague explanations.
Really?
My next
wait, whoa.
Because here's the thing. I'm a numbers guy, right?
Point out
numbers
what's vague. Point out what's vague, dude. Like, I want to know what's vague right now.
Well, so in the world of understanding in science, right? You don't just sort of say look up and start, and then just look at something and kind of see how it tracks, right? Like, we're talking about precise,
what do you do then?
Detailed stuff.
Sorry, we're talking about where stuff appears. Sorry, we're talking about where stuff appears over time. Right? We're going to look at it and compare it to the over time.
Right.
Right.
I get that. But what I'm
I don't
leading
think you
to,
do.
That's making predictions, right? Sorry, making a prediction about what's going to appear in time. Well, we're going to be looking at the things and comparing it to time. I don't understand what's vague about that. That's the fucking essence of prediction.
Why
you don't have to get upset. It's all good. No reason to get upset. It's all good. Because
dude, you're making you're trying to be pedantic about being numerical, right? Oh, I'm a numbers guy. Show me the numbers.
Should we do the skip a payment thing for December or January?
Yeah. If you,
that's what I was thinking. Since I've got that Christmas break thing for 2 damn weeks.
Oh shoot, Marvis, you're hot. All right. So if you're looking at the heavens, right, you're seeing the sun move across the sky. Just like Jedi was saying, you're gonna document how much time it takes to get from horizon to horizon. And where it is, the pattern of what it makes in the sky, right? That's what you're going to notice, right? Shadows that are on the ground, different things that the sun in the sky will produce by its movement throughout the heaven, right? So now you're going to do the very same thing with the moon. You're going to see the pattern that it has on it, the different shadowing effect that it would have, whether it be waning or waxing, whatever it is, right? Document where it is in the sky, how much time it takes for it to cross the moon, all that stuff is something that we didn't get into the technicals about it because we thought it was obvious that you would document it and check the time of how long it took. But it seems like you want actual specifics. Well, if you want that, all you got to do is go to time and date. They have all that information cataloged for you nice and neat. So all you got to do is go look at that. That's it. I mean, for us to get into the minutia of it with you is redundant because it's already been done. You get me? So all you got to do is go look it up.
I didn't ask for that because what I've been building up to here is presumably somebody has done this, right? Some smart fellow who's an enthusiast in space and the cosmos and the shape of the earth.
Wait, stop.
Like ourselves.
Stop. No, you said space. How do we know that the enthusiast is thinking about space? Because we're talking about observers from the beginning of time, which would be anybody that was ever on this earth prior to the knowledge of somebody thinking that space exists. Yeah? They're just looking at the heavenly bodies move around. You're making these assumptions that somebody that looks up is oh man, there must be an infinite amount of space up there. You're making that assumption. You don't know that the sky gazer a long time ago was thinking that. You're just assuming it right now.
I didn't say any of that, to be fair.
Oh yeah, you did. You said you did.
I didn't say a single word
it
of
was
that.
Packed, it was bundled.
For what it's worth, you have a tendency of really going on and on. I'm saying maybe 5 or 10 words at a time here. Let's be clear.
You're bundling in your response, and how what you're saying is indicating that you're making it sound like the person who looked up was insinuating that things were already a given, that the sky has an infinite amount expanse up there, like space, like you imagine it, that they're thinking the same thing you are, and that's why they got it down right. They got all the movements of the heavenly bodies down right because
I
they're
didn't say
thinking
anything
like
about
you.
anything. I didn't say about anything about any of this. Not even close.
You did.
I'm asking for something. There's no implication. There was no.
It was
right,
implied in how you constructed the response. I'm telling you.
I disagree.
Yeah,
I'm
because
telling you that you're wrong.
Yeah, listen, you know why you're wrong? It's because unbeknownst to you, you're using language that already presupposes certain narratives, right? The certain narrative that when you look up, there's space in an ever expanding universe and all that stuff.
No, I did not.
So you didn't know that you didn't. Maybe you did or did not know willingly that you said what you said, but you did say it. So what I'm telling you is that when people say what you said, unbeknownst to them or maybe known to them, I don't know, you're saying something that insinuates that up there is an ever expanse, like an expanding void, whatever, space. When you use that word space.
Hello, everyone.
So thank you. Hello to you too. I'm talking to this other guy. All right. So going back to how people figured it out, well, it's just repeating patterns of things that move around in the sky. There's no real big mystery here.
No. Where are you from?
Hey, are you
from?
I'm not talking to you, bro. I don't know what your name is because you have like some funny letters, but go ahead. You're at the very bottom.
Oh, where are you from?
Not talking to you, brother.
Okay, but
all right.
How old are you?
Did he leave?
Oh, where do you live?
Don't worry about it. All right, go ahead, sir.
What's up, guys?
All right, I'm going to finish this conversation with this other guy before anybody else jumps in. Is that cool?
Sure.
All right. So, dude with the dog avatar at the very bottom of the channel. What's your response?
Yes, sir. Oh, well, I mean, first, I think it must be said that, the tactic here seems to be to just to give, 100 or 200 words and try to sort of like seemingly kind of smother out the other person. But what the whole thing I'm trying to figure out here, the actual question is, you started, you got interrupted, so I was getting really interested. So I am genuinely interested, but is the people who make these predictions about where the moon will be, about where the stars will be, about where how eclipses work and stuff like that. How do they do it? And then where can I go read about it? Right? Like, where can I go read about the minutia that you talked? I don't expect you to explain the exact step, and then you get the telescope, and then you dial the little dial to this. Of course not, right? That'd be a little crazy, right? But as I'm sure you're no doubt aware, there are incredibly in-depth PhD level dissertations about what people who believe the Earth is a globe, by the way, about why their relationship to the thought that
I'd like to see that. Hold on, let me hold you to that. Show me one. I'd like to see that and read it. Why not? I'd read the whole damn thing if you present it one to me.
Sure.
Right now.
Sure. I mean, look.
You think I'm joking, dude? I'm not joking, dude. I've been doing this for years.
I don't think you're joking.
I'd like to see
It's funny because I actually don't. It's funnier to me because I don't think you're joking. But
okay,
I could absolutely get you something like that. That wouldn't be a problem. But it also kind of sidesteps my point that I was trying to make, which is that they do exist.
Well, don't forget.
Right?
Wait, before you go on, don't forget. Put a pin on that, because you might at the end of this conversation, I might not ever see you again, or you might leave.
Sure.
But the thing that you've just spoken of that you think is there, it's like the Yeti. But yeah, I'd like for you to even somehow present that in the text chat so everybody can see what that looks like.
Sure.
Because I am calling you out on that for sure.
Fine. But my point being that, and so it kind of feels like I may have an idea of where you're going with this, but my point being that through lots and lots of different data points and lots of careful observation, people have come to this conclusion, right? And it's
you might think so.
documented.
You might think so.
It's
Not
documented,
necessarily.
right? So I'm asking,
you might think
is there,
so, dude.
but really,
No,
let me get this,
necessarily.
let me just get this part out, this last piece, and then you know what? It's all good. It's all good. But is there a similar sort of, like sort of step-by-step guide of why us flat earthers, why we're so sure, right? That you could enlighten me with. And that shows us why the heavenly bodies move the way they do, and are.
Oh wait! Time out. That what you're asking for is not something anybody's in the realm of flat Earth. It has been okay. Let's put it this way: it has been talked about at the beginning because they thought giving an explanation to cosmology would have been a good way for people to understand what flat Earth is and how it operates in a kind of a mechanical way to talk about it, right? However, as we progress the conversation forward and we're at the position that we are now, like this particular group, the 24/7 flat Earth community, I'd say that very loosely because we're just a group of friends anyways. But we wouldn't say that we would have something available like what you're requesting, because of the fact that it's separate from the Earth being a horizontal plane and or it being in motion. Okay, so let me put it to you this way. If you're asking for the thing that shows cosmology working with a flat Earth, I would tell you that our observations are on a horizontal plane, but they're separate from the correlation of how the heavenly bodies move. So we're not saying that the Earth is flat, therefore we have this cosmology. I think that's what you're probably trying to ask for someone to present. That's not going to be able to be presented in that way. However, people can make these observations on a horizontal flat plane, which is something separate, because we're talking about the Earth being what we're observing, testing, and verifying. And we're saying these observations that we're looking up at the sky and making are the same as you would. So you and I would go out and see the very same observations. We wouldn't say, like, okay, so if you see this sun moving across the sky or the moon in a certain phase, I'm standing next to you and you're saying, hey, look, the moon is in a particular waxing phase, whatever. And I'm going to be like, no, that's incorrect because the Earth is flat. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say I see the very same thing that you're seeing. Yes, indeed, the moon is in a waxing phase, exactly how you described. I'm not going to say anything different than you. So that needs to be made very clear. The only thing that's in contention in our particular argument is the fact that you think that it's happening on a spherical Earth, which you believe you live on, based on what you just said, all the knowledge that PhDs have proposed and such, which I'm calling you out on. So what you need to understand is that the question that you're asking for, the request, it can't be provided. We're not going to provide you a cosmology with the flat Earth entailment. Like, it's not going to be this is how the universe looks like from a flat Earth. It's just going to be, this is the flat Earth, and this is what we observe in the sky. Separate from each other, not combined. They're not married per se, right? They are because what we're seeing is an observation in the sky based on a horizontal plane, but they're not because of the Earth being flat. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. It sure does. It sure does. Yeah. I mean,
okay. Let me just, and then one more thing, Dad. I'm sorry. I know I'm a bit long in the tooth, man, but it's for a purpose. So the cosmology aspect of it is also not something what's been proposed in what you call modern astronomy, where they're saying that we're a small planet in an ever expanding cosmos, right? We're saying this is going to be what we're saying, right? We're the floor of all known existence. So the realm that we abide in right now is an embedding space. It's not embedded within a space. So we're not like in a vacuum per se, like a ball floating around in a vacuum. We are the floor of all known existence, of all the universe, of everything. So there isn't like more planets or other galaxies that we can travel to, or we're not going to colonize Mars or anything. The place that you're on right now is all that we're ever going to know. So this is it. There's no outside of here. There's only here. And if somebody says, well, there is outside of here, well, we're going to have to ask that person how they know that. So the cosmology aspect of it is what is really going to get you, because there's this idea that flat Earth is a pizza disc in space, and that's not what we're saying either. So I hope that kind of clears up a little bit, because that's going to be kind of a crucial point for you to look at that we're not saying.
Yeah, hey, fair enough. Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so yeah, we're like the floor of all the known universe per se, if that word would make any sense to you. But in the cosmological aspect, we're not in a vacuum or in a void, like in the middle of space or whatever, or in space, so doing something, somersaults or whatever. We're not that. There's been a lot of claims in modern astronomy that that's what it is based on what they observe, but there's no real way to verify that we are like those things that we observe in any way.
Right.
Like, unless you can provide something that I haven't seen yet that will substantiate anything I'd like to see. Which is what
Well,
I was.
to be fair, look, I mean, you guys, I'm sure you guys read this material and debunk it all the time, so it is what it is. But again, I was asking you. This is how this whole thing started, right? Is I was asking you for, okay, so we're sort of presupposing that the shape of the Earth and when we look up what's going on up there are not necessarily connected, or not connected in a way that, you know, people who believe in the globe presuppose, right? That's fine. That's great. Yeah, I have no issues with that, like, chain of logic. But then, you know, when you sit down to make something in this world, right, you need to have the steps, right? And we live in an ever increasingly complicated world. So if you have ever built anything or tried to get anything complicated done, then you'd know that people sit down and they explain in great detail how things work. I mean, in ridiculous levels of detail. That's how the modern marvel that is our world, our power grid, the computer I'm talking to you through, right? There's every single little tiny piece of it is detailed, right? So I was asking, because this is so foreign to me, I was asking for that information from your side, because again, I'm sure you're more than aware of this. There's no shortage of it, or at least in what I would assume, in your opinion, people attempting.
I get your request. I'm sorry to cut you short, but I get.
Yeah.
I understand your request. I know what you're asking for. So if, let's say, I put it to you in a different way, if I wanted to go present this in front of somebody, and if I was serious about it, and I wanted them to take me serious about it, then I would have to present something a bit more like digestible for the human who wants to investigate every aspect of what flat Earth is in a more detailed way, so that they could break it down and find out the reasoning behind it, the mathematics behind it, the science behind it, the geology behind it, all that stuff. You wanted it broken down in a way that it's kind of compartmentalized for any person that wants to investigate, like do a research. Right. They could have like a handbook or guidebook or whatever. You're saying, point me to that thing. Where can I find out a collective amount of information that I could surmise that I could be in your position, where I think that the Earth is flat just like you do. So I'm not saying that request is not like, for me, it's not like something that we can't give you, but it's more parsed out in a way of testing and verifying each one. Because, okay, what happens, and it's a bit of psychology that's attached to this. What happens to a mind that starts to see information that's new and hasn't ever heard of, what we've experienced here with psychology, right, is that people suffer from an existential crisis. They start to realize that the world that they've been told isn't what it was meant to be or what it seems. So their mind goes into what we all know as cognitive dissonance. So it happens that a person just starts to reject information and not wants to look into, because they think it's stupid, or for whatever reason it's beneath them. So they don't want to look any farther, right? And they start to suffer from something else called identity crisis. Well, if I'm not in a ever-expanding cosmos, then who am I in this whole thing? Like, what am I? Like, so there's a couple of things that happen psychologically with it, and the problem with it is that the person starts to suffer from this type of psychosis that they can't get out of to get into the information and do the research. However, if people weren't necessarily attached to the idea in any way that the Earth is a globe in the ever-expanding cosmos, then they will start to look into the information a little bit more, because it hasn't affected them. They weren't like NASA fanboys, or they didn't really care about the Earth being a globe or not. So in that way, they would be able to investigate. So the information is there. So the part that we want to take it step by step with is first finding out the claims, right? The rock bottom claim that the Earth is a globe. That's where we start with everybody. you have to actually address that fact to find out for yourself. How can you verify the information that you and me and everybody's been told that the Earth is a globe? It's fun enough to just believe it, but how can you test it, right?
Right.
That's what we're asking for humans to do. And then the information starts to grow. It grows from that to like testing the axial rotation. Well, the wobble, the tilt, the spin, anything, right? That has to do with the Earth in motion. And once we get past that one, then we'll go to the ever-expanding cosmos, perhaps, or whatever it is else that we're going to dive into. But it's a I don't know what I'm trying to look for. It's kind of like you have to take it in increments. If you try to get what you're requesting, like a digestible, overall worldview, it will be.
It doesn't have to be digestible at all. Because the other side, it definitely isn't, right? The people who claim the Earth is round, right, and write hundreds of thousands of words across many different scientific disciplines, those are not digestible at all. I keep saying this, as I'm sure you're no doubt aware, right? It's actually spans multiple, libraries
levels,
worth of knowledge.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying though is, it's hard enough to talk about something that people are living on top of right now, like the Earth that you're on, is not something that what they think it is. It's hard enough to even talk to them about that, much less get them to look at the information. I guarantee you that step right there, you're moving mountains if you get somebody to actually do a test. Let me give you one example. There's a guy who's in here. He's a satellite engineer. His name is Josh. He's not afraid to say that he is, right? But he works for the Kuiper program at Amazon and such, and he fully believes the Earth's a globe, and there's nothing that would dissuade him off of that. And he will not do the research to find out if the Earth is a globe or not, based on what we've been giving him, the material about long-distance observations, providing evidence that the Earth isn't curving on its surface like the way he might think it is. He will just simply state, I'm in here for the funsies, for the convo. I'm not really in here to do research or anything. So we understand where we're at in this whole game. The level where we're playing at is unfair to us, yet we persist because it is the truth. And there is somebody out there, maybe perhaps you, I don't know, but there's somebody out there that will change their mind because they will allow themselves to do the research and find out for themselves. That's the only thing we're asking people to do. We're not in here twisting their arm till they say uncle and then say the Earth is flat. We don't care about that, bro.
Well, I guess let me put it to you this way, because first to one comment you said earlier, I am the guy, right? I'm not the layman who's just like, oh yeah, I need this like boiled down version. Can you give it to me with pictures, right? No. Like I'm saying like, hey, no, I'm looking for the nitty gritty, right? I'm looking for something very detailed, and I will use an analogy because I am staring at my computer right now. I could sit here. And I couldn't tell you really the first thing about why my computer does many of the things that it does. And you could say to me, well, just start doing the testing. Just start taking it apart and get your voltmeter and go and look at, but there is so much going on that, right, doing like one or two tests wouldn't tell me the whole picture, right? It would take me a lifetime to do it that way. But I'm sure the people who make the processor, the people who make the keyboard, who make the camera technology, who make the LCD technology, right? I could find that stuff documented in fascinating detail. Right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think it's not analogous because you're using a complicated mechanical thing. And we're not talking about that in this instance. We're just talking about a specific geometric shape. And geometric shapes have been known to be measured by thousands of years already. Like, it's not very uncommon for somebody to say it's very rudimentary just to measure a shape. And if you think you have a sphere or a cube or a pyramid or whatever 3D shape you think you have, like, you can test and verify that you know exactly what shape it is because you can measure it, right? Like, you don't have to take a multi-step process. You can just measure the shape and find out what shape it is.
We're kind of double dipping here, no? Because it started out as like, look, it's kind of undigestible. To now we're
but that's only listen, no. The reason it's not digestible is because the person is fighting against their own cognitive bias that the Earth is not something that they were saying it is. So they're fighting that. So that's why I'm saying it's not easily taken. Like, I can't just tell somebody the earth is flat, go measure it. They're going to like, oh yeah, yeah, I'll do that. They don't do that because they're fighting against their own mind. You don't understand that process because you haven't been in this conversation long as I have. I know what's going on with those guys.
Well, and that
with
would
everybody.
that would be fascinating information to include in the research material, in the paper.
Dude.
See what I'm talking about? This is another. Just because it's psychological, you could add it in. You know what I mean? Like you could put that in there. That'd be sick.
Yeah, dude, listen to me when I say this. Here's one thing I'll tell you. The way you could verify something like what I'm telling you is by way of just being in here. Like do this, all right? Just as a project. Don't say anything. Just be a silent observer. Do it for like 2 weeks. Just come in here every time we're in here. Be a silent observer, and you'll see for yourself what we deal with. And I don't even have to tell you anymore. I just say, just be an observer.
Right. I mean, but I can make the same argument, right? I could say go into an academic space, or this guy who's a satellite engineer, right? Go hang out with while they're making all the plans and calculations to do what that person does for a living, and just hang out for 2 weeks, and that's all you have to do. That's all.
I'm saying that so you can understand the psychological breakdown, but the arguments have to be logical and consistent. So if you're saying that they're on both, I challenge you to go ahead and present that, because you wouldn't be able to find that. There'll only be one side that's producing information that's empirical, verified, and testable, and that'd be the side of the Earth being a horizontal plane and flat, not on the side of the Earth being a globe. That's what I'm trying to. I'm getting at you that the person that's going to be logical in this argument is going to be one that can present the verified information of what they're saying. That's what's really where the rubber meets the road. Not where people are talking mumbo jumbo when they say, okay, you can go out and test it. Yeah,
but
that's where it makes sense.
But don't we not have a model?
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna actually pass this conversation to Jedi, if you don't mind. I gotta get back to work, but
no worries.
I'll be listening.
I also did want to say, just like AV said, we shouldn't focus on the sky. We should focus on the ground, because the sky doesn't matter. I don't think the sky is even.
You don't think the sky is what? Say that again.
I don't think the sky is real. I think it's fake.
Oh, it's fake. Oh, I see.
I think a spotlight is shining it.
So what is the sky then? I mean, presumably it's something, right? Or is it like God, or how does this work?
I don't really know, but I think it's a spotlight.
A spotlight that like requires
we used to believe that we had a model, but then the final experiment happened where they went to Antarctica and showed that 24 hours sounds possible. And now we don't really have a model, but we should come up with one, is what I think.
Interesting.
Ever since that, I think we've been kind of running around like headless chickens. Hey, dog profile picture, can you open your DMs? I want to show you something consistent with the conversation.
I was wondering who this was. I'm sorry. Yeah, here, I accepted you. Oh, that's a very interesting picture of the flat Earth. That's actually really interesting.
Can you put that in the live stream text chat? I want to see the real picture of the flat Earth. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, here, I'll share it right now. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's just one. Yeah.
I can't post pictures in the chat.
It's all right. It's being done for you. Man who knows what the Earth looks like.
Here, let me send this on over now.
I would send it in the chat, but I can't, because I can't send pictures in the chat yet.
I have always wondered.
You're not a member of 24/7, are you? So you'll probably get roles and stuff the longer you are active in the channel.
I have picture ability on
Oh, there we go.
politics channel.
That should update in a moment. I have very slow internet. I apologize. Yeah, there we go.
Wait, what the hell is this?
I mean,
Why is
he even
why
said
is
in
the
the
Earth a
it's one-
disc? Sorry, hold on, my friend. Do apologise.
It's one of
Do apologise.
many.
Obviously.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. But is this what our friend thinks that the flat Earth looks like? Is he
No, it's
saying
one
that,
of
hey, I
many.
want you to
He
see
even
this
said
because this is the flat Earth?
No,
said
I'm
it's
saying
one
we
of
don't have a model yet, so we should get one because they all look so dumb.
So
We
why
should
are you
get a
sending
real
him this
model.
art? This is
Because I want to
artwork.
show it. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, it's very pretty, but it also makes a claim that it looks like the Earth is a disc in space. Now, I'm a flat earther. I hate it
isn't
when
that what
people
we're
say
saying?
that they know the shape of the Earth and that it's a disc in space. Can you understand that the problems this is going to conjure up when we try to give this as what, a representation of the Earth? You really got to caveat this with, hey, this looks pretty, but I don't think that this is what the Earth looks like, because you wouldn't know.
Fair.
I find this very disturbing. I do apologise.
Can you show me what I should be using? Because I don't really know what to use.
You understand, I haven't got anything that you should be using, which is probably the main point. Right? This makes a claim, whether beknownst to you or not, as to the shape of the Earth. It's a circle here. So when you give this as evidence, or your conjurings or imagination of what the Earth could look like, all of a sudden you've made a shape claim. No flat earther can make a claim to the shape of the Earth unless they've been to the extremities and mapped them. Have you done this?
Yeah, but to be fair, I wanted to get this thought out. He even put in the DM. It's one of many potential.
But the thing is, there's so many options, and I don't know which one to do. If anyone can present me a good one, I will use it. But
there isn't a good one to use it, and your many options are the problem why I'm having this conversation with you, dude. I'm using this as a teaching experience. Dude, I'm trying to use this as a teaching experience for you. Maybe you haven't been around Flat Earth for a long time, but this idea gets thrown around on the internet, and here we have to defend it or take it apart, because this could be used as a straw man, dude. There are many artistic renditions of what the Earth could conceptually look like, but when we start showing discs in space, we've got a problem.
Hey, lesson learned.
Okay, I won't believe it's a disc anymore. But if it's not a disc, then what is it?
Don't know, dude. We understand that a flat earther, just by understanding that somebody makes a claim to a surface description, isn't making a claim to shape. No one knows the shape of the Earth, dude. Not any flat earther, anyway.
Well, I'm a flat earther because I don't trust the government, not because there's proof for it.
Okay, I'm a flat earther because I understand how the Earth is measured empirically. That's my standard of evidence, measurement of the surface and how it measures and describes. How we practically observe and use that surface, for example. I'm interested in the empirical stuff. You seem to be coming to Flat Earth from some kind of I don't trust the government idea. Shit, then why are we not a convex Earth where we're on the inside of a sphere and the universe is inside the centre of that sphere? Many people say that that's the Earth. And they don't trust the government, so we've got lots of ideas of what the Earth can be now. It's not a great standard to start from, but it's somewhere to start from if you want to learn more, dude. It's me reaching out to you, hoping you want to learn more.
I do want to learn more, but
okay.
If that picture, if we don't have a model, then why is that picture any worse from any other picture?
It's as long as you caveat it with artwork. This is an artist rendition of what possibly the Earth could be, but within the artwork that you've given a shape claim. And the Earth also looks like a disc in space. What is it, floating around the sun?
No, I think the sun is in the dome, but that picture is...
Yeah, outside.
Showing it outside of it.
Yeah, it's also making a shape claim to the sky as well. I get the idea of a dome because we have gas pressure, but that's only an antithetical argument to their claim there's a vacuum up there. And in this story, there must be a container if there's a vacuum up there. It's fraught with problems, dude. And like you brought up as well, right? Until the 24-hour sun was observed in Antarctica with the final experiment, we had a model? No, we didn't. We didn't have a model then.
Well, we understood people I talked to said we had a model.
No, that's a map. And that's a globe map. That's a projected, flattened out globe map.
To be quite frank,
north is the center and the circumference becomes the South Pole. What was a point now becomes a circumference because of the way that the projected map is flattened out.
I've been flat earther for about 3 years now, but I used to come in Discord, but not very much, and now I'm coming back. So I've not really been around for a while, so I don't really know everything.
Yeah, no, I understand that as well, dude. I see a lot of people out there that came into Flat Earth X amount of years ago and then left it for other subjects and then don't look back on the Flat Earth and still carry around that information that they had, say, in 2015 or whenever. Some of that information we've come to understand over the last 10, 11 years. It's propaganda, straw man, like that AE map, for example. That was a dangerous tool. It's a piece of propaganda. It was a straw man that when they attempted to burn it down last Christmas, when they went to Antarctica, when they burnt that idea down, then obviously the people would follow the suit that the map, the flat earth, had been destroyed because of the observation that is antithetical to that model. Yeah, that was a straw man, dude. You have to remember we live in very dangerous times and propaganda is everywhere. So yeah, I'm glad you've come back.
Even if I was debunked, I wouldn't. Even if I was debunked, I wouldn't believe in the round earth, even if all the evidence showed.
In my opinion, those who present those types of images that the earth is a disk, they just have a misunderstanding of the word flat. They think that flat it means circle or square or something like that. So they present the earth as being disk. And even that image is a little bit confusing. It's ironic a little bit. They have a dome that have no meaning there because there is water that is spilling out of the disk. So that dome doesn't work as a container even. So there is many flaws there, many flaws there.
Lesson learned. But does anyone have any valid arguments for gravity? I've been debating a lot and I don't really know much about it. What I find freeing about the flat earth is whenever you're debunked, you can just say you don't have a model and then you don't have anything to prove, you know?
No, we're in the business of not reifying models. There are many different types of models, statistical models, for example, right? Predictory models. And we don't need a model to prove the Earth is one way or another. What we need is a measurement of the Earth to prove it is one way or another, to then extrapolate or build a model upon, a truer one. When we measure the surface of the Earth, we measure the surface of water to lay horizontal at distances that should show curvature. So the Earth is measured flat. That's all we need to do. Don't need to make models. That's not our claim. Our claim is the Earth is measured flat. We stop right there.
Very freeing thought there.
Level is horizontal. You can make up your own model for that. You can even go further. Level is horizontal, and horizontal is always parallel to the horizontal plane of the horizon. So welcome to the flat Earth.
So I just texted my friend about how we didn't really have anything to prove to him. Uh, so so he couldn't really debunk us. But so he replied with, "Isn't guessing better than not knowing anything?" What should I reply with to that?
Good stuff, Jedi.
What's up, buddy? You at work?
Yeah, yeah. I got busy on the forklift, so I couldn't answer the dude's questions.
That's all right, man. I disappeared for like 10, 15 minutes and I came back. Yeah. It's all good. What are you up to? Just driving forklifts around and whatnot?
Yeah, moving paper rolls up and down the aisle.
Oh, wow. Get good money for driving forklifts in the UK, man. Really good money.
Really?
Yeah, very good money.
Well, I can slide in as an immigrant and, get housing and everything.
Get on a freaking boat, mate. You'll be fine. Somebody will come and pick you up.
Man. And with my luck, I'd probably have the hardest time. Be like, what do you mean? That other guy came in.
You're not the right type of immigrant. You're Mexican.
Yeah, you're not the kind of guy that actually can come in. I'll be like, well, that doesn't beat all. You got rules on immigrants now. What type of immigrant?
Just scrolling up and down the chat, see if there's any names that I don't recognise or are new to the channel. Don't be afraid to unmute yourselves and introduce yourselves, guys. It's always nice to meet people. If you've got any questions about the flat Earth, Alpha's on a break, or not so busy as he was before. So we've got a prime member in the panel. If anybody wants to ask some questions, who else have we got in the chat? Yoda, I think you're here. Who else we got? Quiet Noobs, Rady Criterion, loads of people.
What happens if I drive my forklift at a Home Depot?
Welcome to Flat Earth, I guess. I don't know. Got somebody just joined called Salty User who's muted. Do I dare unmute Salty User? Let's see what happens. What's up, Salty? You're unmuted. Oh, server muted automatically. Must have been a bad boy. I'll go.
They must
Probably
have a
why they're
server
Salty
level
User.
mute.
Alpha, are you still there? Did you hear about the train to track that happened over the weekend in the UK? He's disappeared. What's up, Matthew Lance? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
Well, thank you. I'm doing well. Thank you. It's the longest week of the year over here in the United States.
Is that because you put your clocks back?
Right. Most weeks are 168 hours. This week is 169.
Yeah, we had our longest week of the year the week before.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't coordinate. Would make life easier.
I think in Australia and other places south of the equator, they had their shortest week, right? Clocks go forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did clocks develop motility? Did it get legs and move forward?
But speaking of time zone, how come there's exactly 24 hours worth of time zone in the north and symmetrically exactly 24 hours worth of time zones in the south? And they're separated by the same distance at the same latitude.
Except there's only 19 in the north and 31 or 32 in the south, depending on how you
You're
count.
talking about political time zones. I said 24 hours worth of time zones. Of course, different governments split them up different ways, but it's exactly symmetrical in the north and the south.
It's because they're radians in a circle. Just divided by 15 degrees.
But the circle, as you go farther and farther south, the time zone lines, or the places where the solar noon happens, get closer and closer as you go farther south, and closer as you go farther north, and then they get farther apart as you go towards the equator.
Mm-hmm. Where do they converge?
At the North Pole and the South Pole.
Okay.
So shouldn't the time move faster if you're closer to the North Pole?
Well, no. I mean, what do you mean faster?
Well, if the sun has to traverse a shorter distance in the top of the time zone there, then shouldn't time move faster?
Well, the time zones are closer together, I think, is what you're implying, and that's right. But no matter where you are on Earth, the sun moves at 15 degrees per hour all year long, by the way.
Morning, everybody.
Hello, sheepdog.
Sheep doggy dog.
The Earth's not curved, yippee-yo,
Dude, if I had given you like a street name, it wouldn't be Sheepdog. It'd be Big Bear. That'd be your name on the street.
I do wrestle like a bear, man.
Well, yeah, and you look like one too, bro. Like you're the biggest one. So I don't know if a Kodiak or Grizzly, but you're one of those.
Koala.
A koala.
I look like a koala when I'm eating.
Aren't those things poisonous?
No, but they can get randy. And
Do I make you Randy? Do I?
they're also called drop bears. You know, they just drop out of the trees for randomly.
Oh shit!
But when they're in the mood for a little baby making, they can be quite the little bastards.
Yeah, maybe I am a koala. Did we already talk to some of the new people in here? Dark, we KC, Junior Lobo, Los.
No, they haven't chimed in. They're just probably waiting for someone to talk.
Are you all really flat earthers? Y'all believe the earth is flat? There, I asked your question for you. Why, no. No, we don't believe the earth is flat. We don't need to believe it. We've gone out and measured it, so now we know the earth. Nothing. Morris, you still hot, Mike?
Yeah, so I don't get the claim that the sun displaces 15 degrees per hour for all observers everywhere at all times on Earth. Like if I'm at 45 degrees north latitude and it's the winter solstice, the sun only traces an arc about 100 degrees, 102 degrees in the sky. Averages about 12 degrees per hour.
I always thought that was weird too.
He says this every day. He comes in here, it seems.
He admitted that the sun moves, but he doesn't know how the sun moves.
I mean, I understand why they need it to be 15 degrees per hour.
I mean, I know why my hand moves, but I don't know why my hand moves. Like, why?
We even have it yet.
Oh no. I'm not going through an existential crisis.
Like it's always been a funny logic, right? How do you know the Earth's moving? Because the sun's moving. Everything else in the sky is moving, so therefore we must also. Everything else in the sky is round, so we must be.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
What are you guys up to now?
Eating breakfast.
Oh, any globers that you guys have destroyed today?
No, I don't think the globe can be destroyed, so to speak. I think it still has the best explanation. So it's gonna be kind of hard.
Oh, are you a glober?
Yes, of course.
Oh,
You destroy your own arguments, Matt.
wait.
I
So,
think the globe is internally consistent, so it worked.
Is that why you keep deflating it in every conversation we have?
Deflating it? What do you mean?
So if Eratosthenes is assumed in the infinite sun, how far, with the sun being the distance that is infinity, how big would the sun be?
At an infinite distance, the sun would be invisible. It would be like less than a point of light.
Okay, so then how do you have parallel light rays from an infinite sun?
Well, you don't. It's neither infinite nor parallel.
So then Eratosthenes got it wrong. How did Eratosthenes get the measurements when he wasn't on the same latitude or the same longitude?
So Eratosthenes got the measurements of the shadow. That's the only thing he measured was a shadow. He assumed infinite distance to the sun, and he assumed parallel light rays. And with those assumptions, he calculated the circumference of the Earth.
Right. How did he do that when he wasn't on the same latitude or the same longitude?
He assumed that it wouldn't make a difference.
A whole lot of like major assumptions.
Right, but he got pretty close. We think within 10% of the right answer.
Or they're just wrong.
I mean, we have modern maps that show that the maps work. So, you know, you can use celestial navigation to figure out distances between cities, and so it seems like he was about right. Of course, nobody knows how long a stadium is. A state is, so we're not 100% sure which measure he was using.
Well, I mean, we know where modern day Kyrene and modern day Alexandria are. I'm sure it's the same exact location.
Anyone else?
Yeah, he said there were 800 stades between those, but nobody knows what that is in terms of kilometers for sure. But he wasn't proving the globe anyway. He was just measuring the circumference using the assumption that the Earth is a globe. You can't measure the circumference of something that's not a globe.
He didn't assume the globe, or he wasn't measuring the globe. He was just measuring the circumference.
That's dope. That's
He
dope.
was
You can
assume-
the circumference of something that's a circle, though. That's actually.
Oh, you're right.
Good.
I meant the radius. Well, so he assumed that the surface of the Earth was a sphere, and from that assumption, and the assumption that the light rays are parallel, he calculated the assumed circumference and radius from that. That's what I meant. He's not proving anything, just calculating.
Well, I think the 10% claim was wrong, considering they don't even know the length of a spot within 30%. How does that work?
Sorry, you were breaking up. We heard about 50% of what you said. Could you say it again?
Yeah, sorry, it's a little windy. I said they don't know the length of the stud within 30%. The upper and lower bounds are 30% away from each other. So how could they know the circumference within 10%? How could he be 10% accurate when you don't even know if the units within 30%?
Well, okay, so maybe 15%. 15% each way. Yeah, you're right. We don't know what unit of measurement he was using.
So you destroy your own logic again.
It's propaganda versus reality. So this is published if they don't know within 30%. I'm not just making the number up. There's analysis of what the length of a stud was and what he actually used, and they admit they don't know within 30%. And I will post that.
Yeah, the basic measurement he did was that the shadow at that time was about 1/50th of the circle. And so he assumed that the distance between Alexandria and Syene was about 1/50th of the entire circumference of the Earth. We don't know how far he thought that was or what units he was using. But it's within a certain range, so pretty good for 2,300 years ago anyway.
Now, since he does not know the units within 30%, but he came within 10% of the modern radius, I'd characterize that as a guess.
Right. It was a guess. We're just guessing. We know that he said it's 1/50th of the distance, but all the other stuff is guesses.
Because there's no way he used the wrong units and got close. You know what I mean? It was a guess. And Ptolemy's globe was 10% smaller than that. So Eratosthenes is 10% too small. Ptolemy's was 10% smaller than that. And I can't remember off the top of my head what Al-Biruni's circumference was. Anybody remembers?
Yeah, I don't know those numbers either.
But I've seen so the guy with the bike in the stick, she was off by, I don't know, 118% or something. Some ridiculous large number. And then there was another one, I haven't been able to find it. Some MIT kids did it in Boston from the top of a building, measured the dip of the horizon, and they were off by something like 800%. Oh, I love getting into this city. Car's beeping at another car because that car was turning and didn't kill me in the crosswalk, and he's pissed. Wow, how dare you get in his way by not killing me? Should just ran me over.
Yeah, you can use the old New Yorker. Hey, I'm walking over here.
I was. The dude turning was being respectful. It's the guy behind him that didn't want to wait. He wanted him to run me over. Like, run him over, damn it. I'm in a hurry. Yo, AB, what'd you think about that kid yesterday? The Kool-Aid drinker from Singapore.
Oh, Cryptic?
Oh, yeah, dude. I was telling my friend, or in real life friend, about him, man. He was like, holy shit, he couldn't even believe it. And he's old, right? He's a boomer, a baby boomer, and they already believe everything, but like, he couldn't believe it, like the stuff I was telling him the kid said. He was like arguing, like, I want to be brainwashed. They're looking out for me.
Yeah, he's a total brain spaz.
He actually made an argument that he should trust authorities and that it's the right thing to do because they care about him and they're looking out for his best interest. The craziest shit I ever heard.
It depends on the authority, right? Some authorities are more trustworthy than others.
No. The only authority you should be trusting is yourself.
I mean, if that's how you look at your life, then human civilization wouldn't exist, you know?
Cryptic, can I just quickly say something to you? Can't you think for yourself? It's about thinking for yourself. You don't need to rely on nobody or believe anybody. Can you decipher, know what information is true or false? It's about you figuring it out. You don't, when you have that ability, you don't need to believe what they say because you can find out which information is true or false. Do you understand my point?
Yeah, I get the whole verified thing, yeah.
Well, you have three choices, right? You have believe, don't believe, or I don't know. If you haven't verified it and they haven't shown you conclusive evidence to a fact, then you should just be at best, or at best, I don't know.
I mean,
there's nothing wrong with not knowing.
Yeah, but like, say you want to put money in the bank, right? Like, you don't. Most people don't want to understand the whole banking system to trust the bank. They'll just put it in the bank because they think it's because most people are telling them putting your money in the bank is good, right? Like, you need certain levels of trust in society. But I get the whole trust and verify for the shape of the earth, but you can't trust and verify for everything. You can't verify for everything.
Okay, does that collective delusion help you or somebody else?
The collective delusion, yeah, it helps people at the top, obviously.
So it's better to be delusional. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying if you want to participate in human society, especially like very complex, like first world human society, you need to be able to. You need to trust people, and you need to be delusional to a certain extent, or else you simply cannot partake in society to some extent.
That is literally the most accurate thing you've said yet. That if you want to participate in modern society, you need to be absolutely delusional. Congratulations.
Yes, that's what I took from that as well. Yeah.
You don't need to be absolutely delusional, but you need to be delusional to a certain extent, or else they literally will not let you participate. Like imagine you study the banking system and how the central banks screw everyone, and how private banks work with central banks, screw everyone,
Oh, I
and
have.
like yeah.
I have.
So
I'm already there, dude. I know more about that.
exactly. Exactly. So people still put their money in the bank, right? They don't take the time to actually study all this stuff, right? And the people at the top win, right? But if you did not, if most people weren't under this delusion, they'd be cut off from the Western banking system, and then they'd starve, right? So you need to be under a certain level of delusion.
No. They wouldn't starve, dude. They wouldn't starve. They would just use other forms of currency that are not advantageous to the government. They'd use gold or silver coin, or they'd do bartering. People aren't going to just sit there and starve to death.
Well, imagine Iran tomorrow told everyone the truth about the banking system, and like how Western banking is screwing people and all that. They'd be cut off.
They do tell the truth. They do tell the truth, but people are delusional. They hear the truth and they don't care, because delusional is easier for them. It's harder to get out of the system once you're in. This is a system where it's like a roach motel. You check in, but you don't check out, right? It's easy to enter, but it's hard to leave. So they're in, right? They're already in when they find out what the truth of the fiat money central banking system is, but they're already in. To divest from that is too hard, and people are lazy. They'd rather be delusional. Keep being delusional with everybody else, praying that nobody gets wise. A majority of people don't start bucking the system and go, hey, I don't want that fiat money fucking toilet paper. I want hard currency. They don't, but they're banking on that nobody does that. That's what you're banking on.
No, but there's no other alternative, though. It's not about like staying in it for a while.
Yeah, there is, dude. Yeah, there is.
What's the alternative?
Don't use the currency? How hard is that?
Golden.
No, like say Iran tomorrow was cut off from it probably already is cut off from global trade. Then how would they survive?
There they are, and they've survived by making trade deals in their own currency, or doing exchanges like oil for wetlands, or oil for food, or oil for other stuff, right? Direct trade. Now, the only question hold on. The only question with that is what currency are you going to price it in? That's really the only issue.
Exactly.
The relative value of the thing. But you don't have to do that. You could just come up with your own relative value. Money is whatever the parties agree it is. Okay? You understand that? Whatever the two people of the contract agree the money is, that's what the money is.
Yeah, I get that, but no one's gonna trade with you unless you do it in U.S. dollars. If you're cut off from U.S. dollars, most of the world won't trade with you.
Well, they can kiss my ass then. How about that?
Yeah, if the moment you're cut off from U.S. dollars, you can't trade with anyone, and this kind of authoritative hierarchy isn't just present in global trade, it's present everywhere. Imagine you question the shape of the earth. Imagine a country questions the shape of the earth and starts teaching like alternative, like an alternative narrative to their students, right? Then that country could probably be shunned by the entire world because the global elite decide the narrative, and they could just cut off that country from trade.
I agree with everything you're saying. Wait, are we supposed to just lay down and just let it happen? Are we not supposed to resist?
I
Are
think
you just telling us resistance is futile? Is that what you're telling us?
I would argue that flat earthers are actually the most submissive group, actually, because you guys have such bold claims, but then you haven't, like, most flat earthers, like, they propagate their message, but like they don't go and protest, they don't go and like share it on a like imagine people talking about
What are we gonna protest? What, like, bro, like, are you okay? Are you okay?
Hold on, Indio. Like, what do you think we're doing right now, Cryptic? What do you think this whole? What do you? Oh, wait, don't interrupt me. What do you think that this whole channel is all about for over, what is it? Better part of a decade. What do you think we're doing? For protesting.
This is about propagating your message, right? Which is
It's
fine.
protesting. It's what you said. Why aren't we doing the thing that you were saying? We're submissive. You call this submissive? We're protesting. Is that what? You're not getting it, are you?
No, imagine people talking about climate change and protesting about climate change. They go to the freaking UN and then they protest in front of all the world leaders and all that. You guys talk about
Okay. So this is the problem. Okay, hold on, Cryptic. This is the problem you're having. They're forcing that on people. Nobody's forcing you to believe in the globe. What are we going to do? Protest. Stop teaching the globe. You freely chose to believe it. Nobody held a gun to your head. And as far as outrageous claims, oh yeah, it's really outrageous. Hey, dude, the Earth looks flat because it really is. That's so outrageous. How dare you believe that what you see is what you get? How dare you?
Bro, we are going to reach the moon, bro. Earth isn't flat. It's in geodes.
No sarcasm, Cryptic, in case you missed it.
No, but when you said it's a free will, right? I disagree with that, because if the global elite control the narrative, and imagine you're a small country, right? I already said this point previously. If you're a small country and you don't follow the main narrative of the big countries, you'll get cut off. So it's not about it's not about choice. You can be manipulated into propagating this theory.
I mean, if they thought it was that important, but I don't think they would actually care. I mean, you have to think about it like this. And I hate to bring them Indians, right? But the Indians, pretty much worldwide, no human culture eats human feces. But there are festivals in India in which they do that, right? So
no, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, that's
I've
just
seen the
racist
videos, bro.
shit, bro. That's just racist shit, bro. They don't eat.
Oh yeah, so I watched that racist video with them filming it live. Yeah, okay, yeah, that was racist. Okay, I've seen it, dude. I've seen it. That's CGI. CGI proof. What are you gonna tell me?
Also, how is that related?
You can do stuff that's outlandish. Nobody's gonna stop them. To most people, flat Earth is considered outlandish. Nobody's gonna try to stop it.
No. How is eating human feces related to anything we've talked about right now? Why did you bring that
It's
up?
outlandish behavior, which is contrary. Listen, if the culture says Earth is a globe and someone says flat Earth, it's outlandish to the culture. If someone everyone says eating feces is bad, and someone's eating them, it's outlandish to the culture. It's a relative thing. That's the only analogy I'm making. It's not really important that they're eating feces. Just use that as an example as some universal thing that people do not support.
Yeah, no one's eating feces, bro. No one's eating feces, and Indian culture does not promote eating feces. I don't know where you got
everybody.
that.
I didn't say everybody.
No,
there's a festival. There is a festival that celebrates it. Yes, there is.
There's probably white people who eat feces too. You look at San Francisco; they shit on the street, bro.
Yeah, you seem to be losing the plot here. Which
well,
is
he
which
brought
you
it
always.
up.
Yeah, but he brought it up for a specific point that he keeps trying to reiterate the point, and you keep missing it. So he can't land the point if you just keep not seeing his point. You're just talking past him.
Yeah, I get his point. I get his point that the flat Earth thing is not that important that they would cut off countries or something. But I disagree with that. If all countries, like you claim, are in on it, then why would they be in on it if it wasn't that important? Like, why would they be in on it?
Bro, what are they talking about right now? CryptoNet.
Yeah, bro. Why are people being so racist in the freaking chat, bro?
No, no one is racist. It's just a game of our mind. We discriminate people on colors, religions, and countries. It's just a game of our mind. Like, we just discriminate people, and people just name it as racism. You get the point? You sound a bit like Dustin from Stranger Things.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's a web series from Netflix. Its season 5 is coming out in 26th of November. Make sure to watch it. So, how many people are there and no one's talking right now? Why?
Some of us are busy.
Who's busy?
Most of us in here, sometimes we get busy.
Why are people being so racist in the chat, bro? You guys come from X, is it? This is the type of shit I see on X, bro. Oh my days, bro.
I'll tell you why there's not more people engaging, because I've just joined and you like talking about peace.
They can barely hear you.
Oh, really?
Me?
No roots.
Oh.
Mic check.
Also, someone needs to moderate the chat, bro.
Bro, do everyone believe that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, the Earth is flat. It's measured that way.
Who said that?
Roots.
Bro, we already reached the moon, and still we assume that Earth is flat. Bro, it's not also wrong. It's a geo.
Listen, if that's your best evidence that we went to the moon, so therefore the Earth is a ball, how do you explain that every measurement you take on the Earth is of a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane?
So here's how. Earth is very big and we are very small. So when we stand on Earth, we feel like we're standing on a flat surface, but it is not. It is the area of Earth, and if the Earth was flat, we would be able to see the Big Ben and the Pyramid of Giza from our gallery.
No, that's incorrect. Now, Earth isn't just really, really big. We know how big the Earth is supposed to be. Okay, we know there's supposed to be a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared. If that was the case, let me finish. If that was the case, there would be some way to measure or observe the curvature. There is no measurement of curvature you can take, and there is no measurement of motion. Now, to address your second point, we would definitely not be able to see forever on a flat Earth. You wouldn't be able to see Big Ben or whatever from where you are, or whatever the example you gave. You're just showing that you're ignorant. You're a little bit ignorant to optics and how we view things and the atmosphere. We
Then
would
why do we see
definitely not be
horizon?
able to see forever on a flat Earth. Go ahead.
Then why do we see the horizon? Like you're in a beach and you suddenly see the sun setting, and there's ocean and there's nothing but horizon. Then why do we see the horizon? Because Earth is a geo.
No. Do you know what the horizon? Okay, the horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere. It's not the point where the Earth is curving. If it was, there would only be one horizon. The problem is, there are multiple horizons. If you zoom in with a camera, you push the horizon back. So what is the horizon? The horizon is an optical position where the sky meets the ground, or the floor will reach the ceiling, and it is usually based on the limitation of how far you can see. Now, we can verify this because when things go beyond the horizon, we now have technology, high-powered lenses, cameras, where we can push the horizon back. So the horizon is not the leading edge of a ball. The horizon is the limitation of your view. And if you don't know that, you would expect a horizon to appear exactly how it does on a flat Earth. I'm going to ask you a question now. Is the horizon horizontal or is it curved?
Horizon. Okay, let me guess. The horizon is curved. No. Horizon is the point where the land and the sky meets. And
right, and it's a horizontal line, isn't it? It's not a curved line. No matter how far, if you're seeing the horizon from the beach and you can see a vast distance, then there's no obstruction left to right, you can see a perfectly horizontal line. We don't observe curvature. The horizon, by definition, is horizontal. So the horizon is not a globe proof, my friend. The horizon is our argument. The horizon proves that we don't have any curvature and that there is no point where the Earth is curving. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to see beyond objects that go beyond the measurable curve. So at 10 miles, you would have 66 feet of curvature to account for. We don't observe that 66 feet of obstruction. We can see things far beyond 10 miles. Do you understand?
Okay, then there's also a doubt for me. So if the Earth is flat, then why there are so many time zones? I mean, the sun rays would hit all the Earth, right? And there will be only one time zone, but there are many hundreds of time zones.
Right. Why is there only one time zone in China? The whole of China has one time zone. Why is that?
So does India, but India generally have two time zones, but they pay the time clock. They paid the world to, to mix those one clock and just show the one time zone. India has actually two time zones, but they usually show one to remove the confusion. So that I think that's how China.
So
does
you've
it.
just hit the nail on the head. They did it for political reasons. Time zones are political. Okay, they have chosen time zones per country for whatever reason. Now, the reason why there's daylight on one side of the Earth and darkness in the other side of the Earth is because the sun light cannot travel forever. If the sun goes beyond your view, the light goes with it. So time zones are not based on the sun. They're actually, a lot of them are based politically. I'm sorry?
Time zones are based on the local solar noon, and then political. So it's both based on the sun and then set up politically. So it's both of them.
Yeah. So I've just addressed that the sun's light won't travel forever on a flat Earth. So yes, the obviously the sun's light has something to do with it, But actually, the reason why we have so many time zones is for political reasons.
Right, but ultimately there's 24 hours worth of time zones in the northern hemisphere and symmetrically 24 hours worth of time zones in the southern hemisphere. It's symmetric.
Incorrect. 19 in the north, 24 in the middle, and 32 in the south.
Yeah, you're talking about the political time zones. I said 24 hours worth of time zones, not the political.
They call it something else, though, right? Don't they call it like universal time or something?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, there's also one, the airplane routes. Planes often take curved routes and in great circles on the map. That's because straight lines on the globe look curved on the flat map. Pilots use the shortest routes on the sphere. So, I mean, that proves that Earth is round.
What are you reading from, buddy?
I wonder what a flight corridor is.
No, the airplanes took the curving paths like they're in the sky, so they can just travel straight.
Dude, it's not just as simple as that. So you have to understand, for safety reasons, aircrafts that have 4 engines are only allowed to be about 180 minutes from any massive land, specifically an airport. Because if something goes wrong, their glide time over, 3 hours or so that they can maintain in the air should just about get them to an airport. So they have to take safety considerations when plotting routes across the Earth. You must understand this, right? This is why we don't go straight from Portugal all the way over to Florida. We try and curve up around the landmass and back down again.
So if there's a lunar eclipse, if there's a lunar eclipse in USA, China doesn't
what's
have
a lunar
one.
eclipse? What's a lunar
eclipse, bro? When there's a moon and it all goes black at night. You know that?
That's a phase. What do you mean? Be a little bit more specific.
Lunar eclipse means when imagine you're in a playing ground at night and suddenly you see the moon. It's a full moon, and suddenly something black exactly the size of moon come in front of it and cover something which covers the moon. Why does it happen?
I don't know. You seem to think that that's the Earth causing that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
If the Earth is flat, then why does lunar eclipse happen?
I don't know why the lunar eclipse happens, dude. But within your model, within your nation,
Go on.
Is the moon flat in your example?
No. We all know that the moon is round.
Okay. You understand how shadows transfer onto curved surface? The shadow will be distorted. So if you're saying that we see a shadow of the Earth, a curved shadow, then if that's an actual true representation, then the moon must be flat for us to see your observation. Have you ever created shadow puppets before?
Then why do all people say that the Earth is round?
Sorry, have you ever created shadow puppets before?
Yeah, I created. We can also put it
so you understand that when you create a shadow puppet on a wall, a flat surface, you get a really true representation of what's cast in the shadow. For example, if you had a ball casting the shadow on a flat surface, you will see a circle of darkness representing the ball. But if you were to curve the wall, the shadow would be distorted, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think your explanation of what causes lunar eclipse can be demonstrated to be true. Because if I try to represent that with, say, a ball representing the Earth, a source of light representing the sun, and another ball representing the moon, I don't get what we observe in the sky.
Oh.
If you look at a different angle, but if you're looking at from the same angle, then it doesn't matter what shape the shadow is falling on.
You tried to recreate this, Matthew?
No, just sort of in my head, sort of thinking about it.
Just sort of in your head. But to answer your question, no, I don't know what causes a lunar eclipse, my friend.
Okay, then how did the people who reached the moon saw Earth? Did they saw the Earth that is flat?
Pardon?
I mean, the Neil Armstrong, the first man who stepped on the moon, traveled to the moon in spaceship. So he even saw Earth from the moon, which is round, like moon.
Okay.
He told it himself.
Did he? Are you sure?
Yeah, bro.
How are you sure?
And still, we are wondering that NASA is even reach moon or not.
Sorry, I'm letting you talk and getting your thoughts out, and I'm asking you questions. How are you sure that Neil Armstrong stepped foot on the moon?
Okay, I'm not really sure because I wasn't born in 1989, but there is all history all over, so right, and the whole world believes it. So
it's just trust then.
Yeah, it's just trust.
Okay.
He pinky promised.
Do you swear?
And the whole world does not believe.
Okay, and suppose you're in a playing ground and you're seeing the horizon, okay? And suppose there's a long ladder, and you just climb the ladder to its highest point, something like 1 kilometer. It's a ladder 1 kilometer long, and you climb 1 kilometer upwards, and then you see the horizon expands.
Yeah.
Why does it happen? Why don't we see the whole world?
Because you changed your angle of view. You understand that you're just using your eyes, and your eyes have a limitation as to how far they can distance, especially a surface that is many, many, many miles across. Because your eyes lose angular reduction at distance, the surface will eventually disappear. It's actually still there, but your eyes can't resolve it. Now, I'm still bloody talking. Now, this is when, he wants to carry on. You disagree with the angular resolution limit of optics.
Okay, so in a hypothetical case...
Sorry, I need to understand that you understand what I'm putting down before getting confused. You understand that things appear to get smaller the further away they get?
Yeah, I think. And when the ship travels in the ocean and we see it from the land, the ship starts to shrink and it slowly disappears. Why is that? And same with the aeroplane.
Hello? Right, that's one, because things appear to get smaller with distance, don't they?
Yeah.
Right, put your hand in front of your face and then move it away. Do you notice that your hand appeared to get smaller?
Yeah, it got smaller.
Yeah, so the boat that was right next to you was huge, and then it looked small when it was further away. You want me to explain how this works?
No, that's bullshit, Jedi. You can't prove he has hands.
You're all going to convince me, bro. You're all going to convince me that the Earth is flat.
No, dude, at the moment we're just talking about how your eyes work. You seem to be confused.
Yeah.
You seem to think that things will only get small. Sorry, you seem to think that things will only get on curved surfaces and will have nothing to do with the human eye.
Okay, so if you assume that the Earth is flat, so if you're on the Mars,
you
okay,
you see more when you get to the top of a mountain, yeah, but okay.
Okay, if you're on the Mars, so if you watch from Mars, you would see Earth because it's in the range.
Wow.
So,
and if I train harder for longer, I really will get more attuned to the Force. What are you talking about? Right, let me put it like this. Have you been to the moon, turned around and looked at the Earth to declare what it will look like to me?
No.
Right then, so why are you doing this, dude?
I was just convincing you.
Why? No, serious. Think about it to yourself for a moment. Take your time. Why are you asking me this?
Even I don't know, bro.
Yeah, right. Because you haven't been to the Mars to look up in the sky back at the Earth to tell me what it looks like. So why would you start to tell me a story?
No, it's just a hypothetical case.
Well, it's hypothetical. Brilliant.
Means it's just your imagination.
So in your hypothetical, is the Earth a sphere?
Oh my god, if
I'll
there
ask
is
again.
three people
In
that
the hypothetical, is the Earth a sphere?
No, it's not a sphere. It's a geode.
It's what? Like a ball?
Oh,
No,
that's for
no, not
That's for Yoder. Save that guy for
not,
Yoder.
not completely a ball.
Not
Hey,
It's a geode.
but spherical.
Like it has
I
curves
can't
and
believe you said it
valleys,
twice.
big mountains.
Quite honestly.
Geoid.
How did you say that twice, dude? The geoid's supposed to be the equipotential surface of gravity, not the surface of the Earth. What are you talking about? It's an imaginary thing. You measure
I'm going to talk
gravity
about-
everywhere on Earth. Every place where it reads 9.8 meters per second squared, that's the surface of the geoid. It's not physical.
You sound like a politician who's giving a
I'm just
speech.
telling you the way it works, bro. You don't even know your own nonsense. Learn your own nonsense.
Okay, bro. If you're speaking of science, then how does gravity affect Earth?
If we're talking about science, how does gravity affect Earth?
It makes water flat and level. That's how it does it.
This guy's like a babe lost in the woods.
Excuse me, guys. So
Gravity makes water flat and level across the entire world ocean.
okay, but where this energy comes from? Because we all
There is no okay box. There's no okay
we all know that that energy is not infinite, bro. Energy will end at the some
Energy is
point.
not infinite, dude. Energy being not infinite, why would you even say that? Who said that?
Yeah, that's the law of conservation of energy, bro. Okay, let me get to the straight to the point. Okay, so we have all learned in science that higher the mass, higher the force of gravity. We ourselves have mass, but we don't have enough mass to attract object.
Brother, that's not proven. That
Wait, what?
information is not proven. What thing have they tested that they've proven that to you? What you just said.
No, we all have a small spark of gravity, a very, very small.
Oh my god, bro. Who told you? Listen, wherever you heard that from, how did you prove that to yourself, or how did they prove it to you?
Guys.
Okay, so imagine there are two big spheres.
No. We're not gonna imagine stuff. We want something that they've told you that can be proven. How did they prove gravity to you, man? Like, that's something you got to tell us. In what way did they show you a method that you can prove what you just said? That's all we care about. We don't want to imagine with you anymore.
No, it's not imagination. But
These spheres are
Yes, it is, dude. It's imagination. Oh, I imagine this. We don't want to imagine with you. We just want you to tell us something we can test that they told you. That's all.
Okay, it is proved by Newton that. Okay, you all know the Newton's laws.
What?
The Earth attracts objects. Okay.
How? Sorry. Question. You said proved. Question's how? How did Newton prove? What did he do?
What?
What did Newton do? How did he prove it?
Because everything which does not have a force holding it upwards always goes down, always falls.
No, I'm asking you what he did.
He just showed everyone that the apple is falling down.
Okay, so the apple falls down. Okay, we're doing science. I'm presuming that you're going to say Newton did science, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the observation, naturally, the apple fell down. We can call that our dependent variable. Okay, what caused that, do you think Newton said and proved?
Guys.
Because Earth is a geode, and it has been held.
He said it the third time, Indio.
Bro. Okay, I'm going to start over. The Earth has a lot of gravitational force, so that's why it is holding on to it, but using the gravitation, and it's a whole geode, bro. It's a whole geode.
Okay. So you're saying that the whole Earth has a gravity. It's an interesting hypothesis. How did you prove his hypothesis to be true? If you're saying that this was his hypothesis.
Because Earth has enough gravity to hold itself together.
No. I want to know how he proved the hypothesis to be true. Don't keep
Bro,
telling me
I
the
was not.
hypothesis over and
Bro, I
over
was
again.
not born in the 15th and 16th century, bro. It's just the
Okay,
history and
dude.
science.
So hopefully you're listening to my line of question. I'm being specific. So he didn't do anything, or you don't know what he did, but you're sure he did something, right? He didn't do anything.
No. He
did
just
do.
showed
What
us.
did he do?
So he showed us that gravity pulls toward the center.
How?
Newton showed that every particle of matter attracts every other particle with the force directed towards the center of mass.
No. Hasn't showed yet. Hypothesized so far.
No,
Hasn't done anything. Sorry, my friend. I asked you if we were doing science. So far, we've got a hypothesis. We're going to try and validate that hypothesis with an experiment. You know what an experiment is, right?
The gravity pulls towards the center because the Earth
Question.
is
Please don't be rude.
Okay.
You understand what an experiment is, right?
Yeah.
I'm asking for that. What did he do? That would be the experiment. So far, we've got a hypothesis, apparently. So I'm asking you what he did.
He did
he just hypothesize?
What does hypothesis mean?
It means make a prediction as to what caused something to happen. At the moment, the thing happened, and the idea what caused it is the Earth having mass attracting a force to the apple. Now, that's the hypothesis. I'm asking if the experiment exists that you can provide me. You know, the thing that he did, you said he proved.
Not
so far,
everything
we've
is
just
an
got the
experiment.
hypothesis. You did do science at school, right? You did do science at school, right?
Yeah.
Good. So you understand experiment follows hypothesis, right?
Yes.
Good. I'm asking for the experiment.
He did show something, but I was not in his era.
Okay. Right, dude. Show something isn't proved without experiment. So far, we've got hypothesis. This means thought something, made prediction about something. We need validation for that hypothesis. That would be the science that improves, right? You said that. You haven't got that.
Listen, my friend. I think the Noah guy was yapping from the beginning, and I think that he's going to ChatGPT and search something related to science and just yapping his terms to us to show how
That's the new guy. That's the new guy that you're that interrupted. Soham.
White Knight has entered the chat.
You gotta wait for that guy to finish. Soham, you gotta wait for that guy to finish answering. You can't answer for him.
Okay. A massive object pulls matter towards its center. Okay, it's the basic rule of gravity.
Not according to Einstein, it's not.
But according to Cavendish, Henry Cavendish, who was the one who, showed the value of the gravitational constant, which is constant in the universe. He measured the tiny gravitational pull between two objects, bro. And this experiment confirmed that Newton gravity actually exists.
Yeah, we're at the physics buffet right now. Just like a buffet of bullshit. You're just like mixing and matching stuff, buddy. You're chat GPTing, you're skim reading, you're just grabbing buzzwords, Cavendish, gravity, hold to the center, blah, blah, blah. Okay? We want the experiment. You know what an experiment is, right? Right, so you have a hypothesis like Jedi said, and you go do the experiment to prove your hypothesis. So your hypothesis is gravity pulls everything to the center. What is the experiment which shows that's true?
Then what is the experiment which shows that gravity pulls everything to sideways if the Earth is flat?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's a burden.
Why would it go sideways?
Why did you just answer his question? Why? I don't get that.
Then.
Why do you guys struggle with answering?
Jedi gets 100 for being so magnanimous to this guy. He's
then tell me, why do objects fall around?
Oh my God. All right, whatever, dude.
That's what we're trying to figure out from you. You claim to know, so we're trying to figure out how you know that by experiment. Right? You say you know. We didn't say we know. You did.
No, I didn't know all of that, bro. I'm not a scientist or something.
Nobody else knows either.
You're just
Oh,
repeating
so
what, dude. Can I help you? You're just repeating a story that you can get on the internet. There's other stories out there about gravity, right? I asked you about Einstein. You know who he is.
so in the conclusion, we can all believe that the Earth is flat.
No, I'm trying to point out that there's a wider gravitational narrative Paraton at the moment.
Pardon me, what you're saying?
There's a larger gravitational narrative story about gravity than the one that you're talking about at the moment. This Newton gravity, 1700s, was superseded, so we're told, according to the narrative that you believe in 1915 by Einstein. Longer attracts mass. At a distance was ruled obsolete and stupid by our contemporaries of today. Einstein says the reason why objects in the sky do things is because they're sitting in a four-dimensional space-time fabric, and due to the large big objects sitting within that space-time fabric, those large big things can distort that space-time fabric, causing a curvature in that space-time fabric for the large objects to follow. Now, that's an alternative story to the one that you're giving us at the moment about Newton saying that mass attracts mass instantaneously at a distance. When we go to schools and universities, read up on these things, that's not the completion of the narrative. You seem to have stopped in the 1700s. There's more to this story. I'm trying to point it out to you.
Oh, bro, why are we even arguing about gravity when we don't even know? And there are only theories like Charles Darwin. He only just gave us a theory about human evolution, like we were monkeys and we evolved into humans, just like that.
Yeah.
It's all a theory, bro. It's all the game of theories.
Yeah, it's all imagination dumped on magic, with the presupposition that really this is all taking place on a sphere. So gravity's
Everyone can make your theories. Everyone can make theories of themselves and present it. But whose theory is very convincing?
Dude. Scientific theories are very scientific theories are based on hypotheses that have been validated through experimentation. Once you've proven something to be true, you can then base your theory upon it. You can gather many hypotheses and experiments and demonstrate things to be true and create a wider theoretical understanding. Now, the ones that you're talking about, they seem to be colloquial ideas. If you're going to be talking about scientific theories, there better be a hypothesis that's been validated through experimentation, because if there's not really a scientific theory, is there?
Okay, bro.
Do you disagree?
No. Maybe.
Well, when you figured it out, you get back to us.
So there are a lot of theories about gravity and the Earth is flat or the Earth is round because no one of us, literally no one of us, has saw ever Earth from the outside.
No, dude, we can measure the surface of the Earth. We do practically every day when we build upon it, for example.
Okay. I have a point, a great major point. You know, the circumference of Earth is 40,075 kilometers.
Okay.
It is in horizontal circumference, and the vertical circumference is, 40,005 kilometers or something. Then why does it have a circumference? Because NASA scientists actually measured it.
Where are you getting circumference from?
From the NASA website, bro.
Pardon?
Scientists from all over the world
No, I'm asking you where you get circumference from. It's very simple. Where'd you get this?
It was taught to us in our school.
It was taught to us, okay. Now, this story that was taught to us, what was done to prove it to be true to then turn around and teach it to everyone?
Because we all know that the Earth is round
No,
and it's revolving.
excuse me. Hold on. No, we were all taught, right? We were all told. I'm just going to ask you how you know what you were taught is true. You're not going to be able to give me any real answer, are you?
Because the whole world accepts it.
No, that's also incorrect. There are large communities around the world who do not believe a word that NASA says. These are religious groups, these are races, these are creeds. Lots of people don't believe that the Earth is a ball. It's only a relatively new idea, so we could say it's popular at the moment.
Okay, if you're speaking about religion and history, in Hindu religion, in Mahabharata, the Krishna, he's a god. The Krishna claimed that the earth is round, a sphere.
No,
And he even showed that.
No, they're eccentric circles at different realms above and below each other. The Brumandla extends like 10 billion miles outwards, from what I remember. Now it's got concentric circles around it and circles of planes above and below it.
Okay.
And sometimes people get confused when there's circles, they automatically think, well, that's spheres for some reason. Maybe that's an issue, but I might be wrong. But from what I remember from Vedic cosmology, it was most definitely flat, concentric circles, and also circles above and below.
Do you love Star Wars? Because you have a picture of Jedi.
Yeah.
What is Star Wars about? Because it's all about galaxies and Earth.
Yeah, it's in a galaxy far, far away.
So, are there planets which are flat or geode or spherical?
The Earth isn't a planet.
Okay.
Okay, it might be easier to understand that the Earth, flat and stationary, underneath everything that you see in the sky. So the sun, moon, and stars, these things. Right, now they're above the Earth. The Earth isn't within these things moving around the sun like some kind of flat circular planet. That cosmology is not what I think we say. The Earth is observed to be underneath the sky.
Yeah. How does the lightsaber work, bro?
Probably the same way that Harry Potter's wand works.
With magic or just science?
Kind of both, I guess.
Does it require some fuel or something?
Probably energy, yeah.
Energy. Which energy?
I don't know. Kyber crystals.
Then who's Darth Vader?
Yeah. Where's this going, dude?
I was just curious about Star Wars, and
Then
you have
go and watch it, I guess.
No, but I never really.
But then if you want to know about it, go and watch it. Not of all things, if you want to know something, go and experience it. What do you want? Second-hand information.
Okay.
Go know for yourself, dude. If anything you take from this conversation today, you can know things for yourself to be true. You don't have to rely on other people, and if other people say things, you don't have to trust them at face value. If they say something is true, then you should be able to experience it as true. You can do that. Go watch Star Wars.
Okay. You can also try Harry Potter. Because you know the whole show is about magic.
Are you broken now? Is Is this
I
what
was
you've
just
descended?
tired.
Is this what you've descended into? You want to know about Star Wars and Harry Potter for some reason? I don't know why.
I was just tired about talking about Earth and flat Earth. It doesn't make any sense at all. Even if Earth
Well,
is round
stories, fantasies, man's
and
conjurings don't make any sense. If the Earth is flat, where men exist having conjurings about
even
ideas.
if Earth is flat or even if Earth is round, it doesn't matter. We are all humans, and
Yeah,
we should
we are all
make friends.
humans. Yeah, awesome stuff. How did the Earth get
Yeah, we
here?
should. Just curious,
Pardon me. How did the Earth get here?
Earth, because Big Bang Theory by I don't know
No, the Earth
who's
isn't a sphere, right? You said
okay.
whether the Earth is flat, whether the Earth is round, we're all human. You're giving me the creation mythology for a sphere. Now, the Earth isn't a sphere, so the Earth is flat. My question to you is, how did it get here?
What get here?
The Earth, the thing you're standing on, the thing we're talking about, the thing up until recently you believed with 100% conviction was a sphere. Now, the Earth is measured to be flat. I'm asking you how it got here, being as you said it doesn't matter either way, we're all human.
Okay, but I don't have any idea because I was not born in that era to see everything. How did the Earth evolve and turned into this round sphere or flat, if you mean?
See, the thing is, my friend, this is can lead you to deeper questions. Understanding that the Earth is flat thing, asking deeper questions after that can lead you in different directions. Who you are and how you got here, what your purpose is, how here was even created and its purpose seems to, invoke and sustain life. That seems to be a good thing for you to enjoy. So these deep questions will probably become more fruitful when you start asking them reality point of view, not some idea that things spring into existence from no apparent reason, from some kind of big bang, and this explosion of nothing springs everything into existence, where spinning balls around giant other spinning balls are created, and then later on, because of some miracle, life is formed, and eventually there are people asking questions about what reality is. Yeah, we're all human, dude. It is going to matter what reality is. You could choose to be ignorant to it, I guess.
Yeah, bro, you're right. We should all unite together, and hence the life moves forward. We should look forward to our future, bro. Our future. How's our future going to go? Instead of just debating about the flat Earth or it's round. Are you all listening to me?
Is he giving up or something? बंद झालं दादा.
What kind of future do you want, dude? One based upon truth or delusion?
You sound like a politician.
I don't care what I sound like. I'm asking you a question. Sounds like a politician. What does a politician sound like?
Yeah, like the mic sound. You're announcing something that tomorrow will be Donald Trump's vote Donald Trump. Like that.
Look, brother, I wouldn't vote if someone held a gun to my head. So I don't participate in the political process.
Okay, bro, I believe the earth is flat. The whole humanity is stupid.
Yeah, we know. Now, I'm quite a bit older than you, and they've been promising me since I was your age that we're all going to go to space and live on the moon, and it still hasn't happened. So the future that they promised me never came to fruition because it's built on bullshit. Now, you're advocating building the same future for yourself, a future built on bullshit. That'll never happen. You're never going to space. You're never going to see the Earth as a globe. You're not leaving here unless you're dead. Okay? That's the only way you're leaving Earth.
I know, bro.
Okay, so why should we live in delusion? What does it matter? Why don't we just tell the truth? Instead of giving people, you know how you make a donkey move with a carrot? Put a carrot in front of the donkey will move because he thinks he's going to get the treat, but he never actually does get the carrot. That's you. You're never getting the carrot, bro.
Bro, who said that I'm going to moon? I don't even like space. It's very scary.
Well, do you associate it with human progress?
I don't think so. But human does not have that much technology to leave Earth and go to another planet. But Elon Musk is still trying to go to Mars.
Oh, you're misunderstanding me. So, outer space, that is considered the leading edge of technological progress. And if they go, so the narrative is, if they push that boundary, then all other sorts of technological achievements will happen as a result, right? So it's usually denoted as our representation of human progress is how far we get into space exploration. This is how people think and operate. Oh shit, we went to fucking Mars. Oh my God, someday I'll have a better cell phone. I'm going to go to Mars. And all these freaking pie in the sky bullshit. Oh, I'm going to fly to Europe in an hour. And all sorts of fantasy shit that people denote as human progress. Well, if all that is false, human progress is just going to be more shackles of slavery.
Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
I know it is.
Okay, I believe you. I trust you, bro.
You don't have to trust me. You can go test it. We're not telling any one of you to trust us, ever. Did you hear anyone say, trust me, the Earth is flat? No.
Then how do I prove other people that the Earth is flat? Give me some tips, bro.
You can't. They have to do it themselves. How do you prove something to somebody? In reality, how do you absolutely prove something? You demonstrate it. You demonstrate it. You demonstrate it.
Oh yeah.
Which includes experiment. So you could do the experiment right in front of them and demonstrate it. Or you could tell them how to do it and they could demonstrate it to themselves. That's how you prove it.
So what experiment do I demonstrate?
Well, long distance observation, laser measurements of the surface of the Earth. You can do mirror flashes, infrared, radio, microwave, all sorts of tests can be done. All you need is like $6 in a mirror, man. If you're near a large body of water that's at least 10 miles, well, you're probably thinking meters, right? So, I don't know. 10 miles is what? 16 kilometers or something? So 16 kilometers away, the surface of the Earth should be dropped down 20 meters. So if someone is 16 kilometers away from you on the other side of water, and they flash a mirror at you, you should not be able to see it if the Earth is a ball. Well, we've done these tests from that distance and a lot farther. You know what it is in 41 kilometers? The drop is 127 meters. For
So
that
what's time in
horizon
our
that you
country?
see, pardon me?
What's time in our country? Is it day or night?
Oh my God.
It's daytime.
Oh, sorry, but it's night time.
Who cares?
Hold on, the sun's just gone down here.
Almost
About 44
it's
minutes
almost
ago.
12. It's 12 12
Is Stevie
a.m.
in here? Is Stevie in here?
I'm here. I'm here.
Dude, you got that again clip already? Come on, dude.
Oh
He
no!
just reset, dude.
I'll add it today. I'll add it today. God damn it!
Just literally went right back where he started.
Bye, bro. It was a nice debate with you, with all of you guys.
Yeah.
And now I believe that the Earth is flat, and I will prove everyone.
No one cares.
Okay, yeah,
We're
but
not here to.
still,
We're just here to give you information. What you do with it is up to you.
so
We're agnostic about that.
then good night, bros.
Good night. It's good talking to you. Jedi, man, you were quite magnanimous with his nonsense in the beginning. Commendable. I would have flipped my tits.
Well, I just got back from quite a good day, man. So I was in a good mood.
Oh, charitable.
What does magnanimous mean?
I guess taking somebody under your wing and being like benevolent toward them. You know, putting up with their bullshit, which is kind of like what he was doing.
Good job, Jedi.
Yeah, man. Good job, mate.
But is it?
In
Did you realize it's
ghetto,
nighttime?
in ghetto, it means making it rain. He was making it rain facts, even though the guy was like resisting.
Oh, I speak ghetto. All right, yeah, appreciate that. That's W translation.
Well, it is English Hub, bro.
Facts. So he was saying because it's nighttime, therefore it can't be flat Earth.
Yeah, that was the first thing he brought up was sunsets. That was like nearly an hour ago, and he just like went right back to it. After yeah, exactly. After reading, ChatGPT, 7 reasons why the Earth isn't flat, blah blah blah, going through that whole rigmarole and answering every question, Jedi pretty much did. And then just like as soon as he was out of steam, what about the sunset?
Yikes.
We got some lazy coders, man. They need to write more dialogue so that they don't reset in an hour. I'd like a 2-hour reset, please. Who do I contact for that?
They haven't dropped the new DLC in like 10 seasons.
Well, kinda. 3 divided by Atlas.
3i divided by Atlas. I might change my name to that.
The AI is going to hit the Glover super hard. Aren't they going to take down the ISS or crashing it? So like once they do that, then they're just going to put up the real good CGI that Elon talked about, and it's over. It's over for the Glover's mind. They're going to be completely melted. There'll be like no hope for them anymore. You can show them all the fake astronaut footage and they're like, nah. Actually, I got some of that on my feed. And there was a guy who's a pretty famous surfer, Kelly Slater. And he was in the comments. He was like, nah, I don't see anything wrong here. Okay, bro. Some people, you just can't help them.
Isn't she the one that got the arm bit off by the shark?
No, it's a dude, a bald guy. Damn, I didn't know there was a shorty that got her arm bit off by a shark.
Oh yeah, there was a shorty like major, like she's one of the top surfers, man. Like she got chomped on.
Damn. Hey man.
What are the odds she was on her cycle and she made a calculated error?
Oh my goodness. Damn. Gosh, the shark
It's not
went
that
full
heavy.
misogyny.
I'm not bleeding that heavy. They won't even notice. Dude, I read that sharks can smell blood at 1 drop per million or something like that.
Oh, damn. I need a nose like that.
Oh no, you don't. Oh Jesus, are you crazy? Dude, you would never have sex again. You wouldn't go near humans again. Try to go so far into the desert.
Hey, blood doesn't scare me, bro. I'm like Mo from Fresh and Fit.
You got a shark nose as well.
Yeah, we got somebody else in here. Pretty big panel. In the morning chat.
Yeah,
How
let's
we all
go,
doing?
man. Let's rock and roll here.
Yeah. We got a little bit of time here. Jedi, for old time's sake, you should rip through the panel and say hello to everybody. Take us back to 2018.
Shall I start off by trying to strike up a conversation with the YouTube bot? That's always funny. Necros is in the house. It's good to see you, Necros. 20 Cups has joined us. Also tagged by. Got some builders outside, guys, so I do apologise if there's any noise.
How many cups in are you?
Hey,
We've
how
got
many cups?
Alfie-
20 cups?
It was 0 yesterday. I was seriously disappointed.
Yeah, I'm at 0 right now. Sorry, continue. Jedi.
Sorry, I was still having builders outside and shit. Alpha Veritas is driving a forklift truck up and down the yard at the moment. Stay safe, brother. We've got Billa. What's up, Billa? Don't think we've spoken before. If we have spoken before and I've completely forgotten your name, I do apologise. We've got Bird underneath Billa. Welcome, Bird. Chris Brown, that's you, bloody LCB. That can free me completely. We've got Effie Alaskan Malmute. What's up, brother? Hope you're doing well. As always, we're joined. What's up, brother? As always, we've got Effie Batman in the house. We've got Greenweaver Alex. What's up, Greenweaver? Hope you're doing well.
Hey, Alex.
Hey. We've got Indio in the house. What's up, Indio? Jesus Christ has joined us. Hello. Jesus Christ is in the house. He's back, everyone. Hope you've all repented. Kathos is here. Who else we got? We got Lao Tzu. We've also got Light. Loss is deafened. We got Lukaku. What's up, sweetheart? Hope you're doing well. We got a few bots, a few deafened people. Pseudo Serenity. We've got Rady Criterion in the house. What's up, brother? Hope you're doing well. Space R. What's up, Space R? Starker's in the house. Got loads of people. My goodness me. We've got T-Dub. Got Tactical Droid. I'm nearly there, folks. Nearly there. Travis has joined us. What's up, Travis? Yoda's around. And right at the bottom, last but definitely not least, Ka. Welcome one and all to 24/7 Flat Earth. If anyone's got any questions, comments and concerns, you can unmute your mic, introduce yourself and bring your point forth. What's up, everyone? Hope you're doing well.
Man, that was nice. That was good.
That was smooth.
Takes you back. Yeah, it takes me right back. When I was just a wee little flat earther.
Everybody, say a prayer for CB. He's trying to get his forklift certification because he's gonna start picking up fat chicks.
I've been very closely mentoring with AV, so
yep,
you know,
we get it done. Don't worry about it.
Exactly.
We get you torta certified, man. Don't worry about it.
Hey, you can also pick up 2 skinny chicks with a forklift.
There we go. It's more money.
Yeah, but you won't get your torta certification that way.
Well, I am by the border, so there are lots of protests. Well, that's why I'm working on my certification. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to up your game, bro. We gotta do some essential training. So
sounds good. While the tortas are spoon lifting, I'm fork lifting. Great job, Jedi. That was amazing.
chilling, homie. Trying to make this dollar out of 15 cents, bro.
Yeah. He needs the dollar.
We can't all do it like Indio, you know. His nickname on the street was Cheddar Cheese. Like, damn, Indio, why you got so much cheese?
Cheddar. You want some cheddar? Give me the cheddar.
Hey, you're gonna get some of that cheddar, man. That snowstorm looks like it's about to hit. I was looking at one of the meteorologist guys I see on YouTube. They're talking about a storm that's coming through by next week.
It's in a snowstorm.
Something like that, yeah. But there's dollar signs on Indio's eyeballs, so.
Oh yeah. Yeah, let's get which one of you guys see me for shoveling sunshine.
That sounds like what we do in here when glowers come in.
I heard there was a FE meetup yesterday. Matthew Learn said he went to it, or he was going to go to it. I only heard it from him. Oh, Matthew learns.
He never learns.
I was just gonna say that. Has he ever learned? He's a one of one. I'll give him that. Didn't think there would be characters like that around here when I first started. He's our good boy. Is there like a most dangerous Glober, guys? What do you guys think?
I don't know, man. I think of him like the devil you know, you know?
Yeah, that's Smooth Tongue or whatever. In wolf in sheep's clothing, is that thing?
Yeah, when the cat's away, the mice will play kind of thing with him.
Yeah, like when I saw the video that he uploaded on his YouTube where he's like, he like pretends to be a flat earther. He's got the hat on backwards or like sideways gangster style. It's like, all right, what are we doing, Matthew?
Yo, he did that?
Yeah.
You didn't see that?
Oh yeah, I seen the one where he dressed like hillbilly, like with straw in his mouth or some shit.
Oh my god, I haven't seen that one.
Like, no, he had a straw. He had a straw hat with flannel. That was it.
Yeah, there's one where he's like got the sideways bling bling hat on, gangster or whatever. Like,
and then he denies that he's actually doing the thing that we all know he's doing, which is portraying flat earthers in derogatory light, which is
dude. I chewed him out. I chewed him out for that shit. Like one of the first times he ever came in, I'm like, I'm gonna look at one of his videos, and I saw that shit, dude. I chewed his ass out. He's lucky I didn't permaban him right then. Oh man, times would be way different if I just did that. Damn, I fucked up.
Nah, it's all right. I mean, one thing I really like doing is pitting Glovers against each other. Like, look at what Peter's been doing lately. Yesterday, he was getting all hot and bothered. He was like, no, what is gas pressure without a container? Like he was trying to cook this guy. I'm like, all right, Peter. All right.
No. He wanted that guy to think flat earthers are assholes. That's what he's trying to do. That,
really?
Like, yeah, dude. That's why he was being fucking rude to him. He was trying to this flat earther is a fucking asshole. The dude thought he was a flat earther.
Oh wow.
He said it. He's like, oh, he's not a flat earther. I was like, no.
Oh shit. So that's the new angle. Just
What was that day? He's switching up all the time. So you got to he's just I'll try this one. Oh, I'll try this other one. I'll try this other one. He's just trying to. He's been trying to find what works for over a year, and nothing
it's
works.
kind of funny. Yeah, he keeps shifting. It's kind of funny. I still remember what he was like when he first got here.
Yeah, it was a proud Glober, wasn't he?
Yeah. Remember those videos he was making? Posted up on a tree with some whiskey?
Oh, that stupid video he's got.
Well, he was like stalking Indio's Twitter.
Oh, he's always doing that.
Yeah.
He slowed that down though. So bored. Let's do the worst Glober arguments from like 2017, 2018, 2019, that time frame.
Yeah, all right.
So I'll start. That there be no horizon on a flat Earth. That is by far the worst one.
I hate that one. That's stupid.
The Earth can't be flat. There's actually a dude that still runs around with that in his bio, right on his Discord bio. Said there'd be it's Robert Utah. As a matter of fact, there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth. That's the worst one in my book.
That's pretty bad.
It's idiotic. Like, then what would it look like? Like, you know what I mean? Then what would it look like if not that? Like,
you should see the Eiffel Tower from like the United States.
That's just horrible.
They're still doing that one though.
Hey, you got CB's favorite. It's like ants on a beach ball. Dude.
Ants on an orange, ants on a beach ball.
Just think of it like this, okay? You're a really small ant on a beach ball. Like, whoa, really? That's how I should think about it? No way. I never thought of that.
Yeah, you wouldn't hear CB's no come any faster than somebody saying that. His no, like it just like it overpowers whatever they're saying, dude. Like,
well, I mean, I don't know why I didn't think of this. There's a classic one. What you're seeing here is a mirage. That's one of the worst ones. The Chicago skyline, saying that's a mirage. That's pretty horrible.
That's bad.
I like when they say the black swan is a mirage. Dude, that's the craziest one.
I think when it comes to the black swan, I like it when they say the numbers are fake. Like, those numbers are made up. I don't think that's real.
No, bendy
really?
cranes, man, bendy cranes.
What else is there?
Well, that's when we just challenge them. Like, let's go there, and you can swim out to those oil rigs that are actually much farther away. You see how far away they are. You can go out there and try to capsize the Annex kayak. I know there's got to be other ones.
Yeah, we're gonna flap back to season 1.
You know, we actually are in season 9. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, they're still stuck in season 1.
Oh, climb a tree.
Oh my God! Yeah, to climb a hill, climb a house, climb a tree.
Always we had about an hour ago.
Look out the window in an airplane.
This was about an hour ago. Imagine you got a really long.
I don't know why I'm having a hard time thinking of like old arguments. I think so wrong.
Halloween season again. Which means it's
What's the cat saying?
ما بسوي شيء، ما بتسوين، ما بدي. يا احمد واضح محظوظ مره ثانيه. جواكر ما تنتهي جواكر بلا صيام. اي
نقضي عادي.
ديما هذه
Bro, you're hot mic, dude. Mute up.
Get the rocks. Abdul,
Mute up, buddy.
get the rocks.
ما قلت لك ايش.
Sounded like every street in England.
Haram.
Haram.
Yeah, that's down to your corner market there, Jedi.
Yeah, man. Sounds exactly like the Balklands Bazaar just down the road.
Oh yeah, the chat said sunsets from a tower. Yeah, you see the sunset twice. That's a dumb one.
What if I do sit-ups? Can I see it that way? Like when I'm laid back, see the sunset, and then do the sit up, and then I see it again.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, just lay down on the heater and stand up. Holy!
Dude, sit-ups prove the glow, bro.
So who here is actually a flat earther? Just wondering.
Me.
I am.
You are.
I'm definitely not a flat earther, but I just want to actually.
Why not?
Sorry to hear that, bro.
Because there's so much proof of it being not flat. Question mark. And
buckle up.
This is going to be good.
You're thinking the same thing I did, Yoder.
Freaking holy shit, man! You guys are all foaming at the mouth.
Yeah,
it's all right, man. I don't have to try that.
Yoder, you go. You're on break, right? Give you a shot. Aren't you?
Yeah, well,
right.
Yeah. I'm out taking a walk in the city right now. But you know what? If there was so much evidence for this, we wouldn't be here trying to search for it and crowdsource it. Like the reason we exist, 24/7 Flat Earth, is we're trying to crowdsource that globe evidence that seems so elusive. And many times people think they have it, and they go to present it, and they find out they don't. But I'll keep an open mind.
But all right, so do you have proof that it is flat?
Yeah, actually, it starts off with your everyday observation and your measurement of it. So, how did you come to? How did you come to have knowledge of the globe? Was it something you found out on your own?
No, hold on. All right. So you said that the Earth is flat, and wait, 1 second. Sorry, I just had something playing in the background. Okay. So you said the Earth is flat, and you have observations of that, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What observations do you have that prove that the Earth is flat?
Well, for one, you can go to the beach and you can see well beyond wherever you think the curvature of the Earth should be. Right? Like nobody's actually seen the curvature of the Earth conceal ships bottom up in the distance. Never happened.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, shouldn't there be edges of the Earth?
You're like the second person to come at me with this today. What's going on? And why would there be an edge?
I mean, if
Is there like a newsletter going out there that I'm not a part of? Like, this is weird.
No, I'm genuinely asking.
Yeah, what edge? Why would there have to be an edge? For what purpose is there an edge?
Then how is it flat then?
Bruh.
Dude, what? Please make it make sense.
He's on the spaceports, India. Get him off the spaceports, chat.
What?
Do you think he believes that flat Earth is a space pizza planet?
I mean, that's what I assume that. What do you mean?
You dumbass.
I'm generally here trying to understand. I'm generally here to understand why you think that the Earth is flat. That's
because it measures that way. Over any distance of water, the surface of the water will be measured, observed flatter. Now we kind of know this in folklore, right? Water is used as a leveling tool. Now, when we survey across the land using surveying equipment like lasers, for example, we survey the nature of water over distance and the nature of the Earth, and it lays horizontal. Now, the problem to this is we're told that the Earth is a curved surface. So when we survey the land, we should measure curvature over the surface, something that we don't do. So we say the Earth is flat because it measures that way.
Okay, so just a quick question. So when you look at the Earth from, let's say, the moon, why does it appear round?
Sorry, where did we go to observe the Earth?
To the moon, for example. The moon.
For example, so when you went to the moon and you turned around, sphere is what you're talking about, this example.
No, but there are documented evidence that...
Okay, so there are documented evidences. Okay, so I'll address it on this standard. There are documented evidences that if you go away from turn around, it looks like so much so that we can define the size of the sphere, its radius, diameter, and circumference.
Jedi, sorry, but your microphone is cutting out, so I can't really hear you properly.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for letting me know.
You keep cutting out every now and then.
Yeah, not like generally. I'm trying to listen to you, and I'm not saying that to cut you off, but you are cutting out, so I can't really hear what you're trying to say. I'm not saying it out of disrespect. I'm just saying it as an observation, or so that we can have.
No, thank you. If I'm cutting out, then Yoda can take over.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Jedi, but yeah, he's right. You know, so if the evidence is something that requires going to the moon to, then is it safe to say that you've never been to the moon to see the Earth as a globe?
I've never been to the moon, no.
Right. So how would you come into knowledge of the globe?
Because there are 23 or 24 other people that have been to the moon, and they have documented it and came back to Earth.
Fine, but how about you?
I haven't.
Is this something you could figure out on your own, or no?
Well, kind of, honestly. Like, for example, when a lunar eclipse happens, that means that the sun is behind the Earth, right? And it casts a shadow on the moon, making me believe it is a globe.
That's what we all seem to experience, but it's not the case because I can tell you that there are eclipses that don't follow this geometry whatsoever. So
then what is it? Sorry,
I can give you an example.
Please do.
Right. So there's a type of eclipse called a Selenelian lunar eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
It's also called the impossible eclipse. It's also called the upside down eclipse. Now, what makes this observation interesting is when you're seeing, for example, the sun rising in the morning and the moon setting, the shadow is coming down from on top of the moon.
Wait, is this the flat Earth?
And it's chasing the moon.
I'm gonna interrupt.
Oh yeah.
So the shadow comes down from above the moon as the sun is rising from below. And as the moon gets more and more eclipsed, the sun comes into more and more direct contact with it. Because at peak eclipse, both the sun and the moon are above the horizon at the same time. It doesn't make any freaking sense at all if Earth is a globe in outer space.
Okay, so since you're talking about the sun, all right, so why is there time zones then?
Just what he said. We're not going to play this gish galloping nonsense, dude.
Exactly. What the fuck?
You did bring up eclipses, and we're trying to address the eclipses, and you want to move on already.
Do you understand?
Yeah, like, I mean, most people I talk to and bring this to, like, holy shit, are you for real?
Because you're just citing shit. You're not bringing evidence. Like, can you send me?
He just cited an observation called the Selenelian eclipse, which has been documented for thousands of years. So he is citing
Can
evidence.
you please link it to me? Can you please link it to me? I would love to take a look at it.
Okay.
Hey,
I've
chat,
never
can
heard
you
of
go
it.
do that? It's in the chat NASA's website.
All right. Let me take a look at that.
Maybe you'd like to read NASA's article on it.
Yeah, I would love to actually see something by NASA rather than Flat Earth Discord live stream with 1.5k subscribers.
Where do you think I got it from?
I would love to see the original one, though.
Oh, 1.2k subscribers. That certainly determines whether it's true or not. The number of subscribers. Are you retarded?
I don't necessarily believe things on the
Does
internet.
the number of subscribers
Off of
determine whether it's
YouTube.
true or not, or
Unless it
whether
comes from NASA.
You did what's called a
What
genetic
are your
fallacy?
credentials to make that video, though?
Okay, so this is called a genetic fallacy. That the information is true and false depending on the source. That's not what makes things true or
Definitely, yeah.
false. No, that's not what makes
What are your
things true or
credentials
false.
to? No, see, this is the thing.
I don't need credentials. That's an appeal to credentials fallacy. These are logical fallacies.
Do I have to be a mathematician to say 2 + 2 is 4?
No, you do not, because that
Exactly.
is-
So it's not about credentials, then, ding dong.
But if you tell me 2 + 1 is 17, then yeah, you need.
Oh,
do
that's
need
not what we're
credentials
telling you.
to
If a
prove that.
mathematician said it, would it be
It
true?
does, though.
Hold on. If a mathematician said it, would it be true, buddy? If a mathematician said it.
If he
would it be
had
true?
enough proof, then yes.
If he had
If he had
enough
enough
proof.
credentials,
Can we hit the real quick? I have an observation to make. Guys, pause. Okay, earlier this morning, when the last guy asked me about the edge to flat Earth, he also retreated back to asking me if 2 + 2 = 3. And you just did the same thing as this guy by retreating to some abstract form of mathematics as if that's going to prove something in a concrete world.
I never brought that up. You did.
Is there some secret newsletter out there like this is the same exact template? I feel like it's Groundhog's Day, except this is the same day. It's like 4 hours ago, the same exact conversation happened in the same exact order, doing the same exact things.
No, but look, the thing that I'm talking about here is that
So
I've been
hold
taught my
on,
whole life
brother. I
that
just want to
something is true, and then you're telling me that it's not, and then you're citing a reference from a YouTube video, a 2-minute YouTube
It
video. on
doesn't.
a
The
channel that I've
source
never heard of.
doesn't matter,
No
dude.
credentials. It does to me. It does to me.
Why? You just debunked your own claim,
Because
dude.
I can
said
just make a
your own
YouTube video
claim.
saying that the Earth is a star, right?
Dude,
A
you
star
debunked
shape.
your own claim. You can fucking try to change the subject. You debunked your own claim when I said if a mathematician said it, would it be true? And you said if they had proof. You didn't rely on their credentials. You relied on their proof. Okay? So we're not presenting the credentials as evidence. We're presenting the evidence as evidence. So address the evidence.
What
You
is
don't
that?
want to address the evidence. You want to talk about
You
everything
know what? You know
but
what?
evidence.
I will humor you, and I will watch the video just to see what evidence
There's more than that,
is in
too.
that video.
And
Oh, hold on,
listen,
hold on.
I'll give you
Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes.
peer-reviewed citation from the University of Toronto citing the Selenian eclipse. Okay? It's not an unknown thing. It's well known. Well, at least in astronomy, just unknown to you that this eclipse is geometrically impossible within the gold paradigm.
Okay, then can you link me to that as well?
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Perfect.
People are often shocked, right? Because they think the eclipse is a gotcha. And this isn't the only eclipse type that is impossible geometrically if heliocentrism is true. Believe me, it gets worse than this.
Yeah, any sunrise and sunset solar eclipses would be geometrically impossible as well.
Right. It has to do with the timing of peak new moon and the syzygy alignment of the sun, moon, and earth, which can't be geometrically aligned for that to happen. Now, maybe you're used to going into other flat earth spaces and, poking the bear a little bit, having fun.
No, it's not that. I'm generally interested to see how you guys think. That's the only thing.
You should examine yourself. You're the one that thinks appealing to credentials is a legitimate argument.
It definitely is.
It's definitely a logical fallacy. Like, you're literally arguing for the veracity and soundness of a logical fallacy. And you're wondering about how we think? You might want to look in the mirror first. You're arguing for fallacious reasoning. You're irrational by definition. You know what rational means? It means to be logical. If you're using logical fallacies, you're being illogical, aka irrational.
Like, should a judge declare a mistrial because one of the witnesses didn't have credentials to state what they observed, even though the observation stated in fact and corroborated?
You wouldn't be able to represent yourself if that was the case in a court of law.
Gosh, yeah, boy, that would suck.
It's because of the veracity of what somebody claims doesn't depend on any letters after their freaking name. Depends on the substance and the essence of the evidence.
All right, so like a forensic investigator would draw upon multiple disciplines spanning different areas of academia, different areas of science, whatever the case is, and would synthesize everything together. He's not in search of people's credentials.
And you said something about people documenting their trip to the moon. You know what documentation? They claim they lost all that, right?
I was just thinking that at the time.
But the most important thing, which would have showed they actually went to the moon, namely the telemetry data, got lost. So where the rocket actually went, that tracking data, that's gone. Poof, gone. Doesn't exist anymore, if it ever existed.
Right. So we can't even test for external consistency when they can't even produce internal consistency amongst their claims.
Well, yeah, and we know just from the photographs they aren't internally consistent because they have impossible photographs. And I'll just mention one where the shadow of the lunar lander should be cast on an astronaut, but it's going between his legs and out the other side and never touches any part of his body, which is obviously impossible.
I showed that to my dad a while back. He started
Okay,
laughing. Yeah. He's like, oh man, that's really bad.
Yeah, I mean, someone blocked me on X for showing that to them. It's if you flip the colors, right? If you go the negative image, or if you just turn it to black and white color values, it's even more obvious. It's crazy.
Maybe the lunar lander was like 1 foot high.
ماي جاد وشو هذا؟ 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 نوف نواف.
1 2 3 4
Oh my
Dan. Bully.
أرض مسطحة ولا كروية يا إخوات الشرموطة؟ أكو عرب
That seems
بالطيارة
like Morse code.
فاضيين والحذو كلهم.
It's the English channel, buddy. Speak English, please.
قناة عربية
Yeah, you speak Arabic? Yeah, but we don't. So speak English.
The rocks. Yeah. Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
إلا عن أبو العراء.
He isn't gonna stop.
No. Did that last guy leave, or is he just muted, or what's going on?
He's watching the video. Hopefully. Who keeps unmuting? Don't unmute him anymore, bro. Who's the clown in
Yo, I'm telling you, dude.
There's
It
a
was the
clown in
same exact flow and format as earlier, as 4 hours ago.
Really?
Yeah, I'm
I'll clip
totally
it, dude.
serious. Guy,
Let me go pull up the video right now.
be around maybe 8:20 to 8:30 a.m. So whatever the stream time is.
What time is it now? Hopefully.
The guy came in asking for an edge, insisting that if Earth is flat, it had to have one. I keep asking for what purpose. He keeps gish galloping. And as soon as he gets triggered, he starts going off on, well, he just kept going off on mathematical abstractions. Like, well, what if 2 + 2 = 5? What if 3 + 3 = 4? Like, he was just short-circuiting. We're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? And then this guy does the same thing, comes in asking for an edge, short circuits, and then goes into like 4th grade arithmetic.
Shitty programming. I mean, you heard the guy earlier, right? That did like looped after 1 hour. It's like he was
Yeah.
he had a 1 hour reset script, built-in timer.
Oh yeah, like NASA's ISS footage.
I mean, I love when people are like, the 5 stream footage, the NASA footage of ISS shows the Earth as a globe. Well, like you've mentioned, they show the nadir point most of the time. They're like, no, it looks like a cloudy toilet bowl most of the time. Like, what are you talking about?
Put the mirror out for the next guy. Where's the edge, Flurf? If you haven't been to the edge, how can you say it's flat? I said, hey, isn't it perfectly fine that it's flat in the middle?
I just thought of an awesome counter for that. Ask them if they knew if it was a globe before they found the South Pole.
Yeah, and whose story are you going to believe? Amundsen or Scott's?
Well, if there's no South Pole, how can you say it's a globe? You don't know.
I'm surprised we haven't seen any time-lapse footage spanning multiple days in the Antarctic South, or Antarctic winter, I mean, of star trails. Just give me like 2 days, two revolutions in the sky. I want to see that. Claim they got a base down there. You know, so it should be pretty trivial just to aim straight up. I mean, if you do it right, maybe you don't even need a mount. Just put your camera on the ground. Like, it'd be too cold. Maybe it's just too cold. I don't know. But I mean, they've got satellites. So why couldn't they just do this? You know, they say they've got satellites orbiting the moon. Well, great. Can you show us like the night sky from the dark side of the moon looking out? That'd be freaking awesome. Like, what could possibly be overexposed in that image? Because the claim is they can't produce stars from the lunar surface because the reflection of the lunar surface overwhelms the camera. I mean, how many lunar orbiters do they have? The Chinese are claiming to be growing potatoes and crap on the moon, on the far side, and they claim to be doing high pot testing. So they're basically scanning the geologic strata underneath the moon. They claim by zapping it with electricity. They claim to be doing all this on the far side of the moon, all this activity. Well, can anybody please point up so we can see the beautiful night sky? Is it too expensive to put a camera up there that can do that? Is it easier to shield a satellite from solar radiation, like the Parker probes, than it is to design a camera that can withstand cold temperatures? Let's watch
What's the operating temperature
solar
on the-
eclipse of the Earth from the moon.
How do they operate with that temperature?
Hell if I know, man.
I can't imagine a battery lasting that long.
Yeah, what kind of battery would that be? Like lithium ion? And is it protected from the vacuum? I hope you can get all the oxygen molecules out before you put it up. All right, I'm going to close out the day. Back to work. I'll be listening.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
What's the update? What happened with the last guy? I had to step away there for a bit. What was the conclusion?
That he was a punk that relies on logical fallacies.
He said what? Yeah, sorry, one more time.
Basically, just a bitch ass punk that relies on logical fallacies to support his
Oh,
arguments.
okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that might be the quote of the week is if a mathematician says 1 plus 17 is 15 or whatever, that is the quote of the week right there, folks. I think that was the trap of all traps. So did he come back from watching the Selling an Alien Eclipse video?
I'm here, but I can't talk right now. I'm going to be in chat.
Traps. What do you mean? You're at the trap house, CB?
Yeah, I'm at the trap house. Yeah, yeah. So he never came back from watching the Eclipse video.
I don't think so.
Wow, he never came back.
I literally just said, I'm here. I'm just not able to talk right now. I'm going to be chatting in chat.
Oh, that's you. You're the same guy.
I
You
am.
sound different. Oh, okay. Damn, why you sound different? That's good.
Because I'm talking with a low volume because I can't speak too loud right now.
Okay, no problem, bro. No problem.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't wake her up, man. She's pretty mean when you wake her up. Especially if you're talking about flat Earth and globe Earth.
Oh yeah.
I
But
know
that I gotta say though, that was the craziest thing I've heard all week. Is that if a mathematician says like 1 plus 5 is 17, then like it can be true potentially. Like, come on, man, you cooked yourself with that one. So let's be honest, that was crazy. Yeah, that was a W clip. Somebody clip that out.
Flipboard, where you at, brother?
Exactly.
Well, you're in the kitchen right now, CB, or what?
Can you hear the mariachi?
Yep.
Yeah. Like you said, I'm at the trap. I'm in the trap right now.
In the trap house.
Mm-hmm. About to get my 20 cups on.
Nah, ain't nobody does it like 20 cups.
No, I know. Well, we asked him what cup, like how many cups is he at right now. He never responded, so maybe he's on 0 cups.
22 cups and ain't no stopping.
I got a hot pot in my glove box.
He's on that lightning lean. What else we got in here for conversations? Bombi's in here. Bombe. Bumbleclaw. And speaking of Bumbleclap, dude, man, that hurricane did a number on Jamaica, yo. That's some serious business, man. There's some hella videos coming out of Jamaica. Have you seen those? Like drone footage of the like, dude.
It's not stock footage.
That's crazy. The drone footage from Jamaica. You seen that,
Oh
Tito?
my God! What happened?
Dude, Hurricane Melissa just ransacked it, dude.
Classic,
It ran,
classic. It had to
dude,
be Melissa, huh?
it ran through Jamaica like a track star, bro. It was just like straight through. 175-mile-per-hour winds on the little rickety huts, bro. Just
Damn, that's
like it is
cool.
serious business, bro. Like, I mean, that drone footage just says it all. You've seen it. It's everywhere. They said it was like a storm of the century. I don't know if you guys ever seen that. The thing was only moving like 1 or 2 miles per hour, like almost completely stationary, with sustained winds of like 175 and up. That's like a tornado, dude. Close to it, anyway. You guys ever heard about that?
Yeah, I knew it was set to hit, but I didn't know about the aftermath.
Yeah, it is so crazy, bro. I've never. It was like the most well-formed hurricane I've ever seen. The hurricane hunters flew into the eye, and they took a video of what it looks like inside the eye. Like, it's a phenomenal like imagery, like video.
Do you think it was like generated or natural?
I'm not even gonna. I don't even want to touch that with a 10-foot pole, but you know, it can't be like the way how it wasn't moving. I don't know. It just didn't have a natural kind of. I don't know.
Well, the government didn't do it because the government was shut down. So
No, dude, the government was flying into the hurricane hunters. Oh, and you know, there's a lot of the I don't know contrail chemtrail stuff up in the sky yesterday over here in the Midwest. So. Man, them dudes ain't budging, huh? From the government shutdown. Yo, the EBT, homie, they ain't gonna get their food. Although I heard another thing on the news said that they got the money in the reserves to like hand out to people if they're gonna for EBT and whatnot.
I just read that. Yeah.
But I don't know if that may be the case. But you know what I'm hearing also is that it's not. So we'll see on how people react to it. But they should have got them already, right? Like already, we should either have them or not. First of the month.
I'm not sure. I'm not on food stamps.
Yeah, but I don't know. We'll see.
I say let them cry.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not one way or another on that. You know, it's just I'm always advocating for like people getting a better position in life, though, whatever that is, however they can do it. I'd rather people be able-bodied and get out there and do something, because if you just enable somebody, they're just going to take advantage of it and give them an inch, take a mile kind of stuff. But at the same time, there are some people that would qualify for a program like that, in my opinion. So I can't be too hard-nosed about it. You know what I'm saying? there's definitely some people in our society that they would qualify for someone who would be somebody to receive those type of benefits.
I think it's good that they're doing this. They should just let people reapply so they can reassess and let the people that really need it get it, because I know a lot of
That's
people.
another way of looking at it. Yeah, I don't know. I like the sound of that.
There's a lot of people out there that have it that don't really need it, and they're just doing it because it's free.
Yeah, dude, they got generational. That's generations of people living on that, bro. I'm not even kidding you.
They need to get doged.
That's so off topic.
You asked what the reaction was to the EBT. I think it was something like,
Exactly.
sorry, I had to do it.
Apparently, Nancy Pelosi's gonna retire soon. She's not gonna rerun in 2026. Finally.
Oh no, how will she steal more millions of dollars from the American people?
Oh, she'll just do it in the stock market.
Does somebody want to give commentary from the chat? I can't do a lot of talking right now.
CB, you at work too, or what?
Yeah, yeah.
Shit, where's India at?
Right here, Ninja.
I saw you fell asleep at the wheel.
Nah, I was multitasking. You know how it goes.
Dang. Is that what you kids are calling it these days?
Ha. Hey, man, I'm busy. I'm kind of into something.
CB likes the sound of that stuff.
It's code, man. If you say you're into something, you're into something and you're busy.
Yep. No innuendos here.
Nope. Just straight up. So since the three horsemen are here, CB, man, why are you slacking?
That is not me.
Why haven't we done any episodes? Why are you slacking?
Let's go tomorrow. The summer's basically over, so I'm not trying to go to the beach all the time these next few weeks. So let's lock in.
Yeah, so you're not being taken down by Shorty, trying to get a hold of you?
I mean, that's it's 24/7 Shorty Earth over here. Okay.
24 divided by 7, remember?
I think it's 7 times. Actually, I have no idea.
Yeah, but if a mathematician told you it was, 1 million 24/7, then you'd believe him, right? Because he said so.
Well, if it's a mathematician, I have to.
There you go. I can't believe some of the dumb things that Glover say, bro. It's just crazy.
Like in the chat right now?
Like,
Like
dude,
Nick's is saying?
they sacrifice their intelligence on the altar of ignorance, you know?
So Nick's, I'm speaking of Nick's, he's kind of chat skanking. You can unmute, which would be optimal, but I'll just cook you and you can sit there and take it. Yeah, what was just shown to you by Lao Tzu is a demonstration on what you think is impossible on a flat surface happening on a flat surface. See what he showed you, that boat with that RC battleship. you realize there should be no horizon at all on that lake, according to the globe Earth. From that camera height, the horizon should be 2,400 feet away from the camera, using the globe math. That lake is only 1,000 feet long. So how is their horizon, was it 250% closer to the camera than the globe Earth allows? And why is the ship disappearing behind it? Can't be Earth curve making it disappear because the Earth, it's not at the Earth curve yet. And in fact, can't even reach the Earth curve on that lake. So the point of this observation is claim that, oh man, ships can't disappear bottom up on a flat Earth. That can only happen on a ball. That claim is demonstrably, now listen closely, demonstrably as in demonstrated false. It's not theoretical. We don't need to explain why it happens. We can demonstrate that it does happen. Doesn't match something we could expect because the Earth is curved, because the horizon distance changes. If it's the geometric edge of a ball, that horizon that the ship is disappearing behind, the horizon must be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet away from the camera. Okay? And if it's not that distance, the ball Earth cannot be the cause of that observation. So, local refraction, humidity, camera angle, great. Everything but Earth curve. Crazy. The curve fits every time. That is horseshit, Nix. Utter horseshit. Made up bullshit. Now I'm going to post some examples. Okay, now this horizon is 10 times too far. Okay, so not Earth curve. Horizon can't possibly be Earth curve unless you live on a ball with a 1.6 million mile circumference.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, senor.
I'll allow it.
Anything good going on around here?
Well, there's no glow proof, so there's that.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Uh, I suspect we'll be waiting for a really, really, really long time. Did I tell you about the what I saw in my neighborhood the other day? And I walked over towards it, and I was hearing we have the irrefutable proof of the globe.
What a
Are you taking? I was gonna say, are you taking your lithium, or are the auditory hallucinations coming back?
Take a look in the side chat at the image I just posted.
Oh yeah, Pennywise is not far behind. Yeah, we've seen that before. Don't fall for that trick.
They all float down here.
Where's the gravity gods?
Didn't you just hear me? We all float. There is no gravity.
Oh. Oh, okay. I believe it.
Man, I listened to the audiobook of that over the summer. Like, really, 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 really good book up until the kids decide to have an orgy. It was a weird twist.
That's CB on a Friday night.
Damn.
Yeah, orgy of one.
Oh, it's definitely good. He can't smell like a shark.
What the fuck, blood?
Nice. Oh man, someone's really enjoying their soundboard. I'm happy that you're happy.
Now, don't let him enjoy it until he gets that Myron clip. Do I need to send it to you?
I'll do it right now.
Your own outro? What the fuck?
See, exactly. I'm happy they're happy. Whoever they are, they're enjoying themselves.
Someone else is. That's not me. The last one wasn't me. I'm a veteran over here.
And I love the government being shut down. It means half my job doesn't exist.
Yeah, it goes along with that song, the children's song that everybody loves. If you're happy and you know it, prove the globe. Have you heard that one? How does that go, Josh?
I have no idea. Those words don't make sense in that sequence to me.
Yeah, it does. If you're happy and you know it, prove the globe.
Is that why I'm depressed?
No, the reason you're depressed because you have a sunk cost fallacy and putting stock into the globe and it doesn't exist. So you're like a 300,000 in the hole.
Yeah, your psyche's diverging.
Damn.
It's diverging from practicality and utility, which believe in the globe is, to truth. Then, the longer you sit in here, the more truth you're going to hear, and you're going to diverge further and further. And you'll end up getting cognitive dissonance and sparking out one day. You guys all do.
That's the scene in Avatar where Zuko gets the really bad fever, right?
No, that's just the one where you spurg out.
Chosen one.
Big Ewan McGregor fan.
Look, we, Josh, you know, I know you think you're not new to this topic, but you kind of are. I mean, when did you start following this topic?
During COVID, like 2020.
Oh, 2020. Yeah, you're
Same as me.
yeah.
Like I said, it was mostly on Clubhouse up until a few months ago. I didn't know that all these Discords existed.
Did you, Josh? Did you talk to Alan and Shane?
Yeah, that's how I ended up over here.
Ah, okay, cool.
Shit, I thought he talked to Donald T in Clubhouse.
I've never used it. I don't know. I can't imagine.
No, I've been there's a squad of like 12-ish the folks that held flat Earth rooms, at least a few times a week. And I've been including a couple folks that actually went on the final experiment trip. But no, I've been hanging with them for I don't know since 2020-ish.
Yeah, but the difference between them and us is that we make this look good, bro.
Can you even present evidence on Clubhouse, or is it just rhetorical nonsense?
No, there's a side chat.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. There's a side chat. You can put links in, and you can actually you can tag a link at the top of the room. So like the screen you see on your phone, it's got everybody's profile pictures at the top. It can have a preview of the page that you sent the link to. I don't know. I enjoyed it. They're good folks. We more so. I more so talk less flat Earth with them now, and more so talk like World Economic Forum and United Nations stuff with them at this point, just because we don't, we have our boundaries. We understand each other's point of view, so it's not something we usually spar
I mean,
over
that young kid yesterday, he was 18, by the way, just to tell you, he was old enough to feel the wrath.
From Singapore?
Yeah, from Singapore. He's pro World Economic Forum, dude. He's freaking. They tell him to freaking eat bugs, dude. He's freaking chowing down.
I mean, I tend to be a pretty globalist as well, so I won't scoff at it.
Yeah, but you're globalist light. Like he's freaking full on. I've never seen brainwashing like that bad. Honestly, and I know people that are in cults, and I've never seen brainwashing that bad.
Yeah,
you're we've had one leader since 1952, but it's not a dictatorship because they said so. The dictators told him it's not a dictatorship. It's fucking crazy.
The prefrontal cortex isn't done cooking.
No, hold on, dude. He's not drinking the Kool-Aid. He actually wants to make the flavors. That's what he wants to do.
Yo, he's mixing the batch.
Was this our friend from Singapore who was just continuously telling us how good it was there?
Yes, he was the house ninja or whatever you call it.
Oh God.
I was going to tell him I have a good buddy who sits on the youth advisory board at the UN with me, who lives and works out of Singapore. So if he was interested in doing space stuff to
yeah. They want a yes man.
Sure. He's real interested. I'm sure.
He'd dive in head first on that one, to that
I know. I want to offer it.
That waterless swimming pool.
Look, now hold on. No, the guy might complain about Singapore not funding space enough, and that he'll ream the guy out that the government is doing it perfectly as it is, and that they're allocating just enough money for the space program because they need money for other things, like brainwashing him.
I mean, he does. He lives in Singapore, but he does mostly Asian Pacific licensing.
I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Come on now.
Don't quit your day job, buddy.
Are you trying to brainwash children, Josh? Just say it.
Trying to brainwash children? Is that your definition of science communication? No, I don't work.
Oh, hell no.
Science communication.
Yeah, Bill Nye, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Emily Calandrelli, folks that go on kids shows or do
I understand. I saw
children's authors.
Mr. Wizard actually did experiments. It's probably dating myself. It's probably, it's like in the 80s. It was like he was the Bill Nye before Bill Nye.
I was going to
He
say,
was
Emily
actually a
Calandrelli
plant
does that now.
communicator when they did experiments, and they did actually
That's what
discuss
the show
science.
was about, doing experiments. It was actually about science.
Yeah. Emily Calandrelli does that now. She has her own. She does basically the same thing, like solar ovens and like oobleck and just kids science experiments. But she's like the next gen, after Bill Nye.
I wonder if she takes requests.
I mean, she lives like right down the road from me. If you have a request,
Cool,
I'm
dude.
happy to
Go down the street and ask her to
pass it along.
demonstrate gas pressure without a container on TV.
Yeah.
It's
Shit,
not a
ask
kids
her to-
experiment, I don't think.
Ask her to demonstrate how we know it's a globe.
Yeah, go measure the
And,
curve.
and sit back and eat some popcorn.
But no, I do not brainwash kids. I'll go in and do like a Newton's laws experiment with my wife's class every
At least we got an
every year,
affirmative
but that's about
denial.
it.
I respect the affirmative denial. I'll take you at your word. It's when people don't actually deny it and they keep waffling. You said you don't, so I'll take you at your word. Affirmative denial.
No, I mean, I'll do like kinematic stuff and like Newton's laws with my wife's second graders once a year, but that's about it.
It's a
I mean, I think like some things. I mean, me and you kind of got into it the other day. Some of these things are mythological, in the sense that they have models, observations, but it's limited. They can't do the experiments required to make the claims, to justify the claims they make, such as X causes Y, or Y causes Z. They can't ever know that without an experiment with any type of scientific certainty. They can say they know it, and they can believe it really, really hard, but they can't actually know it, which is why we have the scientific method, so that we can know to some reasonable scientific certainty that at least the experimental result is true, right? When we can figure out the cause and effect relationship of some natural phenomenon, we can know what X causes Y. You really kind of can't, like, okay, so there's a hypothesis. Gravity creates planets, and gravity creates them in such a fashion that they become round. Okay? No one has ever observed that in nature. No one's ever observed that in a lab. It's a hypothesis. Okay? And looking out and seeing a bunch of round planets doesn't prove the cause of how they became that way. No matter how strong your theory is, no matter what your hypothesis is, without the observation, it's not science at all. So if you tell some kids that, hey, gravity forms spheres, you don't tell them that that's hypothetical. They probably haven't taught kids that's hypothetical in 100 years. But it is hypothetical. In fact, they taught us the planetary disk model. And if you look and try to find modern advances in this planetary disk model, they've kind of abandoned it because it kind of don't work. But they assumed it to be true because they looked out and they see galaxies and they go, this bunch of dust formed this mini galaxy thing and formed the star system, because this idea of uniformitarianism, that like the physics will make matter uniform at whatever scale, right? So there's a lot of philosophy baked into this stuff. I don't know if you realize that there's a lot of theory-related and philosophical assumptions to even say anything.
Yeah, I was going to say for astrophysics, yeah, I definitely think you get into that a bit more.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
stuff
I looked out
outside of our local neighborhood.
purely listen. I have no doubt about their purely descriptive publications about astronomy or astrophysics or cosmology. The ones that are purely descriptive. When they start going into the theoretical or hypothetical reasons why, they've seen that this in the why that description actually takes place. That's when I start to go, how do you actually know that? Because someone in 3 weeks could come along and just say, hey, I have a better explanation than yours. It's simpler. The kids can understand it. Right? Explain it like I'm 5. Right? You can explain it to a 5-year-old. That's what we kind of take because of Occam's razor, right? We like, even though Occam's razor has been proven false empirically, which is kind of funny. Did you know that? Occam's razor has been proven false empirically. That the whole foundation of modern science since the 1400s has been proven false. Okay, anyway, that's not the point. The point is, we prefer quote-unquote explanations that are easy to understand and easily digestible and easy to teach children. The children is really the litmus test. And it's more of a, like, these models are more a statement about human psychology than they are anything else.
Wait, y'all. So if the Earth was black, no? How explain why
the Earth was black?
No, flat. My bad.
Okay.
Okay, if the Earth
Fear of a black planet. Public Enemy. Come on, CB.
Then why are goth girls so thick? Explain to me the occurrence of thick 5'4" dominant goth mommies if the Earth is flat.
Oh, so sad. Like, this is the most clever troll you could come up with. There's like millions of things. This was it. Fuck, dude. Don't quit your day job. Your career in comedy is freaking toast. Why are goth girls thick? I don't know. Because they live in America?
He needs a rim shot after that.
Because they're on food stamps.
Ooh. Well, that gets back to
Hey, we don't talk shit on Snap in here. Just a heads up.
Oh, Snap.
Sorry. Yeah, no, not happening. I will not stand for that.
What are you gonna do about it? Snap?
80% of households in the United States that are on Snap have kids in the household. Like talking down to Snap is literally taking food out of children's mouths. Like, don't be a dick. Let's not.
Oh
God, who made him guest mod?
Is that the way you can make people shut up? Kids?
Damn, he got fired. He got fired up after that comment. What the hell?
No, just get fucked. Sorry. Talking shit on Snap.
Oh.
Yeah, you get what AI has to say about it.
Hey, dude, calm down. Wednesday, you're supposed to keep No. See, I predicted this 2 days ago. I said the first person that pulls the do it for the children is going to get this shit. So, hey, how about we do this for the children? Right? We're gonna take over the schools. We're gonna teach them the Earth is flat, and then if they don't write it down on a piece of paper, we're gonna fucking fail them, and they're not gonna advance in their learning, and we're gonna keep them in that grade. What if we do that? Do you want to do that the way they teach the globe? We tell the kids the Earth is a globe, and if they don't write that fucking answer down on the piece of paper, they are failing, whether it's true or not. Let's do that. Now, let me hear your white knight for the children to stop being force-fed Earth is a globe. Go ahead. Never thought about it like that, have you, Josh? That children, 5-year-olds, go to school and they're told Earth is a globe, and if you don't write that fucking answer down on a piece of paper, you are dumb and you're not moving on. You say what we want you to say. Is that okay?
Well, they won't get food stamps if they don't pass.
And if they're right there flat Earth, they're probably on food stamps. Is that the litmus test? They must be dumb. They must have dumb parents. They must be on food stamps because they're dumb. Because it doesn't education and economic status and whether you're on food stamps, doesn't that correlate to education? You're going to have a bad education if you don't answer Earth as a globe on the fucking piece of paper.
If you want to support free thought, then you would be in favor of supporting SNAP, right? If you want to have some sort of
I didn't say anything bad about
economic safety net to make sure that your basic needs are met, so that you're not capitulating to the system to regurgitate
Who said I don't support SNAP, dude? Who said I don't support SNAP?
No, I've never said that. I'm just saying if you want to support free thought and the ability to not question the system, you should also support a safety net that allows folks to
Look,
get
man,
the
I was on the government cheese. You're preaching to the choir, dude. I ate the government peanut butter, which is quite good. Government cheese, not so good. The powdered milk, fucking disgusting. So, listen, I use it. I'm telling you, dude. So
I appreciate it. I'm not speaking directly to you. I guess it's more of the room.
Yeah. So, but hold on, dude. These things have unintended consequences. It's my hypothesis that food prices went through the roof is because during COVID, did you know that if you were on SNAP, no matter what your income was, everybody got max benefits, right? So you got, like, say you were a household of two. You got the max benefits, even though normally under normal situations you get, say, $50 in food stamps. So they maxed everybody out. So what does it happen? Now you have more dollars chasing the same food. Price inflation is automatically going to happen. See, these are some of the unintended consequences that SNAP acts as a subsidy for the food industry in a way, because that's what it was originally designed for. The USDA food program was designed because of way back in the day when too many people were freaking planting corn. They price fixed the corn, right? They had quotas. In fact, if Mike Battlemod was here, he'd tell you he gets paid right now to not grow anything. Because he could grow corn, the government gives him money not to grow corn, because that would drop the price of corn, because scarcity wouldn't exist, and the price of corn would drop, and then there'd be no corn because it wouldn't be worth farming. Everybody would stop doing it, right? So, to a degree, food stamps drives the price of food up because there's you have this baseline, right? As far as a food corporation, they know there's this baseline of food spend that's going to happen no matter what. So they can adjust the price accordingly to absorb whatever money's out there. Because food is very important. It isn't like buying a fucking radio or a fucking car. It's something that must be bought. So why wouldn't you price to the level that they got to spend? Well, hold on. If you know that the average monthly food spend is $500, and you know how much it takes to feed two people for $500, why wouldn't you try to maximize your profit by raising the prices so they get just enough food so that so they're out of food by the end of the month and they have to start the cycle all over again? See, there's a lot of unintended consequences. I'm not against SNAP, but I just think there is unintended consequences of these programs that nobody's looking at.
Also, there's an unintended consequence of balancing your own personal budget sheet. So, for example, if you know you're getting food taken care of, you could then spend your other money on things that aren't necessary, which means you don't actually need the money for the food. You just need to make choices about what you can and can't possess based on your work output. So, in other words, people have inflated their value in what they can buy and purchase that has nothing to do with sustaining their family, like more expensive clothes, like designer clothes versus Walmart clothes, like $5 Starbucks glass bottle, pre-bottled coffee, rather than making their own coffee. Okay, we all know that this is how the system gets abused. It's not the case that it just exists to help kids out so they can get fed. That's just not the truth. We know it's a bribery system for political power. We know that. And power that goes, like Indio just said, to corporations. So it's not just the case that this exists just to help kids get fed. That's just not the truth.
Yeah,
I understand that, but that's one of the
school year. They get fed in school twice a day, so now you only got to feed them fucking dinner. Where does that excess money go? That excess food go?
Kids under the age of 5. That does not cover kids under the age of 5. And I understand that you can hold folks accountable for abusing the system, but they
I don't consider it abuse. I just consider
no, I'm not referring to you. I'm not referring to you.
I don't think AI considers it abuse, really. It's just human nature that, in my experience, people spend whatever income they have. right? And this is just another piece of
That's not
income,
the
so
kid's
they'll
fault, though.
spend to budget it in, right?
That's not the kid's fault.
I know it's not that. This isn't about blame.
I understand that, but why would you make the children's life material like quality of life materially worse for political gamesmanship?
Because things
that
are fucking tough all over, dude. Like,
Ask the government that.
Yeah. Ask the government that when they divorced the idea of a single family having enough money to provide on a single income for their progeny by inflating the workforce, by convincing women and men that they both need to be in the workforce, by creating those situations to make it to where the mother and father can't have their natural roles in their family. How about that? Because that's the real problem. Josh, let's be clear here. All of these other things we're talking about, the root core of the problem is the lack of the tribal familial identity with the biological parents taking care of their children in their natural roles. That's what the problem really is, isn't it?
Yeah, dude, capitalist exploitation of social reform. I agree. I'm right there with you. Right. Now that there's the ability for women to join the workforce, culturally, the capitalist sees that as, now I can expect there to be two.
Oh yeah, brother. You're in the UN, right? You're in the UN, right? So
I'm right. Yeah.
Tell me why. Yeah. So tell me why the UN has a document that says the most efficient way to stifle global warming and decrease the carbon footprint, et cetera, is to decrease the human population. And the most effective way to do that is to encourage women into the workforce. Why does that document exist?
I'd be interested to take a read of that. This is not the first time it's been brought up to me. I have no idea why it's created, but I can understand the point of view that.
Yeah, I'll tell you why, Fred. I'll tell you why. It's very simple. No, that's not it, because the population declines. But yeah, it's sort of it. The real reason is not economic at all. The real reason is that they're misanthropic, evil people. They hate humans. They hate them. Their whole goal is to make humans unhappy. So, for example, they say, hey, women, go to work. Don't get married till you're 30. Don't start having babies till you're 35. Your uterus is going to drop out. Your kids are going to be retarded and have all kinds of medical problems because you took your baby factory and put it offline for a decade and a half. And then you're going to be miserable and you're going to end up with cats. You know why they do that? Because they hate women. That's why.
Well,
they hate them.
They don't. It's an economic.
They hate them. No, it isn't, dude. It isn't. It isn't. They hate them. They don't want women to be happy. They don't want men to be happy. They don't want children to be happy. They want everyone to suffer. That's what it's about, bro.
No, it's all capital. Interacting with folks that work with macroeconomic policy, like the social reform.
I know you think that, dude, but you know what increases productivity, capital, and demand? Because you have to have supply and demand, in case you didn't know that, Mr. Economics. The only way to increase demand, okay? Because like, for example, you have the hypersaturation of a market with a product. Like, let's take honeycomb cereal, for example. Honeycomb cereal, when I was growing up, used to be gorgeous. It used to make my mouth water. I used to drip with secreted hormones saying, eat this food, it is so good. Now it tastes like a pile of cardboard. Why? Because they saturated the market. And the only way to increase their profits is to decrease the quality of their product. But guess what? There's another way they could increase their profits. If there were actually children to eat the cereal. So the way to solve all this problem is to have more children, not less. Period.
In the long term, right? I would, if I'm the one, if I get to pick between an extra member of society, productive member, consumer now, that's going to generate, economic output, or potential kids 5 years from now, I'm going to pick the extra output now. Like it's short-sighted economic policy that's eventually going to collapse in on itself. Like the capitalists are, I don't give a shit. I'm going to die in 30 years, so I don't really care what the world looks like after I'm gone.
Okay, okay. Let's stop, friend. This is the difference. Okay, what you just said is absolute evidence of my point. You don't give a shit about the progenation of the children into the future. Thanks for admitting that to everyone live. Good job.
Why would you care? Why would you care about people?
I'm not referring to me. I'm not
dissing Snap then?
I'm not. That's not my opinion. I'm saying if
Yeah, well, see, the thing is, I gotta live, bro, in a society where my progeny and their kids and their progeny are going to exist, right? And so people like the person you described, if it was describing yourself or anyone, we know those people exist, and we know that that's how they think, because we know that they don't have a duty to society and to the tribal identity of their family line at all. They have a duty to the state. And they've been indoctrinated to care about the state and their own selfish gains from what they can get out of the states by extorting other people for their own benefit. And that includes people who receive SNAP, by the way.
I wouldn't say they have a duty to the state. I would say that the state has a duty to them because they've been able to flex their capital into co-opting the state.
No, they have a duty. They have a duty to support those programs in the state, like visceral lap religious zealot dogs. Say, how dare you take my SNAP away? The state owes me. Well, guess what? The people who act like that are serving the statist agenda. They've been indoctrinated to think they're dependent upon the state and that they can't do anything for themselves. So the only way they can think they could get food is if the state gives it to them. That's called learned helplessness, bro.
For the adults, correct. I agree. I'm referring to the children. That's why I didn't say, "Hey, poor people need."
The problem is that the children are now growing up with the same mentality, because guess who's raising them locally with those ethics? Their parents. Holy crap, dude! How hard is this to figure out?
I understand.
They learn to look for handouts, right?
I don't think.
Or maybe care for your fellow man.
Yeah, we do.
I'm
and
caring for him by giving him a fishing pole instead of giving him fish.
Let's keep this real, okay? When's the last time someone starved to death in the United States? Yeah, that's what I thought. Almost now.
Sorry. What was the question?
Year. Did we literally throw away hundreds of millions of tons of food a year? It would be literally nearly impossible to starve to death here. Honestly. This is a bunch of hubbub about nothing. Now, to go to AI's point about the anti... Yeah, there's no starving children in America. Okay,
I disagree with that. Holy shit.
Starving? When's the last time a kid was admitted to the ER for malnutrition that wasn't being abused? That their food was available, they just weren't being fed on intentionally by their parents.
I'd have to grab the stats, but my understanding is that is not true.
I looked. The number I saw was people that had malnutrition in America was 20,000 per year that died of malnutrition. Now, they didn't break it out as far as children, but I'm sure children is a subset of that. But malnutrition typically in children is because they're being withheld food intentionally with intent, not to eat them.
An intentional
not because
neglect.
Food's not available. I mean, dude, like literally it takes a lot for a human being to starve to death. You have to have very low calories.
Why is that the bar, right? Like, why would we?
I'm just getting the point. Is like
our compatriots, right?
I'm just trying to keep everything in perspective. That's all I'm trying to
Well,
do.
I get it, but why would you intentionally cause harm to children who can't consent to having this benefit?
They didn't consent to having shitty parents either, man.
Intentionally
No, real quick, Indio. To Indio's point and Josh's question, what Indio just described to you cannot be controlled by the availability of resources given directly to the parent, because the parent is the one withholding the resources conduit from getting to the child intentionally because of purposeful neglect. For God's sake, Josh, I thought you were an intelligent person.
Oh, I was referring to the USDA and the current executive branch. I wasn't referring to the parents. I apologize how you could interpret it that way.
Look, I know plenty of people that sell their food stamps like crazy. Dude. Like, listen, like in your circle,
shit
you
anyway.
probably don't know what happens on the other end of the spectrum because you don't go on that side of the tracks. I do go on that side of the tracks.
My mom's on food stamps. I'm organizing grocery delivery for her starting over the weekend. Like there's a reason that I'm like very passionate about this.
You just go buy groceries for your mom.
Does she go down to the local?
She lives in a different state than I do, and she's not.
Right, dude, it's Walmart. It's called Walmart delivery, dude. See, here's the problem.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Holy shit,
Here's the problem, brother. We got to get down. We got to get down right now. If you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, which I supposedly heard you are, your mom doesn't need anything but you to help her out, for goodness sakes.
I do not have that relationship with her. And she's not able to handle cash, so I need to get food delivered to her. She usually has a program that's funded through SNAP that is able to get food to her door.
DoorDash.
But no, groceries.
Pizza Hut
but
delivery.
Hey, listen, friends. I rest my case right there. I don't. The prosecution rests, for goodness sake.
Jesus, what the fuck, y'all?
Sorry, I was laughing because he said DoorDash. You can't DoorDash good food stamps, man.
Exactly. It's a program sponsored by EBT that she's able to get groceries delivered to her house.
Okay, that's cool.
But you can't
no
go down to
worries.
the
So,
local bodega and sell the food stamps for 50 cents on the dollar and then go buy fucking crack. I know you can do that.
I guess, but
no,
she's on.
It's not. I guess I've seen it.
No, I understand. I'm agreeing with you.
well, let me ask this question. Let me ask this question, Josh. I got a really important question. If she didn't have that available to her, would you step up and help her out?
Yes, I am stepping up and helping her out right now.
Okay, so let's say that's true. So what that means is that there are going to be many, many people out there who their families and their larger social organizations that they're already a part of, such as churches and places where familial or some kind of tribal identity, like a church or an organization, would fill in and step up and give that of their own volition without having to have this large overarching problem. And since they're local to those people, they can monitor whether there's any abuse or fraud, etc., because they know the people. And then they could deal with them directly rather than having this overarching system, which is largely abused. So the fact is that because there's so much of this safety net, people aren't actually put in a position where they actually have to step up and do the right thing on their own. And it creates a downward spiral.
No, I mean, if you're focusing on the local organizations, like, I agree, those are helpful. It's just the scope of those networks within the United States doesn't exist. We're in a place where there is dependency on these state-run programs because it's these tribal and cultural relationships have been.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Dependency. Listen, dependency breeds dependency.
Well, we need to find a more effective. Sorry,
Josh. This is the question nobody's asking. Okay, given the fact that we don't want the children who are innocent in this case to go hungry, but we have the barrier of the parent that has to mediate the child getting food, and there's a significant percentage. I don't know if it's 50%, 10%, 2% would be a significant percentage. There's a significant percentage that are going to kind of block this, and maybe a larger percentage that's been irresponsible in the first place to even get in that situation. Some people, they end up in situations like that because of their irresponsibility. Now, there are some people that circumstances they can't control end up in that circumstance or laid off, whatever, right? It's not important. The important part is that certain amount of that food is allocated to the child. How do we ensure the child gets it without becoming government jackbooted thugs, social workers kicking down doors, and checking the food cabinets to make sure the children are being fed? That's the real problem, right? That's our goal.
Exactly.
The children.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. We need to, we should be putting more resources into solving these problems and not just like ignoring the problem and then, pulling the spending on the Band-Aid that we already have.
Right? I can fix it, bro. I can fix it. Okay. I can reform it, dude. Here's how you reform it. It's very simple. You ban universal suffrage. Problem solved.
I mean, I don't think that.
I'm not even joking with you.
No,
hey, listen.
I agree with your perspective.
I'm not even joking. See, here's the thing, brother. We got a very wise man in the history of our country. Some consider one of the wisest men, if not in the runnings for the list. And he said, as soon as the people realize that they can vote themselves money from the public coffers, this democracy is over. And that's what they've been doing. With their votes, they've been pandered to by politicians to remain in power with promises of free money and free stuff from other people that through the power of the government, they're taking and reallocating. And we know that this is what they've been doing, dude. Anybody with a brain knows this is what's been going on. For example, all of these learned helplessness situations where people who have children are like, I don't know how I could possibly provide for my kids unless I vote for someone promising me to provide for my kids, et cetera, et cetera. So we've created entire voting blocks that only exist to serve in the allocation of resources from the haves to the have-nots, rather than them picking themselves up by their bootstraps and being motivated to do something rather than vote for themselves for other people's money.
Yeah, and as far as the women's suffrage thing goes, women in general have a proclivity for to try to create social harmony, which makes them empathetic. So they know that maybe someday they'll be in a situation where they can't fend for themselves and would like the society to take care of them. But they're also empathetic to the plights of other women that might be going through a hard time and need society to take care of them. So they try to create structures so that none of them can fall through the cracks, okay, and be left out on their own. Because, sorry, hate to say that, women never act on their own autonomy. It's always at the behest of men, and you can differ with that all you want, and then list me all the countries that are ruled by women, okay? That would be zero. Forever and ever, going back forever. Okay, so the fact is that women having the vote, they want to create these social structures, these social safety nets, out of their natural proclivity. It's not because they're lazy. It's not because they don't want to be. Well, there is some responsibility aspect to that, but that's just normal for a female. So, just in generally, females are going to vote for social structures. I don't think when they jobs, right, they try to be in social jobs. It's just their natural thing is to think about the society as a whole, where men are kind of, sigma male, fucking, in general. I'm not talking about everybody, obviously. In general, men are more loners, right? So they're more pick you up by your bootstraps. Everyone, God helps those who help themselves. It's so when you have these votes, these clashes, right, between these two worldviews, you're going to have issues. But the women have very little skin in the game. You have to rely on the sensibility of their empathetic reaction to make the right decision. Okay, which is a fucking daunting task at best.
Real quick, Indio. I mean, I appreciate y'all's perspective here, and once again, like, I'm not disagreeing with the perspective. But is there a way forward where we can solve some of these problems without limiting personal freedom of your common man? Like, is there a path forward here where we can maintain the personal freedoms to vote, the personal freedoms to choose if you want to have kids or not, to take whatever job you want?
No. Let me explain. It's very simple. So, in case people don't know this, in the United States, there was a time where women weren't universally allowed to vote, and then they quote unquote got the quote unquote right to vote, which is not a right; it's a privilege. And they think that men universally had the universal right to vote before that, but it's actually not true. Men didn't just have a universal right to vote; they had to earn it, and they only got a universal right to vote very nearly before women did. Now, what's interesting though is that in the United States, the right to vote for women didn't just come out immediately and all states just one day had the right. It actually was systematized or ratified in different states at different times. And if you look at the historical times in which after they voted, the social programs went up astronomically. And it's like a pattern that just repeated itself. And now what happened with this is that women's votes now compete with men's votes. And so women have a vested interest in the state as a savior from their natural need for men. So they take the role one step away from themselves. And so rather than women actually having to negotiate in their actual life with a man to provide sustenance for them and their progeny, they then go out and try to do it by themselves. And that's where you end up with the 10 years or 15 years where they're not, pursuing their biological imperatives, rather they're pursuing financial imperatives. So it's actually this idea that this is freedom. It's not. Because most women want to be free to have children and a family and to have a man that can provide for them that they're actually attracted to. Okay, that's actually most women. But they've been deceived into thinking that's not what they want. And they've been forced into having to act like that's not what they want, right? So this idea that we're all just free is stupid. People have to just be told the cold, hard facts that it's not the case that women want to be girl bosses and grow up, with 3 corporations under their belt and no kids and be with cats. That's not what they want. It's all a farce, dude. It's a laugh.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with that assertion, but I'm saying even if it is a minority, let's say 30%, right? How do we move forward here without historically the United States has given personal personal freedoms or the right the ability to choose to act in a certain way. Like that's over the course of our history, those the ability to do these things has generally expanded, not contracted.
Yeah. How do you put the tooth? You're saying how do you put the toothpaste back in the tube? Is that what you're telling us?
He's wrong. He's wrong anyway. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong, sir. Factually, and across the board, when you go out and you talk to women and you see the plight of women today, women don't think they have freedom to do this and that. They understand that because of the way things are, that they're not going to get to have the life they want. So they're not under any disillusion that they have this freedom. The only time they talk about the freedom is when it comes to some kind of feminist talking points, dude. Women know that I can't have kids. I can't have a family because I can't sustain for them. Because I'll have to be working, they'll have to be at daycare, my man will have to be working, or I'll have to kick him out of the house so I can get more benefits. It's like all of these things are stifling to their choices, not promoting their choices. As a woman says, I want to be a young woman, start having children, be married, and have my husband take care of me so we can have a sustainable family together as a tribal identity without having to rely on the state and without having to rely on the government. That's almost impossible. So no, they don't have more freedom. It's a joke.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, should this be more of an economic critique then, so that we can create a system where there doesn't have to be, two working parents?
We had one.
So that we did have one, but I'm asking, due to relaxing regulations and rampant capitalism,
Yeah,
that's not the world we
you're
live in
fighting
now.
human nature, Josh.
Exactly. That's what the government's role is to do. A free market has caused us to where we are today.
Fight human nature? That's their job, is to fight human nature?
For the pursuit of personal economic gain, right? They're supposed to put the thumb on the scale to
free market isn't what did it.
Josh, you didn't understand what. So we have basically it's 51% male, 49% or 51% female, 49% male in this country. It's almost 50%. Look at the voting tally of the last 8 elections. It's almost 50%. You can look at the Democrat versus Republican. That dividing line depends on one demographic voting. How do single college-educated white women vote, or do they show up and push
Democratic
it one way or another?
Correct. They vote Democratic most of the time.
Yeah, but if they don't show up, and the Republicans win. Okay, so that's how the voting has been. The thing is, if women are conducting the tune, right? They're calling the tune, and the fucking music is really shitty right now. Why aren't they being blamed for the shitty music? That's the problem, and that's why it should be repealed, because they don't want to take blame for the shitty music, which is the whole point of being able to vote. When you vote, you have responsibility, right? That means you have to be responsible for your bad fucking vote. And that's why people that vote should be able to be drafted and conscripted into the army if they want to freaking participate in that nonsense. I also think you should have the ability to opt out of all of it. But if you vote, you should have to be conscripted, have skin in the game, put money where your mouth is. And no woman wants to do that. No woman's going to trade the risk of going into combat for the right to vote.
Well, let's stop right there. Well, hold on. Let's stop right there and let's go to actual facts of real women that were involved in these decisions in the past, because that's going to matter to some people listening. So there was this thing called the suffragettes, which they wanted to get women the right to vote. Now, if you go back and you study that, it wasn't grassroots. The leaders of that movement were actually men. And the sub-leaders who were women, were the faces of that movement, were actually essentially spies. It wasn't a grassroots movement at all. In fact, when women were given a vote on whether they wanted to vote, they lost. In other words, the majority of women voted against being given the right to vote because they knew it would come with responsibilities. And they knew the anti-suffragettes, you go back and you watch their things, they said, If we do this, if this happens to us, not if we vote for it, because they didn't want to vote for it. They knew it was going to be forced upon them. They said, if this happens, women are going to lose their special place in society. We won't be able to be mothers. We won't be able to be at home. All of these things will change, and the demographic of the family structure will be destroyed. That's with the real women, man. Not the modern bitch women who say, I don't need no man.
I really got to add something to that. So the other reason women opposed it, because they didn't want to be involved in political affairs in the first place. It doesn't interest women natively or inherently. That type of politics, fucking all that shit. Just like they're not interested typically in mechanical devices and objects and things like that. Women didn't want, because to vote responsibly, you have to go get educated on the issues. So they would have to pay attention to that, read. At least the people at the time, they wanted to do other stuff. They didn't want to have to pay attention to that too. This is like adding something to the plate that they didn't want to deal with. It's better to be left to the husband, right, who is going to speak for the what's best for the family, and who is actually interested and pays attention to that sort of shit.
Shouldn't we support the freedom for the husband not to engage with that if his wife wants to, right? Why would we? That's the whole question I ask.
That's fair. That's fair, Josh. That's fair.
Yeah, vote to have
That's fair.
Fucking fuck divorce.
That's fair. Here, yep.
Let's vote for war. Then
Keep in mind,
I don't have to divorce them. They don't get the insurance too.
Yeah, well, let's help Josh out here because he may have missed this point.
The reason I asked the question.
Hold on, Josh. Hold on, Josh. Josh, hold on. I want to set this straight because there's obviously a confusion. Nobody in here said just unequivocally repeal only female voting rights. Nobody said that. What we said was repeal universal voting rights. In other words, the sheer magic of you reaching the age of 18 doesn't make you qualified to have a vote per se. You have to actually demonstrate some competency in being able to vote before you just unequivocally get the right to vote. And part of that requires you to be willing to go to bat for the society in the form of service. So there's all of these entailments with this privilege, by the way, which is a privilege, not a right. Okay, so it's not just we're saying don't let women vote. We're saying don't let people who aren't capable of voting vote, and that includes women and men.
No, I mean, I don't think that will ever be popular, but I do understand that point of view. I guess I really think that this is an economic issue, not a social one.
Well, that's
like I understand.
Well, no, it's a social one, issue. You think you can only form. You're trying to solve the social issue with economics. That's what I think. That's a valid solution. I don't think it'll work, but you can try.
I'll give him an example. I'll give Josh an example right now. So, Josh, check this out. Two facts. First fact: the divorce rate is 50% or greater across all demographics. That doesn't matter whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim, whatever it is, the divorce rate in the United States and in the Western world is about that. Now, if the man makes less money than the woman, the divorce rate is 80%. And 70% of divorces are initiated by the woman. So the sheer fact that women can't find men who are more successful than them maybe due to economics, right? So, for example, if women intrinsically are attracted to men that are more powerful, and that includes finances, then the amount of people that make equal money to them or lesser money to them decreases the amount of people they're willing to have a prolonged mateship with, which means they're going to get involved in marriages that are going to get dissolved, right? So then we have broken families because now we have the natural parents not living with the children because the women didn't have a financial incentive to stay with the man. So in some ways, okay, by making it to where that disparity of income now makes it to where more men have more money than more women, that means more women will now be attracted to those men and want to settle with them and have to negotiate with those men, which is what they naturally want to do, rather than the government. So in other words, now your husband is daddy, not big daddy government.
I mean, I also understand that point of view. I guess for me personally, I would rather folks have more personal freedoms to pursue whatever style of life they would like to pursue while, also being properly.
No, you're wrong.
It's the long-term detriment of society.
Yep. but he's not even using the right words because these aren't freedoms. It's like you're changing the whole nature of society to create privileges for people at the expense of others. That's not a freedom, dude.
Well, I mean, I think he's freedom of like choice of lifestyle, but if you have if this system that you're pining for creates a bunch of freedom to choose between shitloads of bad choices, I mean, that ain't so great. Can we have some good choices too, please?
I mean, I guess I understand the point of view. I just argue.
Well, we know what works. It's like we've restructured human society like as an experiment or something. I mean, the most prosperous humanity, at least if you believe the modern history, has ever been is the monogamous Christian freaking lifestyle with the nuclear families, extended nuclear families, not just nuclear families.
If you're defining it by a specific KPI, I get that.
Well, that's a pretty good track record.
But I don't think you're going to be able to put, like I said, I don't think you're going to be able to put the toothpaste back in the tube on that one. So maybe we have to reform the way that we think about, society.
This is where I agree, Josh. We're not going to be able to put the toothpaste back in the tube. And the question is, why can't we? Because there's going to be people that try to oppose what's good. Why would they do such a fucking thing? For their own self-interests. How do we purge these people fucking from society and having any goddamn control or say over the fucking the people that want good things to happen? I don't know the solution to that, okay? But we need to start pointing fingers the way they did during the revolution. Oh, you're the fucking guy. Not the government does this. Not, the courthouse did that. Not this anthropomorphizing of illegal entities. We need to say this guy, that guy, John Smith, John Doe, John fucking Roberts. These are the ones. These are the fucking people that are doing it. And I'm not saying commit violence against people. I'm saying we need to name and shame, dude. It's like the only thing we got left. Name and shame. Like Donald Trump,
I guess
he's a murderer. Obama, he's a murderer. George W. Bush, he's a murderer. They're murderers, dude.
Agreed.
But we allow murderers that, by any standard, dude, they admit they're murderers. They
agree.
admit it. On national TV, they get up on the podium, I murdered that dude. They don't say the word, but we all know what they did. They murdered somebody, and we all tolerate it. Why? What do we expect we're going to get if we allow murderers to be our rulers? We're going to get what we deserve, Josh.
Candidates who aren't murderers then, right?
By the way,
murderers, we're apologists.
Why am I keep getting interrupted? Woof, y'all.
Sorry.
Come on.
We're doing misprision of felony, dude. That's an actual crime. To not report a felony is an actual crime, dude. Sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. I guess I understand y'all's point of view. I can't say that I agree with it 100%. I think that y'all have, like the end goal is increased happiness in a population, increased, economic mobility, increased quality of life. It's just, reversion to
not happiness, meaning and fulfillment. Fuck happiness. Happiness
okay.
is transient.
No, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. I appreciate that. Actually, is more apt. I guess just from my point of view, I think it's futile to instead of looking left and right, talking about, social reform and criticizing any changes in what's happened to us socially and culturally over the past, 50, 60 years. I don't know if you're going to be able to, that might be an uphill battle that might not be possible, given the way that the world is now to revert. So therefore we might need to scrutinize the current economic system to figure out a path forward to reach that end state.
Well, I think the government structure is united. I agree with you. I think everybody agrees, almost everybody in America, that takes a good look at the current governmental apparatus from state, local, federal, that the government needs to be reformed. And when I say reformed, I don't mean reformed. I mean RE-formed. Reformed again, as in formed into something else other than what it is now. With all the old structures fucking gone and new structures formed. I don't think just changing, tinker on the edges of what currently exists is going to work.
That's not called reform. That's called dissolving it. But yeah.
Yeah, dissolution. Yeah, I'm for that. dissolution of the current form of government.
So we need new Federalist Papers, right? So, for example, I might write in these papers, no man should, at the behest of another man who desires the benefit of other man's labor, use the power of the government by force to extract said labor from another man so that he himself cannot labor to provide for himself and his progeny, but at the request of the government's power, take from that man what he has earned through his own blood, sweat, and tears. Yeah, I might write something like that.
Oh, damn. Taxes right out the window. I guess we don't like roads.
You know, deers have roads and they have no government, right?
Yeah, no, I get it. But there's a line, right? Like, you know, there's certain.
Yeah, they make a line. They fucking have a good line, dude. You could
No. See, I like roads. No, but check this out, bros. I like roads for me to get to work. I don't like roads for Sally to get to her lover that she's cheating on her husband with, who she's then going to divorce, take his money, and then ask the government for to force him to give money to her, even though they're divorced and she cheated, to take care of her kids because it's for the children. So yeah, I like roads, bro.
Does not for Sally.
You want to?
Can you guys think of a single thing that the government provides for other than roads? Like, could you
Sounds like
imagine
you
what
want
a
to talk
government
about
even
it
did
as-
for us prior to the advent of the car? Zero, mate. Nothing. You guys are
What AI
trippers.
just described
Worrying
is not
about
an
the wrong
outlier
thing.
event. It's not exclusive. Look.
So now I want to come back. I want to come back, brother. Yes. So check this out, brother. Recently in the United States, a area banned just the standard no-fault divorce presumption of the custody of a child primarily going to the woman, and then you have to rebut that presumption. So they changed it to being the presumption of 50-50 custody, period. And then you have to rebut that presumption. And their divorce rate went down dramatically. Dramatically. So you see the problem, dude?
So as far as like AI scenario, I thought, hey, dude, it was a scenario. I know. It took me 2 seconds. Dude I knew named John. He was fucking homeless. He was an alcoholic. I used to talk to all these homeless guys that hung out down in the park in Cambridge, and he told me how he became homeless. He was a union carpenter. He worked 70 to 80 hours a week. He built a freaking beautiful home for his wife. He come home one day, and she's fucking the neighbor in the neighbor's house. At least she was fucking in the neighbor's house. I'll give her credit for that. So he finds out, she preempts the divorce, says he's been assaulting me, gets him thrown out, gets the children, gets him to pay all his money, and he's like, fuck that shit. I'd rather be homeless. And that's what he did for 20 years until he died of alcoholism.
Yeah, that guy also was probably like, yeah, how's it going, sweetheart? You want to suck my cock and shit like that too, man. He's probably a rude fuck. So, you know, I've seen hundreds.
No, he was a nice guy. He was a good dude.
But I guess
you have to meet him to know him. He's harmless, absolutely harmless. Would never hurt a fucking fly.
But I guess that's just the law is not keeping up with cultural changes, right? So if we live in a world where both spouses have equal economic opportunity.
Gosh, I hate to interrupt, but the law created the cultural. The law created the cultural change. Is what we're trying to tell you.
Let me tell you what. Tell you this: when I went through my divorce with my ex-wife, you know what the judge told me? He said, "Y'all don't even need to go to court. If y'all can just agree on terms, like we don't even have to intervene. We'll sign off on whatever y'all agree on." But that's the point. The woman doesn't want to agree. She gets the lawyer because she wants the financial gain. That's the whole point of the whole thing.
Agreed. Yes, but I'm talking about the enforcement. The enforcement of the law, there's a ton of divorce case precedent that causes this asymmetric benefit and leads to that exact situation. Whereas current societal opportunities lends itself to more equal opportunity to go and get a job.
No, there is none. No, there isn't any, dude. There isn't any because, like I explained earlier, the legal presumption across the United States is that in the nature of a divorce, the woman is considered the best place for the children to be, and not only that, but that the man should have to be subsidized to pay for it in some way. So he's going to be, his children are to be taken from him, given to the woman, and he's expected to pay for it because that's what they have a presumption that that's the best for the children. Now, what's interesting is they changed that in the past. In the past, that used to be to 5 years old. There was this presumption that a woman, unless you could prove otherwise, would be the best home for the child up to 5 years old. They changed it to 13. And now if you know the famous quote, give me a man until 7 and I will, give me a child till 7 and I'll give you the man. So in other words, in the past, we knew that the paternal archetypal authority was more important for a child between 7 and 13 than the maternal, but they switched it. Okay, and now we have the results today. We have a bunch of pussy dudes that couldn't defend their country if their life depended on it. They can't even speak up to a woman, let alone a terrorist or whatever. It's like we're all a bunch of pussies now because we let women run the show and the results are in, bro.
I get it, but I'm just saying, like, I don't think you're going to be able to put the toothpaste back in the tube. And that reform going to no-fault divorce is exactly the type of policy change to correct our,
No, equality, brother. It's called equality. It's so simple, dude. If the men and the women had the same presumptions and they had to prove otherwise, then the playing field would be equal. And women would naturally lose in that playing field in certain avenues that they were previously winning. And that would upset the apple cart so much that, for example, in that jurisdiction, the divorces dropped. And all of a sudden, women didn't have this easy out to extract resources from their husbands. So they actually had to work on their issues.
Yeah, Josh is talking about something of like, what can we do now? So we already know that these things are things that we can agree on in this conversation. I've been listening to Josh. So now he's saying, what can we do right now, gentlemen? Like, what are we moving forward? Like, is there something we can do to make things, even though the state of affairs are that we are dealing with these things, what can we do to make things progress instead of going back to like, well, let's just, hindsight and let's look back there and see how things were good back then. And now let's try to do it like it was way back when. He's like, no, we're already at where we're at. Now let's see what we can figure out. Like,
women are majority voters, so nothing is what we can do.
That's defeatist, man. I mean, I can
tell you what I did.
Look, bro, then go out and start registering men to vote. Like, I mean, what else you want me to say?
I mean, once again, I don't think this is a social issue. This is the consequences of
holy crap, dude. Sure it is, bro. Sure it is. So no, listen, nobody's pressed yet. But I'm going to press. No. I'm going to press right now since nobody's pressed it yet. Okay, bro. You think that's the case? Give us any option, right? Financial, economic, anti-capitalist option that will even begin to address this problem. Go ahead, Josh.
Universal basic income?
Oh, how did I know that was coming? You know what? I actually predicted that. Everybody gets free stuff. That's your only cure, dude. No, it's not the answer, dude.
No.
Holy crap. See, the problem with universal basic income, dude, do you not understand how economics work? I mean, what is wrong with you? Are you broken in the head? If everyone has $1 million, nobody has $1 million. What don't you get about that, dude?
Oh lordy! I'm not saying that it's a communist state. I'm saying you put dampeners on the runaway top 1%, top 10th of 1%, and then you increase the floor. I'm not saying that everybody's equal.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that
universal basic income.
The top 1%, they don't even have any money. All their money is tied up in their business.
I could care less. I could care less about them. We're talking about the people who are going to get the UBI. So when you are given UBI, is it going to be enough for you to live off of? Yes or no?
I have no idea. But I'm just saying, like, you should have the freedom.
What, dude? So if you do not understand that, if you don't understand what I just said, dude, then your opinion's irrelevant. Because think about it. If you give everyone to where they can live off of that wage, then that means they no longer have to work to live. So the incentive to work is removed. So all you've done is create this entire block of people who are basically useless eaters.
Nobody else wants to go to work anymore and produce anything, make anything. It's just everything's given to their hand.
In other words, who's going to pick the crops? Who's going to pick the crops,
Nobody.
bro? Nobody.
The black people.
Yeah,
The robots.
No, but like, yeah, I challenge you. Like, if you're giving everybody enough money to live off of, what incentive would they have to go out and get it? To work in a place.
Well, we were dealing with the female male dynamic. How does it solve that? Like, does it solve that by like now the woman gets free shit and the man gets free shit? I don't understand.
No, I'm saying it's not a blank check for everybody. I'm saying it's a subsidy based off of the relative economic benefit of the profession you choose, right? So like the difference between going and being a big law lawyer versus a public defender, right? If you are a parent, if you are a stay-at-home parent, right, and your choice is to, hey, I want to nurture my kids, yes, your UBI should be enough for you to pay because your job is raising your kids. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
there's no one gonna.
I'm saying you need to be doing something,
brother. It's just like the stamp program. There's no one's gonna police that. How are you gonna be able to know that that's who the money's going to, bro? Like there's so much crooked affairs happening with Snap.
I get it.
Will we end child support now? Will child support end since she can now support her children with her UBI?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Oh fuck yeah! God. Divorce me now.
Right. You should have the freedom to go after whatever you find fulfillment.
Yeah, you should have that. Yeah, you should have. Yeah, exactly, dude. So you should have the freedom to do whatever you want, and somebody else pay for it. Yeah, that's a good plan. Good plan, brother.
Do whatever you want. No, contribute in some way, right? I'm just. And to AV's point, obviously there's administrative issues. I'm not going to gloss over.
Yeah.
This, but I'm just saying like. That's defeatist, just saying the world sucks, everything sucks.
No, I get it. You're trying at least to propose something that would be beneficial for humanity. It's like
right,
not doing something, right? Is that what you're saying?
Guess what he just said, AV. Guess what he just said. No, check this out. Check this out, AV. What he just said is that nobody should get this unless they're contributing to society. So, in other words, mandatory service.
Is that what you're saying, Josh?
Wait, no, you just said it both ways. First, it's nobody's going to have to work and everybody's going to do jack shit, and now everybody has to work. Like, I'm just saying.
That's what you just said. You said they should only get this if they're contributing to society, and that means they have to serve in order to get it. So it has to be mandatory service to receive the benefit. Just hold on, friend. It has to be mandatory service to receive the benefit. So I would agree with you. So that means everyone receiving benefits right now, if they're not serving, need to start serving. I agree.
So they try
some exemption to get you out of serving if you're not fit to serve. I agree. I do think there should be a
dopest way to get the pendulum to swing back the other way.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say is, man.
All right, Amy.
You said it. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, so what we're gonna do is when women will get UBI when they have one child, and when they have a second one, they'll get double that. Double the first amount, whatever that is, 1,000 a month, 2,000 a month, whatever. And then the next one, they'll get 1,000 plus 2,000. And every child, it doubles the amount they get. And it doesn't matter who the father is. It doesn't matter. That will incentivize women to have babies and be 304s, and the men get the best of both worlds.
Don't we have that already? It's called the welfare system. That's what it is, Josh. Come on, man. Like,
no, I'm
that's
just
all
saying,
the problem, dude. UBI incentive for childbirth. UBI with incentives for childbirth. You said contribute to society, and the only thing women should be contributing to society are fucking babies.
Jesus, that's a strong take. Fuck, dude.
We're in a population crisis, dude. We're at crisis stage.
I mean,
yeah, women, dude. In other words, Josh, check this out. The population's not going up, dude.
Yeah, I really don't appreciate all the interrupting. Y'all have been walking over me for like 45 minutes. I mean, I'm happy to continue talking. I really enjoy it.
All right, cool story, dude. Dude, we interrupt each other, dude. You don't hear any of us complaining.
What? No, because I am respectful.
Do you want me to give you a universal, basic, uninterrupted time?
Freaking AI, dude.
Why?
You're savage, bro.
Okay. There's no need.
Well, listen, I'm actually well known. I'm actually well known for enforcing that. If people want that structure, we could do a minute on, minute off, and you can call it any time. Everybody else will get muted till your minute expires. Right? And if they do interrupt during the minute, if they do interrupt during the minute, they'll have to go to the gulag and be re-educated.
Okay, I'm just raising. I'm not saying advocating for change. I'm just raising my hand and saying that I don't appreciate it, and hoping that out of your humanity and wanting to have a productive conversation, compassion, yes, you would modify your behavior.
Oh shit, dude.
Yeah, dude, if you don't want to do that, that's fine. I'm just flagging it.
You just interrupt AB, dude.
Dude, this is a fucking conversation between men, dude. This is what we do. Yeah,
I get it. I don't feel like beating my chest on this one or being rude and talking over people.
All right.
Well, this is why the only people that should have the right to speak is people who have demonstrated service and competency first. All right, go ahead.
Jesus, dude.
Why'd you interrupt AB, dude?
We don't want. All right, so let's give him the talking feather, the stick, or whatever it is. Maybe.
No, it's all good. No. The reason I flagged it is because I'm actually at the end of the conversation. I'm just.
Oh, you're heading out, huh?
Yeah. That's why I flagged it. I do really appreciate. It was a good conversation. I do appreciate getting put back, just because I do end up having a lot of conversations with folks on policy through like UN shit or through just Washington DC stuff. So I just appreciate the candor, y'all, and I'll be back.
Go tell them. Go tell them, Josh. They're unimaginative fucktards. They got infinite fucking amount of money. Use a little imagination to solve these problems, dude, instead of this freaking out-of-a-can bullshit they've been doing for, I don't even know, 2 centuries.
Take some of that 24/7. Hey, Josh, take some of that 24/7 energy to them, man. See how they feel.
Yeah, interrupt me a few times mid-sentence.
You know, after you say that, how you like me now? Say after that, you say all what you had to say.
Make sure you interrupt them mid-sentence. Yeah, make sure you interrupt them mid-sentence so you could establish dominance.
Your facetiousness is noted.
Yeah, fair enough, brother. But what I really want you to do, and this is what I actually want you to do, I want you to think about what I said, tongue-in-cheek, and I want you to take it seriously. Whereas if everybody has this quote-unquote UBI, but they're supposed to only get it if they're contributing, then how can you police the contribution in a cycle to where their contribution is constantly worth the amount of UBI they're getting? You need to solve that math equation. And I would like to see how you solve it mathematically real quick. You have to solve it mathematically, and you also have to solve either the force necessary to compel their actions or the impetus necessary that their actions are so free-flowing that they just happen automatically. You have to have that. If you don't have that, then you're in a pipe crack smoking fantasy land.
He's in a pipe smoking fantasy land because unless you're in Singapore and you cane him, unless you're in Singapore and you cane them to all get up, then really ain't gonna do anything. They're just gonna be
down for that. Cane the girls until they have babies. Like, let's do that.
Yeah, dude. Like, I mean, dude, that's like a pipe crack dream. Yeah, it was like AI was saying. Unless you have some way to regulate it, which
well,
good luck.
Well, Indians don't want to have babies nowadays is because it doesn't pay good. If it paid better, they'd have fucking lots of babies. All of us know this. If a woman had $1 million per fucking baby, there'd be babies fucking flying everywhere. Okay? It isn't because they don't want to be baby factories. It just doesn't pay enough to work at the baby factory store.
Correct. And it won't as long as the economics is balanced in a way where a woman doesn't require to have to negotiate for her sustenance in the form of being a utility to society in the form of progeny. Which, by the way, they then ask the men to make sure that they be a utility to society in the form of no progeny, but they still have to take care of the women who aren't actually sustaining the society. Because it's the net taxpayers' efforts and the net protectors' efforts that really provide the society for women to thrive in to where they can have these freedoms. So we need to divorce the idea that women just have these natural freedoms to be big boss ladies. That doesn't exist unless there's a society created for, sustained for, and protected by men, period. And as soon as we all grab our balls and stop hiding in a corner and letting women run the show where they get to tell us who we are, what we are, and how we are supposed to be, and we start telling them, hey, you're not even being responsible to the society you're living off of. That's what's got to change. So in other words, the only way to change this is to get rid of simps.
Yeah, Josh said that ship has sailed a long time ago, AI. We got to deal with it here and now. Okay, that's what I've been hearing.
Dude, Josh, why would I take the opinion of a simp on how to get rid of simps? Think about it.
Holy smokes.
A simp? Holy shit!
My God, dude.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go into my house and you know, let my wife
Tell
know
your
that
wife.
I'm happy to be home and
Tell your wife about this
you know, give
conversation.
her a long loving hug and feel fulfilled about you know, the presence of my partner. All right, see you guys.
Yeah,
See
you
ya,
should.
dude.
Go have a baby, dude. Fucking stop talking in Discord till you have a baby.
Well, here's the problem.
Anyway.
Here's the problem, Brett. Here's the real problem, real quick. Let's not kid ourselves. Women want babies. They want a man that can sustain their life and essentially, quote unquote, pay them for the babies that they're giving to him. There's all kinds of studies about it that's what really gives fulfillment to women. And it's guys like Josh. It's guys like Josh getting in the way of women's happiness. Now he'll say, "I'm happy with my wife." Okay, that's great. But what about the greater society? Quit being selfish. All right, I rest my case.
Like these guys are fake. I care about people. They don't really care about what's good for society. But here's the ironic thing: if we did pay women $1 million per baby, they'd become like it would be a race to become like the richest freaking female through pregnancy, right? And there'd be bitches with like 15 babies saying, "I made all my money on my own, and I didn't need no man."
Yeah. Well, check it out. So if you just removed all those,
bro, even though they had a baby.
Yeah, but that's the key right there. Is what you just said. I don't need no man. So women actually don't mind being in a position where they need men, except when men are so broken that they can't provide. But how you get a whole bunch of broken men is generations of men being raised primarily by women. That's what it is. It's a self-serving cycle. And the only people that get more powerful in that situation is not the women, and it's certainly not the children. It's the people who are in charge. And it's not the men in their lives who are in charge in that instance. It's the state. So women are still just as dependent as they ever have been. They've just changed the delusion of I need a man to I need the state. So it's not that they got rid of the masculine archetypal authority in society. They just alternated it between men in their lives who would actually be the father of their children, and they put it onto the state. That's all that's happened. And it's not that they even did it themselves. The state did it to them because they're too dumb to realize that's what was going to happen.
Yeah, and then they find out that the frickin' state's an even worse husband, and then they take a bunch of antidepressants.
Yeah, CB was discussing this about like the younger generation. Like he was saying that you know, watching Fresh and Fit and Myron and all them guys, and talking about like in order for a guy to actually be approachable to a woman and like the modern woman, like he has to at least be making at least, you know, 6 figures, at least the bare minimum, and or you know be healthy and you know just meet the criteria as to like be approachable to somebody who's they want to you know have children with. So otherwise you wouldn't even be looked at. It's just like that kind of thing.
It's hard to blame with like that outlook on women, because if you think about it, what was considered a middle class lifestyle, you know, at the beginning of the 1970s is a upper middle, if not upper middle class lifestyle now, right? So even if you aim for the $100,000 guy, you're like what would be considered a low. Like in the 70s, the equivalent, you know, buying powers of a lower middle class household back in the 70s. Right? The price, like the amount of disposable income after spending, right? I'm talking about net disposable income. That means after all your bills are paid, everything is paid that you're responsible for, the money that you have left over to just go frickin' blow on hookers or whatever you want, right? Is so much less. It's like freaking 1/10 of what it was back in the 1970s. There's so much less disposable income. Almost everybody's income almost goes almost completely to fucking bills, and there's almost nothing left over to spend on like whatever you want, right? It all goes on necessities: clothing, food, shelter, you know, electricity, cell phone, all these things. There's nothing left over. So compared now to have that leftover, right, that extra disposable income, like you got to marry someone that's making at least like 100, and depending on where you live, of course. Here it would be like fucking 175,000, easy. And you would now it depends whether you're a homeowner or not, and you got a home cheap. I mean, to be comfortable, you'd have to make 225. You wouldn't be rich here at 225. You'd be like, you'd be upper middle class. Like you wouldn't be rich.
Yeah, and also sociologically, like from an instinctual perspective, is that and you could just, anybody can go. This is a fact, but anybody who's too stupid to know it's a fact can go online and just listen to women talk about it. You'll find out real quick that women do not really like the idea of them being the one that wears the pants, of them being the one that makes the money. That's why women always say you have to pay for the dates, all this kind of stuff. Like this idea of equality where they're going to pay for the dates and you're going to pay for the dates and you're going to go Dutch and then she's going to be attracted to you as a mate. That just doesn't exist. Okay. So the concept is that the more financially well-off women get as individuals, divorced from any other organizational structure, the less attracted they are to men of the same societal class, right? So they need a man that's greater than them to give them that same level of attraction. And so you're basically reducing the amount of mates that women can feel comfortable with being with. So it's not just about the amount of money, it's about the difference in the money that the men and women make. So, a woman who has a certain level, right, and the man is above her, but they're both still relatively poor considering the median income or something, she'll feel like attracted to that guy because he's on the upper than her. Right? And so like the more we do this,
over a certain amount, I always think it has to be over a certain amount. It has to be enough money so that his excess money could potentially support her. Like the money that he does, like, because, if you're just a single man, you know how we're fucking Vikings, right? We're only going to spend as much money as necessary to survive. That excess money that we don't spend, and that we maybe we'll spend because we're bored on gambling, drinking, hookers, whatever, right? That amount to be optimally attractive has to be enough to support a stay-at-home mom, right? So it would be your housing will increase a little bit, your food will increase, so all these things will increase a little bit for the single person. Like women know are bean counters, they know. So he can't just make a little bit more than her. It has to be, I would say 30% more would be like an optimal for a man.
Right. Let's put it like that. That still makes a swing of where the amount of suitors, the more successful a woman gets, that band narrows and narrows and narrows, because when you're talking about greater than 200,000 into the 250,000 salaries, you're talking about fractions of the population.
Oh yeah, certainly. And then there's the other thing that no one ever considers. The guys that are in those brackets, they're highly desirable, and there's freaking women tripping over themselves to freaking spread their legs to those people, baby trap them, do anything they can to lock down that dude.
Oh, by the way, there's another phenomenon that happens a lot, and it's not necessarily about the amount of money. Like you said, it's the providence, and as long as the providence is equal to that result, the actual financial dollars are irrelevant. So, for example, military guys. There's plenty of women who are kicking down doors to try to get with a military guy at certain levels, because they know that once they're established with him, the providence for their life is basically taken care of.
Oh yeah, they're going to enjoy a minimum lifestyle. There will be a bottom which they won't fall below no matter what.
Correct. Yep.
Which is actually pretty good. I mean, the top end ain't so good unless the dude ends up being a fucking general. But it could be, depending on what field he's in, and after he leaves the military, goes contracts or something, right? Yep. Then that upside could be pretty fucking high.
But you know what though? One of the impetuses for men to actually strive for those positions in society was because it got them the attention of women who wanted to have a family with them. And so, in other words, as crude as it's going to sound, they were being successful so that they could get the tang. And so what happened was women were tricked into thinking, no, don't wait for a man to be successful and be able to provide for you. Just sleep with a bunch of dudes. So now all these dudes who would have been spending their younger years pursuing success, they don't have to anymore. They just have to be players, and then all the women that they would have had to work for are now giving it away for free. And then those very same women think, after I've done this, I'm now going to try to sell my broken used car at top dollar at the lot, and a rich man's going to buy me. It's like, that's not how it works.
But it's also a little bit of a generational thing as far as the military. Men in the military used to be considered very masculine, so that was attractive to women too. And that was what would you call a moderator of the income? They'd have a good career, right? A good job in the military, but they're also considered to be masculine. You know what I mean? Like, oh, my husband's in the military. Oh, your husband's not a fucking pussy. My husband's a fucking Poindexter that fucking sells life insurance door to door. You know what I mean? What would you rather have your husband be? Same income, probably.
Social validation.
Yeah, same income probably, but I'd rather have the masculine dude than the insurance Poindexter.
So Josh wasn't wrong that there's an economic problem, but the economic problem isn't in the financial marketplace. It's in the social sexual marketplace and the value of the goods and services between men and women. And that includes pair, providence, like India just said, masculinity, and on the other token, femininity, giving birth to your children. All of these things have been so broken and skewed, and the values so misunderstood by the sexes that they have no idea how to negotiate with each other for a good result. And a bunch of weak people that are acting that way, that have no idea how to effectuate their lives, are prime pickings for the state to come along and be like, hey, we've got the answers. Only we can solve your problems. I'm the government, and I'm here to help.
Well, I also think he thinks of macroeconomics in the bean counter context, right? That economics isn't just an extension of social interactions. He thinks that like the economics dictate the social interactions. That's crazy. It does to a degree. It's a feedback loop, you know. But the primary driver is the social structure. I mean, that's obvious.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, so in the West, people from Europe like to laugh at us for the way we build houses sometimes. And part of the way we build houses for resource management, but it's also there was this doctrine that came out a while back where it's like, listen, if we make everything to last forever, there'll be no like recurring economy. You know, there'll just be a one-time purchase, and then people won't spend more money on it. So let's make things where they constantly have to be replenished for the same customer. But there's another way where you could do it is by increasing the amount of customers, right? But either way, you end up with this mentality that it's understood that it's a cycle. So, for example, if you have children, right, versus an adult can actually live off of, you know, for example, once you're fully grown, you could buy a good set of quality clothing, and that could last you 20 years. For example, I have clothes that are my adult size clothes that I've had for decades. They're still good. I can wear them. So I don't need to purchase another one of those things. If I do, it's completely because I want to. The only clothes that I have that really wear out are my work clothes. But when it comes to children, you need space as they grow. You need clothes as they constantly grow. You need new shoes as they constantly grow. You need all kinds of new stuff that family now has to purchase. So it increases the demand. And it always bothers me when these quote unquote economics geeks don't understand supply and demand. It's like you increase the demand, right? Now you have a supply chain that can be filled.
Yo, my son came here where I'm at, my oldest son. I gave him a sweatshirt that I got in 1993. Okay? It's a freaking Patriot sweatshirt. There's no rips. There's no frayed threads. There's nothing wrong with it. It's like, it is faded in the sense of just like color fading. Dude, I'll take a picture. Take a picture of that shit, dude. When it was like the first NFL external license, so NFL were the only person that would make their license stuff. It was the first outsourcing of the NFL license. I think it was Starter. Was it Starter? It was either Starter or Russell. But they made, like, the shit was mad expensive. I think it cost $125 back in, like, 1993 or something. So, but the shit is still in fucking mint condition, dude. Like, other than the color fade. I mean, not one faded thread. Not one little thread coming out of the stitching, nothing. And you know how sweatshirts are, dude. Especially the cuffs. The cuffs will start fraying. The collar will start fraying. Something, or maybe the threads on the shoulder will start fraying. Nothing. It's like in perfect mint condition. My fucking son, who's 20 years old, has been wearing it for, I don't know, freaking 10 years. Can't believe this thing still exists, quite honestly. Because it's not something that's in storage. It's worn. It's an actual worn piece of clothing. But if all clothing was made like this, clothing companies would be bankrupt. I mean, we all know about the light bulb conspiracy, obviously. I mean, this doesn't even need to be... It doesn't even need to be argued at this point.
What's sad though is I hear a lot of people. They're like, "Oh, I'd love to have kids someday." Now, once I reach a certain threshold of economic viability, then I can finally have a kid. You know, they're thinking like they're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, or saying, "Oh, it cost $1 million to raise a kid today." And like we said, we got world organizations that literally have documents that say they should be decreasing the human population. Now, if that's the case, that it should be decreasing, then that means you're basically telling a mother and a father who want to have kids together and have a family that they're immoral for having children. Think about that. So a lot of these morons believe in evolution. Right? And they don't believe in any divine morality. And they think that the biological imperatives and right, do no harm and all these things, but then they say a moral ought, like you shouldn't have children, which is a moral connotation, by the way. It's like, why not? If we're all just rocks heading for heat death or the sun exploding, who cares if we have kids? Like, why should we care about the planet being here 1,000 years from now? These guys' worldviews.
I was going to bring that up to Josh, too. He kept saying should or shouldn't, dude. They're like, you're a fucking atheist. You can't even say that.
Hey, what was the first commandment?
Shall not?
Nope. Be fruitful and multiply.
God damn it. Fuck, I'm going to take fucking catechism again.
I was just a trick question.
Now, I am your God. You will love me above all others or some shit like that, right? I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, but that's part of that set of commandments. I'm talking about one of the first commands given to humanity. It's when they were created was be fruitful and multiply.
Should have been. Watch out for that bitch. That's what it should have been. So I told her not to eat the apple, man, but I know I can see the gears grinding in her head. You better watch out for that bitch.
Misogyny.
Yeah.
I mean, look, as crude as this is going to sound, it was the classic bros before hose moment. Dude, it was. Wait a minute, Indio. This is interesting. So you basically reached a new theological expose, which is the first major test of mankind was bros before hoes.
Misogyny.
Think about it.
That's right, man.
God was like, yo, bro, here's a chick for you. I made her perfect for you. But I told you something. I'm your bro. I'm and then he let Eve, whatever Eve said to him, he went along with it instead of listening to God.
Adam should have been suspicious when God gave her up to him. She's like, well, why are you passing off on her, man? What's wrong with her? Oh, nothing, man. She don't even have herpes. Oops.
She belongs to the streets.
He was like, you ain't my bro.
Yeah.
You gave me a freaking broken bitch. You knew she was going to do that.
Fair enough, but we got to be honest where honesty is due. So us, knowing full well the trappings of women, willingly go along with some of their schemes based on our self-deception and our attraction to them. But imagine being a man who's naive to any kind of evil and presented with the biological prime female specifically handcrafted by the designer of females himself. In other words, the most beautiful woman that ever existed. How are you going to say no? Think about it.
Or could ever exist.
True, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he was helpless. He was a pound simp.
Bro, you guys all have it backwards. She's probably butt ugly and dumb as.
She was
That's
still
why
the
she
hottest
ate the
chick he
apple.
ever saw.
Yeah.
You know, you brought up a good point, though, that men follow women in their schemes. That's because men always think that, no, like, how bad can it be? I'll just follow this bitch. Like, she couldn't have fucked up that bad. I can take it, even if it is. Whatever the consequences, I can take it. And it's always fucking worse than we ever possibly imagine. The how bad a female can fuck up shit.
Right, but that's also like a problem in the especially in the West, which is supposedly, under the paradigm of a Christian ethic expansion, is that the man is supposed to be the leader and not abdicate his leadership to a woman for the sake of placating the woman. So it's basically, really, a lot of this is that the males were taught, or through their own devices, gave up their natural leadership role and accepted that women were equal leaders at the table. And so, in other words, they abdicated their natural responsibility, not only over their wives, but also over their children. So at the end of the day, because men are the ones who are really, especially in a Christian ethic, really responsible to lead, so the lack of leadership is ultimately the man's fault.
Oh, I agree. Dude, the current problem, the current dilemma, that whole social situation that we've been talking about for the last 2 hours, it's man's fault. We should be taking responsibility for that. It was our choice. We did that shit.
Misogyny. Well, even the imposition of the that thing we were talking about, where they passed the universal suffrage or whatever, is there's this one guy who was the way it was described is like he was basically the tie-breaking vote or something like that. So if he voted one way or the
like
other,
on Christmas Eve, he talked to his mom or some shit.
She sent him, I believe she sent him a letter, and her reasoning in the letter for why women should get the right to vote was basically something akin to, well, they haven't had it for a while, maybe they just should. It was like no good reasoning whatsoever. And so he basically just simped for his mom. What he should have said is, no, this is a horrible reason, and because of all the other things that are going on and the impact this is going to have against women, I'm going to decide against it.
Now, let's take odds. Probability she was a single mom.
Well, I mean, I guess we could look it up, so I guess we could take odds.
A fucking 1-to-1. That's my odds. 100% certain she was a single mom. Now, she might not have been a single mom cut from divorce, but he might have met an orphan, or there's one possibility we'll never be able to verify, that he was not the legitimate child of the father. Because that also,
Dude, you know what's wild is that I found out recently that 1 in 3 children that have paternal tests done on them in certain social situations are discovered to not be the biological child of the father that's been raising them. And some countries actually I'm not saying they want to ban, they have banned paternal blood tests to match if it's your child. And their reasoning is because it would upset the family structure. So let me ask you this question. If their argument now is we're not going to let this happen, even though it's wrong for the man, from his point of view, to raise a child that's not his because it's for the greater good of the family, why couldn't they have used that same rationale in the past to say, no, we're not going to let this social change happen because we need families. We need intact families more than we need personal freedoms that are essentially not freedoms. They're demands for privileges. Let's not get that mistaken there. What Josh described as personal freedoms, almost nothing he described were actual freedoms. You don't have the freedom to do whatever you want during the day without having to work for it. I mean, that's not a right. I mean, good grief. That's like saying I have the right to eat filet mignon steak because it's something I enjoy in my life. And guess what? You have to pay for it. I mean, get real. I can eat ramen soup because that's all the work I did for the day.
I know it like, dude, the bitching about food. It takes so little food to live. I know it sucks to be hungry. I've been hungry before. Sure, everybody's been hungry before. Probably not Josh. Like I was saying, insulting, like he's never missed a meal in his life, but that's what it looks like.
Yeah, like after I got out of the military, I went to college. While I was in college, obviously because I was focusing on college, I couldn't work as much. I did have the GI Bill, and then eventually I had to not do some other things. But I would buy modest groceries based on my budget, and I would be in the store and I would be getting my cart, full, about a quarter full of what I needed, and there'd be people on EBT cards literally wider than the cart, literally can't pass down the aisle past each other because of their width, and they have 2 carts filled to the brim with good
I've
stuff.
seen it. Oh my god!
Paying for it with EBT. It's like, you do not need this. There's no world in which you're telling me, oh, I couldn't stay alive without these 2 cartfuls of groceries. It's like, get real.
Dude, there should be a weight test to get the EBT, and you should be given just enough calories to fucking keep you to maintain
Everything.
body weight.
Everything. Literally everything. No, see, I'm worse than that.
Unless you're like 2 times the obesity level, then like you should be forced on a diet.
Yeah, you should have to do you should have to pass the president's physical fitness test. You should be doing community service, so there should be no litter in the town in which you're residing, receiving benefits. Like all this stuff should be, you want this, no problem, but you're gonna work for it.
What does EBT stand for?
Electronic benefits transfer or something.
Yeah.
EBT is like a card.
You're broke.
I'm just gonna check what it means because we've had EBT cards
It
in
used to be called
Australia.
food stamps, but then they started calling it SNAP, which is like the supplemental nutrition something.
Yeah,
supplemental
assistance program.
Getting 30 years, so why should he give a shit? But yeah.
Yeah, so now it's called the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. It started as the United States Department of Agriculture program, where they would give away free commodities that they would buy off of farmers, right? Because they subsidized like the dairy industry, corn industry, certain industries they subsidized to keep the market, keep a market at all, right? Because America's prices were too high. This is when the dollar value compared to other countries. So like they could import shit into this country super cheap and would crash the market, like soybeans, whatever. So the government had USDA cheese, USDA peanut butter, USDA powdered milk, USDA, what was the other one? What was the other one? Fuck, dude. It's cheese, milk, butter, peanut butter. There was some other ones. It might have been rice or something. Might have been like and it would be a white package, and it would say USDA grade A, and you'd get that shit.
It was canned pork.
Mac and cheese.
Canned
pasta, wasn't it?
Canned fucking pork, that's it. Yeah.
The canned pork was off the chain.
Nah, dude, the fucking peanut butter was off the fucking chain. People literally pay. This is like organic peanut butter with no sweeteners. When you take the fucking lid off the can, you see all the fucking peanut oils on top. People pay for that type of peanut butter like 5 times the price of regular peanut butter in the supermarket, right? Because it's sugar-free, organic, all that crap. They used to give that shit away for free. And it makes
wild is
peanut butter cookies. Oh my God.
Yeah, if you're ever bored, listen, whoever's listening, if you're ever bored, look up the storage facilities for all that government cheese. They had to make like a cool, dry place to store all the cheese. It's a really interesting documentary. Like a massive bunker just for cheese.
So the food program started as that, right? And but there was more churches, so churches did programs. So the government really didn't need to step in that much. Then they made the food stamps program, which were literally food stamps. And they even had plastic fucking coins of 25 cents, I think was a red one, and blue was a dime or a nickel or something. So, yeah, so then, the electronic, then what did they switch to after that? Did they have like a booklet or some shit?
Okay, so check it out. It was a book. because I remember my mom had it, and so the way it worked was basically it was like a receipt book, but each thing was like a check, and it had a dollar value on it. And so they weren't
like a voucher, right?
The book had like 5s, then 10s, then 20s, then 100s, and it had a value on the book. Yeah, and so you had to give that physical piece.
That shit, dude.
Yep, you had to give that physical piece to the cashier. And part of the reason why they got rid of that is because they said, "Oh, this is easily identifiable who's on the program, and that's a social stigma, and it's too much of an emotional burden to bear, so we have to switch it to something else." But nowadays, people are proud of having EBT, and they pretty much announce it in the store, and they'll say they'll separate their goods that they buy from things that are eligible to things that aren't, and they'll literally bitch and complain. It's like, why do I have to separate my energy drinks? Or is this energy drink or this coffee? It's like, dude.
No, they're trying to buy tampons with fucking EBT if they could.
Yeah. But the point of that I was making is that the idea of the social stigma, it's like everybody's talking about it at the register. Like everybody knows. And the social stigma idea is so far removed because nobody thinks that they don't deserve to just get free stuff now. It's like there's no stigma at all. And that's part of the problem. Is like you should have this idea like, well, maybe I should work harder.
Well, my thesis is that it's actually not for the people, that it's actually for the grocery stores. The grocery stores probably get a value added incentive to accept EBT. And I know who runs the transactions is JP Morgan, runs the electronic benefits payment system, right, which is a separate system than the credit card system, right? I know they run that, and that's a multi-billion-dollar contract.
Yeah. Right.
Like, so it isn't like I based on what the government does in the past, I doubt it's government generosity that's motivating this. There's a whole
here's an interesting
structure that we're not paying attention
to. When it comes to stores, so interestingly enough, so art degree, right? You go to art degree and you go to graphic design. And part of what they teach you in graphic design is called packaging design, which is how to present products on a shelf or products that someone's going to see. And what's interesting is one of the first things they teach you there is that the products on the shelf, the store doesn't necessarily buy those products and then put them on the shelf. The merchant who sells the products pays the store for shelf space, for the privilege of it being in front of the eyes of the customer. And now that we know we're privileged to be here, we have to attract the customer to our product visually, and that's now the design process. So it's very interesting when you look at it that way. It's like stores aren't necessarily what you think they are.
Yeah, bro, I've seen a whole documentary about how they arrange grocery stores, like the end caps, where they put products, what eye level they're at, what eye level they're below. They intentionally put stuff attractive to kids that the kids are just going to snatch at the eye level of the children. This is intentional. It's not accidental. That's why all the fucking candy and the little toys and all that shit is within the reach of a 5 or 4-year-old. So the
bottom shelf.
And the parent goes, "Don't know, you can't have it," and they fucking scream, and then the parents freaking simp for their own kid and buy it anyway.
Right, so check it out.
Literally in our supermarket, all the Kinder Surprises and all that shit, right, is literally on the very bottom shelf.
Right, so check this out. And okay, one more thing real quick. SNAP benefits can only buy certain type of products, and if you create those products into a food item, like a toy that's enveloped in a candy, you can now sell it eligible for SNAP. Now check this out. So we just already said that the product manufacturers are paying the store to field their stuff in the store, and now they need their stuff to be purchased by the customer to recoup their losses that they've paid for their product to be in the store. So now what they need is to either appeal to a customer or have a customer come to them, and if they can get the government to pay the customer to buy my product, which I had to pay the store for to get in there, I recoup my money very quickly, which makes them have a vested interest in a bunch of people having a form of quote-unquote money that can only be spent on the products they sell.
Brother, that would be outrageous if that's actually how it works. Can you prove that's how it works? If
I
not
just
the other
did.
way around.
I know. I literally just proved it, dude.
You said there was a documentary you watched, or one of the other people said that. Can you name that documentary or something? Because if that's actually how it works, where there's the flow of money is to the left, not to the right, that's crazy, bro.
That's how it works, dude. Go look at the lobbyists. Go look at the lobbyists who promote this type of thing and who they work for. They work for those companies, dude. I mean, listen, none of them are going to flat out say, this is what we're doing, unless it's off the record. But if you can do basic math, like 1 + 2, right, equals screw you, so you realize that you're getting screwed. I mean, it's obvious on its face, dude. The evidence, you never heard of this thing called follow the money? Like, you just follow the money, and the evidence presents itself. Right. So, in other words, when certain politicians get up in front of the masses and they say, "Oh, we can't have EBT taken away," right? Because of the children, it's like, no, they actually just care about their lobbying dollars. That's why a lot of these politicians are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, while telling you that you don't make enough because of the rich people. Like, get out of town. So Josh blamed it all on capitalism, but what I just described isn't actually capitalism. It's not just a free exchange. It's coordinated efforts from politicians to create a structure in the marketplace which benefits the people that are paying their bills. So as usual, guys who are on economic forums for the UN have no idea how it actually works in reality. Imagine that.
Oh, but his mum, bro.
Hey, dude, I'm gonna tell you right now. If I had a $300,000 desk job, I'd be embarrassed to publicly admit that my mom receives food stamps.
What's worse is that he makes about $300K a year, and yeah. It's like nowadays, isn't there like all the stores that you could just pay for the groceries and then they'll just like have them ready for whoever? All you got to do is supply the money. Like I didn't want to say that to him because I don't know.
I said that to him, dude. I said that to him. Just have Walmart deliver it to her. That's what I told him.
Yeah,
but here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Money. Right.
Here's the thing, bro. He decried me. My point that if it wasn't for these government safety nets, then intertribal familial structures and organizational structures like churches, et cetera, would fill in the gap. Because here's an interesting thing. Like, so example, let's just pick one out of many. Let's pick the one I know, the biblical Christian ethic. It says that a woman who's a widow, who no longer has a husband to provide for her, she herself is older and can't provide for herself. It says that the church must provide for her. Must. But then it says this. However, if she have a family that's still alive, they must first provide for her. You don't just go straight to the government. You don't just go straight to the church. Your family needs to provide for each other. And by removing that from people, and they no longer have to negotiate that with each other, right? They're putting the burden of taking care of their own family onto other people.
Yeah, my heart breaks for the elderly, bro. That's where my soft spot is. Seeing your mom and dad in a nursing home while you're out doing la-di-da. I don't know. I guess because of Mexican culture, and just the way I grew up, we don't,
Yeah, fair enough. But see, you're thinking correct, but also one-dimensionally. What I mean by that is, yes, it may be the case that families should take care of each other, but in the modern society, a lot of families are all over the place. they couldn't even take care of each other if they tried, except by sending money. Like that's the only thing they can do is send money because they're too far away from each other to spend time. They're too far away from each other to do trips or take mama to the hospital or any of that. So the only way they can contribute is by just giving money to somebody who's going to do it. And for example, if the person at home themselves has a job, their spouse has a job, they have kids, how are they going to take care of an elderly person? Because they don't have that interfamily, tribal, local structure. So the only way that the family could take care is by putting the person in a home of some kind. But the way it's structured is like they can't even afford it. So they're like, oh, well, now we can't take care of them. What are we going to do? And of course, the government says, oh, well, we got an answer. Well, we'll take their home that they grew up in and leverage it against going into a care home. So then you end up not even inheriting your grandmother's house. And then you have a family where everybody's renting, right? And then they don't even get to have the house. When if some of them just stayed local and maybe even lived in the original house, they'd have inherited generational wealth. But instead, it's all siphoned off.
Happening a lot. It is. But over here, so that if the grandparents are able, right, they're expected to be full-time babysitters for their grandchildren, right? While both
actually, yeah, that's a great idea.
So they push that, right? But like you said, like there's like mixed messages because like in one sense they're not pushing for the woman to stay home. Like, because if the woman stayed home, then the grandparents wouldn't have to do that, and they could enjoy their retirement. So they're saying, retire, right? Like they're saying, here's your retirement benefit. You can go on holidays now. Oh, why? Oh, your kids have like 3 children, and they both have to work. Well, I'm sorry, you can't. You got to cancel that holiday. You got to stay home now and look after kids for another 30 years.
Right, so this illusion of freedoms actually results in restrictions, right? Much like buying an iPhone. That's right, CB. My entire discussion for the past 2 hours was just so I could rip on iPhones at the end. I rest my case.
Was there someone in here who said that they make like $500,000 a year, but their mother's on food stamps?
Yeah, bro.
Wasn't Mackie, was it?
Josh Ingersoll.
Oh,
and he doesn't live in the same state, so he can't like just deliver food to her, right?
Holy shit!
Yeah, it gets really worse though. He was saying that he was boasting about it. He's like, dude, I'm just on the low end. I'm like, really? That's nice. You're on the low end. But yet now when it comes to his mom, it's like mom's getting food stamps. I'm like, dude, that math isn't mathing, bro. How are you not taking care of that lady? She was like, she birthed you, man. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? There's family dynamics and all that. But it was just getting to me. I'm like, dude, because I see life differently. Maybe because how I grew up, maybe he had a terrible mom and like that's what she's getting or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Okay, so guess this out. Check this out. He was then also lecturing us that the rich people should do certain things to subsidize the less than rich people so that they get universal basic income. And now, of course, when he says rich people, he means the 1/10 of the top 1%, where he himself is in the top 2%. So he's in the top 2% of earners of United States citizens. Top 2%.
Yeah, he was saying those guys, not me. No, not me. Those guys over there.
So according to the Christian ethic, which I just read out for you, before she gets any benefits, he would be required to help her. But he said rich people should be required to help the poor people, but only people richer than me, of course. Like, dude, it's like we barely even had to do any work. We could have just had him state that and then just crunched it afterwards, and he would be condemning himself. I mean, how these people just don't get it, bro.
Bro, he was coming in hot when you talked about stamp. Like when we first opened it up to the discussion about it, he's like, yeah, don't mess with stamp, dude, because you're talking about taking away from the children. So I don't know what you guys are on about. Like it's not good.
Hey, V, you're onto something. Don't mess with Snap, because then I'd have to send actual money to my mother. Holy
it's
crap.
It's a wicked wheel, but maybe that's at the bottom of it. That's what he was really saying, like the whole psychology behind it.
Yeah, truth comes
But
out, right?
Masker, what it's all about. How he shows his face amongst people. Because he's got to be a well-spoken person doing what he does. So yeah, he's got to come off looking like we're doing it for the kids. Don't act like you guys aren't in for it for the kids. So we all got to be like, yeah, it's for the kids. But really, he was just like in it for himself because he's one of those guys that rubs elbows with those guys.
Exactly, and he told on himself. He basically told on himself by condemning himself with his own category of capitalism and freedoms, and other people should pay for other people, except for me. I shouldn't have to pay for my mom, so that somebody else doesn't have to. Now, don't get me wrong. If he's making money, he's obviously paying something maybe into taxes. Who knows? But the thing is, we wouldn't need that overarching tax infrastructure that just increases political power and takes away powers from the individuals. Like, they could just make those decisions on themselves with their families. You know what I mean?
The point is, though, if he's making that much money, mom shouldn't be on food stamps. I would have just lectured them on that. I didn't have enough time, though, but I would have told him, dude, get your mother off of food stamps, bro. You're making $300 a year. I mean...
Yeah, so this is the classic Chinese, what is it called? The Chinese mom, rip session where they rip on each other about how much better their kids are than the other kid. It's like, my kid is on the swim team. Oh, my kid won the gold medal at the Olympics. Oh, my kid works for the UN. Oh, yeah, but you're still on food stamps.
Yeah. It sounded like Crit would have had a field day with it, too.
Yeah, and then he's going to lecture the audience, right?
About it, or what's the answer? Like, what's the solution? Are we just going to continue doing this, or people just eat the rich at one point?
No, you can't eat the rich. That's the problem.
You create a conversation in which people become...
or evacuation in a crisis.
I hit that before you began speaking, but it's so low. It's all good. My bad.
No,
it basically says don't rely on the U.S. government.
Well, no, the guy's asking, what do we do right now immediately? Yeah, we create a conversation or an environment where the conversation can be had so that other people become aware of it. And then maybe change starts happening within yourself. And then yourself propagates out to other people.
You just started talking about how another guy in here had a completely different view than you. So even if you do have that conversation, how are you to have everyone on the same level? Well, that conversation will go on for eternity.
Well, unless it starts with people actually making a change for themselves. Yeah? Because you can do it for yourself, right? You can make a change. It starts with the man. It starts with the man in the mirror, yeah? Propagates outward from there.
I have the means to do so. I have the economic means to do so. I have money. I have the will to do so. But a lot of people just don't give a fuck.
Okay. So then, yeah, there's one thing to complain about it. There's another thing to make a conversation where people are aware of it and then discuss the issue, right?
Yeah, we actually are doing something about it right now, right? So we're introducing people to the idea through people's own mouths and admissions that their philosophy is wrong and they should no longer support such stupid philosophies. And maybe that'll garner them to stop supporting it at the voting booth or in their social circles. Or they might even start shaming people. So they might be in a circle of friends who might include people like that. Then when they talk about, oh yeah, the system this, the system that, but I make this much money, but my mom's on food stamps, then they, being their friends, will say, hey dude, you are a hypocritical a-hole. You need to take your mother off that and start helping her out. And so that you can actually be the change you claim.
It just makes me think that, like, because I come from a Gnostic background, so if you had two Gnostics in the room and they asked each other what Gnosticism was, both of them would give different answers. And so I see the same thing with this kind of stuff, like it's all It all predicates on the person's education and background.
No. Well, what do you think people are doing here, man? They're getting educated right now about the situation. Maybe people don't know what's going on.
Yeah, so right now let's do a census. How many people in here, if they were making a income bracket in the top 2%, would allow their mother to receive SNAP benefits rather than just pay for her mom's groceries? And how many would if they didn't do that?
Earlier. That person is a scumbag, dude. Like, obviously. You know, like, well, even when I wasn't earning a lot of money, I would never allow my mother to lift a finger, bro. You know? Even when she had a time in her life where she lost her job and was thinking of going on benefits, I was like, no, man, you're not going on benefits. No way.
Okay, that's fair. But let's just say, for sake of argument, there are people that maybe even be of your proclivity, but also understand that they're in a finance. Just real quick. Just like you, just imagine there are lots of people just like you who have that same mentality, but they might be in a financial position where they can't actually afford to take care of their mother. So in that moment in their life, they're like, yeah, let's take advantage of the benefits. Then let's work our way out of it. Okay. So there's that type of people.
That's a different thing. But I was just going to say, dude, I think that mentality is the key, because if you either don't care about it, then it's as simple as, like, who cares?
Right. So then, if that's true,
I shouldn't allow my mother, who birthed me, like you said, to go through such things. Like, I'm going to take care of her. Like, I don't care what anyone says. And
right. So if that's true, then you wouldn't even sit for a second and let somebody lecture you about how things should be.
Absolutely not.
Who's sitting there making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, while also saying that proudly, essentially, that his mother is receiving SNAP benefits. Like, you'd mock that person into oblivion, right?
Yeah, and, you know, I also got the discernment to know that that person's an idiot and not to take anything they say seriously.
About anything? Or would it be like, is that like a disqualifier?
It's not. It's more of a red flag, and I don't even like to use those words. It's like, dude won't even take care of his mum? Come on, man.
And what if he told you the Earth is a globe?
You're fucking poor.
I forgot I was in the flat Earth Discord. Dude, you guys need to shut up about that. What you guys need to talk more about is the atmosphere.
I think it's pretty cool in here. Oh, right. I thought you meant like the vibe of the room. Sorry.
No, what he meant was stop talking about politics and the actual surface of the Earth, and just talk about the sky and the stars.
No, I'm saying when you go into flat Earth, stop saying that the Earth is flat and be like, dude, how does a fucking Coke can work? And they go, oh, it's two pressure differentials. And they go, oh, there's a barrier between it. Yeah, so what happens if there's no barrier between a system and you've got two pressure differentials? One's like at fucking negatives, one's at 700 torr, and the other's at like 1 atmosphere. What's going to happen? What do we get here, fellas?
Well,
we get a distribution of the pressure over the system. So why isn't it sucking like a motherfucking vacuum?
Well, I'll tell
because of the size of the globe and the gravity and the liquid and the pressure differentials. It's like, nah, man, that's the freaky thing. You guys should be talking about that more, not the fucking.
No. But that's the problem, though, brother.
Because
brother,
when
check
you
this
say
out. Hold
that,
on.
that puts people off
brother.
so much, man. I'm telling you, bro.
Dude, you're on one. You're on one, bro. Just relax.
Something. Get him
Yeah, so listen, man. Like, if you're gonna propose that, then you'd have to at least come from a premise that you know what's up there, because you're giving them a pressure differential. And I'm gonna ask you, where did you come up with the information that you solidified that that's actually true? That the pressure differential that you just mentioned, that you just mentioned, in the place where they think things are, like satellites. How do you know that's true? I want you to establish the premise, or at least give information that we can all look at, that makes the information absolutely true, a method by which people can know that some device is taking a measurement to give the pressure differential that you require, to make the argument. You want to make the argument solid.
It's a big assumption. It is a big assumption. Like, obviously, they've never been up there. Yeah, so we'll work with that now.
Yeah, so we can't do that then. It's a bad argument, wouldn't you say? To make an assumption based on an argument?
Yeah, you're giving them a freebie, bro.
Right.
Dude. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and he's not just whistling Dixie. He talked to a meteorologist, and they actually can't measure the pressure above a certain level because the highest can go with a balloon is so high, right? And after that, it's like a rocket. But the rocket's in transit; it can't actually measure the pressure differential because it's in motion. So they don't actually have a measurement
pressurized the space station, don't they?
Well, but it's in motion. How would they measure the pressure? They would have to be still.
Yep. Stationary. All right, so we have a problem, right? So that hasn't been addressed by the argument that people say that there's a pressure differential. That just bolsters the fact that people can prove something here on the surface, not up there. So what's in contention is what's up there versus what's down here. So if we have the two compared, we have to find out the pressure down here, which we know, and the one up there, do we know that? That's the question, sir. If you want to make that argument stick, you're going to have both of those. Otherwise, it's going to be an I don't know to that.
Yeah, like how did they measure the pressure outside the ISS?
They sent a balloon up.
To the ISS?
I'm joking. Sorry.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt they'd say that. They'll say anything. They do claim they orbited a balloon at freaking, I think it was 1,800 miles or something. It was called the Project Echo. It was a big Mylar balloon that they said that they orbited. So they did say they orbited a balloon. They'll say fucking anything. No one even questions it. But the point is that if it's going 17,000 miles per hour, then that value alone is going to create a kinetic energy for the gas. And like, how are they going to get their pressure reading? They don't know. They couldn't even get it even if they wanted to. There's no method from which they could take it.
You really cornered me there, man. Hey, I didn't even think of that. Like, how did we measure the pressure up there?
A lot of people don't think about that. So that's why I bring it up. And it kind of gives you at least a foundation to work with. So if it's going to be a good argument, you have to start with a premise that's true. You can't just assume things. Does that make sense?
Especially with Globers. Fucking can't assume anything they say is actually factual because a lot of stuff they say starts with imagine. If it starts with imagine, then, it's probably bullshit. But a lot of other things they think are true. I was talking to Josh about it, right? Gravity forms things into spheres. Has anyone ever observed that? That's a big fat fucking no. Well, they imagine that to be true, but they don't know it to be true. Just like the pressure 10 to the negative 7 torr, or whatever they claim is at 255 miles up. They don't know that to be true. Maybe they have a model which predicts that, but they would need the actual pressure reading to confirm that the model is actually true in the first place, which they can't do. And like, you got surprised, or AB surprised me with this shit freaking couple months ago. He's like, I talked to this meteorologist and nobody knows the pressure in the exosphere. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess they don't.
Yeah, so what it does, it renders that argument moot because you can't provide evidence that what you're saying is true. Neither can the Glober thinking that that's actually true. You get it? So it's null and void. You just throw that one in the bin, or at least put it on the side until you find out the actual pressure up there.
Yeah, same with the temperature. Temperature goes in that bin too. Any pressure temperature claim is just horseshit. And they don't dare claim a volume.
Yeah, but 1 second, dude. That's common knowledge, okay? Now you really cornered me. You really cornered me there, brother. I'll admit that. But come on, man. Isn't it common knowledge that space is void and vacuum?
Well, that's the common concept.
It's a common. It's like an idea of what they think it is.
Super vacuums and shit like that, right? Like, how can they even? Okay, because you got me there, man. You actually did. I'm gonna try to figure out how they got that pressure value.
Yeah, go for it.
Of 7 negative 700 or whatever.
If you find it, man, come back and let me know, huh?
Think
What's your
about
name,
this.
brother?
It's AV.
AV.
AV, sorry, because I'm on my phone. I can't see you guys' name.
Yeah, and this is Indio. So think about this. We can't even recreate that pressure on Earth.
Yeah, of course. You know how
We can
much
get
fucking
close,
pressure
but
that
we
is? It's
can't.
crazy, man.
And you know what the weird thing is? I'm going to tell you the strange thing. They've been allegedly sending things into that environment for what? 30, 40 years?
70? Are we at 80?
More than that, probably.
Don't
That's what's even
they
going to,
claim to
that's what's
have-
going to, that's what's going to bake your noodle, man. When you find out how long they've been sending things into that environment and they still don't have a pressure reading, you're going to be like, no, this is bullshit.
Well, they claim that on satellites, there's on some that they can install a device. I think it electrically charges particles, like causing plasma, and then it detects the plasma produced. I think. Look, don't quote me on this. And then the sensors calculate, right, based on the area that it was examining, how many particles were present. So that therefore it must have this particular pressure.
Yeah, there's
Right,
been
but-
calculations
They're
on
in
different
motion.
devices.
But they would
But,
be in motion, right?
Yeah,
Don't they
and that
gotta
is
add
his
the
guess.
motion to the kinetic velocity of the particles? And plasma is not a gas either.
Right. Yeah, all that's probably guessed, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. And I was talking to Brandon, which is up to date with like the current technologies of what they're using to send and test, weather up in the troposphere or the highest levels of the troposphere. And that's where they're really concerned with getting weather information because that's where weather happens. So anything above that, it's to them, it's like inconsequential. Not that they don't need to know, but it's just they don't use it for their, daily work. So yeah, and by the way, he says, yeah, there's nothing that can go up there beyond the stratosphere. That's where the highest balloons can go because balloons can't go farther past the altitude of a stratosphere. Then past that, the mesosphere, which is nobody knows. That's just an extrapolation of what they can gather from the stratosphere. And so on and so forth. You just extrapolate out. You use a lot of inference and calculations, and Bob's your uncle. So what do we got here? Well, a big question mark in the sky. How about that? So you can argue with a Glober till the cows come home about pressure differentials and how rockets work in a vacuum, yada, yada, on and on. But neither party has substantiated the claim that space is a vacuum or that what people consider space is actually there in the sense of saying that it is what they're mainstream has been
brothers.
saying.
So they said that apparently when they went to the fucking Rosetta, when they went to like a comet or something, they took a bunch of like cold cathodes and pressure differential sensors and they put them on the aircraft or whatever it was. And they flew it up to the comet and they got it there.
Okay.
That's what they're saying.
If you buy that
in 2016, 2014 to 2016.
Yeah, if you buy that story, then I don't know, man. God help you.
Yeah, I don't buy that story. I'm just telling you what I found. And so this is the only experiment that they did on pressure, which is interesting. 2014 to 16. That's bullshit. You guys are fucking crazy. I mean, no, this world is fucking crazy, dude. Fuck that. How can they state such? Oh my god, I have to find this. Anyways, you guys should all be Christians because the first flat earthers are the Bible bashers, man. Look at Job. Oh, like a clay seal, my brothers.
Yeah.
What?
But The creator was telling Job, so it wasn't Job telling the creator.
Yeah, I know.
But
It's the book of Job. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff within these arguments that you've been around. I don't know how long you've been around these arguments, but a lot of people make a lot of assumptions on both sides. So we're here to at least kind of keep the record, clear and straight as much as we can. So.
Yeah, well, I reckon when you pick the topic or pitch the topic to someone and you say the earth is flat, that blows their mind so much that I think you should start with the pressure differentials or something like, use the stars and say, well, look at our planet, look at our star. Okay, that's 8 light minutes. Make it 80 light minutes. Make it 800 light minutes. Now it's the size of one of the other stars. Shouldn't that in itself tell you? Like,
no, you're trying to make it
narrows them down in a little corner, and then you can kind of say, well, if the Earth is flat, then how flat is it, and how big is it? Because in the Rig Veda, it says that it's 9 billion kilometers flat planar.
Bro, here's the thing: you're trying to make it relatable to them in the sense of like their idea of the Earth being a globe, but we're not trying to do that. We're trying to get them to think about how they understand the Earth to be a globe. In what way has it been tested, verified, measured, falsified, in any way that they can prove to themselves? Because if it's not that they're trying to get their own self to see if it actually stands as a real thing in reality, then what use is it of us to even bring it up? Like if they're not going to test and verify, you know what I mean? That's what we want. We want people to be inquisitive about the topic, not just give them, factoids. Yeah, I don't care if somebody walks away from here and they're like, oh, I'm still a glober. Yeah, but you didn't prove that what you thought was there was really there. At the end of the day, you just have a belief, which is, that's fine. People believe in a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, I almost can't imagine that how they would have gotten pressure values until like recently. Yeah, I can't get over that, dude. I really can't get over that.
Yeah.
Well, it was like a huge assumption in my own. I'm like, yeah, Boetes is this, and dude, it could all be positive pressure. Who knows?
Could be. Could be freaking creamy and viscous. Who fucking knows, man?
Gas doesn't coalesce in a fucking vacuum. I don't care how much gas you got. Oh, but it was the size of our solar system amount of gas just farting around and like a huge haystack in the middle of some farm somewhere. You know how the center gets really hot? Well, the gas got really hot and it made a star. I don't think so. That's fucking crazy, dude. You know how much gas
inside
nebulas, and all it would do is just make slightly couple of different temperature differences, like a 1 or 2 degrees. That's about it. You'd start getting maybe 10.
Well, think about what they're saying, though. Have you really thought about what they're saying? The haystack analogy was good, right? So what they're saying is there's this thing called gravity, and gravity can cause the change of phase of matter. If it's really hot, there's a lot of gravity, it turns it into a liquid. If there's even more, it'll turn it into a plasma, and then it'll turn into fusion reaction in a fucking star, right? They're saying gravity causes all this shit.
Dude.
Yeah, think
you know
about
how
it.
much like
I want to see you make
you would
ice
have
with
to
gravity.
have. Well, I want to see you make liquid with gas. Do you know how much gas you would have to just literally make liquid oceans within the gas?
Like, come on, all these phase changes are happening with gravity, dude. That's what they're saying. Like, you're having a change of phase of matter going from a gas to a solid or a liquid because a whole bunch of gravity. Okay, if this was true, then an acceleration could cause a change of phase of matter. Why not just get a fucking centrifuge, right? And I'll take some fucking steam, whip it around in the centrifuge, and all of a sudden it'll turn into fucking water at the bottom of the centrifuge. And then if I spin it even faster, it turns into ice. That's horse shit. It ain't never happened. It ain't never gonna happen. But that's what they're saying. An acceleration of gravity causes phases of change of matter. Horse shit on its face.
Oh man, now you've got me thinking like, maybe that could happen in like turbutanol or something like that. Like something that's got a ridiculous boiling point. But I can't see that happening in clouds of liquid helium or hydrogen. Like something weird like turbutanol with like fucking negative 20 degrees boiling point or something like that. And you put it in a centrifuge and it just went, but that would be heat. That wouldn't be like acceleration due to gravity.
That's what causes
heat.
That's what causes phase changes, right? Pressure and heat, right?
Yeah,
that causes phase changes of matter. It's what makes liquid water into ice. It's you lower the temperature, right? So you should be able to spin ice fast enough that it turns into water. In a centrifuge. Nonsense. So, but what they are saying is to bring it full circle to what you're saying, what you originally started with. What they're saying is that vacuum, which we know if you take a cup of water in a vacuum, it turns to steam. On Earth, that don't happen. That the gravity, if there was less gravity, then it would turn to steam. But it wouldn't be the vacuum that turns it to steam. It would be the lessening of the gravity. But there's enough gravity so that it stays water. It doesn't turn the steam against the vacuum. The whole story is just a fucking immense pile of fucking dinosaur shit. Just like the Jeff Goldblum fucking meme, dude. Well, that's a lot of shit. The whole story is horse shit. It doesn't make sense. It's contrary to any experiment anybody can do on Earth, and it's just a fantasy story. Like I said, I'm going to reiterate it for the room or anybody on YouTube that didn't hear that right. We know if we put water and we lower the pressure and put it inside of a vacuum, it turns to gas. It will change phase. But what they're saying is there's so much gravity on Earth that the water doesn't change phase to a gas against the vacuum. It keeps it water. That means that if there was less gravity, then it would turn to gas. It wouldn't be the vacuum that turned it to gas. It would be the lessening of the gravity that turns it to gas. That is utter fucking horseshit. There's no physicist on Earth that could back that shit up. Bring them on here. I want to hear you make that argument with a straight face that gravity changes phases of fucking matter. Dude, think of how ridiculous, dude. You could literally just get a centrifuge. Oh, what's your heat? Oh, I want to boil fucking water. Oh, what do I do? Oh, I don't fucking put it over a goddamn, freaking electric oven or a gas stove. I just spin it in a goddamn circle. And it gets really hot in my centrifuge. And I made soup that way. I spun it at fucking 70,000 RPMs. And I made soup. Centrifugal soup. Yummy. You ever had centrifugal soup? Fucking make chicken that way all the time.
119.
What, brother?
Nothing.
Why are you repeating yourself? Is there echo in here? Echo.
What?
What?
How old are you, bro?
Old enough to know better. But I don't. How old are you? What brings you to the channel, brother?
They really like people who think there's a flat earth.
Yeah. Why wouldn't we?
Bro, do you believe in the flat earth?
Yeah, why wouldn't I? Why would I believe it's not flat?
Are you dumb, bro?
That's not an answer.
Seriously, bro.
Yeah, that's not an answer. Well, if it's so dumb, then you can easily answer my question. Why would I not believe it's flat?
Because we have proof, bro.
Because we have proof, bro. That's also not a specific reason.
Do you think the NASA's lying? Do you have?
I don't
like
have to think. Do you think they're telling the truth?
Of course, bro. Why they should lie?
That's not a reason for them to be telling the truth, dude.
Okay,
Incredulity is actually not an argument.
So the moon is
Incredulity
also
means
flat?
you just believe anything anybody says.
So you think the moon is also flat?
No, the moon has
Bro.
nothing to do with the Earth.
So the
You still
moon
haven't
is-
told me
No,
why.
no,
I
don't
would-
deflect, bro. Don't
Yeah, well,
deflect.
So the
Yeah,
moon is not flat, but the Earth.
Yeah,
is
the moon
flat.
has nothing to do with the Earth. The Earth and the moon aren't the same thing.
And the moon is a setup.
The
sun
moon
also?
and the Earth are not the same thing. They don't share properties. There's no reason they should be the same. There's no reason you should think they would be the same.
What are you talking about, bro?
Why would you think they would be the same?
It's not the same, but
Why would
Bro.
you think that they'd be the same, like each other in any way?
bro, you really.
Why can't you answer simple questions which are so obvious that you called me dumb? But these are easy. You should be able to answer these super easy.
What? Again.
What?
Again.
Yeah,
Ask
again.
the question again. I didn't
question
listen. I didn't listen. Sorry.
Oh, you didn't listen? Yeah, I've never played this game before. Oh, I'm gonna pretend I didn't listen. to try
No,
and
bro. Real
frustrate
talk,
him.
bro.
I'll just
Real
play
talk,
this
bro.
game. And, like I've never done this before, bro. You're a low tier troll. You're not even entertaining.
What?
What? You gonna play stupid?
I don't get it how dumb you are, bro.
Somebody who thinks this is a dumb idea, right? You're someone who thinks this is a dumb idea, yet know nothing about why you think it is.
So you also believe in the flat
Can you
Earth,
tell us why you think that? Yeah, everybody in here. So why do you
What?
think it's a dumb idea?
bro? Guys, hey. You escaped the
Hey,
Matrix,
Indo, can I
bro.
tell you something real quick?
Guys, you escaped the Matrix, bro. You did it, guys.
No, we didn't escape. You're in the Matrix. You haven't escaped.
Oh fuck. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So tell me, if nobody told you that the Earth was a globe,
No,
would you
no,
have
no. Wait,
figured-
wait.
No,
wait,
no, no,
please.
no. Listen to my words, bro. If nobody told you, would you have figured it out all by yourself?
No.
No. So why are we
Okay.
dumb?
Then convince me, okay? Convince me that the Earth
What-
is flat.
Tell me what they did to convince you, and we'll see if I can match that.
Bro, we have
They
many.
showed you they showed you movies on the screen, right? That's what convinced you. TV show, images on the
No,
screen.
there's proof, bro. There's proof.
Okay, yeah. What was the proof that they showed you that convinced you?
What's the proof that the
No,
Earth is
shut
flat,
up, dude. What was the
No,
proof
bro.
that they
Please,
showed you?
please.
Said
I
there's
want to hear,
proof,
bro.
name it.
Please, I want to hear, bro. Please, I
Name
want to
it.
hear.
No,
No.
ask a
No,
question.
no.
Answering a question with a question is rude. So, really simply, what was the proof that they showed you that convinced you?
I don't know, bro. I need to.
Yeah, exactly. You don't
research.
know.
I need
You're
to
just a blind
research.
believer.
I need to research.
Crazy.
You need to research what you already believe already?
I got a proof if you don't mind me interrupting.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
can I
let's
say it?
hear your proof. This should be
Wow, that was super exposure, man. Guy's
So-
blinded by the light now.
Can we hear this proof?
So the Earth isn't a circle, neither a flat. The Earth is square, according to Minecraft.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck what you think.
Why?
What's your evidence?
It's
that-
truth. Truth.
No, listen. We have evidence the Earth is flat. We want to know what your evidence the Earth is a square. Go.
Minecraft.
Yeah, that's a video game. The evidence would lie in the physical and natural world. So where do we see that the Earth is a square?
Minecraft says.
Yeah, that's in a video game. Once again, are you bricked? We're talking about the physical and natural world.
Dude.
Outside, the
I'm
place
a
you're not allowed to
retarded.
go
Don't-
without a
don't be
tether to your
so
mother.
rude to me.
The place outside
Conspiracy
your door
that your
you're scared
brain is a
of.
square. Lord, I have a theory
he's
that your brain
playing
is a
victim,
square.
bro. I'm just gonna mute him. Yeah, oh no, someone got him. Cool.
I got him. Where's the other clown? Oh, he ran away? That's what the plan was.
Indigo. So I had to look at something then because you're starting to dismantle a few of my presuppositions, which is getting to me. But one of them, you said earlier about the spinning gas, the acceleration onto gravity changing phase matter. So this is a good one. That's a good one. Because if you had a container, what would happen is, yes, you would actually get phase change due to acceleration of gravity. But if you had no container, then you wouldn't. Because I was asking the AI just then, like, if I had like a solution, would I be able to spin it fast enough for it to heat up? And apparently yes, but it's a ridiculous speed. And it has to be a solution that has like a weak bond already. So I picked, terbutanol, which is a freaking very sensitive alcohol. But like I said, if you had helium or if you had hydrogen, the bonds between that are a lot stronger. So you're not going to get acceleration due to gravity. Changing its matter, because that would take a lot more energy to do that. That's why I picked terbutanol. But it requires the container, because what it's doing is it's smashing the molecules up against the surface of the container. If there's no smashing of the molecules, then there's no heating up, you see. And so what they'll tell you is that those molecules are smashing against each other.
Yeah.
And thus
So you need
they're
friction.
acting like a container to each other. But that's fucking more nonsense because, again, in the...
Because then the problem is the outer layer of molecules. What are they smashing against?
would radiate out. Yes, they would just irradiate out. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so
vapor pressure, man.
You'd have to thermodynamically do work on yourself, right? Pull yourself up by your own bootstraps and raise your own temperature. How the fuck would you do that?
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I don't know.
So here's the funny thing: so if gravity condenses matter or heats it up, so I should be able to take, like, say, natural gas, right? Shoot it off in a rocket, and then the further it gets away from the solar system, where the gravity is like decreasing, it should slowly turn into liquid natural gas, right? Because the gravity's less, right? So when the gravity's less, the temperature goes down. When the temperature goes down, it should turn into liquefied natural gas. It leads to absurdities. That's the point. It's like it leads to like completely absurd shit. Like you can change the phase of matter with gravity. All you need if you had a gravity dial, right? You can turn your gravity dial and boil stuff, turn it to liquid, turn it to ice. Like it's absurd.
The interesting thing I find is that I got to this from a completely different field. I don't know what field or what area you guys come from that originally got you down this rabbit hole, so to speak. But the last thing I was looking at was the shape of the Earth. Stuff I was looking at is like particle interactions, like how they're assuming all of this stuff and how they're assuming other parts. And it's even in science. If you look at how, you got stuff like Curie emissivity, Joule absorptions, all these kinds of different things like that. They don't even know how that works, man. Let alone pressure. Like pressure is PV equals nRT. That entire law is a fucking joke. It's made of 5 other laws. It's Gay-Lewisiak, Dalton's law, Boyle's law, Charles' law.
Yeah,
and when you find that
in the
law,
R,
bro,
dude,
it
they're
only
hiding
works
a
in small
volume
window.
So that's the
Yes,
funny thing. In the
is
R
the
number, they're
worst
hiding
thing.
volume inside of that, right?
Bro, R got me,
there
man.
actually is a
R
volume on both
fucking
sides
really
of the
got
equation.
me.
Yeah, if you expand it all out, there'd be a volume on both sides of the equation that would cancel out, right? But their volume on one
Dude.
side is infinity. So
Do you know
you have
what?
an infinity on the other side, so you would have P times infinity times T.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
P times infinity, right? So, like, what would you get? You get infinite pressure.
Bro, R is the worst thing in the fucking world, man. I I couldn't believe it. And I was just like, don't worry about it. It's the constant. And you're like, okay. And then they screw with you. It's like you don't know which R to use. You know, if it's like, because there's so many units of R, you know, you can make R equal 0.8, you can make R equal like fucking 96 or whatever, depending on what units you're using. But
it's
when
always
I figured out what R was,
Yeah, but it's always
I
in
was
reference to a volume, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a volume constant. But but it relies on the Raoult's law, which in itself will assume like a pipe. It assumes which is a container. You see what I mean? So it's talking about like sizes of the pipe, as in like if you narrow the pipe, the gas can come out like. Yeah, so that they based R off Raoult's law, and I just couldn't believe that that's how the science worked. That they basically just shove in an invariable constant, and that's how it works. Don't worry about it, bro. And it works like that for everything, literally. Like literally. And then I was like, okay, well, how did they come up with gravity? And then the same kind of like fucking shenanigans is going on, and I'm like, nah, bro, that's not science right there. And I went almost crazy for a bit, going like, we don't understand even the very fundamentals of particle interactions. How can we say that black holes or this or that or this or that? You know, let alone like when you start looking back on it, we don't know anything, man. We're basically still in the 18th century. Like even further back than that, we're still where Plato is, pretty much.
Well, when it comes to the human mind, I 100% agree with that.
Well, Plato said that if you throw a ball on the ground, the reason why it stops is because it becomes lazy. You know, and so that's a derivative of what Newton said. Well, Newton is a derivative of of that. You know, they all had apples. Newton had his apple, so did Plato, so did Einstein. And so, you know, Plato's apple is interesting. You know, if I asked you Plato's apple, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be able to answer it, because no one after Plato even could answer it. Plato said, if I had an apple and if Jupiter gave me a special knife that allowed me to cut the apple perfectly, I cut it in half, I cut that half in half, the half in half, and I further all the way down to n. When does the apple go from material to immaterial? Fuck knows.
Yeah.
Define those
this
two
is a
concepts.
variation of Zeno's paradox too.
That was Plato.
Galileo and Archimedes. They had apples too.
All of them do, man, because they're occult weirdos.
Well, dude, this is ironic because we were just talking about the Garden of Eden, right? The eating the apple, the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Yeah, it's what the apple signifies. Eve eating apple records. Apples has a lot of symbolism. But just to answer your earlier query, I came from research. I got into flat Earth. I was researching propagation of electromagnetic radiation, different anomalies within that, such as superluminal tunneling of light, metamaterials, longitudinal electromagnetic waves, things like that. And I just happened, because some of the search terms I was using line up to flat Earth, I ended up seeing a video about the Chicago skyline and it being viewed from 52 miles away, and the dumbass meteorologist saying it was a fucking mirage, which automatically, just because of knowing when I was researching that claim was horseshit. And I wondered, like, why would this guy say that when he's a meteorologist, when he knows, he should know that that's wrong. It's not a mirage. It doesn't look like anything like a mirage in any way. So he should know that was actually wrong. Why would he say that? And then I found out why he would say that. Because then if it's not a mirage, then the Earth's not a globe. So he had to say that. I'm convinced that everybody has a flat Earth observation that they've seen, and they've never realized that hey, this falsifies the globe, because we're all told No matter what we see, it fits the globe mathematics. So if I see Chicago from 52 miles away, the Earth is so big that's normal. I should see that because the Earth is gigantic. But if you do the actual math, no, I shouldn't see that. I should only see the top of Willis Tower, which is the tallest building in America. Was the tallest building in the world for a long time. I should only see the top of the, like, 10 stories of the top of Willis Tower in the antenna in no other building. But that's not what we see. See the Chicago skyline. And there's multiple images of this. People have been seeing it for freaking nearly 100 years. So, across Lake Michigan, from one side to the other. And for him to say it's a mirage, that's what drew me in to look further into it. People go, oh, you saw a Flat Earth video. Yeah, I saw a Flat Earth video about a television broadcast. Not Eric Dubay, not Mark Sargent, not fucking whoever, Jaronism or fucking Bob Nodell or whoever the fuck you guys think of. It was the mainstream media that was doing nothing about Flat Earth, that just simply showed a photograph that somebody took. Oh, AB, yeah, I know you probably can't talk, but just for the record, anybody that was here when Josh was talking about the statistics of children that are on Snap, he made that shit up. It wasn't correct. You always got to fact check these motherfuckers, dude. Always wrong, every time. He'll say he misspoke or something. He said something like 37% of households that are people on EBT have children. No, it's 37% of recipients of EBT are children. Okay, these are not one family fucking households. These are not households of one, with a child as the only freaking household member.
That's a major fuck up. Can you say that 37% of households are on EBT, but then the actual statistic is 37% of them are children?
Yeah. And it's only 12% of American households
there,
on
man.
EBT. Yeah, he said 37% of the households that are on EBT have children. When it's 30% of the people that are on EBT have children. There's 12% of America's population are on EBT. So of those 12 million people, it's 37% of those are children. Not 7% of the households. Well, it's 12 million households, not 12 million people. Or 12% of the households are on EBT, not 12% of the population.
Yeah, you can see when they started taking the lead out of the atmosphere and putting it into the water that it started decreasing intelligence across the board. Dude, how can you have reading comprehension that bad? Wow.
That's funny. Dude, it's so funny you bring that up. Me and AB were talking about this the other day. So they passed the Clean Water and Air Act in America, and they couldn't put toxic waste into the air and in the water anymore. Well, what the fuck did they do with it? Where did it go?
They're like, oh, boo, what do we do now? Yeah.
No, where did they put it? They didn't like stop making it. Wait,
put it in the food.
Somewhere. They put it in the food.
Put it in the food.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? You know what? Most of the like chemicals, you know, lab reagents, all of this stuff's all made from that shit, man. They just put it in food safety, stabilizers, emulsifiers, anything. They'll just shove it in there.
Makeup, all sorts of shit.
What's in
makeup? I remember like seeing silver nitride or something like that? Or titanium nitride is in makeup.
Yeah, dude, makeup's an entire thing. Makeup's full of proteins, enzymes, all these fucking mad like coordination compounds of like copper and all that shit. Like, it's going straight into them. straight into
Never
their
mind
face.
false advertising. Right, CB? Makeup is false advertising.
Hello.
Yep.
How's it going?
What do you think about Earth? Is it flat or
Yes.
like it's flat?
Yeah.
Nah.
Why? What have you seen?
Like squared, like Minecraft.
The other guy. Are you the same guy that already pulled this shit like 5 minutes ago?
No. What the fuck?
Oh, you're a different
Here's
idiot.
another one.
Congratulations.
Hell yeah.
You have a twin brother.
Hell yeah.
Hopefully you guys aren't the
Where is
product
he?
of incest.
You guys need to come up with something better than that, man. I mean,
Yeah, man. It's fucking weak
I'm kind of
sauce.
tired.
And like, if you thought we were stupid and flat earthers were dumb, I'm gonna steal one from Chris. Why are you punching down? Why are you trying to punch down on retards? Yeah, Lord Cylinder. That. Where'd you go? Don't leave. Lord Cylinder. If we're dumb, why are you trying to punch down on retards?
Oh,
Why are you trying to punch down on retards if you think we're stupid? Why are you trying to beat up on stupid
listen,
people?
man. I was.
Why are
trying
you
to make
picking
a
on
joke.
retards, Lord Cylinder? What's
I
wrong
was
with you?
trying to make a joke.
Okay, so we're not dumb.
Listen.
So we're not dumb.
Really, I don't care if Earth is flat.
Yeah,
or
you do.
Square or.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't care.
You went out
I
of your
was
way to
just
call
here
it
to make a
dumb.
joke because I thought it was funny.
No, you do care. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in here chirping.
No, I don't. That's the truth.
Yeah, you do.
Smell that?
That's the truth.
I smell cat.
No, it's not the truth.
Because it's not important.
It's a cop out, bro. It's a cop out.
Why do you think it's not
You're
important?
trying to avoid having to defend what you believe in.
No,
Well, he doesn't know what
You
he
wanna
believes.
know-
He has to look it up. He already admitted it.
admit
Yeah,
what?
if you don't
You
believe
have
us,
to
try
look
it.
up what you believe.
Yeah, try to defend what you think you, the knowledge, anything about the Earth being a globe.
Okay, I
Try
will
it.
defend my theory.
Try it.
And 2 points. First of all, Earth is square because Minecraft. It's the only proof.
I told you
can't
can't do
deny
it.
it, guys.
You literally can't
Just
do
not
it, bro.
capable. Yep, that's
You're not
right.
able
He's
to.
not capable of having
Look
a
at Minecraft.
mature, adult, intellectual discussion.
I'm not adult.
No shit, Sherlock.
Still a minor.
And if you were, that would be even sadder.
I can't. You hit me so hard with this. Okay, guys, have a good day. I'm gonna go stay alone for the rest of the day.
Oh, Mom, ask for me. Stop it. Get some help.
It's like the Howard Stern show, man.
Fucking everybody's stuttering John for some reason.
It's like
Ladies and
Minecraft.
gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, this is the best that the globe side has to offer.
Earth square because of Minecraft. What would they think the Earth was if nobody invented Minecraft?
I smell cat.
Well, I mean, there were flat maps in video games before Minecraft.
Aren't they all square though, or at least a rectangle? They don't have any spherical geometry video games. Not even Super Mario Galaxy. Though it looks like it has planets. It's not spherical geometry. They just looks that way.
It's a bunch of triangles.
Sure that. Yeah, definitely a bunch. Yeah, it is. The whole thing's triangles, right?
The only one that even comes close is so back in the day. Do you remember we researched Euclidean geometry, and it's not Euclidean the company.
Yeah.
So they do a render by a floating point, essentially similar to a web search algorithm to get their floating points before it's rendered. So there actually is no triangular geometry in the subcoding.
Are you talking about voxels?
Sort of, but way more advanced.
Because I don't think voxels use triangles, because those are
So
like
they had a-
volume elements. They're not making little. What would they even be? Fucking, I don't even know. Pyramids?
Oh my goodness, dude.
No, if your volume element was freaking triangles on all sides. So basically, what they're basically doing is doing the rendering version of a hologram, where though you're seeing it in pixel elements on your screen, it's being rendered internally as volume elements, right? They're actually rendering a volume, like a square. So the pixel's actually a square in 3D space. It's not a fucking dot. Understand? And there's a couple games that what was the name of the game? It was a fucking cool ass game, but it sucked to play. Your computer could barely
Helicopter game,
render it.
right?
Well, yeah, there was a helicopter. Yeah, there was a helicopter game. I'm trying. The game I'm talking about was like a side scroller, kind of. Like for
Is it Metal
99
Slug?
or something.
That was cool, man.
Are you talking about Metal Slug?
No, it's not Metal Slug. It's old, 99 or something. I'm old fuck. Oh, it's called Outcast.
I just realized your profile picture is Pai Mei
Yeah.
from Kill Bill. Do you know that guy actually, Quentin Tarantino, he kind of like took that character of Pai Mei from a whole bunch of other kung fu movies. Are you aware of that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you got like Abbott Slice or Abbott Executioner. Like he's in that movie, for example. And it's a younger version of him because apparently, because it's all one universe, the Kill Bill verse apparently goes into that. The dude lived for over 800 years and was that's where he died. But you can see the younger quote unquote version of him during like the Ming Dynasty or something like that.
It's called like Fists of the Shaolin or something. There's a movie.
Yeah. There's actually 3 of them, and he had a twin brother in that, and his twin brother died. But it's a really cool character. Yeah, I like Pai Mei. I'll get one of his videos up actually.
All right, I posted that Euclidean company.
13 years ago? Holy. That video's 13 years old.
And they ended up, so their main company that they ended up creating is essentially a live scan company where they like do like laser scans of your buildings and stuff to recreate them. That's what they ended up morphing into.
Did they probably sold their tech to somebody else, right? Probably like Unreal Engine or something.
I mean, Unreal Engine doesn't work anything like this. Not even close. So you know how Google crawlers work?
Yeah.
So the most crudest way I could explain what he was trying to say without revisiting it to relearn it Because essentially every data point is crawled, and then it's accessed. It's similar to a Google search algorithm, rather than any type of triangular geometry rendering type process. So like it's a non-geometric render basically in some weird way.
Yeah.
It's almost like
a point cloud search engine indexing system that renders scenes rather than traditional polygon mesh method.
Yeah.
That's like AI today.
Basically, that's a weird thing about
Making
AI.
AI
There's
games.
like I've heard AI is basically breaking like Shannon, like you know how they say the compression, that there's a maximum compression level. AI is basically beating that compression level, right? Because it's creating like the AI has like all this image data stored within it, and it can render out images or video or and actually. Who started using it?
Yeah.
DeepSeek released an OCR version that does OCR optical character recognition, but the data store it's using to actually do that is significantly smaller than because it's compressing all the data within the neural network.
I could think of a way to do that, like just off the top of my head, without even really working out the technical details. So if you have a code, right, that has a 1-to-1 ratio, like like a classic code that you do in a cipher, you need the key to decrypt it, right, and then you can get certain information. But you can compress that end result that you have to decrypt into something smaller and smaller and smaller. But the end result is always going to need that decryption key because it's in that language. So all you have to do is have the same set, have a different code and key at the end with a different language applied. And you could basically encode multiple languages into the same cipher.
Yeah, well, think about it like this, right? So, say one of these, like ChatGPT is trained on basically what's available on the internet at February 2020, whatever. All that data trained on that. Well, the model that is spit out is not as large as the data. Right, so I can ask it any quote-unquote fact that was on the internet at that time, and it doesn't require that raw data. It's all compressed in a model that's much smaller than all the fucking data that was on the internet at the time it was trained. You understand? It's compressed all that data. So if I type in who's the best basketball player, it's going to spit out Michael Jordan. But there's a gazillion websites that say Michael Jordan's the best basketball player. That data, all those websites has been compressed into that freaking single output, which is crazy, dude. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, and so the Euclidean idea is kind of like the opposite of that, where you have a single fact, Michael Jordan is the best, and from there you can express it into all the permutations of the source. So in other words, you could have a floating point pixel, and all the information of every possible angle to see that pixel at all distances is within that pixel.
Oh, I get it. It's inside out, basically. Right? From the pixel to the camera, basically. Every possible...
Yes, but like you said, that data isn't actually in the pixel itself. It's in the process.
Huh.
So the pixel itself is very small. The information of the pixel itself is very small. So this you don't need extensive computational power to hold all of this in like a RAM.
So funny. I'm reading why it failed. Requires massive data sets. AI. Compression limitations. AI. Memory usage. AI. So the lack of GPU support.
All those could be solved with AI in the way we just described.
They're already solved. They're solved now because all that computational power now exists, right?
Yep.
The memory speed, the freaking the parallel processing, all the shit that was the limitation then, right? A generic, basically matrix multiplier. There's a freaking now they all exist in the form of, you know.
Oh yeah, it's the same thing like with
NVIDIA Tesla GPUs.
You remember games that were true procedural generation? So they weren't pre-rendered, pre-decided. Like they just had a set of concepts and constructs that could then basically have a near infinite permutation, and the system would render it on the fly from those core concepts. So you could get a huge game world that's entirely unique, never to be reproduced, but nobody actually did the artwork for that world. They just did the artwork for the parts of the world. And now we have it to where the AI can do the artwork for the parts of the world and the procedural generation and all of it.
You ever play Doom 3?
Oh yeah.
Now the game's kind of ass, but the one thing I noticed about the game, which was kind of like unlike any other game, every single room was nearly completely fucking unique, and did not reuse like assets from other rooms. And believe me, when I noticed this, I started looking around. I started looking to see if shit was the same. And almost every room, every area was completely freaking unique. It blew my freaking mind, dude. It must have took them forever. They probably realized our freaking game's kind of ass.
Dude, and it came out, bro, and it came out on the original Xbox.
Oh man, maybe that's why. Everything's coming up to hard drive.
That edition was awesome. The graphics were insane for the day.
Yeah. Yeah, they were pretty good for the PC, but they didn't really flex. They just tried to make it like updated graphics, but really good. It had really good performance, certainly that. The shadow stuff was way better. The lighting was way better.
One of the most memorable moments in that, because, you have certain expectations of the franchise, right? So you're walking in this one corridor, and there's all kinds of eerie, like ambient music, like creaking and this and that going on. And then, yes, there's actual music going on as well. And then you get to these stairs, and you start walking up the stairs, and one of the demons reaches out through the stairs to grab you.
Yeah.
Dude, that was an amazing moment. I'm like, dude, this is so cinematic, bro.
Now I'm really going to date myself. Yoder, did you ever play System Shock or System Shock 2?
Yeah, I sure did.
That's a great game. That's a great fucking game.
Fucking one of the greatest games ever made.
Yeah, it was. And Bioshock.
I'm gonna clap you, CV.
And Ken Levine's the man.
Dude, why has that game not been remade? There is a mod and like an updated graphics mod.
It is.
Yeah, they just released System Shock 2 like 2 years ago.
What?
They released those on
a new
Xbox,
game,
too.
a new rendering engine and shit. I don't game anymore, so is it the same game?
I'll tell you what, dude. You want me to stream it?
Damn. No, let me see. Yeah, the game, dude. I want to stream the game.
Yeah, what game were you playing? Yeah, what game were you playing the other day? Where it looked like one guy was fighting like a dragon in a temple. What was the name of that game?
Yeah, this is remastered. Fuck that. I don't want that. I want a new one.
No, I know. It looked like he was having fun, but I didn't know what was the name of that game.
The Ken Levine, his new game is called Judas. It comes out. I think it was supposed to come out this year, but it got delayed. But if you Google it, there's a trailer out.
What platform?
Oh, that was.
It's PC and console. But yeah, it's called Judas.
Yeah, that game.
That sounds like
it's the music, it's the ambiance, it's the graphics, it's the dude. Everything about that game, I can't think about one single flaw in any of that game at all. The game mechanics are perfect. The puzzle, because there's always stupid freaking puzzles. All that stuff was like everything in that game was perfect. Like novel, not boring or repetitive, or you get lost trying to look for some stupid key for freaking 9 hours. Like that game was perfectly.
That's on my list, bro. That's on my list of games to buy when they're on sale, and it's actually on sale right now.
Hey, does anybody know if Warhammer 40,000 is a good game to get? The latest version?
I've never played it.
The one that came out
Dude,
last
there's
year.
there's so many different versions of that game.
I was gonna say, are we painting minifigures? Or are we buying a game here? Like what are we?
Is it called Space
everything.
Marine? Is it War? Is it Space Marine 2?
Yeah. It's,
yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, Space Marine game is good.
You got about 10 maps that you keep replaying, and then they have challenges where they take the map, and then they give you buffs and debuffs, and then you got to complete the trial with others. Like one of the hardest ones I find is you'll have one person have like 100% extra health, but then all of the team's damage goes on that one character.
Oh, he's a tank.
Yeah.
Dude. I freaking love those games. I always choose the warrior tank for some reason. I like, just taking tons of damage. I don't know. That's my play style anyway.
Dude, you ever play Gauntlet?
Yo, Alpha, you need to go
that's
back.
That's an oldie. In India, you are dating yourself.
That's right, dude. You know how many quarters? Like, we're talking probably like 300 hours in quarters winning that goddamn game.
Golly.
Dude, I bought it for Nintendo. You know how hard it is to beat for Nintendo? Like, you can't even like, listen, when you get to the last guy, it's a dragon. It's a 3-headed dragon. You got to shoot each head 100 times. And if you get hit once, you die and go back to the beginning.
Damn.
You gotta start over. And you get to that dragon on level 100. So you got to go all the way back to 100 freaking levels.
Yeah,
just to fight to do it again, to get hit one time and go back to the beginning.
Yeah, that's dude.
Hey, but I beat the game, bro. I beat it. I actually did it.
That reminds me of Karnov back in the day.
And then I didn't know what to do with myself after that because it took me like 6 months to beat it. It was like my whole life trying to beat it. Like, now what do I do? I think they're gonna just delete myself now. I've achieved all I want to achieve in life. Beat
you climb Mount Everest.
Seen the new game Ark Raiders?
Oh, it's an extraction shooter. I haven't played it yet, but it's been on my list.
Yeah.
I'm almost done with Silk Song right now.
What game?
Ark Raiders.
Is that a Tomb Raider knockoff?
No. It's an extraction game. It's like Escape from Tarkov.
Go in, get shit. If you die, you lose all your shit.
Yeah.
Try to find other people and take their shit.
There's many
you
games
guys,
like that.
No, you guys suck at explaining things. So let me explain it. So what it is it's a world taken over by machine constructs that are flying around all the time. They're called arcs, right? So some of them are flying, some of them are on the ground, some of them are even humanoid, right? So it's a post-apocalyptic world taken over by these machines, and so you have to succeed and survive in it while going out from your base into the world of the machines. And of course, you get loot and bring it back to your base and rank it up. There you go. Now you know.
Sounds like fun.
I've been really enjoying. Go ahead.
No. Go. It wasn't important.
No. I was going to say I just picked up Dispatch last night. It's been quite fun. It's kind of like if you've seen Invincible, the show on Prime. You play
I love that movie.
You play as Cecil, basically the guy that runs like a superhero agency, and you're in charge of like sending the specific people to the specific job. But it's made by the folks that did like the original Wolf Among Us and Telltale, like Walking Dead. It's all the original Telltale lives. It's pretty good.
Yeah. If you guys haven't seen Invincible, you need to put that on your list of watch.
But guys, just so you guys notice, we were talking about Flat Earth, then we started talking about video games. And now that the Flat Earth is off the table for the topics, now Josh arrives.
Hey, I've been here for a minute. I heard somebody was talking shit about my mom, so I popped back in here.
Your mom? No one's talking about your
Yeah,
mom,
Chris
dude.
Brown.
You're a nice lady.
No.
Nobody's talking shit.
We were talking about your wrong statistics, though.
Yeah,
Not 31% of households, it's 31% of children on EBT. 31% of all the people on EBT are children. It's not 31% of the households have children. According to CNN. And why would they lie? CNN is known for telling the absolute 100% truth.
The Clinton News Network.
The Clinton News Network. Have you ever seen the video where they're faking like the bombing in freaking Iraq? Have you ever seen that video?
Nah.
Dude, bro. Dude, I gotta find. You've never seen that? So it's during the Gulf War, dude. They were faking that they were getting bombed, dude. They faked like they were pretending on camera that they were under some Scud attack. It's completely sham. It's hilarious.
Dude, as someone who actually had a real Scud attack come my way, I take that with great offense. And also, I was washing dishes during that time, which really made me mad. Because whenever that happens, you have to put on your gas mask immediately, because you never know when it's going to be an NBC weapon, right? So NBC stands for nuclear, biological, chemical, rather than just explosive. So I'm out here in the middle of the desert washing dishes, right? Hot as balls. They're like, "Oh, Scud attack's coming. Get on your, gas. We put on our masks, right? So my mask's on. I'm in this whole big suit, sweating my balls off, sweating my ass off. Do you think we got to not do the dishes? Heck no. The KP sergeant is like, "You better get them frickin' dishes done, sucker."
Y'all got to join the Space Force.
Yeah, because they don't have dishes in the Space Force.
How'd you know?
Aren't they just
Holy
a
shit.
knockoff version of the Air Force?
Well, they operate and defend our intelligence assets in orbit.
Cyberspace Force.
Fuck are they gonna do that?
Yeah, you're
No,
gonna
they
watch out for.
do some cyberspace stuff as well.
Dude, are they gonna do like the Secret Service does for the president? They're gonna dive in front of the bullet. Is that what they're gonna do? Like, how are they gonna stop anybody from doing whatever to a satellite?
You never seen the Slingshot orbital launcher?
Oh shit! Yeah.
Oh my god! What is fucking?
Is that,
yeah, no.
Is that from a trebuchet or something? Like what?
No,
essentially,
no,
it's a centrifuge that they keep spinning, and then after they reach a certain speed, they let you go on this ramp, and then it sends you into orbit. So I could see Triple X-10 with Vin Diesel when he's 90 years old, and he launches himself into orbit to catch a missile that's trying to take down the satellite, so that people can still watch their cable news.
No, Spin Launch. When Spin Launch got funding in 2021, when they raised
the name of it
round, that what? Oh, I do. I have my buddy of mine was their head lobbyist for like
how much
for
do
like
you
2
invest?
years. No, I did not invest in fucking Spin Launch. I laughed at that shit. When I saw them raise a VC round, I was like, yeah, we were officially in a capital bubble, which we were in 2021. Oh god, they're so silly.
Did you ever hear about the NASA program, the HARP? Not the radio wave one. Not the.
You mean DART?
No, HARP, where they welded 3 Iowa class battleship barrels together and tried to launch stuff into space with a cannon.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it wouldn't. No bueno. Big gun, no work.
Yeah. What harebrained scheme was planned? It like what? Who was at that meeting right there? Yeah, I get an idea, guys. Get a big old freaking cannon, just shoot something up into the sky. Yeah.
I posted a link in the chat.
Hey, bro, listen, I'm going to make this very clear to entrepreneurs. It doesn't matter how bad your ideas are. It only matters how stupid your investors are.
Bingo.
Yeah. If you can sell them on the idea, man, you'll get funding for the next 10 years. Challenge accepted.
Yeah, no, Spin Launch was nuts. They had like this big flashy, like glitzy office in DC, but they had like 2 employees that worked there.
I've already listen, Josh. I'm gonna let you finish, but then I'm gonna take the floor after you. So nobody else go. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Basically, we just ended up using it for a lot of social events.
Right. So I'm gonna repurpose it. I'm gonna repurpose it as a matter phase change test laboratory, where we're gonna spin it and then change the phases of matter from liquid to gas, gas to liquid, et cetera, ice, solid. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, because that's
honestly,
what
if you're
they're
going to
saying.
launch anything metal, yeah, it's going to just turn to liquid because you're spinning it so fast. The instant you let it go,
Yeah, we're gonna.
melt.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna put some gas. Yeah, we're gonna put some gas inside. Then we're gonna spin it, and then it's gonna form a mini planet.
Why don't we just make it out of the stuff they made out of the sun probe?
Sun probe, right?
But Indio, this is the ideal laboratory for the test to spin something and make it change phase.
Was it
Right.
made of purely asbestos, or what is it?
You know, I was getting quite irate about the idea that gravity can change the phase of matter. It's pretty ridiculous, quite honestly. That an acceleration will change the phase of matter is preposterous on its face.
Yeah, but you got to spin it really fast. You're not going fast enough, Indio.
Oh,
Duh.
So I'm not going 9.8 meters per second squared. I'm not going that fast. So, Josh, if we had a gravity dial, right, and we could increase the gravity on Earth, would the water turn to gas? And if I lessened it, would it turn to ice?
Backwards, but yes.
How is that backwards? Less gravity means cold. More gravity means hot.
But less gravity means less pressure, which means the boiling point lowers. Right, Boyle's law.
Where's the sweet spot? Where's the gravity? Where's the gravity phase diagram?
Well, it's a triple
diagram with pressure, temperature, volume. That there's phase diagram.
Yeah,
Is there one for gravity?
It would be a PVT curve, but use gravity as a proxy for pressure. Temperature would only be a function of the atmospheric thickness.
So we get this straight, right? So we have a planet, we have water, we have vacuum. Gravity is keeping the water liquid, despite the vacuum. That water evaporates in vacuum. So if I increase the pressure,
in a vacuum, it goes to zero.
What if I decrease the pressure of the vacuum? Will it then turn into gas? Can I ever defeat gravity?
Decrease? No. Gravity is not the main thing that's changing it, right? Temperature is. But if you augment the gravity, you would augment the
gravity
pressure.
Increasing the temperature?
No.
No?
No. The temperature is caused by the composition of the atmosphere and its ability to absorb and trap heat energy from the sun.
But shouldn't gravity contribute to the temperature?
No,
since it's creating a pressure,
to my knowledge.
Right. When the pressure goes up, the temperature goes up.
No, not if you. That would only be true if you were holding density constant. Right.
So the pressure and density go up, but the temperature stays the same. Is that what you're saying?
If you were only changing gravity and not the composition or the distance away from the heat source.
If we have a big gravity dial, we're increasing gravity, but our gravity dial.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you weren't
would it just all crush together, but the temperature would stay the same? See, this is why I'm bringing it up, and it's because it's kind of annoying me that this idea that gravity can change phases of matter seems pretty preposterous to me.
Oh no, I mean pressure would just be the sum of the forces, right? Right. Okay,
yeah, it's just theoretic, but I always think of how do we actually experience in nature with actual experiments. If I take a vacuum chamber, I stick water in there, the water boils away. Okay, so I can emulate gravity.
Zero.
Yeah, and I can emulate gravity with a centrifugal force, like a centrifuge, right? Is that?
Yeah, I guess if you put like a bunch of water in a
Can I spin it
vacuum
fast enough to turn it into
chamber.
a gas?
Ooh, I don't know.
Because, like, if this is true, I could take a fucking big-ass centrifuge, throw some water, onions, carrots, chicken, and I could make a nice fucking soup by spinning this fast enough to boil the water.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what speed you'd have to spin.
If I made centrifugal soup, would you eat it? That's all I want to know. Soup that was made with heat created by centrifugal acceleration.
No, but if it was like some sugar dissolved in water and it was centrifugal Kool-Aid, like that'd be.
How about centrifugal coffee? I bet you can make some crazy espresso with that shit. I'm actually that might actually be an invention right there.
Whoever just tagged me in the chat, you're misquoting me. If I was in a hypothetical right there, and AI didn't understand it at the time, we corrected it right afterwards. I never claimed that myself.
Smell that? I smell cat.
Okay.
So you probably could. This is probably legitimate. You could, with a centrifuge, probably make espresso. Because it's already under high pressure, right? So you could actually emulate the pressure by spinning it really fast. You'd probably have to heat it.
That's a good question, though. I mean, at what point could you, like, if you had the experiment where you have like a bucket of water and you spin it, a bucket on a rope, right? And you spin it over your head and it doesn't fall down. Like, at what rotational speed could you put that in a vacuum and not have the water instantly boil? What
point does it turn to ice?
Oh, exactly. Like there's probably another. Oh, that's a good thermo question. I've got a mentee who's taking thermo right now. I'll ask him for extra credit if you can go do that.
You're gonna make him fucking quit. Don't ask him that.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point, though. But in order for your life to be full, make sure you ask a few Mentos.
Ask a few what? I actually missed that. What?
Yeah, same.
He said, oh my goodness, dude, I got to do all the jokes. All right, so check it out. So he said, I'm going to ask a mentee, right? And so I said, in order for your life to be full, make sure you ask a few Mentos.
Oh, Jesus.
Come on, CB, you hit the drum.
Hey, at least the soundboard is universally used.
Yeah. In a negative way, too.
CB, let me help CB understand what these are. All right, so you ever heard of Mentos and Coke before, CB?
What's AI? What's your favorite brand of shovel? You seem to be digging a hole pretty good right now.
The dad joke meter is like off the charts.
Oh, hey, bro. The world's best shovel, of course. Fiskars. Hold on now, bro. Fiskars, world's best shovel. That's what it's named. Obviously, it's the best. It's made of solid steel. The blade is welded to the handle, which is also solid steel. D-handled grip for ergonomics. Rubber end so it doesn't blister. The blade edge can cut, chop, slice. The back edge can tamp, stamp, cramp. And then it has a 1.5-inch foot holder so you can stab it right through the dirt. It's great for digging holes and covering holes.
So if I asked you to dig a hole about 6 feet down, right? You'd be up for the task.
I can neither confirm nor deny what activities this shovel has or hasn't been involved in.
It was good shit.
Legal or illegal, huh?
Just always makes me
and
think
nobody can find the places where his shovel has been used either.
Yeah, so check this out. It's all steel, so if you crack it, break it, you can weld it on the spot, or it has a lifetime guarantee. Either way, it's 100% replaceable and fixable.
If you act now, there's a promo code that you could. No, I'm just joking.
Although I will say having an actual opinion on shovels is pretty on brand.
The best part too is it's just a solid metal uniform material design. It's you can get them all day long for less than $50. See, the only problem is, Josh, that since it is made of all metal and it doesn't have fiberglass or wood handle, you actually got to be a real man to use it, or you might get tired. So you might want the wood handled version.
Holy smokes!
Good to know. Good to know.
Right between the eyes.
Nah, it's all good. I gotta go take my testosterone anyways.
Yeah, make sure you get a double dose on that. Yeah.
Well played, sir.
Yeah, I know. It's all good. I understand. I understand this. I understand the context of the conversation. Man, somebody wants me to go away. Why?
Hey, bro,
That's
a couple of
sad.
us want to know if that car you posted is actually yours or not.
Oh, 100%
The number
fine.
plate. Okay.
It's a 2016 Prius 2. Yeah, it's my car.
Yes, sir. Imagine
that's
how much
really
money
the number
that
plate.
man saves on gas, though.
I clear 60 miles a gallon most days.
Woo! I don't know if anybody
And
else in
that's
this room can actually say that.
I just wondering, is that seriously the license plate?
It is indeed. That is my car.
Can I take advantage right now to also plug my other company? So I have a company which actually all we do is, if you know a snooty liberal that tries to save the environment by having a car that doesn't burn gas, we will do a offset. So when they're offsetting, we'll burn the exact amount of hydrocarbons relative to the amount they're attempting to save. And we only do this for $1 per gallon extra cost to you, the customer. And if you buy now, you can use my promo code and get 30% off.
Whoa. 30% off or 33% off? Like, because I would love to be charged $66 or 66 cents a gallon for this service, because it seems pretty evocative of its purpose.
You don't want to be too on the nose with things like that, man. Come on.
Okay, so it's only 70 cents. So we round up a little bit. It's able to hide it and obscure it.
Yeah, just like the Globe does with their numbers. 66.7. Yeah, that sounds a little appeasing. Yeah, you negate all the people that are worrying about, like, it's all satanic and all that stuff. You're not, bypass all that.
Look, then we actually do 30% off because we figure that that's all like liberal dudes can understand, because they're so used to talking about women making 70% on the dollar of a man. So it's like math they can get.
Misogyny. Lee.
Right, but speaking of that anyway, and shovels and holes, and earth and dirt and moving dirt, every time I move the dirt, I'm digging into the earth, which I'm standing on. I know, right? You should get one. I give it out as gifts, dude, especially people who get a house where they need to do their own yard work. It's an awesome gift, and it's very inexpensive, but it's so awesome it makes up for any kind of snooty, this is a cheap gift attitude.
We need a bigger shovel than that for all the stuff we get from the Glober side every day.
Big pause.
Well, let me ask you this. If I stuck that shovel in the ground and I dug out a hole and I put the dirt on the outside of the hole and it was mounded in the shape like, some kind of curved hump mound, could I measure that? Or would I have to go all the way into space to be able to measure it? I'm confused. Because, a lot of Globers, especially ones who are interested in things to do about space, they always seem to have a hard time like providing direct measurements of the hump of Earth ground that they claim to live on. And somehow they always appeal to the sky to be able to measure it. So I just want to know, like, if I dig a hole with this shovel and I create a mound of dirt, is it possible I could measure it?
Oh, 100%, because the ratio of your observation distance to the size of the object is within acceptable ranges.
All right, so it's all about tolerances. So that means that if we use a sufficiently tolerated measuring device, we could effectively measure the alleged curve of the Earth or disprove the alleged curve of the Earth, right?
What measuring device are you referring to?
I don't know. Let's use an effective methodology that's used all over the place. How about laser transit? How about that? Let's use that. It's used all the time on construction sites, and especially leveling foundations and large plots.
No, that makes sense.
So let's just use that.
Locally level?
Yeah, let's use
makes
that.
sense.
Well, yeah, but let's use that over a sufficient sample size. Let's say 25 miles over the surface of water, which is the Earth is a globe that you claim it is, right? It has to have a certain hump in between point A and point B because the water's equipotential is going to follow the equipotential surface of the gravitational mumbo jumbo that you claim exists. And so it's either going to be curved in that manner or it's not. And according to the way the physics of water works, it's going to express itself that way, and it can't do otherwise, right? Unless it's like in a certain type of solid state or something, like an ice cube. Like you could have an ice cube of any shape, right? But just, regular water under its own physics, it's gonna flow if it's tilted, right? And it's gonna seek equilibrium if it's not. So we shoot a laser across 25 miles, set up the laser leveled 6 feet above the surface of the water, set the target 6 feet above the surface of the water on the other side, shoot the laser, and that actually, with all things being accounted for, debunks the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. And 2 orders of magnitude with this methodology is more than sufficient to disprove your geometry. So the Earth is flat.
I don't think waves moving through a medium. I don't think that we can claim that they move in purely Euclidean space. Or Cartesian,
Oh yeah,
sorry.
really? Oh yeah, really. Except when you claim that you're using those to communicate with alleged quote-unquote satellites, right? Then all of a sudden they're 100% accurate, right?
No, they're not 100% accurate. The beam width for the
right. So right, bro. Right.
Tenths of a degree, right? So it doesn't have to be perfectly Bohr-Stite.
Right. So again, one more time, you just defeated yourself because you just said I don't trust it, but I know that it can be within a tolerance that's more than accurate for the task. So we got a problem here. You're double speaking.
I'm not trying to make it. I'm not trying to prove that it's level, though, right? Or like if you're trying to say.
No, the problem is that I'm telling you, dude. Level. See, you don't even understand what's going on here. It's not about level per se. It's about whether level is curved or not. I mean, we all agree level, right?
Yeah, I'm getting gangbanged in the side chat here. God damn.
Dude, man. This is a family show.
Pause. Big pause. Big pause.
Like everybody's getting their turn over here. God damn.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if it's coming out both sides of your mouth, it wouldn't be unreasonable for someone to assume it's going in both sides of your mouth.
Ow!
Hey, you can't have your cake and eat it too, brother. You can't say that lasers can't be trusted. Okay, that's fair, but you can't say that lasers are untrustworthy, except when I use them. I mean, good grief, dude.
Dude, AI, that was one hell of a zinger. I just got to, dude. Flipcord, where you at, man?
Hey. Second
Dude, that was one hell of a.
Come on.
That was one hell of a zinger. Oh, like, golly. That's akin to getting slapped upside your head, dude. It's about the same.
As long as he respects the safe word, I'm on board.
Pause, nigga.
Dude, but see, I can't see your safe word. Your safe word is only accurate in certain environments. In other environments, you just can't trust it.
Oh shit! It depends on my reference frame. I'm fucked.
Yep. Yeah, so if lasers can be trusted in certain applications and with certain scrutiny, just give me the parameters of that scrutiny, and then we'll use those parameters and apply it to the surface of the Earth and get the measurement. Then we don't have to worry about it only works when I do it nonsense.
No. I'm just saying we would have to establish like what are the tolerance for claiming that it's flat, right? Right. Like you're not gonna get 0. You're gonna get either negative 0.002 or positive 0.004.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, fair enough, brother. I agree with you. That in order to say what you just said, you had to concede that we already disproved it's the globe you believe in, and now we're just trying to decide how flat it is. Good job, brother.
If that was the case, right?
Yeah, I agree with you, 100%, dude. Like there is some some variable tolerance that you could imagine a super complex gigantoid sphere within that margin of error, which defeats your sphere that you claim you live on by 2 orders of magnitude. So either way, we've debunked what you believe in, and now you're back at the drawing board.
The light's still moving through a medium, right? So we'd have to correct for that somehow.
No, dude. We already conceded. We already both conceded that there's a certain tolerance, and we're going to do it within the tolerance. And the tolerance is going to be a measurement difference of 2 orders of magnitude. So it exceeds the tolerance by so much that it's not possible that the conclusion can be otherwise, dude. It's like going in to measure your floor. Okay, if the variance in your floor is greater than the height of your building, something's wrong, right?
No, I'm saying that if for it to be flat, there's going to be some range around 0, and for it to be a globe, there's going to be some range around, what the predicted value would be. But I'm saying like using this.
But bro, you don't understand, bro. I understand you. I got you. The problem is you don't realize how much of a ramification this has in your world. If you want to appeal to a 250,000 mile circumference globe or 250,000 mile radius globe, you've debunked everything about quote unquote stellar motion, quote unquote where they are relative to the Earth, quote unquote where the sun is going over, all of those things. Like there's a cascading effect that destroys it all. And so all of your presuppositions that you've been using to believe you live on a globe are toast. So now you have to come back with us with the only thing which could prove you're on a globe in the first place, which is direct measurements of surface curvature. So why don't you go ahead and give us some of those, and then we can all go to sleep at night.
I'm good.
Yeah, I know.
A, because I don't have any personally, and B, because I understand that there's no, it's a futile argument.
Correct. You trying to prove direct surface curvature is a futile argument. I agree. We're buddies now.
Hey guys, I'm working on the receding hairline. Stop calling me out for it. Come on.
What? So if you had a receding hairline and you put a caliper, yeah, fair enough. But if you put a caliper on your cranium, could you tell me how much curvature was in your cranium?
Yeah.
Okay, so so if you had the Earth
size caliper.
Oh, I get it now. See, so you just admitted that you don't have a planet-sized caliper, so you can't tell us the Earth is curved. I agree. Good job.
Oh, you can have a planet-sized caliper if you're doing laser ranging from orbit, right? You go up.
No, because we can't trust. No, because we can't trust lasers. Remember?
Laser ranging. That's distance. That's distance between 2 points.
No, can't trust it. Doesn't matter, dude. There's mediums. There's mediums, bro. I can't trust it. Medium. Can't trust it.
Not negligible medium.
Oh, really? So what measurement do you have of the medium in space? Go ahead.
I already put it. It's in my bio. There's an external pressure sensor on the ISS.
Ooh, people were asking about that earlier. They wanted to know. Why don't you tell them about it?
They use it to find leaks, to patch them. And so there's a whole thing in my bio on the ambient pressure of low Earth orbit.
What's the pressure value up there? Anyway,
it's like E -7 ish. I'd have to look at the graphs again.
directly measured in that location where it's at.
Yes. Yes.
All right, go ahead and post that information,
Yeah.
please.
It's in my bio. You can click on it.
In your bio.
Yeah, if you click on my username. There's three links there. There's one that says external pressure
Oh,
sensor.
all right. So you're just in it for the clicks.
What? Yeah. Actually, I got to get my what is the YouTube metric for thousands of dollars or dollars per 1,000 views?
No, it's like 7 cents per 1,000 views or something.
Yeah,
where does it say?
I'll send you a
Josh,
Venmo
where does it
request
say
after you click on my profile.
Specifically, where does it say in this 14-page little PDF that you have?
There's a couple graphs like halfway through on some external sensors readings, but it's overview of the device that they use to try and find leaks on the outside of the ISS.
I want to know where they measured that pressure. If you can point me to that page, that'd be great. Instead of me having to read the whole thing, I'm going to read it all anyway.
No, you just look for the graphs. Like, I mean, then you can go back and read in more depth. But if you just flip through, just the graphs, pressure graphs. Dude, y'all are quick with the IMG flip memes. That's good stuff. Y'all are quick with it. I commend it.
Oh man.
Bill, I'm in here all the time just listening. Either hear Earth Awakenings or debate Flat Earth and more. I just really enjoy AI and AV, so whenever I'm in here, I talk a little bit more. Indio and Jen are cool too.
Where else are you going to get such high quality insults that you can withstand?
Damn fucking straight. Y'all are creative as hell.
Now, if we could just get you to stop whining about being interrupted, you'd be a real man.
Damn. What could
You're
be?
a work in progress. You're a work in progress.
Yeah,
We
what
love you.
could be, man? I don't know. That might be a Herculean task. I'll put it on my vision board for my therapist.
What if your therapist asks you what's going on and you tell him like this is happening at a flat Earth forum, and then he starts asking you flat Earth
talk about
questions,
you all the
and then you
time.
find out. Yeah, but what if you find out he's a flat Earther? Would you fire him?
No, I like, and it's a she. Casey's great. I've been working with her for, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years. We could have even more fun conversations.
Well, like I told you earlier, supposedly we got people with psychological degrees doing workups on the flat Earth sociological phenomenon. And they come hang out here to head shrink us.
At what point in your childhood were you dropped on your head? You know, if your parents were on Snap, you probably could have eaten better growing up. What was the name of that guy though? The guy doing sociological research? Somebody mentioned it a couple days ago.
Pat Mackey and numerous others have claimed they were.
Bill, I wish I was paid to be here. That'd be sick. I could buy a house even faster.
Also, Allison tried pulling that crap on us.
Yeah, that was the name.
Well, so, listen, some of them do it because they're trying to create this veil of why they're here that gives them a justified reason, and then also gives them a reason to dismiss us or take us seriously. Right, so it's a protection mechanism for themselves to be able to enter the space without letting the stain of our ideas get into them. In other words, they can still declassify it, you know. So some people are not legit; they're just lying about their credentials and their purposes here because they can't handle the fact that flat earthers exist. I know, but you get what I'm saying. It's like some people can't handle the fact that flat earthers exist. They find it so repugnant, but it's so attractive at the same time. So they want to wear like a whole mind condom when they enter in. All right, I'm going to coin it right here. They want to wear an ideological condom. There you go.
Love it. Wonder how little gas you could put into a condom in a vacuum for it still to maintain its shape without popping.
Well, yeah, then when you spin it around, when does it turn into ice?
Wait, Professor Dave's the guy who like debates Witsit and other folks like that, right?
If that's what you want to call it.
I don't know. I don't appreciate the people that debate like professional, like the folks that hop on podcasts and argue. Like I would, you know, I don't know. It seems a bit weird to base your entire like content creation strategy on putting up some sort of flat earth clip and then just like, you know, taking the piss on it. Like what are we doing here? These are people.
Sort of. I mean, in some people's views, we don't deserve those types of accommodations, right? So it's okay in that social climate to make fun of us.
I was gonna say I said that the other night that I you know actively like you know try to stop people in my social circle that hold those beliefs. I think that made what's her name, Miss Dandelion, angry the other night that I would make that claim. I was like, no, they're just everybody's people. You got to treat people with respect.
All right, man. No worries. Man, I almost got my leaves raked.
Wait, you're actually raking leaves? I thought that was a euphemism for smoking pot.
Bro. Well, okay, bro. So like, you know, people actually have to do real chores in real life, you know?
No, that's what you pay the maid for and the landscaping crew. Come on, AI. You get the nanny and the maid and the landscaper.
Well, normally I force my mom to do it at the end of a whip, but she's currently in the mines getting some lithium so I can have a new cell phone.
Good shit. Although you probably could increase your value per minute if you switch over to Cobalt. You just got to go to Sub-Saharan Africa for that.
Interesting.
Now, are these dry leaves or wet leaves? Like, what are we working with here?
Wet. Well, we're getting wet as we speak.
I was gonna say I'm doing a 50 mile endurance hike over the weekend for Veterans Day. for a charity, and I'm looking at the weather, and it's supposed to start raining, and I'm just like, I'm cold now.
Okay, fair enough. So if you go 50 miles, let's just assume you're going 50 miles and you're on a relatively even topography. You're not really going up.
It might curve.
You're not really going up in elevation or down in elevation topographically. So if you start at one end and end up on the other, let's just assume you're going back and forth. You're not just going all the way to the end, because that would kind of then you have to drive. So let's go. You go 25 miles. How much raw curvature drop would there be if the Earth was a globe of the size you claim?
Was it 8 inches per mile squared, or is it 8 feet? I'm not sure. I don't remember what the 8 inches. The parabolic, the parabolic parametric function.
Yeah, that's accurate to 0.1% out to past 1,000 miles. Yeah, that one. Super accurate approximation.
Or so it'd be
I just had to put that
2/3.
I just real quick.
So.
I just had to put that PSA in there for the slow, retarded globers in the back that think telling us it's a parabola, not a circle, makes any difference. All right, go ahead.
No, I get it. It's just it works for small distances.
No, it works for all distances for the atmospheric extinction.
Well, it's a good approximation for the first, like, I think 1,000 or so, 1,500 miles, and after that,
Yeah, that's not a small distance. That's not a small distance, Holmes.
No. I'm just saying relative to the purported circumference, right? But yeah, no, agreed. What would it be, like 16 2/3 miles? So
no, 25 miles. 25 miles
times
is
2/3.
how far you're going, and then you got a square.
Oh,
now you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, you're good. No. It would be.
So they believe,
like
basically, that
60.
they tell you this to make you feel like insignificant. Oh yeah. So that you think you're just a small speck, meaningless speck flying through fucking space on a giant water ball. Huh. Well, they can suck it.
Really? Do tell. Tell us more.
Big fan of the little speck.
I know you appreciate a woman that's a fan of the little speck. Don't give me that.
Dude, positive.
So what was the number? Bro, what was the number?
It would like 16 feet, 16 2/3 feet.
Dude, holy crap, dude. Can you please do the math correctly, for the love of God?
Wait, 8 inches per mile, right? So eight times
8 inches per
25.
mile. No, bro. 8 inches per mile would be a linear slope.
Squared. So
not a curve.
400
Damn.
times 8. No, you're right. Sorry. It's been a long day. So 400 divided by 800 divided by 3 in feet. So back to 267 feet.
Now we're getting somewhere. Holy crap.
Sorry, it's been a long day. Mental math is.
All right, so if it's 267 feet, right, of raw drop over 25 miles.
In Cartesian
is there
space.
Is there any technology that we have that could measure something of that, like within that tolerance?
Nothing I can see that like would stick through the medium. I mean, you could have me like carry a gyro that's actively spinning, right?
Oh, I like it because well, look, lasers are more than sufficient, by the way. But if you want to go over to gyros, I'm happy for a gyro. I'm happy for a multi-system gyro to go across and show you how much it's rotating or not rotating. Right? So how do you got any of that? That would be great.
Well, I'm not. No, the issue is my walk this weekend is it's probably not
okay.
straight line.
Yeah, but also like it's going to be hard to do. I get you. But let's just say, for example, that we took a gyro this much. Let's say we took the gyro 3,500 miles. So the gyro would be displaced by 50 degrees. But yet the gyro doesn't do that. Would you then concede the Earth is flat?
Well, the gyro would be held in inertial space, so we already see the 15 degrees per hour shift that we already get.
No. Don't care about that.
So-
Don't care about that, dude. A gyro just standing still, okay, not moving over the surface, isn't measuring curvature of the surface. At best, you're describing something
I
that
get
would
it.
be
But,
a
like,
rotation of the
It's going to take
body.
me time to walk. It's going to take me time to walk, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but see, the point I'm
Right.
trying to make, dude, is if the gyro isn't displaced in the curvature degrees that it's supposed to be, then that means that curvature that you claim is there isn't there. It's that simple.
But I'm just the point I'm trying to make is that if I was going to, try to trace that supposed path, figure out if it was curved or not with a gyro, it would take some time, right? And we
Right.
observe with a high precision gyros a shift of about 15 degrees
Who cares?
per hour.
Doesn't matter. Okay, let's say you do. So you just zero that out. So you go back and forth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So we'd have to zero that out, and then we'd move on.
Right. So you'd end up with raw rotational displacement that's either present or not present, and that must be for 3,500 miles of the surface of the alleged Earth to be claimed. That would be 50 degrees displacement. So if you arrive at your destination and there's no 50 degrees displacement, then there's no curvy globe.
Well, I don't think it would be 50 on the dot. Once again, it gets back to the tolerances of what is our expected outcome and what is our percent error, right? So if it comes out to like 56 or 44, like we have to set a hypothesis and do a statistical analysis to figure out if we can reject the null or not. So we can't just say if 50 then globe, if not 50 not globe. It's a little bit more complicated.
Oh yeah, but you could say if 15 then globe. Yeah, cool. I see how it works.
No, I don't.
It's only
I don't
good
think
when you
can
do
say
it.
Like you got to set up some actual boundaries.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Because
Right, we'd have to
listen,
find sufficient p-values.
Yeah, fair enough. But we've been living with that for years with ignorant globers who never did any research whatsoever. They think that Bob Nodell proved the Earth was a spinning globe because he saw 15 on a readout.
Well, some people just think it's sociologically beneath them to even attempt it, right? Even the pursuit of research shows that they're, seeding that there might be something there, and there's tribal rejection that comes with that concession.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That a lot of them, but they don't actually care about the truth. They just care about rejecting an alternative from what they've already
100%.
established as accepted.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, for example, guys like Matthew Learns, he said 1 million times he's not willing to touch the Earth to see if it's a globe. He already believes it's a globe and he doesn't see it as a worthwhile pursuit.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of people like that. That'd be interesting, though. I have the means to buy a nice gyro. We could do some shenanigans.
Well, I'm working on a test. We're going to send a multi-system gyro from east to west on the United States and from north to south. And we're going to have a multi-system, so some of them are only there to zero out the glober claims, and other ones are there just to get raw measurements with no software whatsoever, doing any mumbo jumbo. And then the other ones with the retarded software. And so they're all going to zero each other out. And then they're going to go east to west, west to east, and north to south, south to north. So they're going to go back on the exact course they took, right? Which you'll be able to get all of the data zeroed that way. And then it's going to show that there's either a rotation commensurate with traveling in an arced path or not. And since it's going crisscross on the face of the Earth, it's also going to deal with the stupid rotation claims and a whole bunch of claims simultaneously.
I'd be more than happy to help you with that. Yeah, that'd be cool as hell. And maybe you'd have to go there and back again, right? We turn it into like I don't know how you're going to transport it, but
yeah, you go on a course and then you go backwards on the exact same course, or not backwards, but return on the same course.
Okay, I got to build a Foucault's pendulum apparently, according to chat.
Well, let me ask you this: if it came back, all things being equal, and the error margin was essentially functionally a zero or a null, that there's no arc path that's traveling on.
Yeah, if it
By
was
your
null,
logic,
that
would you?
leads to a lot more questions.
Well, wouldn't it just lead to the conclusion the Earth isn't curved?
Well, I mean, yeah, it would mean that I would have to go, figure out what the fuck's actually going on, right? Right. I would change my
Yeah, but what about if it's
this?
What if it's just not curved? How about that? Would that be fair?
Yeah, I would say if it came back, it would cause it would sort of flip flop, right? Like from right now, I'm a Glober who's interested in y'all's perspectives and figuring things out from your perspective. It would most likely end up flipping me to the other side, right? Where my baseline is okay based off this first person data. I see, this statistical analysis that I set up, and I would put together a paper and ask people to poke holes in it, and extend the conversation. And if it comes out that like what we did actually, came out with the data that it came out with and the results that we saw, it would flip me over to like, okay, now I need to, baseline is there is no curve, and then you go kick your tires on all these claims that folks are making, trying to see if they're true or not.
Fair enough, but shouldn't that have been the baseline in the first place? Because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Like that's our natural experience.
Like I said, for first-person observations of using space systems, designing, operating them, right? So I'd have to go back and kick the tires. Oh man, y'all are gonna hear a big PR blurb from my program tomorrow in the news. It'll be fun. They called together the big town hall meeting, and there's a bunch of social posts that are supposed to go out. I'm hopping on mute for like 20-30 minutes. Gonna take care of some stuff around the house. Appreciate it.
I'm listening. They're rude. See you later.
Man, you remember that Insane Clown Posse song where he goes, "Magnets, how do they work?" We need to add that up to a meme with Josh with Insane Clown Posse makeup going, "Lasers, how do they work?"
He doesn't know? I was away for a minute. He was baffled by lasers?
No, I was like, we could use lasers to measure the Earth to see if that curvature is actually there. And he was like, "Oh, lasers are untrustworthy."
What the fuck?
I was like, and then I was like, "Well, how do you
talk to each other? What the fuck?"
No, but see, that's that's laser range finding and pulse communication. That's not laser transit measurements. It's only untrustworthy when it's measuring the curvature of the surface of the Earth directly. That's what it's untrustworthy. So I told him, well, if you guys are using it, then why don't you give us the accurate methodology to understand the variables and the application so that we can use the accurate method to measure the surface of the Earth and get it over with. Oh, man. Has anything happened with Dr. Shiva? Any progress or
Oh shit! I was talking
news
on mute. Oh, I don't know if anyone is following up on that. I think Stone, Man of Stone. I don't know if you know who that is. He's a flat earther. He's mostly on X and hangs with Shane and Posse. Oh my god.
Oh, 'cause I was talking to Josh about Shiva earlier, and in the sense of what kind of things can people that have connections do if they're interested in the flat Earth topic, to fund or help organize that might do an event that might be like a test or a measurement or something. That's kind of like what Shiva's talking about. I was telling him, like, dude, look, this is who we got to deal with. We got to deal with guys like Dr. Shiva who think they're coming into our space to do us a favor, to provide their expertise, right, to take our quote-unquote message to the world. And his help is going to be overseeing something that's scientific. And I'm like, these idiots don't even realize that the scientific method isn't applied to just measuring something. That's what kind of morons we got to deal with. That's who we get.
Dr. Shiva's Twitter feed hasn't had any updates at all in the past few weeks about this. I think he wants it to go away.
He hasn't said anything about it, huh? When was the date they set?
November 8th.
Dude, that's like 5 days away.
Yep, so isn't it going to be ironic if the organizer himself backs out?
Oh, he'll say something stupid. I got more important things to do, or who knows. But I was on mute talking by accident. AI. So a high-end laser unit has a working range of up to 2,500 feet or more, with an accuracy of 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet, and a quarter of an inch at 200 feet. So I'm assuming it's a linear error, or linear uncertainty, or linear precision. don't actually match the globe, but rotary laser outdoor working range of 3,600 feet. So that's what, 3/4 of a mile or 2/3 of a mile.
Frickin' laser beam.
So if we can extrapolate out that error, we can get like, okay, what's the error at 25 miles? That would be, maybe 5 feet or something.
Yeah, but even those are like, they're not, like the rotary lasers, they're in a small unit. So they don't have like a big collimator or anything. Because they don't need to be accurate out super duper far.
Well, what they have is a detector that detects that wavelength. It says range of 2,500 feet or more when using a laser detector. So it's not eyeballing it, right? They have a detector that's, calibrated or manufactured to detect that particular wavelength of light. A lot of the theodolite, the total stations, they're infrared in the first place. And they have infrared detectors on them.
I wonder if it'd be, so like the Lake Idsill test. I wonder if it'd be cool to do a three-way test. To where there's also a receiver on each of the locations, a sender and a receiver on each of the locations. So not only are they getting the up and down at the target, but they're also getting a range finder. That seemed to be Josh's hang-up. He thinks that lasers are only accurate doing the range finding. They're not accurate doing leveling.
Yeah, what's interesting too is that he submitted that line that he told me that on his bio I could find out that the pressure's been measured with this contraption that's on the ISS. I've been looking into it. Meanwhile, you guys were having a discussion, and I found out that there is no baseline that device called the REL has measured the ambient environment that's outside. It's using these gas vent spikes that it uses from the ISS to detect what the change in the environment is, but it's not telling the any numeric value of what its baseline is for the ambient.
Right. Okay. So it's only measuring a rapid pressure change, not the initial settings.
Yep. That's what it's doing. Exactly that. And so it doesn't.
Imagine my shock.
No, but he was saying that it was, and what it's claiming on its face, like the paper's claiming on its face to do is have the temperature measured, like it's a measurement based on a gauge that it has on this device on the arm that's on the ISS, but nowhere does it have a baseline as to what the ambient pressure is out there. So there, yeah,
Dude, it's just like the gyros.
And it says that they're claiming there is a baseline, but there's no. I use Manus AI to actually scour the internet for it, and it says that there's no paper that it can detect a numeric value to what that baseline is.
The baseline is national security. Ooh.
There you go. So what he has there on his bio is not anything indicating that they've measured the pressure value at that altitude. Sorry. It's a no-go.
You ever notice there's a trend of guys trying to present evidence like that where they don't just give the citation from their reference that says, we measure the exterior pressure 2B by this methodology, which includes this instrument ABXYZ 0.211, 2B, 1 to the negative 20th hydropascals, or whatever it is. Like, they can never just cite that. It's always some ambiguity. Oh, just check out my reference. Where is it in here? Well, you just read it.
Yeah, and I did. And I also put it through AI to kind of confirm any other sources that I need to find the baseline, and there isn't any. So as far as anything that we can see, if there is a baseline value, then good luck trying to find it.
It's the same shit over and over.
Yep. It is. So there's really nothing there in his little link that you want to actually. I got the paper and I was looking through it. Didn't see anything. It just kept saying that it's we measured it. Of course it's measuring it. But then I put it through Manus and it says it's measuring the differential from the gas spikes of the vent that it has on the ISS. That it's silly, dude, to be honest. I'm just like, if they measured it, drop the bomb on me already. Just show me where and how, and it'll be good. But nope. It says, well, we can provide that calculation for this. I don't want that.
I really hope in the future that they do it justice. Our entire civilization has been for the past however many hundreds of years. You know, taking perfectly good measurements and fucking them up with models.
Like a curse. They can't stop doing it, man.
Yeah.
But this is starting these ideas of this model freaking lunacy. Dude, it's permeating into mainstream science that they've freaking lost their way. I mean, I watch a lot of mainstream shit, man. You'd probably be surprised all the mainstream crap I actually watch. You'd probably think I was a Goby, I watch so much. But it's permeated. They're all bitching about it. All of them. The only ones that don't bitch about it are like the fucking Lawrence Krauses, the Neil deGrasse Tysons, the people who their grift is based upon scientific certainty. That's the whole entertainment value, is that they're basically the modern day storytellers, right? They get up on the stage and they tell the story of the universe, the story of creation, right? And that's what they are. But actual working scientists in academia, more and more are starting to revolt. Check out the Demystify podcast. There's hundreds of videos on there. And most of the people on there, working scientists, they work in academia, they got PhDs, and there's fucking got to be 100 or more that are like, this is bullshit. So it's not just us. It's just like, we found out first, and everybody else is catching up.
That's one thing you're not going to do. I like that podcast, by the way.
One thing you're not going to do in this chat, though, is bullshit your way through and act like people are just going to accept it. Oh, that's good information. Like, it's so silly, man. At this late in the game, dude, they should come with something better than that. I mean, if you have
on a curious note, I'm not Josh.
Yeah, he's here. He said he was listening.
I might be a bit lax, so I'm sorry. All right. Well, some time ago, I was watching a Starlink deployment. Not like the rocket launch, but I saw the train come by, and I think it was from a fairly recent deployment. And I noticed how all the satellites in the train were slinking along, like they would appear to accelerate and decelerate relative to each other. I'm like, wow, that's pretty fascinating. Given their velocity, 17,000 miles per hour, and their claimed altitude, starting off at like 350 miles. I'm kind of like thinking about the Krypton ion thrusters that only provide thrust on the order of centimeters per second squared. And I'm looking at the angular velocity in the sky, and I'm trying to, napkin the math. They're not using the Hall effect ion thrusters to do this. What the hell is it?
Was it right after
Because
they
whatever-
deployed, or how long after deployment was this spacing? Is this ground based or space based?
Within a few days.
Okay, yeah. So within the first few days, they're doing checkouts. They don't turn on the ion thrusters until they do orbit raising. And what they actually do at the low altitude, they drop them off at. They use ballistic drag, like differential drag, to space them out. So some of them they'll use the reaction wheels to make them have the entire, basically they're like a flat panel. So like if they have the flat panel perpendicular to the flight direction, it increases the drag, which causes them to space out. They don't turn on the ion thrusters until they do all their system checkouts, which is after they do the spacing maneuver.
What kind of G's are they pulling?
Like very, very little. Like it's more than centimeters per second squared of acceleration, but nothing close to even 1 G.
Sounds
I'd like
more
to
like
find
they're
out for
tethered.
Yeah, you know what it's like? It's like watching a bunch of kindergartners on a rope as they're being led to like onto the science museum. And they're all slinking along back and forth and stuff, collapsing and expanding. But I mean, are they just initiating drag is what you're saying, Josh? Is there's no acceleration, it's only deceleration?
Yeah, exactly.
And I guess it's not in order. Okay.
And AV, just a heads up, my paper you didn't cover the fact that they had spikes in 3 directions on the pressure sensor, and the other 3 were controls. So if it does show the ambient, but it does show the ambient.
There's not a baseline. The device doesn't show a baseline for the pressure that's outside of the ISS.
Yeah, yes, it does. It's the other 3 directions that are not.
Listen, and not only did I look.
What are you talking about?
When I was looking I'm telling you what I'm saying. I ran it through Manus AI as well. It didn't have a baseline. Specifically what I'm asking for, it can't provide. It says, in a way, it says that it's behind some other information that it can't give because it didn't search for, or excuse me, it didn't find any information based on the information that would be the actual baseline for the ambient pressure in that.
You fed it into an LLM that can only understand words. It can't understand graphs. It's
I know
figure 8.
it's not about understanding the graphs. It's searching for the information that would be what my question was asking. And so it says that specifically the numeric value that I'm looking for, it is something that says that it has been taken, but they can't present it. They search for NASA's websites, and it says it can't present the information because it's not able to, because there's no way they can pull it up. It didn't find anything. So it's either they have the information. It pointed me to some resource that I can look into myself if I really want to find out the baseline, but it didn't provide it, nor did that paper.
Figure 8, the 3 curves in figure 8 on the document are exactly the information you're looking for.
No, dude, it's not providing the baseline for the dude. I'm telling you that it's not doing that. You think that it is because it's showing you this pressure readings from the spikes that it's giving off the vent, but it's not doing so in the manner that I would say I want to know what the pressure is in that region where they say they are, the thermosphere.
There's
not giving that value.
No. There's 6 lines on the graph in figure 8.
What's
Three of them experience the spike. The other 3 don't.
Since you read the paper, what is the pressure value at that region at 400 kilometers? What is it? Go ahead.
It's saying E-7. I'm just looking at the graph.
Yeah, I know that, but what device is taking that pressure reading, and is it stable enough to say that that's what it is? I know that saying REL, dude. I read the same thing you did. what I'm asking you is that if that is the ambient pressure that's outside, then that's what it should be stated at, right? Like everybody's gonna know that there's 10 to negative 7.
Yes.
And
it's in the paper.
Yeah, I know you keep saying that. But once again, like it's not measuring, like it's saying that it's not measuring it like as a what I'm asking for, which is the pressure reading at the altitude at 400 kilometers. It's not doing that.
It's at 400 kilometers and it's measuring pressure. Like I don't understand.
No, it's measuring a variance of pressure from.
No, the three of the sensors are controls, and the other 3 are experiencing the wake. Like the first 3 lines, the yellow lines on figure 8, are the control lines. They don't see a spike at all.
So it doesn't have a baseline. It's not what it's providing. It's not providing like the baseline.
That is the baseline.
No, it's not, bro. Hold on.
Can I ask something here just to clarify this? Like
I'm driving right now.
Measuring a rate of change. Is it like a sampling rate, measuring a rate of change, and then deriving via calculation what the pressure is, and not measuring it in absolute sense?
No, it's measuring in an absolute sense, but it's 6 degrees of freedom. There's 6 panels, and 3 of them move through a plume of gas being ejected from a leak on the ISS, and the other 3 are on the opposite side of the device that don't experience that pressure spike. So you can see in figure 8 of the paper that's linked to my profile that you can see a curve. Like it's not, obviously there's some noise in there, but it hovers right around E-7.
Hovers right around.
Yeah, there's noise. It's a pressure transducer.
That's a lot of ambiguity.
Holy shit! Have you gone to engineering school?
That what I'm asking for right now is the actual measurement, and you're saying that it has this noise that's causing a variance.
Every sensor has noise. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So what is the variance with that noise?
I can get the RMS data if you want. Like every sensor has noise. Like this is like undergrad engineering.
Yeah, so what I'm saying though is if something that's red could be stated as whatever pressure is, then we would say that at 400 kilometers up, it would be this specific pressure reading, and that would be it. It would be the gold standard.
Yeah, I mean, we can go. Oh, geez. Okay, we can go corroborate that against other data sources, but I'm saying this is data that's. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Oh yeah,
you asked for data. I gave you data.
Yeah, data.
Yeah,
that's
I'll go look right now.
What I'm asking, dude. Hey, don't get in a tiff about like the reason why you got to look for this stuff, dude. I'm not the one that's saying that the pressure is what it's supposed to be at that region of the thermosphere. So,
I mean, they shouldn't need that plume of gas expelling. Like, if there's a gauge that's just measuring the ambient pressure, then that's the ambient pressure. Like, why do you need a comparison? Just measure the fucking pressure.
That's not the primary purpose of the device. The primary purpose of the device is to detect leaks in the ISS.
Yeah,
so they have control sensors. They have control sensors on one side that just measure ambient, and then they have the sensors on the other side that will measure the spikes, so you can get the delta, so that they can figure out where shit's leaking. I understand you are. But I invite folks to actually look at figure 8 in the paper because your representation of it is disingenuous.
Really?
I mean, hell, it's from ntrs.nasa.gov. You can just say NASA lies and shirk it off. Like
but we're not doing that. Yeah, we're not doing that because that would be easy for you, huh? If we would just
I'm just saying I'm not trying to. Yeah, I'm not trying to convince anybody. Like, I got to ask for data.
No, we're not. We're not asking to be convinced or like. What we want is data that supports the claim, and if it's something that has been done with a.
Go look at it.
Yeah, we're looking at it, and that's what I'm saying. Even the claim that the baseline for the measurement of the ambient pressure in that region is not given. The Manus was also like pointing me to places where I could look for if I wanted that information. Yeah. So I didn't like, I'm not looking at the, you'd have to go and look into deeper to find out if there is a baseline for that and where you can find that. But that paper you gave me is not giving me that. And it said it's not for that anyway. Yeah, just
so
like
are you saying, Alpha, that it's looking like some other? Is it looking to you, Alpha, like the claim is some other device probably had to get that baseline reading, which was then fed into it? Yeah.
Yes, they have supposedly wherever that baseline measurement is, it's not with this device. It's not, and he's still saying that it is, and it's not.
They have three control sensors that are getting the baseline at the same time. Like that's not true. I'm sorry.
You can say that all day long, man, but it's not providing that information.
I invite folks who are curious to go look at the paper for themselves.
Yeah, and they're probably doing that.
Please repost the paper if you would, or just.
It's in my bio. You gotta click on my profile. It's the first link.
And then
in my bio.
you're shrugging off LLMs just because it's not satisfying to you that you hear what I'm saying.
The data I'm looking for. No, the data I'm looking for is in the graph, not in the text. And LLMs can't understand graphs.
Yeah, but they do understand text.
Yeah, there is no text. The reading I'm pointing you towards that I'm using as proof. I'm saying the reading I'm pointing to and using as proof is in the graph.
Yeah, the 14-page PDF.
Yes, but that's building off of the whole purpose of the device is to measure the pressure the pressure spikes due to the gas leaks. So that's the point of the paper. But there's a baseline
so the device. So the device wasn't constructed to measure the ambient pressure outside, was it? Be forthcoming with honesty, dude. If you want to actually have this discussion, if not, then why?
It's not the primary purpose, but it gets you the data the same way.
No, incorrect. No, you wanted to. You wanted to. That's why you're using it as your proof. You wanted to so bad. You wish that this would be the answer.
Because the LLM's telling you it's protected by things, and I know that there's certain areas where I can't provide you data, so I found one that was public.
I understand that. I know that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
You don't have access to that information. You don't have access to the information that I require. You don't have access.
But we've talked about this before. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
no, listen.
I'm not giving you access to internal data.
Yeah, I know that, and that seems to be the rule of the day. Yeah. Every time we come down this path, it's always we can't give it to you. It's sensitive information. National security. Yada yada yada. No, this isn't it, bro. It's not it, and I'm not satisfied with this. Not even one iota. If it doesn't give me something that I know,
I agree you're not satisfied with it. Well, I'm not. That doesn't mean it's not it.
Well, here's the thing, man. I know you did your best by putting this information up, at least an attempt to provide something. That's as far as people have gotten, but it's not sufficient for the question that I'm asking. It isn't. The device was not created for that specific purpose. I'm looking for that. That's what I want.
Okay. So you're saying even if the data is exactly the same, the intentions of the sensor being built is what determines if it satisfies you. So if REL was out there, hey, we're out there just to measure the ambient pressure around the ISS, even if it gets the same exact values with the same amount of noise, then that would satisfy you. It's just because it has a different purpose.
How many attempts were there to actually measure the pressure in the upper parts of our atmosphere? How many attempts were there before they actually got something or at least said we can't do it?
How does previous attempts to find data and validate the data that I'm presenting to you?
Because you're building up to no, it's not. You're building up to a specific point where technology is advancing. Things are getting better, right? To the point where you're going to construct something that's equivalent to something that will work in that environment, at least to where people's lives aren't at risk. Because you need to know for a certain reason why when you send people up, the reason why somebody's going to be going in that environment and not risking their life. They need to know the pressure value. It's absolutely paramount. So
you want me to dive into like Mercury and Gemini, era measurements?
Listen, I want to know how we got to the place where we're at now. Not just here's REL, and that solves the answer. The problem solves the problem. So we got an answer now, and that's good enough for being. No, that isn't. You're not even close, dude.
Hey, Alpha, I think I know what's going on with this. Just as an outsider kind of coming into this conversation, I've looked at the paper. This thing is basically oversampling, right? It's almost like a supercharger on a car. It's forcing gas onto the sensor and then extrapolating a reading out of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not forcing gas onto it. It's moving. It's on the end of an arm that actuates, and then it gets moved into a plume of gas, and it's got a pressure sensor that measures the increase in pressure due to gas being blown on it.
Yep, that's what I
that's
see.
what I mean.
I see the same.
But there's also a sensor. There's also a sensor on the back side of the box that's being moved that is measuring. Okay, what's the pressure outside of the gas plume?
No.
Yeah, so now I'm thinking about the error. Like, I mean, how do they control? Because, like, there's the problem of oversampling, right? And error propagation. Like, how do they know what it should be?
Exactly.
I don't even know if it needs to be, should be. It's just a a pressure sensor.
Yeah, but it's not a typical one because it's doing an extrapolated calculation of what the ambient environment is based off of what it isn't.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
Based off of no, because you have the control on the back side. Oh Lord.
He said he's measuring the pressure.
Like,
so
look, this thing is like, it's like you're sticking your finger up and you're waiting for gas molecules to hit it, and you're like, fuck, this is such a sparse environment. Why don't we just take what we can around here, blow on it, and then we'll extrapolate what it ought to be based off of how much we artificially induced onto it.
But you're only blowing on one side. The other side is not being blown on.
So he said that's where the money is.
I just care about the ambient temperature out or pressure outside, dude. I mean,
yeah, me too. He said that the one on the sensor on the other side is what's measuring that pressure that we're at. The question that we're asking, that's where it is, on the pressure on the other side, not the one where it's getting that the vent pressure.
Yeah, I mean, so it's a box that's built to be able to detect plumes in all sorts of orientations. It's just the one that they detected was over those three sensors and not over the other three. Like
what's the name of the device?
Three yellow lines.
All right. What's the name of the device?
RGA.
What RGA is the name of the sensor that's getting that ambient pressure outside?
It's the name of the instrument. I can see what the components are made out of, but it's
go ahead and do
the
that.
subsystem within RHEL that does that. But I'm just saying, like, you want ambient pressure outside of the ISS. Here's NASA's claim for that. And here's the claim.
But it doesn't satisfy it. Now there wasn't nope, it's not, dude. They said that the baseline measurement is not given. A baseline measurement is not given by anything that was supported in the 14-page PDF. Like, how many times am I?
You can read your LLM that didn't look at the graph all you want.
All right,
you can
so
do that.
What is a graph going to do that they didn't have in text, brother? What is a graph going to do that wasn't?
The baseline measurements they're not. There's no table or anything in the document. Like, I see the fact that they do not state the baseline anywhere in the article. They do show it in the graph in Figure 8.
Okay, so and then it was saying that there was a bunch of numbers that weren't hardly able to be read. But why is it so hard for us to get this information when you're just pointing to some diagram? And you're not giving us like the information that should be supported, like AI was saying earlier.
I agree.
You heard it.
I agree. That's why I'm here. The access to this information is elitist and closed off, and it's dumb.
What do you think I'm trying to tell you, dude? I'm trying to shake you awake on this, man.
Yes, I agree with you. That's why I had to find a good source for this that's public and easily accessible.
Josh,
hold on, AV. So how close was I with my national security prediction?
You were on them
it's not national security. It's just proprietary in this case.
Dude, we've had this conversation many times in different iterations of it, right? It always ends up the same way. It's about,
which is why I try to find you stuff I can share. Come on,
I know that. It's like what I'm trying to tell you is that you're not. No, don't take this the wrong way, but you're not the guy, dude. We need to be speaking to. We want to talk to the guy who made the device that actually measures that pressure, or the ones that we did. Because
for
All
now.
right, cool. I'll get the PI from Rel on the phone. Like I have the ability to do that. That's more than happy.
Wait, is it being?
Do you have any questions
Is it
for
being
him?
claimed?
Like, you write them down.
Yeah. Is it being claimed? Is it being claimed that the instrumentation is actually sensitive enough to detect that kind of low pressure?
Correct.
Wow. Okay.
So I'll go find the PI for Rel. AV, if you have any questions for him, please write them down and I'll send them over.
Dude, like I'm saying, Rel is just the arm, the device that they're using that measures the pressure spikes. But what I'm looking for is the actual thing that measures the pressure of the ambient pressure outside. I don't give a shit about anything. Look, I don't want to look at a diagram. I just want that one thing that measures that pressure. That's it. That's all I care about. That's the money.
That's fine. Well, if you
Wait, so who built,
we'll have to
who built
ask
the
the PI
Rel?
to do it. I don't know.
Who built the Rel?
I am not sure. Boeing. Yeah, it would appear that it was. Yeah, it was made by Boeing. Integration of Rel to the ISS brought together teams from Goddard and Johnson. Yeah, it does. It does look like the actual hardware itself.
Oh my goodness, let's take that seriously. Gotthard and Johnson. Oh yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, I invite you guys to look at that 14-page PDF if you haven't seen it yet.
Sure, go ahead. Like that's the reason I grabbed it. Like, I'm happy
but it's
y'all can go kick the tires.
Can you see who built the ion gauge inside the Rel?
I'm assuming it's a subcontractor of Boeing, but right now I'll DM the PI on LinkedIn, and if you guys have questions for him, I'm happy to forward them along.
No, what this all is.
Yeah, tell him I'd like to buy one. I'd like to buy one, but first I'd like to see it in the vacuum chamber with a guy in a spacesuit holding it, filming it, actually taking a pressure reading.
Good freaking luck, bro.
Yeah, that's what I thought, sucker. Hey, and if you need a volunteer, Mark, listen, if you need a volunteer, Mark Sargent is on record saying he'll happily go into any vacuum chamber with an official spacesuit and see if he survives. And he'll film the device taking the reading live.
Yeah. Oh man, he might end up on Faces of Death Part 15.
Yeah, it doesn't exist, Josh. I mean, yeah, thanks for playing, right? But and that link's just going to be up there, for your amusement on your profile, in your bio.
Sure. Feel free for folks to go read it. That's fine.
Yeah, well, like you pointed out, reading is not going to do them no good because it's in the diagram, according to you. So what good is it to read it?
Yes, that's where I directed you to. Oh, Lord.
You're in your own circle, jerk, man. I'm sorry, but it's just, I'm pointing it out.
You want data, I'm going to grab data. If it's shit data from your perspective, that's fine by me. Like, I'm doing my best here.
All right.
That's why I don't make any attempts to change any minds, because I understand
Not about that,
I do
man.
my best. It might not be, satisfactory.
I want the device, brother. Go.
Oh, sure. They have an engineering unit. I'm looking at it right now. Like, we'll figure out where the hell it's stored. You can go look at it. Like,
yeah, and
like this is actual stuff that's done by actual people. We just gotta ask.
That's great. That's great. Not only that, but if they're sending it up there and it's actually taking the pressure reading, well, guess what? We got something to measure the mesosphere, huh? Along with
that'd be great. You know what else I'd be interested in, AV? I'd like to know what kind of valves they're using to release gas into that environment.
Yeah. I mean, since we got the guy on the horn.
Yeah, once again,
where's
write down
Radway?
questions. I'm more than happy to ask questions to PIs and other folks. Like, even if I'm quote unquote not the guy, I'm happy to give y'all access to wherever I can.
All right. Well, there are two questions.
If you could write
Yeah,
it
the
down.
ion
Ask
gauge.
them,
Can we get a spec sheet?
Yeah. All right. So where's the other question?
The valve. I'd like to see what
Yeah, I was
valve
gonna
is
say, just write them down in
being used
DM.
to
I'm more
release.
than happy to.
Yeah. Then I also want you to ask them on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you trust lasers? Them lasers be dirty looking, bro. They be side eyeing me.
Depends on their color. I mean,
I'm gonna kick
frequency.
it over
Sorry.
back to you guys. Yeah, this wasn't good enough. Perhaps we can try better next time. I don't know.
Okay. I was gonna say no issues there. Understand that is a probable outcome for me finding stuff to show y'all.
And this could be fun.
Duh. That's why I'm here. Like I'm more than happy to facilitate these conversations. If you have questions you want to ask, send them my way. I'm more than happy to see if we can get subject matter experts to think about these things. Worst case scenario, it's a good exercise for them.
Do you have access to the initial calibration data within an ADARU or some kind of inertial navigation system using fiber optic or ring laser effects?
You point me to a paper, we can find the author. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, all we've been getting is sorry, your princess is another castle. That's it.
Right,
Oh
'cause
shit,
upon
Over
initial
Fences is out here he's digging up my Facebook history. Hot damn. Damn,
supposedly,
man.
Supposedly these gyros are zeroing out the Coriolis effect. And nobody has access to that data.
Shit, now y'all know my middle name. Fuck.
Dude, what idiot named you or your middle name Fuck, dude? Josh Fuck Ingersoll? Good grief.
Fokker?
Michael Fokker? Damn, Over Fences, you really do think that I'm some paid spook in here. That's nuts. I'm just some idiot 20-something-year-old who thinks that the space industry can do better science communication and wants to meet cool people who don't agree with their, the way that I see the world. Like, is that really so hard to believe?
Do you think it's possible that there are people who come in here with the exact status that you just described?
Sorry, could you repeat?
I said, do you think it's possible that people come in with the exact same thing that you just described him as you think he thinks you are?
Yeah.
Holy crap. Over Fences is a lady. Get it right.
Oh, I'm sorry. We've already had this conversation. I completely forgot about that.
Hello, my friends. Is Tier here to speak about the flat earth?
You haven't even got an answer to the question.
I
Do you
don't
think
get
it's possible that
education.
people come in like the thing you said?
Probably not. Not really. Because, folks in the IC don't really think of y'all that much. Like y'all are seen as a fringe group that's not really a threat.
All right, get muted, fool. Anyway,
I love friends.
who was asking about flat Earth?
Flat earth?
Yeah. You being
Flat earth?
serious?
It doesn't exist.
Really? So
We are
how come every
living
time I
on
go
a
out?
globe.
Okay, so how come every time I go out, I see a flat Earth? Every time you go outside, you see a flat Earth. Nobody ever sees a globe Earth, brother.
And you are seeing many things in life, but that doesn't it doesn't the reality sometimes, you know. If you are taking drugs, you are seeing things, but they are not real. We learned that in college. No, not in college. In a very, very, very low studies. When we are kids. I hope you are not you are not believing this theory for real.
I can't tell if this accent is real.
Yeah, maybe I force it, you know. Maybe I'm no abusing. I don't have the word, but it's okay.
I mean, it says you're advanced English, so I guess that lines up. Totally checks out.
I hope you doesn't believe on this theory. Because the Earth isn't flat.
Says who?
Oh man, I gotta see my dossier at some point. That'd be fun. Is there some Google Drive that y'all keep tabs on the Globers?
Yes, in the personal profile, people who view your profile can leave a personal note inside that little section.
I was about to say,
Oh,
I leave
interesting.
notes like that on people that are interesting.
Oh, that's interesting. Wait, I didn't realize that it carried over. Cool.
Yeah. So when you got somebody who changes their name like 500 times, you can keep track that way.
Well, there was a guy that came in here this morning and was like, why don't I have, media permissions? Like, I haven't been here in forever. And then AV called them out for, being somebody that was banned that was just using a voice changer. That is funny over fences. Like if you want to look, I invite it. There's some funny shit. You can find some pretty cringe tweets and my favorite Halo 3 clips from back in the day. If you really look.
Oh yeah, my friend. The Earth isn't flat.
Thank you for sharing your opinion, friend.
Yeah, it could have fooled me. Right?
The Earth is a globe.
Yeah, how
Looks
do you
pretty
know
damn.
that? Exactly. Like it could have fooled me, bro. Like, how did you figure out it's a globe?
If you go on Google Map and you unzoom, you can see the
So not going outside and doing anything in reality. You got to go to a computer and pull up Google Earth or cartoon.
because the moon is round. Well,
I don't know what you're saying, man.
you know when you see the moon is round.
The moon is his reason the Earth is a ball.
And the Earth is similar to the moon, and it's round too.
How do you know? How did you figure that out? How do you know? Have you been there?
I know it. I know there is proof. There is a lot of proof. You know.
Did you find this proof, or did somebody tell you it's proof?
I think it's the scientific consensus. You know.
All right. So if a bunch of your friends concede that your outfit's lame, does that mean your outfit's lame?
What is lame?
Bad, terrible, not fashionable, not
Do you
cool.
believe the Earth is flat?
Yes. I don't believe it. It's something I know because I've measured it. It's like I don't believe if I'm 6 foot tall. I measure myself. I come to know that I'm 6 foot tall. I verified it with a measurement. I know my shoe size because I measured my foot. Make sense?
Yeah, but maybe you don't use the right method.
What do you mean? What kind of method do I need to prove that the Earth is a ball or if it has flat surface?
You know, there is a lot of methods that have been proven from centuries. You know, I don't have them because I believe the scientific consensus. If we don't believe the scientific consensus, we will be lost.
No, not necessarily. What is the method that was used to verify that the Earth was a ball?
You never measured.
How?
You have never measured your computer.
No, outside in reality, how do I measure it to be a ball?
Maybe your computer is just magic, you know?
No. If I want to know the size of my house, I don't go to the computer and ask the computer how big my house is. I go outside and I measure it. Okay? What's the method that was used to verify the Earth was a ball?
There is a lot of method.
Pick one.
I don't have them in mind.
All right, so then you believe that it was measured to be a ball. You do not know that it was measured to be a ball.
To prove the Earth is not
I know
flat.
my shoe size because I verified my shoe size. I know how tall I am because I verified how tall I am. You don't know how the Earth was measured to be a ball. You believe that the Earth was measured to be a ball.
There is solution. I don't have them. That's all.
Okay.
Because I will not measure the Earth. You know.
Yeah, I know. But The way I would say you would measure the Earth is you would go outside and you would find that drop over distance.
There
Right?
is look at the Eratosthenes experiment.
No,
Can
he
maybe
looked at shadow angles from the sun, which does not prove that the Earth is a ball, because on a flat surface, if you assume it, it can be done. On a curved surface, if you assume it, it can be done. Because all he did was take the angles of shadows and then did some math.
yeah, mathematics is real, you know. The real.
Yeah, it's a calculation. It's not a measurement.
You can watch a ship disappear over the horizon. Maybe it's another solution.
Yeah, that is what I'm referring to whenever I was saying you look for that drop over distance, right? But whenever people go out and look at that and make an observation to try and find the amount of curvature or circumference for the ball, they're coming out with numbers that are greater than what they should be finding. Like a gentleman in the chat, his name is Indio. He made an observation where he was on the shoreline and he looked at a boat 30 miles away. And that's not possible if the Earth is a sphere with the radius value of 3,959 miles.
I didn't understand.
People are seeing too far. Indio, a gentleman, a person in the conversation, seen a boat 30 miles away. If the Earth is a sphere with the radius value of 3,959 miles, it should not have been possible for him to observe a ship 30 miles away from the shore.
You can use a telescope. You can use a telescope.
You can use a telescope. You can use high zoom cameras. People have witnessed things with their own eyeballs without having to zoom in on something. People see farther than what they should be seeing according to the math.
Or you can use a flight tracker, you know.
If you're tracking flights, all you're doing is observing objects flying. Okay, you can assume that they're on a flat plane. You can assert that they're on some sphere. It doesn't necessarily prove the shape of the ground, because if you look at the flight data projects as a flat projection, right? And if you think about it, a plane increases altitude and then levels itself in the sky, and it flies thousands of miles level and flat in flight. No one experiences the airplane curve down and around a ball. So
you have answer to all things.
Say it again.
You have always the answers. The answers.
I always have answers?
Yeah, you have all the answers.
Yeah. Well, we've been having conversations about this for almost 10 years. And what is it? Arguments, right? Reasons for thought. That has been... We took the bad arguments and we threw them away. And we're focusing on the good arguments. We're making actual proof as our reason for conversation, rather than making a speculation to say, well, this is what's going on, right? If you want to say the Earth is a ball, we got to measure it. If you want to say that the Earth is moving, we got to measure it. If you want to say that the Earth is in an ever-expanding vacuum, we have to create an example other than saying outside is the example. We have to replicate it. You know what I'm saying?
I think you have a lot of time to lost.
Well, right now I'm in the kitchen cooking, so I'm actually dual purposing my life right now.